It's 8:01 on Tuesday, October 3rd, 2023, and OU still sucks. What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Yes, it is Tuesday. Yes, it is October 3rd, and we are just 4 days away from the Red River Shootout, Texas and Oklahoma, the matchup of the two top teams in the Big 12, the two undefeated teams remaining in the Big 12. We are getting you set for the biggest game of the year. Plus, plenty of other football to talk about. A Danny disaster in East Rutherford last night. We'll talk about that. We'll give some more thoughts from the football weekend, and also the MLB postseason gets going today. The Texas Rangers taking on the Tampa Bay Rays in the first of a quadruple headers worth of games across Major League Baseball this afternoon into the evening. It is a jam-packed sports week. It is the best time of the sports year. The month of October is officially upon us, and it is a beautiful thing. Good morning, Buck.
Good morning, BK. How are you doing this morning, my friend?
Oh, man, I am fantastic. There is no better time of the year to be a sports fan.
You're no doubt about it. Major League Baseball, for some, the beginning, the NHL season will start. We've got college football. We've got college. We're about to do a little bit of everything. We're not that far away from college basketball either when you start thinking about it, or the NBA. A lot of clubs in the NBA getting ready to go to camp and get themselves going, their load management. Speaking of load management, I'm starting to feel that pain here. Maybe next week, a little load management. But I will be playing golf today. I will be at Horseshoe Bay.
There you go.
Ramrock, because after what happened to us, the disaster that was the Ryder Cup, I may be called upon, because I'm better than Xander Schauffele. You know what I'm saying? I'm better than that dude, Justin Thomas. Hell, I'm damn near better than Jordan Spieth right now. The way those cats played last week, they were awful.
Well, the question is, would you wear a hat if you played for Team USA?
Of course I would. I'd be wearing my Travis Matthew hat, of course. I'd be working on the Travis Matthew outfit, as a matter of fact, for USA, Team USA.
Yeah, we didn't talk too much about that yesterday because there was just so much to get into in regards to football. But yeah, that Ryder Cup felt over from the jump, right? Team Europe swept the foursomes. They jumped out to that 4-0 lead, and I guess the U.S. made it relatively respectable, right? They were close to even the rest of the way, but they were playing catch up from pretty much the opening shot on Friday morning, and they got punked again in European soil.
What was the big surprise? They never win there. I
tried to tell you.
It's crazy. Everybody's going, oh, they just got slaughtered. And I'm like, they always get slaughtered. They always get beat up there.
Yeah, they haven't won over there since 1993. I was born in 1994. I've never seen Team USA win a Ryder Cup overseas, and it still hasn't happened. So, yeah, that was rough. I don't think they're going to be calling you anytime soon, though, man.
Why not? Why not me?
None of those guys were shooting in the 90s. They weren't shooting in the 60s, but I don't think any of them made it all the way up to where you are.
They need my leadership ability. Zach Johnson running around his little golf cart. Somebody needs to come out there and club one of them in the shin. Let's go.
To get him going a little bit?
Yeah, let's go, you guys. Let's go. Come on now. That's not representing. Letting Rory McIlroy, he wants to fight you in the parking lot. Guy's 5'7". Knock him out.
Yeah, who was he going after? Was he going after Zach?
He's going after Bones. That guy's not going to bother anybody.
That was weird. Yeah, that was weird.
Hey, the dude who played? Your Liv guy. Koepka played pretty good, though.
Come on. Team Liv.
Yeah, Team Liv. He was playing. He played pretty well. Let me say good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so much for what you do. It is appreciated. Please be careful out there. And yes, I have been off on my rain prediction. I don't see it coming now until probably Wednesday night now. Yes, I was off. So now I'm only shooting probably around, maybe 92% or so.
What?
Yes.
92%?
Yeah.
No, you shoot. I know you shoot 92 on the golf course, but you're not 92% on your weather forecast, dude.
Rain isn't coming, and my back is feeling it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, rain is coming over the next couple of days, and it's supposed to cool down a lot all across the state of Texas. And man, if you take a look at the weather forecast for Dallas this weekend, as of right now, according to my very reliable weather app, the high on Saturday is 70, Buck, 70, and the low on Saturday is 55. We're going to be doing pregame from the fairgrounds early Saturday morning. We might be dealing with high 50s, low 60s this weekend.
Hoodies coming out.
Man, jacket on in public.
Yes, that's right.
Golly.
I always tell you, that road trip up there, you just never know what to expect. Always bring a jacket with you. Don't go up to Dallas for this game without a jacket or a hoodie. I'll be wearing my hoodie will be with me. And I do not like to be cold outside doing shows. That is awful.
Man, yeah, you wear a hoodie when it's like 95 degrees outside.
People like to keep warm, Yeah,
I can't quite figure that one out. And hey, if you're sticking back in Austin, the high here on Saturday is 73. So it's not much warmer here in the 512 than it will be up there in the Metroplex this weekend. So some cool fall weather finally coming our way here in the month of October. And that is awesome for so many different reasons. All right, Buck, before we really dive into Texas OU, I'd love to get your thoughts on Monday Night Football last night. The Seattle Seahawks going into New York, New Jersey, and just laying the law down on the New York Giants, 24-3, the final score. It was a long night for Daniel Jones, who was sacked 10 times in the loss for the Giants. Quandre Diggs, the lifetime Longhorn, had an interception. Devin Witherspoon, the first-round pick out of Illinois, had a pick six. Geno Smith did get hurt in the game for the Seahawks. That was sort of the one blemish for them, but just an absolute beatdown for Seattle, and it could not have gone worse for Daniel Jones and the New York Giants.
Yeah, I mean, he got that big contract, but that guy can't do it by himself. If they can't run the ball, he has no chance because he can't run it. He can't escape what's going on with that offensive line right now. If Seattle can get you 10 times, the rest of the league is going to get you probably minimum about 7. So it's going to be a long season for the New York Giants. I'm glad he got his cash, though. That money can't help your offensive line if you're getting all that cash. And when your star running back who wanted a bunch of money, who's always hurt, is still sidelined with an ankle, that's not just going to go well for them. They're not very good, period.
No, Daniel Jones is just not that good. And I know last year he looked pretty impressive, and he had far and away his best year as an NFL quarterback. And people were thinking, oh, well, now year 2 with Brian Daboll, he's only going to get better from here. But, the coaches on the other sideline and the players on the other sideline, they watch film. They realized what Daniel Jones was able to do well last year. They realized what the Giants were able to do well last year, and they made adjustments. And now the Giants are getting exposed, and Daniel Jones is getting exposed for the quarterback that he is.
Yes,
the good news for the Giants is, yes, it was a 4-year deal that they gave Danny Dimes this offseason, but only a couple of those years are guaranteed. So they're not pot committed to that guy for the next 4 seasons. They will be able to get out of that contract a little bit earlier than that, but obviously.
By the way, with the direction that they're going right now, they may be in tune for one of these top 5 quarterbacks.
Yeah. I mean, they're 1-3 right now, and boy, they've played 2 home games, right? The season opener against the Cowboys on Sunday Night Football, where Dallas came in there and just blasted them 40-0. And then obviously last night, another prime time. Hey, can we stop putting the Giants in prime time, please?
Yeah, no kidding.
Not good. They are not good. I know it's the New York market, but please, I've said this about the Bears-Packers game. They put that game in primetime every year, and it's like the Packers beat the Bears by 30. We don't need to watch this. We do not need to watch Daniel Jones get sacked 42 times in primetime 4 times a year. Please. Oh, my God. Yeah, I mean, everyone has seen the Giants just get punked twice on national TV in their home stadium. It's bad. Their only win was against the Cardinals, and they were down 28-7 in that game.
Miraculous comeback. Yeah, the kid Witherspoon was good last night. Man, he was making some hits, making some really solid tackles for a kind of tall, skinny dude. Boy, he lays the lumber when he hits. I'm really surprised that he hits like that.
Yeah, first player in Seahawks history to have a pair of sacks and a pick six in the same game. He was all over the field last night. And yeah, that guy does not look like a rookie at all.
No.
In Seattle, man, Seattle's doing something that's hard to do. Joe and Troy were talking about this on the broadcast last night. They were kind of in between this offseason, and really last offseason too. It was like some of the decisions they were making looked like they were starting a rebuild. And some of
Right.
the decisions they were making looked like they wanted to contend. And usually that is a recipe for disaster, right? Like you can't be half pregnant. Pick one or the other. You either try to be really good and compete for Super Bowls, or you blow the whole thing up and just try to start over so you get back to contention within a couple of years. And they kind of did both, right? Like some of the moves they made were win now moves. Some of them were rebuilding moves, and they made the playoffs last year. They're 3-1 right now this year. And I don't think they're one of the best teams in the NFC, but I'd be surprised at this point if they don't make it back to the postseason. It's pretty impressive what Pete Carroll was able to do, kind of a retooling more than a rebuild.
Well, what Pete Carroll does is he knows how to coach defense, and he finds a way to. I mean, even when they're kind of outgunned, that he understands defense enough that if he can get a couple of the right guys back, I mean, he brought in his linebacker, the old dude, back. I mean, that's made a big difference in what's going on in that front seven for them right now. They're not bad in the front seven. And now that I saw this cornerback and Diggs is still playing for them, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is a pretty decent team. I don't know what kind of firepower they have offensively. They still got that old man out there running wide receiver. You know, the guy as old as I am, one of the Lockett kids, or the Lockett.
You are.
The Lockett dad is out there running around, the ball head dude. So he's still playing, and he's still playing pretty well. I mean, that was nice to see. And Fant fits in pretty well with them right now, too. Was Fant with them before and then went away and came back again?
Well, he was a part of the Russell Wilson trade.
Okay. Everybody that played last night was a part of the Russell Wilson trade, which was kind of cool. Everybody that did something good on one side, you know?
Yeah. Feels like the Seahawks won that trade for sure. And how about this comment from CB? The Jets and the Giants. Oh, okay. I thought you were saying they're both they play each other in a primetime slot. That would have been.
No, they're both sucking and they keep getting these primetime slots, is right.
Yeah.
Stop it.
At least the Jets showed up against the Chiefs on Sunday night, right? I didn't think they would, but they made that a game and they nearly upset the Chiefs. But last night the Giants were no shows, especially in the second half against the Seahawks. So, shout out to everybody who thought the Giants would be better than the Cowboys this year.
Yeah, really.
A lot of people hiding from that take. They're going Homer Simpson back into the bushes now. No one is admitting to having that take in the offseason. But there were a lot of folks who were like, no, the Giants are the biggest threat to the Eagles in the NFC East. Now the Giants are behind the Commanders and dead last in the NFC East. They suck. All right.
And I think that's where they'll finish, too.
Yeah, I mean, they might catch Washington just because.
No.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, both
Sam Howell will have success against that defense.
Yeah, well, dude, you and I could get through that offensive line right now. It's turnstiles up front for the G-men. It's a joke. All right, Texas OU, 4 days away from the Red River Shootout at the Cotton Bowl in Dallas. We will be there. We will be broadcasting live from Harwood Tavern on Friday afternoon from 2 to 5, the Red River Roundtable for Texas Sports Unfiltered. The Buck will be there. Trey will be there. Chip will be there. Mike Hardge will be there. I will be there. Hopefully you will be there as well. Once again, 2 to 5 at Harwood Tavern in downtown Dallas. We'll tweet and post on social media. You don't have to remember that right now. And then, of course, Saturday morning, we'll be broadcasting live from the fairgrounds at Old Mill Inn right by Big Tex. On your way to the stadium, stop by, say hello. We will be there starting at 8 o'clock this Saturday, getting you set for Texas and OU. Yes, a pregame show. What a concept. A Texas Longhorn pregame show.
Really?
Live. We're going to do it.
Hey, on their final year of the Big 12, there are people actually having pregame shows. There are some having pregame shows, you mean?
We do.
Wow.
A lot of people don't. I don't quite understand that bit, but hey, better for us. More people tuning in to
absolutely
as you. Let's hear from Sark, who met with the media yesterday. Here is the end. Boy, he gave like a 4-minute opening statement. We're not playing all of that. Here's the last 80 to 90 seconds of Sark talking about Oklahoma and, of course, this matchup coming up this weekend.
Undefeated teams, 2 top 25 teams. The spotlight of college football will be on us. I think that the beauty for us, this will be our third top 25 matchup now in 6 games. And every team we've played has got a winning record and is doing good things. So I think that we've been exposed to some high-level football now through 5 weeks. And naturally, we understand the emotions that will come with this game and different things. I think it's critical for us that we have a great week of preparation, that we take it one day at a time, and then we go in the mindset to execute on Saturday. And emotions will run naturally as they do in games like this. The key to the drill is that we execute at a high level. So great deal of respect for OU. Coach Venables has done a tremendous job going into year 2. The quarterback, Gabriel's playing at a very high level. They've got an explosive unit. He distributes the ball beautifully, whether it's RPOs, advantage throws, shot plays, things of that nature. So, and then defensively, they have an influx of transfers. I think they have 9 transfers on the defensive side of the ball, a lot of which are on the front. So I think they've naturally upgraded there. And Coach Venables, he's been doing it a long time. He's one of the best in the business at game planning and getting his defenses ready to play. So we know it's going to be a great challenge. We're looking forward to it, looking forward to seeing our fans in Dallas for, in my opinion, the best setting in college football. This is going to be an awesome environment, and we're very fortunate and humbled to be part of the game.
Yeah, this team has been in big games already so far this season. This is just another big game for them. Take that offense and defense on the road. Do everything you can. Don't let the atmosphere don't let it overwhelm you. There shouldn't be. There are kids that have now played in this game a couple of years now. This isn't new to a lot of those guys. This is old hat. So you go in there with your emotions, let your emotions kind of run a little bit in that first couple series, and then get right down to business. Don't make the mistakes. Don't give them opportunities. Take it away. Knock the shit out of Dylan Gabriel. Make sure that guy pays the price for all his jawing that he's going to do. Now, legally, you know what I'm saying? Let's not get 15-yard penalties. Let's not get too over-exuberant of what's going to happen, because that first couple series, when that guy gets up, you make a tackle and he's standing in your face. Be careful of what you do, what you say. Who knows what the officials are going to be like? They one or the other they want to get. They don't really – I don't know if they care. It's probably most likely they'd rather get Texas than Oklahoma. But be careful of your emotions in this game, because emotions do run high. There are a lot of late hits. There are a lot, as I said, they play to the echo of the whistle. So you got to be careful. You're not that last guy to get caught with that last shove. Don't cost your team in this game. No. Go be a mature team like you are, the number 3 team in the nation, and take care of your business over a team that is pretty good. It's a good team. They're playing well right now, but you can take advantage of their defense. You can ball control them. You can make them suffer like you've made these other teams suffer in the third and fourth quarter when your conditioning comes into play. Get ready to do the same on Saturday. Make a couple big plays, but don't get wound up in the emotions that you cost your team. And that can happen in this football game.
Absolutely. Shout out to CB512 for the $2 super chat here.
Nice.
Early on a Tuesday morning. Thank you very much. And yes, it is now 8:19, but that doesn't change the fact that OU still sucks. And you're right. This is an experienced bunch. And Sark talked about that yesterday, right? You think about the game 2 years ago, Sark's first year here in Austin, the Longhorns had that 21-point second half lead and coughed it up in one of the most painful Texas OU losses for Longhorn fans ever. Well, they bounced back last year and put on one of the most rousing defeats in the history of the Red River Shootout, shutting out Oklahoma 49-0. Here's Sark talking a little bit about the importance of the experience that he has, and also a lot of the guys in that Texas locker room have from those last couple of games.
I think it's huge. You got to remember, I have a bunch of guys in that locker room that were on the sideline when we lost a 20-something point lead 2 years ago, right, in a very tough loss. And then a bunch of guys in that locker room that won a big game last year. So they felt the lowest of the lows in this game. They felt the highest of the highs, right? And so I think they understand the value of keeping our composure, keeping our poise, play the next play 4 quarters of football, because that's what this game requires. This game is not about what happens in the first quarter. It's going to be about how we play for 4 quarters and the consistency in which we do it. And I think our veteran leadership understands that. These guys have been through this battle before, and They have to take that workman-like attitude every single day so that the younger players can understand that. Young players, when they get in rivalry games, they're about the emotion, right? And we want to try to reduce some of that, and we want to focus on the execution.
Yeah, it's the emotions it's just going to be there. That's just so natural. I mean, just the bus ride from the hotel into the stadium is enough emotionally for young guys that they don't understand what's going on. Just getting prepared for that game, going down the tunnel, being in that atmosphere with the fans can take you over the top. But man, you got to play inside the box. You can't get outside the box in this game. There are heroes made in this game, but there's also some stupid play that can happen in this game if you let it get away from you. So Texas has got to be the ones with the heroes, I believe, on Saturday. Let the other team get emotional, get involved emotionally, but you got to keep your wits about you. They're going to do everything to distract you. You're not number 10, you're number 3. They're in it for a lot of different reasons. They're trying to get to a championship game themselves. They're undefeated themselves. They don't plan on coming in there and having you just whip their ass all over the place. They want to beat you. They want to beat you bad. How can you forget last year?
Right.
You just can't. I mean, that's enough motivation itself. It has nothing to do with what's happened in years in this game. Just last year alone was the worst beating that's ever happened in the history of this game. So how you handle that is going to be on you, because they're looking for revenge. They're looking to get you back. That's the emotion that will play. All they need to do is look at the score from last year. Not just your team and how good your team is. That score was very embarrassing to Sooner fans, Sooner football players now, Sooner football players in the past. Everybody that will show up at that game, everybody will be watching, will remember what happened to them last year.
You had the Oklahoma AD texting big money boosters who were at that game, telling them that they could leave midway through the first half. That's how bad it was. That's how embarrassing it was for Oklahoma. Like, it was awful. And it was awesome for us. I enjoyed every second of it. And
Absolutely.
I would love to see that exact same thing this weekend. But you're right. And you think about this Oklahoma team. I know there wasn't a lot of hype around the Sooners going into this season, and rightfully so. They went 6-7 last year. They had their worst season since the John Blake era in the late 90s. I mean, it was a disastrous first year for Brent Venables, and not a lot of people were giving them a lot of love, and they didn't have a lot of expectations. Well, here's the reality of the situation. As of this moment, Oklahoma has all the same goals that Texas has. Oklahoma wants to win the Big 12, and they're 2-0 in this conference, just like Texas is. So they feel like they've got a shot. And they also can make the playoff this year, can't they?
Yes.
Like, I know they're outside of the top 10 right now. I know their non-conference schedule was what it was. But if Oklahoma wins this game, they're going to vault into the top 10, maybe pretty close to the top 5. And all of a sudden, all the stuff we're saying about Texas, where Texas is going to be favored in every game they have the rest of the way, people are going to be saying that about Oklahoma because their schedule's not very good. So, like, every single goal that Texas has, Oklahoma also has too. So all the motivation from last year's game, hell, it really doesn't even matter based on what's going on outside of this game, right? There's always enough motivation for Texas OU regardless. But no, Oklahoma is sitting here thinking, we can also win the Big 12, and we can also be a college football playoff team this year. So they've got plenty to play for too. Yeah,
this is a huge opportunity for both teams. I mean, this is going to put Texas in a spot where people say, well, they're not jumping to number 1, because that's all going to be depending on how Georgia plays out the year. Georgia is going to stay number 1 if they win by 1 point from this point on. They are the two-time not one time, but two-time defending national champs, and they deserve that until they get beat. I know it's supposed to go as the year goes on, who's the better team, but I'm not taking that. I don't think anybody's going to take that from Georgia if they stay the way they are. They win by 3, they win by 1, they're still the champs. But Texas can make sure that they can slide into that number 2 spot. They most certainly can, with a really nice victory this week. And Michigan's still got to play Ohio State. They've got to play Penn State. I mean, there's some things that Michigan that they're going to have to go through. But it's not about positioning. You're already in position. No. It's not about all that positioning if you're going to be number 1. It's about your goals of winning the Big 12, getting to the game, and no, not just getting into the game, but winning the Big 12 championship, which means that you'll end up with a regular season that's undefeated. And that's important. That's important to the program. It's got to be important to the players. And this is just a hurdle in the way right now. You just jump right over this hurdle, do all the things that you've been doing. You get a little bit better every week. You get a little bit better in the scoring zone. You obviously got to come up with some wrinkles in this football game, because they're not going to let you just do the things that you've been doing over the last 4 games. This is going to be different right here. They're going to understand those coaches over on that other side. They've been eat, sleep, and drinking this whole thing since last week, and they're ready, and they're going to be ready to go. They're going to know a little bit of everything about what your team is. It'll be up to this offensive and defensive coaching staff here. What are the new wrinkles that are going to happen this week to prevent some of the things that OU is starting to have some success with? Because they're having some success, BK, throwing the ball down the field.
Yeah, they are.
Putting up guys going through your coverage this week.
Right. No, Oklahoma's been great this year. Like the big caveat is they haven't played anybody, but
right.
Oklahoma's got the best scoring offense in the Big 12. I think they're 3rd in the country, averaging almost 48 points per game. And they also have the best scoring defense in the Big 12, giving up around 10 or 11 points per game. So
yeah, I think you've got to punish this defense. You've got to find a way with your run game right now and early in the football game to punish them with your running game. Let them know, I always say every game that everybody wants to find out how tough Texas is. They're going to run at them until they just can't anymore. And they're still trying to do it in fourth quarters of games when it's useless. This Texas defense, engulfs them and they can't run the football. Well, they're going to still try, but this is your opportunity to stick it to them and with what you're really, really doing in your run game. Make them pay. Make that clock run. You don't have to have big scores in this game. You have to have time of possession. You have to run clock, and you have to score touchdowns. And you can have these 6, 7, 8 minute drives and punish them in the run game. As long as you're scoring touchdowns, who cares?
That's it. This should be another big Jonathan Brooks game, who has found his stride here over the last couple of weeks. And this Texas run game has also really found its stride in recent weeks. And yeah, make sure Oklahoma can stop the run, right? They've been good statistically against the run. They're only giving up 3.1 yards a carry on the ground this season, but they haven't gone up against a running back as good as Jonathan Brooks. They haven't gone up against an offensive line as good as this Texas's offensive line. So, yeah, that's the thing. I mean, Jonathan Brooks has clearly come into his own over the past few weeks.
Yes.
Make sure he gets the rock enough, right? I mean,
it can't be one of those deals where he gets it 12 times and we're all talking about it on Monday going, why didn't he get it 20 times? No, that guy can take it. He can dish out the punishment. He can take it. He's a long distance threat. Let him be a threat in this game. Let him be a star. If he's the star, let him be the star in this football game. If he's rushing in the 130s, 140s, that's good against this defense. If he's got the ability to rush for close to 200, let him go.
Yeah, let him go.
Let him punish them.
And look, this Texas team, I think, has gotten better as the season has progressed, right? Especially over the last 2 weeks. I think they've played their 2 most complete football games of the season over the last couple of weeks. Now, was everything perfect? No. They muffed 3 kicks against Baylor a couple of weeks ago, and obviously they struggled a little bit in the red zone offensively in the first half against Kansas, to where on the scoreboard that game was closer than a lot of Longhorn fans would have liked going into the third quarter. But I mean, they've been able to run the ball effectively well. Quinn Ewers has put together back-to-back really strong performances. Obviously, the defense has held those 2 opponents to a combined 20 points. And you're talking about a road game at Baylor. We saw what Baylor just did against UCF on the road. Hell, they scored 26 points in the fourth quarter alone in that game. Texas held them to 6 for all 4 quarters in Waco. And then Kansas, no Jalen Daniels obviously helped the Longhorn D, but still Texas looked really, really solid defensively outside of a couple of big plays. So it feels like, and that's what good teams do, Buck. Like, they get better as the season progresses. So we already had high hopes and expectations for the Longhorns going into the year. They got even higher after the week 2 win in Tuscaloosa. Sure. But the fact that we're still seeing tangible improvement week over week over week from this bunch, I think is a big part of why I'm as confident as I am that this season could be pretty damn special.
Well, I think it's going to be a special season. The thing for me is the fact of how they take care of the football. Yeah, they had the pick last week, but the running backs take care of the ball. They understand how important ball control is and how important not giving the ball away is. I mean, the 1 turnover. I mean, this has been incredible. You go through a season like they're going through right now, and you continue on this path, it'll be incredible what they've done to protect the football. It really will. I mean, besides the interception, they don't even have a turnover, do they?
Jaden Blue had that fumble.
Okay,
and obviously the two special teams muffs.
Yeah, they can keep the special teams muffs. I'm just talking about offensively. Their running backs aren't dropping the ball. The receivers aren't putting the ball on the ground. We've had the one fumble by Jaden Blue. You had the 1 pick by Quinn Ewers, but we're going through 5, 6 games. We're talking about you look around the rest of the country, I bet you there are teams wish that they only had 2 turnovers offensively.
Oh, yeah.
And this group right now is taking really good care. I mean, that's a sign of a mature football team to know the importance of what that football is all about. When guys carry, I mean, when Jonathan Brooks is running for all these touchdowns and trying to gather those extra yards, you see him flailing away, giving it that second effort, but he understands how important protecting the ball is. That's a big deal. And that will be a big deal throughout the season. That's the way that will keep you undefeated or end up in a championship game, taking care of the football offensively. And they've done a great job at that.
Yeah, and that's something that thankfully we haven't had to talk about a lot this year.
Right.
I mean, just over, my God, since I've been covering this team, probably since you've been covering this team, it just feels like every year we have to talk so much about self-inflicted wounds, right?
Right.
Turnovers, but also penalties. I mean, Texas is one of the 15 least penalized teams in all of college football. And think about that. Like we talked about the refs all off season long, how they would be a huge storyline, especially once we got into conference play. Well, they haven't been, because Texas has been very disciplined and they're not committing penalties. And obviously it helps when you're blowing teams out, so the ref can't make that back-breaking call in the fourth quarter that might cost you a game. But you think about the lack of turnovers and the lack of penalties for Texas, like that is a night and day difference versus what we've seen from this program almost continuously over the last 15 years.
Yeah, and especially in the run game, when you're getting close to these 200-yard rushing games by Jonathan Brooks. No holding penalties? Are you kidding me? Like they say, there's a holding penalty on every down. But this group right now doesn't have a bunch of those, and they've got a rusher who's rushing in 150s, 160s, over 200. I mean, that's a big deal. I mean, that's when you understand what you're doing. That's when you understand what your game plan is. That's when you understand what the blocking schemes are about, that you don't have to reach and grab anybody. You know what kind of runners behind you, that you don't have to do anything over spectacular by grabbing some guy and yanking him down in order for this guy to get loose. You just need to get your body on another guy's body without grabbing and reaching and clawing them, and you're going to be okay. This team seems to understand that from still a very young offensive line.
Yeah, 4 penalties against Kansas, just 2 penalties against Baylor. I think the most they've had in a game was 6 against Wyoming for 40 yards. But, man, if they can be under 5 in just about every game, then they're going to be in a really, really good spot. So,
now,
yeah.
And what was funny last week is on the one punt that came to Worthy, when it was like a knuckleball and he caught it, he kind of shook the ball around a little bit because he knew that baby was knuckling in there. That was a really weird punt that came to him. And he just in his mind mentally said, okay, I looked this baby in. Let me rock it a little bit because, of what has happened before. He looked the ball right into his hands, and that was not an easy punt. That was a knuckleball.
Yeah, the punter did a nice Tim Wakefield tribute.
Oh, yeah. It was that was good stuff. And the importance of this game is this is the one where you can't have any of that. This is the one, BK, where we talk about balls can't drop in front of you and bounce 30 yards behind you on the run. Field position will be important in this game. And Oklahoma, their quarterback will take advantage of the field position. Very fortunate last week that the starter didn't play last week. Just was, like you said, when he was announced that he wasn't going to play, I already had felt good about this team just winning the game. This guy, Dillon Gabriel, he can do a little bit of everything. I don't dig his act, but I know one thing. He'll take off and run with the football.
Sure.
And he thinks he's a rough guy too. I mean, he thinks he's a tough guy. So he's not a slider. He's going to try to take on your defensive back. And I hope this is where Catalan finds him out there in the open field where he makes a bad maneuver. But, you got to really corral him because he's going to want to make big plays this week.
Oh, yeah.
And I know he's going to want to do that with his arm. But if you give him the opportunity to take off and go, he's not going to be like some of the quarterbacks that you've seen lately that can't escape you. That's where your defense and your speed is going to have to come into play because he's going to want to run.
Right, absolutely. 29 carries this season for Dillon Gabriel. Some of those are sacks, so it's kind of stupid to look at the quarterback rush numbers in college football. But no, he did that at UCF, and he's done that at Oklahoma where, he can beat you with his legs. If you're playing man coverage and you turn your back to him, he will take off and pick up chunk plays. He's, we've seen Quinn Ewers do that. Dillon Gabriel is a little bit faster.
Quentin Sayers does that all the time.
Yeah,
turn your back to Quentin Sayers, he's gone.
If Ewers is Sayers, then Dillon Gabriel is Walter Payton, I guess. I don't know how many running backs are better than Gale Sayers in the history of this sport that we love so much. But, Gabriel's a little fleeter of foot, and he can make you pay if you're not paying attention. All right, we'll get back into this game, but we got to give some love to some of our great sponsors Buck, I'll give you the floor, man. Where do you want to take this thing
I want to say hello and good morning to our travel partners out there, Austin Duck Adventures. You know, if you're interested in tours of Austin by land and by lake, then you've got to go to Austin Duck Adventures, folks. They do this. They're doing this daily, and they've got daily tours from the Austin's Visitor Center. Go to austinducks.com for more information, folks. Ride, splash, quack. They've got group rates, private charters. Go to austinducks.com. Do me a favor. Go take a trip. If you haven't taken the duck boat trip, which I have done before, and I know you've been to different cities and taken that, that is a cool way to see your city. And Paulie and those guys do such a great job, and we want to thank them for being a part of our travel partners. And, of course, Comanche Concrete, Mike Terry and the gang there, locally owned and operated, Central Texas leader, of course. They, of course, do foundations, flat work, driveways, over 2,000 foundation slabs installed in the Austin and surrounding areas. Now, they work from Austin to New Braunfels, from Marble Falls to Bastrop. Give them a call today for a free quote. That is free. We like free. I know BK does. 512-297-2440. Give them a call today. Talk to Mike Terry. I want to thank those folks, of course, for being our travel partner. And one of your favorites, Hayes City Store, Travis Tyndall and Tamara over there at Hayes City Store. You're going to go visit them today, say hello to them. And I know you're going to have have a meal there probably at lunchtime. You won't miss out on a meal at Hayes City Store, will you?
Oh, yeah. I'm getting a burger and probably watching the first couple innings of the Rangers playoff game out there at Hayes City
Very
Store.
Nice. So thank you to our travel partners. And if you want to become a travel partner, there's all kinds of ways to do that because we're going to all the events. We're not sitting at home talking about, oh, I think we should go, or I didn't know this show. I didn't know it was going to be here in this part of the country. Should we go or shouldn't we go? I think we should go to all the events. Why not?
We'll be there. Absolutely. And we're excited to be up in Dallas this weekend for maybe the biggest Texas OU game since 2008.
Nice.
Should be a ton of fun. Yeah. Shout out to Hayes City Store. What are you saying? BK likes free stuff, huh? Is that a Jew joke? You taking a shot at
no, I like free stuff. What do you,
if
it's for free, it's for thee, you know?
For thee? For the Jews? For
no,
the Jews?
No, for thee and me. How's that? I didn't say anything about those people.
It sounded like you did.
Yeah, and a big shout out this morning to Troy and Mike from Big Hat.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Big Hat company's listening to us this morning.
I love that stuff, man. Those canned cocktails.
They're all over the University of Texas right now. They're all over the stadium.
That ass logo too, man. Those cans are slick. And what's
there's a picture of Quan Cosby on a can.
Yeah, they've got some like Austin/Texas legends on some of the special edition cans too. They crush it, man. That's good stuff. So shout out to them too. And shout out to all of our great partners. And you said Austin Duck Adventures. What's the line again? 1 if by these, 2 if by nuts. What's the
No. You can take it, by land. I would say sea, but it's by lake. They don't head to the sea. They head to the lake. You get a chance to ride and splash. And I love it. I mean, I learned an awful lot by just getting on that duck tour. I mean, I had been here for years before I took the tour, and I got on one of the tours, and I learned an awful lot just going downtown and right by the visitor center. They go right down 6th Street. People, they got the quackers. Everybody's quacking at you and everything else. I loved it. I've done it in Seattle. Now I love this one here. I really do. Yeah. And our faces will be on the side of those things very soon. You and I will be on the side of the Austin Duck Boat.
That's a scary thought.
That is a scary thought. No doubt about it.
Yep. And shout out to our friends at Great Blue Heron Furniture. You see that little dog on the top right portion of our YouTube broadcast sitting on a gorgeous couch. If you're looking for a new couch for your home, maybe a vacation home, you got to go to greatblueheronfurniture.com. Heck, you don't even have to remember the website. There is literally a link in the video description below if you're watching on YouTube. Great Blue Heron Furniture, a custom leather furniture company that's been around since 1991. They focus on heavy leathers, hides, and fabrics ranging from traditional Western to modern farmhouses. I am telling y'all, you cannot find more stylish, more comfortable, and more well-built furniture anywhere out there. So if you're looking for something to really spice up your home, right? Somebody walks into your living room and they're like, what is that? That is gorgeous. Then you find it at greatblueheronfurniture.com. And if you click that link below and use the promo code HOOK'em, you're going to get 15% off. Furniture companies don't do that. 15% off your purchase at greatblueheronfurniture.com. the best furniture that you can find all across the country. Make sure you check them out.
Now, speaking of checking it out, how are we doing in our special teams kicker? How's our kicker doing? Bert.
Well, let's hear from Steve Sarkisian. So I'll give some love to Danny Davis of the Austin American-Statesman. Buck, I know you read his work.
I do.
You might be the only one.
I do, because I get that hard copy.
No offense to Danny. Nah, love Danny. Love the Statesman crew and support local journalism. But here's a Q&A. So you'll hear Danny's voice at the beginning, and then you'll hear Sark, and they'll go back and forth a little bit on what's going on at kicker as Bert Auburn continues to struggle a little bit.
It seemed like you're wanting to make a change with Bert.
No.
What do you do to kind of help him get over his struggles? And I guess.
No, I mean, I think at the end, what happened? Okay, the kick against Baylor, we have a high snap. We don't protect the edge very well. He pushes it right off the upright. The second one's a 50-yarder. So percentages aren't great from 50, but I think we can clean that up. And then the 47-yarder. Again, a little bit of a high snap, but again, I think he's better. So I think us getting our battery, our operation, snap, hold, kick, protection to ensure confidence in him. And then, two, him trusting his training. He's too good. He's been doing it for 2 years for us now. It's just getting him back into his comfort zone. And he started that today. He kicked the ball well today.
Yeah, he just needs to get back into his groove. I mean, he pushes the ball out to the right. I don't push my shots out to the right when I take my swings. I turn the ball over. You know what I mean? When I get up there and I've got a 7-iron in my hand, I know it's going to go right to left. Sometimes he gets a little bit out there and that ball doesn't hook for him. It just stays out to the right. So
did you hear that? Did you hear the Sark audio play?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't hear it on my end, but you didn't say anything and it looked like you were listening. So I didn't.
Oh no, I was listening. He just talked about some high snaps, the center holder exchange a little bit high at times. Sark has a way of never making it about the person who's really the involved person, like a guy who drops balls, drops passes. There's always other things within that changes the dynamics of the person who really is involved. Well, he's just pushing some balls off to the right now. But Sark says there's some high snaps coming in there that throw off the timing a little bit. But he's been kicking it pretty well right now. And I was just trying to explain to you how I hit it right to left, I aimed just outside the uprights, but I would bring it right back into the middle. When I had the square toe on, there was no turning. The ball never turned. It just went straight on until you shank it and hit the girl in the head who's going to the bathroom. That's a little bit different.
Yeah, didn't you miss a game-tying extra point in the biggest game of the season one time?
Yes, I did, and it hit a girl in the head. And I don't know. I never got anything. I never got any insurance, any insurance companies calling me because she got hit in the head with the leather. But she was on her way to the restroom, so I hit the girl's restroom. Yeah, sorry.
She's got to be. Was that your pickup line? Were you trying to woo her by knocking her out with the football?
Shaking the leather off the top of her head. No.
You left the number on the side of the ball, and it left an imprint on the side of her dome.
I just think we noticed with Bert. I mean, when you look at him, you never see him hook anything. Never see him miss left. Everything's pushed to the right.
Yeah.
When he starts it, he's waiting for that thing to turn over, and he's getting a couple of them. And maybe the high snap is what's doing that. I'm not a kicking expert, so I'm not even going to try to figure that one out. I just know sometimes it's never always about the punt returner. It's about the guard that doesn't protect from the guy who's coming down the field.
Right.
I learned that. I learned that last week, so I'm good.
This is another example of Sark sticking up for his players. You said it a moment ago. Like, this is what he does. When Quinn struggles, it's never all Quinn's fault, right? The O-line didn't do the right job. The receivers didn't run the right routes. The running backs have to be better. Like, that's who Sark is. When Bert Auburn misses kicks, the snaps aren't good enough. The hold isn't spun the right way. Like, he just never throws his guys under the bus.
Which is a good thing.
Yeah, it's a good thing. The players obviously love that. Some fans don't love that, although I think most fans are loving what Sark is doing right now. But that's who he is. So this is on Bert Auburn. Don't get it twisted. The O-line's doing their It's not like kicks are getting blocked, so the O-line's doing its job.
Snaps not that high. They get down on the ground.
Snaps are fine. The holds are fine. The kicks are what's not fine. So I have no faith in Bert Auburn right now. Now, I'm cool with Sark not changing things before the biggest game of the season, right? Like, maybe after this game, if Auburn misses another field goal, then you've got the bye week next week. So you've got 2 weeks before the Houston game to figure out if you got to make a change at kicker. Maybe you hold some sort of competition at practice. But yeah, right now I'm fine with rolling with Auburn, but I get nervous now Like I don't have faith when Auburn trots onto the field that the kick is going to go through the uprights. Like it is shit show Bert, not sideshow Bert. It is now shit show Bert when that guy takes the field. So look, Texas, they've won games by an average of 23 points this season. They haven't needed the kicker, but this is a 6-point line. One of these games is going to be close. Maybe a couple of these games are going to be close. You can't be giving up points with your kicker. And Auburn has been giving up points. He missed 5 field goals all of last year. He's missed 5 through 5 games this season. They've got to get that right. Otherwise, it might cost them a trip to the college football playoff.
Yeah, you're right about that. That has to be fixed. And you can't, that's not like a punt return. That guy, these are real live points that you're giving up when that guy misses 30 and 40-yard field goals, those are pieces of cake in college football these days. And for any kicker, a 35, 40-yard field goal should be automatic. That's what you do. You go in the corner and you kick.
Dude, he missed a 26-yarder against Waco High.
Yeah,
like that. Come on, man. Like, okay,
just stay off to the right. They're not hooking. They're being pushed out there.
Right. Like if you're going to miss, the occasional 40-something yarder, fine, whatever. It's a college kicker. That happens. But you can't be missing 26 yarders and kick for the University of Texas, dude. What are we doing?
You're right. You're right. They got to straighten it out.
KU. Kansas is not KU. We're KU. We're kicker U.
That's right.
Our guy CB says, long run of kickers. I can go back to the Phil Dawson days. I mean,
there you go.
We've had some damn good kickers around here, and hoping Bert Auburn can be the next one. Hell, after last year, I kind of thought he was the next one, but now it's like I don't know. Watch out if you're headed to the bathroom at the game this weekend. Watch out for Bert Auburn shanks.
Oh, no, he'll push it off and hit you in the back of the head. Well, one of the great kickers that was at the University of Texas works for a group called Texas Orthopedics. How about that? Christopher Stockton. That's right. Contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics when you need that specialized patients focused on orthopedic care. They offer, of course, comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for adults and children, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology, and even more. Christopher Daney, who I coached at Texas, and the one and only Christopher Stockton was a great kicker at Texas, are dedicated orthopedic surgeons, and their goal is to get you back into good health and great quality of life. Visit txortho.com for more information. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. Once again, for more information, go to txortho.com. Now, that dude could kick it.
Oh, yeah. He's one of the guys who make up KU.
There you go. KU. I'm loving it now. Now it's KU. Hey, I saw Michael Dickerson punting last night, just driving the ball for the Seattle Seahawks.
Dixon?
Yeah, Dixon. Is that now? Dixon, is that punt you too? PU?
Or PU?
Yeah.
Nah, I don't know if we're PU, but Michael Dixon might be the best punter in the league right now.
Man, was he knocking that ball through that New York night last night.
Yeah, that shouldn't surprise anybody, right? I mean, when you're a bowl game MVP as a punter, it means you're pretty damn good. And we got to see.
Sure.
That was the most entertaining part of the Tom Herman era was Michael Dixon punting the football.
How about that? Way to go, Herman. Good job.
Yeah, I mean, that guy is a special talent, man. It's not often our punters must see television. Usually, it's fourth down, I'm going to go somewhere. But no, Michael Dixon has turned that into an art, and he's still getting it done at the highest level. So shout out to him.
And I agree with you so much, BK, about the fact that Sark is not. It's not necessarily throwing your guys under the bus. Every time a coach says something about an individual, it's always, media will say, oh, he's throwing him under the bus, or people that don't understand football say, oh, he's getting thrown under the bus. It's not always that way. It's not about throwing you under the bus. It's just letting people know that I understand who has made the mistakes. Why am I protecting him? He's not a child. These aren't children. These are NIL guys. They make money now playing football. These aren't children. But he has a way of, that protection part of it. That's nice. I mean, he doesn't overly protect guys, I don't think. But, when it comes to the guy returning the punts and the guard doesn't block the other guard, I mean, and what does the guy come down the field screaming, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you, and then you drop it because you're scared because the guy didn't get blocked? I mean, I know there's other factors in some of this stuff, but I do like the way he handles that with the players because they seem to thrive on that. They seem not to let him down. So Sideshow Bert needs to get it together, or it's not Sideshow anymore, huh?
Shit show, Bert.
he needs to get that together, right?
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. And look, hey, I say this all the time. When your coach is winning games, you don't care what they say or what they do. You're
Right.
just happy that they're winning. When the coach starts losing games, then you start to nitpick and
Sure.
criticize what he says and what he does.
Well,
So
just something that they could do better at. That's all. I
yeah,
don't think it's nitpicking. I mean, these are things that they have to get better. By the way,
sure.
these aren't nitpicking because these are things that can lose you a football game. They actually can outright lose you a game. When
Oh,
we
look,
talk about guys dropping punts and guys pushing balls to the right, those things can lose you a game. Those aren't nitpicking. Those are real live things that can cost you a championship.
hey, if Bert Auburn misses a potential game-winning kick on Saturday, then Texas fans are going to be wondering why Sark didn't make a change at kicker. They're
That's
going to be
that's
like,
that's what people do. Yes.
that dude missed 5 kicks in the first 5 games of the season. You clearly have some other kickers on scholarship or at least a couple of walk-ons on the roster. Why didn't you do something about this? It was clear that he was struggling. You let him go out there for the biggest kick of the year, and he missed
Right.
it. You know, people will blame the kid, of course, but they'll also be mad at Sarks. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. But right now it's working. And look, hey, if Texas keeps winning these games by double digits, then we're not going to be too worried about what the kicker does
No.
or doesn't do. And I got a hunch this game isn't going to come down to a last-second Bert Auburn kick.
Now, do you feel in this game, BK, on a Tuesday that, I talked before the season started that Sark was going to have to win 2 games. Do you feel like this could be the second of the 2 games, or is it later on in the year that this team is just playing well enough just to win? In all phases of the game, they're playing well enough to beat Oklahoma at this time of the year. The success that Oklahoma is having and the success that Texas is having, are they just good enough right now, talented enough to win this game where Sark doesn't have to pull a rabbit out of his hat? That's to come later on, probably.
God, I think so. Like, I'd like to think Texas is talented enough to beat all of these teams without Sark having to pull some sort of magic or rabbit out of his hat. But
Well, he did that at Alabama. He won the game. I'm giving him a lot of credit for that.
Alabama was the one team on Texas's schedule that had like talent to Texas, right?
Okay.
And Alabama's recruited better than Texas over the last couple of years. So you could have said Alabama had better talent than Texas. Now, if you watch that game, I don't think people left thinking that Alabama had more talent than Texas.
No.
Texas went in there and beat them by double digits. And if Texas did a couple of things differently, they could have won that game by more than just 10. But yeah, look, Oklahoma usually recruits well, but like with where they are in their transition stage, with this being year 2 of Brent Venables, they don't have the talent that Texas has. But I will say this, like this is the most talented team Texas will play the rest of the way. Like K-State's got some dudes. We know that. They won the Big 12 last year. They're well coached. TCU, they lost a ton, but they still played in the national title last year.
They just lost to West Virginia at home.
Look, it's tough making them sound good, but hell, they've given Texas fits even in years where they're not so good.
That's right. They don't have to bring their best. They've brought not even their best and beat Texas. You're right.
So like just on paper, if you're saying Sark needs to go out there and win you another game this season, this would be the one, because this is probably the closest Vegas spread that Texas is going to have the rest of the way, and this is the team with the most talent that Texas will play the rest of the way. So
yeah, I see.
I'm kind of answering it both ways, right? Like, yes, Texas has the talent to beat Oklahoma without some superior coaching advantage, but in this rivalry type of game, and we know Oklahoma does have some talent, yeah, you want your head coach to step up and do some things to give you that schematic advantage.
Yeah, I still think it comes later on when they take some team for granted. He makes the call. He does the right thing. He gets the team going back in the right direction. I think this is just a game that the players understand this rivalry itself and what they have to do, that they are still better than the group over on the other side of the field. They've got better depth. They have better talent. They've got a more talented running back. Right now, they still have a more talented quarterback. They've got more talented wide receivers. They've got a better defensive line. I mean, when you look player for player, again, Texas is overwhelmingly better than Oklahoma. And Oklahoma got better than they were last year, but they weren't for shit last year, by the way. That was not a good Oklahoma football team. And now in the second year, they're still, I believe, even though they're undefeated, as you said, the schedule has given them the opportunity to make them feel good about themselves, and they look good because they're not playing anybody. But for the Texas team, they are now battle tested on the road, at home against pretty good football teams. And they should just be better. They don't need the coach to come and bail them out. They need the coach to coach, but the players need to play in this game. This rivalry will bring it out. It's just going to bring it out anyway. But down the line somewhere, I'm still thinking the head man still got to bring out another one where everybody else has had one of those days where you're looking at it, and although we're better than that team, you're going to say, Coach, we need you because these dudes there's something that's not clicking today with them. Give me a play, make a call, call a timeout at the right time. I don't think it's this week, BK. I don't. I think this week is all about the game.
Yeah, I mean, look, the coaching chess match will be fun this week, right?
It will be.
I know
always going to be a part of it, yes.
Sure, Brent Venables had an awful year last year, and the jury's still out on whether or not he's going to be a great head coach in college football. But that guy has a long enough and strong enough track record as a defensive coach in this sport to where he's one of the better defensive minds in college football, and he has been for a long time. So Sark, one of the better offensive minds, going up against Venables, like that's a fun one. But also, Levy, the offensive coordinator, big Art Briles guy, let's not forget. That's his father-in-law. That's his father-in-law.
Will he be on the sideline? He can't be on the sideline.
Will he be on the sideline this week?
It's his grandkids.
It is his grandkids.
You know, if they're there and they want to go on the sideline where their dad is after the game, he can't come down there.
What about the other kids at Baylor from a few years ago? Do we not care about those kids?
Oh, those kids, daughters of fathers and mothers. Yeah, we care about them. We care about them more.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. But look, the Levy versus PK chess match is an interesting one. Like, I'd go edge PK there, but think about it. Like, the narrative around this game all week long has been, Texas is far and away the best team Oklahoma has seen this year. And yes, that's obvious. And Oklahoma is not the best team that Texas has seen this year.
No.
Because Alabama's better than Oklahoma. But, Dylan Gabriel is far and away the best quarterback that Texas has seen this year.
Yes, there's no doubt about that.
It would have been Jalen Daniels if Jalen Daniels played. It's not Jalen Milroe. Like, that guy got benched. He's clearly the best quarterback at Alabama, and he's getting better, but he's not Dylan Gabriel right now. I don't know if he ever will be Dylan Gabriel. So from that stance, like, this is the toughest test for PK. So it might not necessarily be like a huge Sark game, but PK, like, he's got to make sure his defense is able to hold up against Dylan Gabriel. We didn't see Dylan Gabriel in this game last year, and it made a huge difference. Now, Texas, I think, still would have won and won handily, even if Gabriel played last year, but it wouldn't have been 49-0 if Gabriel was able to suit up. That guy is, 15 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, completing more than 70% of his passes. He can run a little bit too. Once again, bad competition. He hasn't seen a defense like Texas, but it's a test for PK. Like, he's got to make sure that he is able to slow down what has been one of the best passing attacks in college football right now.
Well, they will try to run guys through your secondary. My heart skipped a beat last week when the kid from Kansas, that long touchdown pass. I'm like, oh no. I know they got the mismatch. I know they got the matchup that they wanted, but man, that doesn't look good. That long bomb did not look good at all, running through your secondary. And once again, very fortunate not to have the starting quarterback. I don't know if they'd have won the game with with Daniels playing, but I just know this. That guy didn't really give him a chance. Texas had all the chances in the world once that guy did not suit up, once his back was locked up in the locker room. So didn't like to see that. I can understand, you miss a tackle on a sideline, a guy goes down the sideline. I got that part. But guys catching in stride going through your secondary always makes me nervous.
Yeah. Keaton Crawford got turned around pretty good on that long touchdown pass by the Jayhawks on Saturday.
And he didn't look athletic enough to even keep up with the dude. I mean, that's the thing. Once again, he just kind of looks stumbly, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he just got caught flat-footed. Looked like his feet were stuck in cement, and by the time he realized what he needed to do, Wilson, the Kansas receiver, was at a full sprint at that point, and Crawford had to start from basically being completely stopped. And that's like Crawford's a really good athlete. He could probably run step for step with that guy, but he just started at a stop while Wilson came through full speed. So that was not great. And Texas has given up more explosive plays through the air than we would like. And you think about the Alabama game, right? There were a couple of long touchdowns in that one. One of them was a big catch and run, right? The Nyblack touchdown. But the other one, the Jermaine Burton touchdown that gave Alabama the lead for the first time, that was a defensive breakdown where a guy was kind of running free, and credit to Jalen Milroe. That was his best throw of the night, touchdown. So that's the one thing, like, we don't get to hear from PK, but I'm sure if we did, he'd be like, that's the thing that we've got to clean up. Clearly, we're doing most right on defense. This has been one of the best defenses in college football. But the big plays, especially through the air, That has been an issue.
They all matter, but it doesn't seem to be that it's come at a point where it really has really hurt you. You've already been you seem to be out to pretty good leads when these things happen to you. So it doesn't seem like it affects us more than if that happens in the first quarter and you've got a tight ball game going on. That's when it really hurts. You're like, wow, already some guys going through your secondary, but by the time it happens, you're already up 2 or 3 scores.
I expect this to be a high-scoring game on Saturday.
I do too.
By the way, am I off base by saying Alabama is better than Oklahoma right now? Like, I know Alabama has a loss and Oklahoma doesn't, but Alabama has also beaten a good team, a ranked team, and Oklahoma hasn't, right? Alabama
has played against better teams. Texas, Mississippi, Oklahoma hasn't played against. Oklahoma hasn't played against? This is their week right now.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
come on.
Yeah, I know. I guess you could make an argument that Oklahoma's better than Alabama. I wouldn't. Alabama's ranked ahead of OU, and I think they've got better players, and they've got a better coach and a better coaching staff. And
Nick Saban is their head coach.
Yeah. But if you just want to look at records, I guess you can make the argument that Oklahoma is ahead of Alabama. But if
I would rather be playing Oklahoma this week than Alabama.
Yeah, hell yeah, no question. And every team in the country would rather be playing Oklahoma than Alabama this week too. So
yes,
there you go. All right, let's give some love to some more of our sponsors coming up on the 9 o'clock hour. How about a recorded spot from our friends over at AV Consultations?
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations.
And Camilla McKay.
Kid, what time is it?
Old man, it's back to sports time. The hockey and football seasons are upon us.
And baseball is winding down to the best part.
And what about basketball season?
I'm 5'2". Who the hell cares about basketball?
Yeah, we're talking about watching, not playing. And in that case, you've got everyone covered, right?
That's right. Audiovisual Consultations has been providing awesome systems and service throughout Texas for over 30 years.
Installing home entertainment systems and livening up restaurants with incredible audio and video systems.
We're talking multi-screen video walls.
And home entertainment that puts you in the best seat in the stadium.
Just give us a call at 512-255-8678.
Hey, aren't you forgetting something?
Oh, yeah, I almost forgot. Hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch a game with your friends.
And make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. Go Stars!
Go Bruins!
Kid.
Thank you very much, Tom McKay and Camilla. Appreciate that. And you know who I appreciate? Relax the Back. I got my chair. So I've got my road chair now. So when we're on the road traveling, no matter where we go, I've got a chair that we can put in that beautiful covert truck or car that we're going to be driving, or SUV, and bring it with me because my back needs that support. And your back probably does too. I had thoracic back surgery 20 years ago, and my back, every day, I'm in pain. It's just to what degree it is. But thanks to Relax the Back, my back has the support, my lumbar area, my thoracic back, my shoulders, and BK, it has been absolutely fantastic. Relax the Back, they embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle. And as I said, my back could not be happier. Now they got Tempur-Pedic, of course, pillows. They've got the whole works, stand-up desk. Anything that you need, you can find at the Relax the Back stores. Now they've got 2 locations, the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and of course in Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live like the buck, pain-free with Relax the Back. I got a road chair for the road. Yes. There you go. Covert time.
That road chair is going to be in a covert vehicle, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And by the way, Coverts, they've got an unbelievable location out there in BK's, and they've got 7 brands, the Buicks, GMs, Cadillacs, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, of course, in the Covert family, where they've been doing this since 1909, serving Central Texas with cars and trucks. Then they've got Covert Ford and Chevy out in Hutto, and of course, Covert Lincoln and Ford right there in Austin. While you're out there, folks, if you need to have something serviced, they service all the GM models, which is cool. And the waiting time with the 86 service bays out there, is that really right? 86 service bays? The place is a monster out there off of 71.
Yeah.
Not 18 service bays, 86 service bays right there for you. While you're out there, say hello to Dan and Stacy and Mike and the whole gang out there. For more information, go to covertbcave.com. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
And
Thanks to those folks.
Yep. Many thanks to Covert BK. They're hooking both of us up with some vehicles to take to Dallas this weekend.
Yeah, I'm doing the little Cadillac SUV. I like those little, yeah. I'm a caddy man from way back. That's right.
Wow. Are you going to give that thing back?
There's a good possibility they may see it again.
Just a good possibility, though. Not 100%.
My old man, when I was a kid, had a Cadillac. This dude had a pink Cadillac with the wings in the back, with the big long wings.
Oh.
Dude had one of those monsters. I mean, you must have got like, I don't know, quarter of a mile to a gallon or something. It was ridiculous. I was the oldest of 8, so we had so many kids in that. We damn near were going to live in that thing. They had awesome. The air in it. They had the electric up and down windows. How long do you think it took for those bad boys got to break down? About 6 months into that car. I mean, those things just stayed up. They didn't even come down. I love that Cadillac. Pink Cadillac. That was a beauty. That was a beauty. I love Cadillacs. And I love the Cadillacs of today, and especially in that SUV form, because that way I can throw my clubs in the back. I can still get my gardening done and throw my gardening stuff in the back, because I'm always out looking for gardening stuff. It's almost that time, BK. The old lettuce rancher is almost ready to start.
The naked gardener making a return.
That's right. Get that Instagram going, or MySpace, or your page, or our page, or those people's pages. It's almost that time.
Your page, our page, or those people pages?
Isn't that what they have? Don't they have all these forums? You know, this Insta spam. I want to do that too. I want to be a part of all of this new age tech, the techniques that get social media. I want to get all of that stuff. I'm going to be there. That's right.
My sad thing is, there are a lot of people who think you're kidding right now, but no, you're not. This is what you legitimately think these websites are called these days.
No, my spam.
No, MySpace is no longer with us.
Gone?
I mean, I think it still exists, but nobody uses it. It was real popular for a couple of years, and then now it's basically gone. Yeah.
Insta spam models, what happened to them?
Instagram is still a thing.
Okay.
That's big. And then OnlyFans, that's the one I think you're thinking of. You can make some
cash.
Yeah, you can make some serious money right there.
If I did like gardening in my loincloth, that'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, not for me.
No. You know what's for you is the girl who wears the prophylactic as an outfit going into the plane. That's what you like. That's the kind of Insta spam you like, is that woman. That woman is a trip.
Which one? The condom girl or the see dead people girl?
No. See dead people girl is nuts. I don't even want to forget about her.
You want to see condom girl?
Yeah.
Call me again. Call me again. Yeah, you did nothing wrong.
I said shut up.
No, you shut the up. You shut the up, man.
Goodbye.
You shut the film me. I'm Instagram famous. Bum. Shut
up. You bum. That is great. You bum.
I'm Instagram famous, you bum.
You're walking around with a condom on for an outfit, and she's the bum? Are you kidding me? Oh, that's great.
Should I wear that to Dallas this weekend?
Man, oh man, I need to get me a suit like that. That is amazing. So I can call somebody a bum. What is wrong with these people? They have lost their minds. Somebody has told them people enjoy that. No, nobody enjoys you walking around with a condom all around your body.
Yeah, no way. Tight. I would have been looking.
I know, of course you would have been looking. You would have helped her get her bags down.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I would have an ocular pat down. I would have been security too. Am I allowed to do that?
No.
I would have stolen some guy's security outfit and put it on. And
there is nothing she can hide unless it's in her ass. Everything else is there's going to be a bulge somewhere with that.
Excuse me, I'm going to have to do a cavity search then, because it sounds like you might have something in your ass.
Oh my goodness.
I'd have to feel just to see. We don't want anything bad getting on these airplanes, dude. It's safety.
Man, you're trying to protect the people, huh?
Always. We're all about player safety. Probably not player safety here, but you know what I mean.
That one right there, I'm going to protect the people from. I'm not elbowing her, but I'm going to escort her off the plane. The other one that is seeing things, she's the one getting the elbow. That one who sees people that aren't for real, and she comes by me, she's going to get the sharp elbow, so she goes down a little bit, and we can drag her off by her hair. Oh. She needs to get off the plane.
I gotta show you this as we talk a little bit of baseball, because the MLB postseason does get going
Yes.
today, and one of the two Texas teams is in action today. Man, my internet over here is seemingly a little choppy, but the fact that you are seeing and hearing everything that you need to
Yes.
see and hear, and the fact that
Forget
our
the people,
listeners,
just bring it to me.
yeah, I think everything's okay for y'all. I'm gonna try to share this screen. Somebody tried to bring in an emotional support pet to a baseball game. Now, usually when you think of emotional support pets,
Dog,
you think of, yeah, and you also think of airplanes, right? People trying to bring stuff on a plane.
of course.
But yeah, dogs are the big ones, cats, like the domesticated animals are usually the ones that qualify as emotional support pets or animals. Well, some jabroni tried to bring this into a Phillies game in PA, your neck of the woods.
Oh, it's dead. They'll shoot that thing, whatever it is.
Can you see that?
Is that a gator?
Some guy literally tried to bring an alligator on a leash, mind you. You see it's on a leash and tied up to some power line right there. They tried to bring that fool into Citizens Bank Park last week for a Major League Baseball game.
Well, what he doesn't understand, it's Philly. That will be like 5 wallets by the time that before the game is over with. People will have that as their wallets. They will have wallets or purses made out of that gator. You bring that up there in Philly, that thing ain't going out. That's not going back home with you.
Well, it didn't make it into the stadium, thankfully. I don't know how you could try to claim that a gator is an emotional support animal, but some guy clearly tried and he got turned down at the doors there in Philadelphia. So I've seen some weird emotional support pets and heard stories about all kinds of shit being brought on planes and into restaurants and this and that. I don't think I've ever seen a gator that someone has tried to bring into a baseball game. That's the next level right there.
Yeah, I mean, I know people who have some, they've hit their heads and run into walls and fallen down steps. But some of these people are acting like they just went face to face with 18-wheelers the way they're thinking, and everything just got smashed. I mean, you can't bring a freaking alligator not in Philly, you can't. Now, you may be able to get away with that at the Staples Center out in Cali. They may allow that kind of stuff, but that's not going to happen in Philadelphia. That thing is going down. They're going to beat that guy's ass and then take that gator and start separating the pieces right there in the stands.
Oh, apparently the guy was trying to claim that it was a service animal, not an emotional support animal, but a service animal.
And didn't have his face locked down, had his face and mouth still wide open, ready to go.
Yeah, well, it did not work, whatever he tried to claim. And I don't know
if that good until it bites off the leg of a kid.
Yeah, was that bastard who got Chubbs? Was that him?
Yes. Yeah, oh my goodness.
Amazing. All right, so hey, congrats to you, Buck. Congratulations are in order to your New York Yankees. You know why?
Why? Let me bring back my little friend. Why?
Because according to sources, Aaron Boone is expected to be back as the Yankees manager. Yes, sir.
What?
Yes, sir.
On,
Andy
Cash,
Martino,
man.
who covers the Yankees, reported yesterday that Aaron Boone is expected to return as the Yankees skipper in 2024.
What is Willie Randolph doing? What are these people doing? I mean, I understand about Thurman Munson. I got that. He's no longer around. But what is Willie Randolph and Bernie Williams? I know Bernie Williams went out playing his guitar, playing jazz, making jazz albums.
Is he?
Yes, but this guy is still available. He's running around in a Wagoneer with his lovely bride, of course, and all his biracial babies. I mean, look at this. The biracial king is still available. He's left the Marlins, and he's still available to come to you, Yankees. Why aren't you taking this guy?
You don't want that guy. He's like Michael Jordan, but worse as a player. He's like a great player who has no business being in a front office because he has no idea what he's doing. Like that's what Derek Jeter has been. And the Marlins, it's no coincidence that they make the playoffs now that Jeter is gone. You don't want that dude running the team, do you?
By the way, if the Texans had any respect for themselves last week, when they had J.J. Watt and they were, giving him all his flowers, they should have called on this guy right here to come and visit him. I didn't see Jeter show up at a big event last week. He should have been there for JJ.
He should have been at NRG Stadium.
Yes,
for JJ.
That's right.
Well, how does that make sense?
Because anything big, the captain should be there. Okay.
God.
Look at him. Look at number 2. There's the deuce right there.
You know who could have used Derek Jeter this weekend?
Who's
the New York Giants offensive line. Jeter and Hannah and the 3 kids could have been better offensive linemen than what the G-men had last night.
I'm not going to put Jeter through that. I won't do that to him.
That is you saying Jeter should have been at the Texans game on Sunday is the weirdest thing I think you've ever said in your entire life.
Oh, no. Anytime there's a big event, Jeter should show up. I mean, any big event for me, Jeter shows up. Like when I shoot 67 today, guess who will be on my bag? That's right. That's right.
Do you bring him with you now? You don't just leave him at home. You bring him with you everywhere you go?
He's going to be on the bag or in my bag today.
Are you going to make it in Dallas this weekend, or do you need Whittle, Derek Jeter by your side when you go to sleep at the hotel?
Oh, maybe you know what he'll do? He'll drive the Wagoneer up from me from Coburn. How's that?
You got to hold him tight as you go to sleep with your little nightlight on at the hotel in Dallas.
That is a biracial beauty if there ever was one. I'll tell you that right now.
Oh, my God.
Little Derek Jeter.
All
I'm not going to call him Little Derek Jeter. That's a big man. That's not some little guy.
Oh, you've seen it?
I've seen him in person, yeah.
How was the gift bag?
I didn't go to his house. He didn't take my phone on entry. No. Come on, man.
Oh, hey, some baseball, some actual baseball that's being played today. We do have 4 MLB playoff games. That's right. The wild card round of the MLB postseason gets going today, and the Texas Rangers are a part of the first of those 4 games. They are taking on the Tampa Bay Rays. A reminder to this relatively new MLB format, it is a best of 3, where all 3 games, if necessary, will be played at the ballpark of the higher seeded team. So the Rangers are in Tampa Bay to take on the Tampa Bay Rays. The Rangers will have to win 2 of 3 at the Trop if they want to move on to the American League Divisional Series, where they will take on the Baltimore Orioles. So Tampa Bay, a really good team. Yes, they are a wild card, but they had the second best record in the American League this season. I guess the good news is if you're a Rangers fan, they're pretty banged up as well. It's not a 100% team. The Rays got off to that historically good start. After that, I don't want to say they faltered, but they obviously came back down to earth, and Baltimore was able to overtake them to win the American League East this season. The Rays pitching is really, really good, and the Rangers will have their work cut out for them trying to create some offense against Tyler Glasnow this afternoon. But Rangers at Rays, Buck, any chance? I mean, look, the Rangers, they choked. There's no way around it. They had a great opportunity to win the American League West. They lost 3 of 4 in Seattle. They coughed up the division to the Astros. So the Astros get to enjoy a couple of days off in that first round bye. Any chance you think the Rangers can pull off the upset against Tampa, or do you just feel like maybe?
No, I'm taking the Rangers in game 1. I like the Rangers in game 1.
Well, that'd be huge for them because the Rangers are throwing Jordan Montgomery, who's been solid since coming over at the trade deadline, but they're going up against Tyler Glasnow, who's one of the best pitchers in baseball. So if they can find a win today, then they really position themselves to win this series outright.
Yeah, I'm taking the Rangers. I'm going to take the Rangers. I'm going to take the Phillies. That's right. And I'm not – now, that who else is playing? There's one other team that's playing. No, there's 4 today.
Yeah, so this is like – look, I don't feel bad for Rob Manfred because Rob Manfred sucks and he is a cuck. But, because your Yankees aren't in the playoffs, because the Red Sox aren't in the playoffs, because the Cubs aren't in the playoffs, the Giants, the Cardinals, like you think of some of the biggest brands and biggest markets in the sport, a lot of them had bad seasons, which for me, I don't care. I'm glad the Yankees suck. I always enjoy it when the Yankees aren't playing in October. But because like those big brands are not in this year, here are the games you get today in the wild card round.
What time at noon? 11:30?
Well, the first one's at 2:08. That's Rangers Rays. Then you get Blue Jays Twins, then D-Bags Brewers, and Marlins Phillies. Like the MLB office has to be like, God, we couldn't have gotten anything better than these teams in.
And the Phillies are the last one. That's getting closer to prime time this evening.
Yeah, that's your 7:08 game on ESPN tonight. Yeah, Phillies, like that's the most well-known team, and they've got the most history out of anybody in this group. But you get the Braves and the Dodgers in the next round. Obviously, the Astros have been baseball's best team over the last few years. So you get some bigger markets and bigger teams who will be playing in the division series. But yeah, and in terms of big names, like if you're a baseball fan, you don't give a damn. You're going to watch because it's playoff baseball. But
Right.
The Yankees and Red Sox and the Cubs bring eyeballs. You don't have a lot of those major products.
Well, if it were those teams,
baseball.
we'd be seeing them at 7:30 tonight play. That's what we'd be seeing.
Yeah.
Or 6:30.
Yep. I'm with you. So, I don't feel great about the Rangers' chances, man. But hey, this team's been up and down all year. They surprised me by winning 90 games. It's a surprise to me that they're in the playoffs. And, man, they've got enough firepower, you would think, in that offense to make some things happen against Tampa. As Jake says, the Rangers and Rays have really, really bad bullpens right now. And if you're a Rangers fan, you know just how costly the bullpen was. I mean, it didn't kill them in that finale against Seattle on Sunday, but the real reason the Rangers did not win the American League West this year was because their bullpen just coughed up so many games. Hard to be confident in that. And when you think of the playoffs, like starters usually don't go too deep into games. They turn into bullpen games pretty quickly. So hard to have a lot of faith in the Rangers making a deep October run with the bullpen that we've seen from them all year long. But who knows, man? Bruce Bochy, three-time World Series champ as a manager. If anybody can get the most out of his guys at this time of the year, you would think it's him. So I'd pick the Rays in this one. But, hey, maybe the Rangers can find a way to get the job done. Once again, 2:08 first pitch today. That one's on ABC.
Wow.
This afternoon. So, yeah, there you go. MLB postseason gets rolling today. All right, before we get back into some football, some more love to some of our great sponsors. How about Sue Patrick, Buck?
Yeah, and of course, you know how much we love the people over at Sue Patrick. And they have given us some really nice polos, BK. And they've got tons of all that stuff. They got Texas-themed gear, and they've got it for kids. They've got it for women. They've got it, as I said, for men. And right now, the Christmas stuff is out there, which is kind of – you like that polo? I mean, there are a lot of folks asking me about that. I mean, as I said, Derek Johnson was asking about that cool polo. And you can get that at Sue Patrick. If you just go to SuePatrick.com, you'll find out information on how to come across all this wonderful gear that they have at Sue Patrick. And they do such a fantastic job, Sue and Jay Willem. When you're over there, do say hello to them. They're at 5222 Burnett Road. And they've got plenty of parking. And if you order online, anything over $49, you get free shipping at Sue Patrick. And as I said, gifts right now for Christmas are starting to hit the racks there. And if you're getting ready for championship gear, they'll have it. They've got stuff for volleyball. If you're interested in volleyball, they've got the gear for volleyball. You name it, they've got it. They have all Longhorn gear there. And they have it in men's and women's sizes. Matter of fact, I even got a XXX from there. Not for me, because I'm just a kind of medium kind of guy. But they've got them up to XXXs for dudes. And for the ladies, they got all the sizes that you need. Do go by and say hello to Sue Patrick, of course, and Jay Willems. Go to SuePatrick.com for more information.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Sue Patrick, and shout out to our friends at SendTexTickets.com as well. If you're looking for tickets to Texas OU, look no further than SendTexTickets.com. Just log on, and they've got them for you right there. But hey, if you're not going to the game, maybe you're going to ACL this weekend. If you need tickets to that, they've got them for you right there at SendTexTickets.com. Every sporting event, concert tickets, festival tickets, Broadway show tickets, they've got it all for you right there at SendTexTickets.com.
Get ready for those Formula One tickets. Get ready.
Oh, yeah. F1 coming up in a couple of weeks, and we might have a new sponsor on our text line.
Very nice.
Yeah, we can't announce it just yet, but we're working on getting a sponsor to that text line, 512-222-9328. And might have something to do with F1. It just might. And hey, I'm going to meet you at 7-Eleven today.
That's right. We're gonna share some pizza.
Yeah, well, I'm a dumbass. That's the real reason why I'm meeting you at 7-Eleven today.
Yeah, yes, that's okay. That's all right.
Usually, when you pay the guys who work for you, you sign the checks that you mail to them. I think that's what you're supposed to do. But I thought Bucky was actually volunteering for this job, so I was just gonna. Yeah.
Well, the lady at the bank said, "Hey, your dude didn't sign this." I'm like, "Dude has to sign there." I said, "I see his name on the check." She goes, "See that spot over there to the right where you generally sign your name when you do checks?"
Yep.
Since, oh man, you're still sending out checks instead of doing stuff by your phone, since you send out and you've got stamped mail that goes out all the time. I'm like, oh no, there's no signature there.
Dude.
She goes, nope, your dude didn't sign it.
You should have
can't put
forged
in the
it,
bank."
man. Why didn't you forge it? Come on now.
No, I don't like to play around like that, man, because it'll just be that one time that somebody says, nah, you need to go to jail forging my name. No, don't play that.
Hey,
Don't do that. Don't
for
do
me,
that.
the good news is I get to go to 7-Eleven, right?
Yeah, Olipop.
Give me some snacks, maybe an Olipop. Who knows?
Yeah, man.
But they've got it all at 7-Eleven, man. The Olipops, the Big Gulps, the Slurpees, the coffee, of course, if you're on your way to work, and the snacks and the pizza, the taquitos, the hot dog. You don't need us to tell you what they have at 7-Eleven. You know because you go all the time, and you should keep going all the time because they are the best convenience store.
Little Debbie's, the doubles, the Little Debs are there.
The double-deckers that you take in the bathroom there.
Shh, my wife has left. She's not listening anymore. That is cool. I'm going to have me one of those before I hit the golf course. My calcium's a little up again.
You're gonna
drop the sweets.
You're gonna drop a double decker in the bathroom there.
I'm gonna drop. I mean, she's out of the house. I can do all kinds of stuff when she's not around, But I'm gonna get myself a Little Debbie's. First of all, I got to get all the stuff out of the front seat of the car that's on the floor there that I wasn't supposed to be eating. That I have under my Austin American Statesman there. So.
Hey, you're talking about the double decker oatmeal cream pie, right?
Oh man.
Yeah, you're a big cream pie guy.
That and coffee for breakfast and a round of golf in the heat. Shouldn't that work out just well for my body? Do I transient global amnesia again from that?
Oh, my God. That's a mess. Shout out to 7-Eleven. Shout out to all of our great sponsors right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. And, hey, the Buck mentioned Olipop. We could talk Olipop right now for a second as well. Have you got the chance to try a couple of the ones that I gave you, Buck?
I did. I love it. I'm liking the cola.
Yeah.
Because I was at Coca-Cola, and it's got that taste, but it doesn't have that junk.
Absolutely. That's the
and
best
when somebody
part.
says it's really good for you, generally I look at it like I do with water. I'm the worst water drinker in the history of, I feel like I'm a camel. Just a certain amount of water should do me for at least 3 or 4 months. So, but I'm out of that since I've gone transgender, global amnesia. So I've had to get to the water. But the Olipop has all the good stuff in there, and I love the flavors. I love grape. I love it all, man.
Dude, the grape is fantastic, man.
Yes.
Oh, my God. The grape and root beer, I think, are my two favorites. But they've got cola. They've got cherry cola. They've got cream soda. They've got tropical punch. They've got a number of different flavors. There's probably a few that you are going to really, really enjoy. And like the Buck said, it's good for you. You're getting 9 grams of fiber in every can of Olipop. Only 2 to 5 grams of sugar in every can. Hardly any calories. This stuff is good for you. It supports digestive health, and you can also enjoy what you are drinking. That's hard to find. I'm like the Buck, man. Health food, I'm usually like, no, thank you. I'm not a rabbit. I don't eat salad. I don't need that shit. But this is actually healthy, and more importantly for me, it tastes good. So Olipop, they've got it at 7-Eleven, H-E-B, Target, Whole Foods, Costco, wherever you go, you can get you some Olipop.
Love it.
Little Debbie going to turn you into Big Buck.
No, it's going to turn me into diabetic Buck. That's what it's going to turn me into.
It doesn't quite have the same ring to it.
No toes. When I'm out there trying to take that swing and I got no toes. That's what I've got to do. I've got to be careful of that now.
You already said you're going to get your thumb amputated so you can golf better. Now you're about to go out there.
It's the pointer. Look from the shot that I got last week. I'm getting a little bit of wiggle, but I don't get the bend in it.
Yeah.
So there won't be an excuse. When I went in and told the doctor I was coming here to take the finger, he's looking at me. He thought I was serious. I mean, when I went in there, that guy looked at me, and he's done these little surgeries and some different things and given shots in the palm and everything else. He said, I'm 70% that this injection will work. And he says, we have another procedure that if this one doesn't work, it's worked for him 100% of the time. So we can do it right in the office, little quick surgery to loosen up that. But he said, all the old man joints are really in good shape. So
good.
I'm good to go. And it's moving a little bit better. It really, really is. But when I told him, Doc, I was very close to coming in here and say, take the finger. I said, could you have just left a nub with that part? He said, oh yeah, that part would have been able to move. I said, I was already have a nub and a little rubber top to it, and let's go. And he goes, you sound really serious right now. And I'm like, yeah, dude.
Yeah, dude. The Ryder Cup is coming back soon.
Well,
I need to be
yes.
on that team.
Of course. They're going to need me.
Man. All right. Let's get back into Texas OU. Look, there are obviously a couple of things that could happen on Saturday that will make this game close. If Texas plays the way that it has played, I think the Longhorns win, and I think they cover, and I don't think we're talking about a close game when it's all said and done. But one thing that does concern me, and I think it concerns every Longhorn fan, is the health of two really, really important players on this Texas team. Of course, JT Sanders left the Kansas game early with that ankle injury. He got rolled up on by Jonathan Brooks and a Kansas defensive lineman. He left the game early, never returned. He was in street clothes for the second half. And then Ryan Watts, I didn't even notice when Ryan Watts left the game. I just heard, I think it was Molly McGrath doing sidelines on Saturday. And she's like, yeah, Ryan Watts is also banged up and he will not return with an injury. So here's Sark. Didn't give much of an update, but he was asked about the status of JT Sanders and Ryan Watts. And here's the head coach talking about those two guys yesterday.
JT and Ryan are both day-to-day right now. It's going to take a minute for them to rehab and see if they'll be able to go. I'll probably have a better answer for you on Thursday.
Yeah, those are day-to-day injuries, it looks like right now. I didn't even notice him going either, BK, on Saturday, Ryan Watts, because I try not to look to his side because I don't want to see anybody streaking by that dude. I know a lot of people like the way he plays. I just get a little nervous with him at cornerback. And especially a guy if he's limped up, I get even more nervous about him being there in the cornerback position. Now, this is not a group that has great wide receivers at Oklahoma right now. I think Dylan Gabriel is just starting to get used to some of the wideouts that he has, over the last year or so. And so there's nobody, I believe, that's spectacular on that team. But they've got a few tall guys that are pretty consistent catchers. They don't drop a lot of balls. So I worry more so about guys that have speed more so than guys that are the tall type of players.
Yeah, look, I think Ryan Watts is the best corner on this Texas team. Is he perfect? No, but I think he's really, really solid. And, Texas does have some good depth at cornerback, but Ryan Watts is the best of the bunch.
He's good with his hands. He's good when he gets his hands on you.
Yeah, so not having him out there on Saturday would be a big loss for Texas. I mean, once again, the asterisk you have to put by all of the ridiculously good Oklahoma numbers is, well, they haven't played anybody, but their numbers are ridiculously good, especially through the air. Like, they haven't been able to run the ball consistently well, so that gives me some confidence with how good the Texas run defense has been. But, man, Dylan Gabriel is putting up ridiculous numbers, and the Oklahoma passing attack is one of the best and most efficient in the country right now. So you would like to have all hands on deck in your secondary to make sure that you're good to go. And the Texas safeties, if there is a weakness on this defense, the safeties aren't always great in coverage. So you want to make sure your corners are there covering guys the best that they can, so you don't leave your safeties out on an island covering some of Oklahoma's best receivers one-on-one. So, yeah, Ryan Watts, if he can't play, that's a big loss for Texas, man. He does a lot for that defense. And, Oklahoma, you said, like, I'm looking at their receivers, man, and I think most people have never heard of these guys.
Right.
Like, it's a lot of new faces, right? There's no, CeeDee
no
Lamb
Mims.
there.
There's no Mims. There's
Denzel Mims, Hollywood Brown, Sterling Shepard. You just think of some of the big names, like guys who were first or second round picks in the NFL. And maybe, a Jaleel Farouk turns into that. And maybe an Andrell Anthony turns into that. Same thing with Nick Anderson. But, like, these are dudes that, if you haven't watched Oklahoma this year, you probably have no idea who they are. But they're all putting up good numbers. Nick Anderson is a deep threat. He's averaging 28 yards a catch right now. I think Jaleel Farouk might be the best. He's got consistent
hands. He's the best, I think, of them all. He's really got great hands.
Yeah, Anthony's got the best numbers right now, but I like Farouk's game a lot. So, it's just, once again, they've got some good receivers. Dylan Gabriel's been picking defenses apart. So, like, I don't know, man. I don't want to sit here and say Ryan Watts would be a bigger absence than Jatavion Sanders because, JT is one of the best tight ends in the country, and we know how much of a matchup nightmare he is for other defenses. But, man, Ryan Watts, like, if that guy can't play, that's advantage Oklahoma, man. I don't feel as great about Texas's defense being able to look the way that it's looked through these 5 games if they don't have number 6 out there.
Yeah, I think you feel better that if JT Sanders is not playing, you've got enough wide receivers, and you've got number 5 now who's getting into that slot area, into that tight end area, and making those. A.D. Mitchell's making catches everywhere. He's catching it like as if he's a tight end. Catches the ball in traffic. He'll go across the middle. You don't worry about him dropping the balls because he's going to take a hit. He'll go get the ball. So you can make up. You can make up for that. Maybe not make up when it comes to the blocking game, but I think you have good enough tight ends that you're going to be okay in the run game. But you're right. Probably Ryan Watts. You just don't. You can't lose that guy at corner. You can't lose a big corner like them who can redirect some of those guys.
Yeah, and look, you've got Terrence Brooks, you've got Manny Muhammad, who's been really, really good as a true freshman. Obviously, Gavin Holmes, the transfer coming in from Wake Forest, has made some things happen. Like Texas has some depth once again at corner, so it's not like you lose Ryan Watts and you just have nobody you feel good about to throw out there to replace him. But yeah, Ryan Watts, the Ohio State transfer.
Experience.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of experience, played in a lot of big games, played in this game last year. You want experience in games like this. You want veteran leadership in games like this. That's Ryan Watts. So hopefully he can be out there and play for Texas on Saturday. And then, yeah, JT Sanders. I mean, we can get to him in a little bit. Yeah, look, that's been really cool about what Quinn Ewers has done over the last 2 weeks. Maybe my favorite part of what Texas has done offensively over the last couple of weeks. And it's easy to say Jonathan Brooks, and he's been great. I honestly thought Jonathan Brooks was going to be this good all off season long. Like I was super excited about him. So it's not shocking to me that he's been able to impress the way that he has, and he's been able to put up the numbers that he has. But the fact that, 2 weeks ago, Xavier Worthy only had like 3 catches against Baylor, and the Texas passing game looked as good as it did. And then the fact that JT Sanders missed most of the game on Saturday, and the Texas passing game looked as good as it did against Kansas. Like that, there are so many different ways this offense can beat you. And obviously the passing game, there's so many different options that Quinn Ewers has. Also, he can run it himself, as we've learned over the last few games. That Texas has enough horses on the outside to be okay if JT Sanders isn't there. But it goes without saying that you'd like to have 0 on the field because
like to have him in the run game. Yeah, I need him in the run game. I mean, like I said, when you've done some good things for him early in the game, he is fantastic in run blocking throughout the football game. And they just have enough receivers right now. And Jordan Whittington hadn't even had one of those games yet, where he gets in the slot area where the tight ends will be and make some of those catches. He hadn't had his game yet.
Is he going to, do you have faith that he's going to have one of those games?
I do. I mean, for me, one of those games for him is 6 or 7 catches. I mean, he hadn't got to one of those games where he's had seven catches, has he? Not so far this season. This may be the game where he'll take the place of the tight end, and they'll start looking for him a little bit more inside, because I know what the other guys are going to do. I know Worthy's going to make a big play here. He's going to get over the top of Oklahoma's defense somehow, some way. It'll happen against them, or use him in reverse, or use him in reverse pass, because don't forget the trickeration this week. That's coming out from somebody. That's either coming out from Sark or it's coming out on the other side. Somebody's going to have, 1 or 2 trick plays in this football game.
What would be a nice trick play? Something that could break tendency for this Texas offense?
I mean, like a long bomb over the top where they catch it?
I'd be fine with that, but something even rarer than that, because we've seen a couple of long bomb touchdowns from Texas this year, haven't we?
Not from really Xavier Worthy. Now where he gets behind the defense where the ball actually hits him in the hands and they go in to score.
We saw that against Alabama. Well, we haven't seen a Jordan Whittington touchdown, Buck. That's the wrinkle that I'm talking about. He had 1 touchdown last year. He has 0 this year. He only has 12 catches. I sure hope this doesn't sound like I'm dunking on the kid, but I don't have a lot of faith in Jordan Whittington having big games anymore. I was with you. I was saying that for the first few games of the season. Hey, at some point we know he's good enough to where he's going to have maybe not a 10-catch game, but 5, 6, 7-catch game where he goes for 80, 90 yards and a touchdown. He's got 12 catches through 5 games this season. I don't have a lot of faith in Jordan Whittington. I don't know if it's Sark. I don't know if it's Quinn. I don't know if it's Jay Witt. It could be a combination of all of those guys.
Well, it's more so than anything, it's the quarterback has found a guy that he just really, really trusts in.
Yeah.
That when he's not correct, that A.D. Mitchell will make plays for him. He feels comfortable throwing the ball to A.D. Mitchell. He's not. Jordan Whittington is that kind of afterthought guy right now. Like I said, you only have 1 ball, but and sometimes somebody has a 7-game, a 7-catch game. Somebody's going to have a 2-catch game. For Witt, I just think this is a guy who's played in this game a couple times now. That 6 or 7 catches would be just fantastic, and he seems to get open in this game. He's had some nice games against Oklahoma, I believe.
Sure. Yeah, I kind of thought Whittington was going to be one of those security blankets, right? And it hasn't happened. Now the good news is Texas is 5-0. They've been fine, and Quinn Ewers, is in the mix.
A.D. Mitchell is his guy now. That's his security blanket.
I still think Xavier Worthy is the guy, and then I think JT Sanders is guy number 2. But Mitchell was awesome, and he was the leading receiver last week. So yeah, it's great. Like Texas has 3 really, really good options with Worthy, Sanders, and Mitchell. It's not like, Whittington's not getting the ball and the passing game sucks. That would be a huge issue. Then people would be like, why is Whittington not getting the ball more? It's just the way this offense has evolved this year. I don't feel like it makes a lot of sense to predict Jordan Whittington to have good games anymore because it's not what the offense does. And I heard Chip and Zay talking about this yesterday. Like, I don't want to demote Jordan Whittington, but should Jonte Cook be getting some of those snaps that Whittington's getting?
I don't know if it's that he's not truly getting open. I don't know. I don't know if the quarterback's getting to his first choice, and his first choice has now been open. I don't know when he becomes the first choice on the pass or what's going on. He doesn't look like he's the first choice on any of the routes. He looks like he's their number 2 guy or number 3 guy that they go to. So yeah. I don't know. I mean, I think he's still a threat. I think you have to have him out there. I think you have to have his experience because he does more than just catch the ball. He's the best, blocker out there, all the receivers. When he gets on you, he stays on you. They do a lot of little short passes where they need him to get out there and be a blocker. So, I mean, he's got a role. It's just that our expectations are when he's going to have that game where he catches 8 balls for 100 yards. I mean, it just hasn't. And they're running the ball more. I'm not saying they're running the ball more now. It's going to get to they run the ball a little bit more as the season goes on too. Yeah. And you're right. He may get less touches as time goes on.
I mean, Jordan Whittington last year had 50 catches for 652 yards. He did only have 1 touchdown, but 50 catches. He's got 12, and we're almost at the midway point of the season. Like he's on pace for in the 20s right now. So once again, Texas is way better, and I'm sure he's a great leader. And the way everybody talks about him is he's a team first guy through and through. So I'm sure he'd rather be 5-0 and not getting the ball a ton versus being last year's 8-4 team, 8-5 team, and having better individual numbers. Like I'm sure Jay Witt is fine with that, but it's just, I don't know. It's just one of those weird things.
It's not like having Waddle and being at Alabama where guys are going to have 60 catches, the other guy's going to have 45, one guy's going to have 80. It's just not, it doesn't work that way for every team. Where, I mean, when the ball gets spread around, you start to have favorites. You start to look at other guys more often because those guys get open too. And now you're used to them getting open and you're used to them catching the ball. Only, like I said, only one ball. You can't throw 3 at a time where he's open, and you throw them all at a time and they all catch.
For sure.
It's just he's just not getting – the love isn't coming to him right now. It doesn't mean he's not open, but it means the other guys are getting open because they're catching the ball too.
Yeah. All right, Buck. I'm gonna leave and come back because I don't like that I can't hear the audio super well on my computer right now.
Okay.
People are texting saying that it's not coming through on the text. So while I leave for 20 seconds, will you tell the folks a little bit about Woods Comfort Systems?
Yes, folks. They've been around for over 60 years, and they're doing, not only do they do air conditioning, they also do plumbing too. And I've had this system in my house, in my brand new house, for over 3 years. And all they do is come out. I have a contract that they come out twice a year and check out, whether it's the wintertime or summertime, make sure that I have everything lined up for the seasons. And they'll get out to you too. And if you called up Dave over there at Woods Comfort Center, believe me, he's going to get to you. He's going to make sure that your house is all your systems are winterized, ready to go for the upcoming winter season. And if you're still having problems with that air conditioning, believe me, it's still warm enough that if you have to have it fixed and people are telling you they can't get to you for 4 weeks or 3 weeks, call Woods Comfort Systems. They'll get to you right away. They've been doing business for 60 years, and nobody does it better than Woods Comfort Center. I can't be happier with the group that I've been with, and they haven't had to come out to my house very many times, but they do come out because we have the contract to come out, winterize the house, make sure during the summertime that the air conditioning is working properly, and they will get to you. They're not coming out just because you don't have a problem. It doesn't need to be a problem. It just needs to be that you want to make sure the systems are working properly. And at Woods Comfort Systems, they'll do just that. Love the folks at Woods Comfort System. They're a big part of the program, and thank you guys for being one of our big sponsors. We love having you as one of our sponsors too. And once again, to all those folks that have become travel sponsors, we appreciate that. And travel partners with us are great. The Austin Duck Adventures, Comanche Concrete, and of course, Hayes City Store. Thank you to the folks at Hayes City Store also. And once again, if you're interested in just becoming a travel partner with us, you can do that. All you have to do is hit us on that text line at 512-222-9328. send us a message on the text line and say, listen, I want to become one of your travel partners when you guys are going to one of these big events, because we will be at the national championship in Houston this year for sure. Not only for football, remember basketball also will be a big part of the basketball program here at the university. So be sure to hit us up if you want to just become a travel partner. Maybe you don't want to do the monthly deal with us like many have, but you can just become that travel partner. We'd love to have you on board. And BK is doing his thing, of course. And as we're talking about this Texas football team, and once again, the Quinn Ewers right now is having a fantastic season. You know, he had the turnover last week, and that turnover was just Quinn looking at his receiver and the linebacker looking at Quinn when he was throwing to him. So, unfortunately, we had an interception on that play. But throughout the season so far, Quinn Ewers has been fantastic throwing the ball. He's gotten better and better each and every game and setting his feet. Last week was just another example of, you know, him throwing for over 300 yards last week, and his footwork was immaculate in the game last week. And I think that continues on in this football game. He was exceptional last year in this game. I think the same will happen in this game coming up. My expectation is that this kid just keeps getting better with each and every game, and he starts to really, really hone in on some of these targets. Not only that, I mean, he's using his eyes and moving and directing linebackers in different positions. Just last week, for one occasion where he just eyeballed the wide receiver from the beginning, from the initial snap all the way through the interception. He just eyeballed the receiver that he was going to throw to. Really never looked at anybody else, just the one receiver. So expect Quinn Ewers to have another fantastic game. Once again, as long as he can keep his footwork set and do the right things with his footwork, the rest of his game is there. The arm strength and everything else. And I think the maturity is there too. And I think he's been a mature leader for this football team. And some of those runs, as I thought last week, are the things that are happening with him, with not only his arm, but with his feet. It's helping out this team and making this team a better team all around. It sure is helping out the offense for sure. It also helps out the defense when you can keep the chains running, when everybody's turning their back to you, looking for you to pass the ball down the field, and you go ahead and you're not picking up 5 and 10 yards. This guy's now had a 29-yard touchdown run and a 39-yard touchdown run. And he has been he's surprised. I think he's surprising himself with his speed, but that's what it is. Once you start feeling that confidence and you start understanding what defenses are trying to do to you. Now, they're not going to totally start turning their backs. They'll start playing that man-to-man and start getting into zones where they understand that Quinn Ewers will run with the football. And they're going to start stopping that because they can't keep giving up 30-yard chunk plays to a quarterback that's not supposed to be able to run like that. But again, it's really starting to burn teams right now. So we'll see how that works out this week in this game. I love this particular football game. I've been a part of this football game. I was a part of this game for 4 years at the University of Texas. There's no game like it. There really, really isn't. The only thing that comes close to this is Texas versus Texas A&M. But this Red River Rivalry is something very, very special. And it means an awful lot. And it means a lot more right now to Oklahoma after, especially what happened to them last year, 49-0. They will be out for blood. This is a game that everybody will be involved in. The fans will be involved in this game, the players, the coaches, but the alums will be involved. That was a whipping that they took last year that they're not forgetting about anytime soon. Whether you're going to the SEC with them or not, they want revenge for what happened last week. And as I said, there'll be a lot of chatter going on in this game. It's a game that, as a player, you've got to be careful around the piles. They play past the echo or the whistle. You'll get the snot knocked out of you if you're not prepared in this football game. So hopefully the Horns will be practicing that way. They understand what that echo or the whistle means, and especially in a rivalry game like this. So be careful. Be ready to look out for that happening. So it should be an awful lot of fun this week. And the fans that are going up there will have a great time. We will be live from the fairgrounds on Saturday doing a 2-hour pregame show. So look for us. We'll be right near Big Tech. So if you're going up, come by and say hello. Give us a shout out. We'll have our whole crew up there. So come and join us and enjoy this football game. Be a part of it. The number 3 team in the nation versus the Sooners. You back, big guy?
Well, not really. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, well, I'm on my phone. The Wi-Fi in my apartment just decided to crap out, so.
Oh, it's that Oak Hill area, huh?
Yeah, it's wrecked them. They got me again.
They got you. Well, you may have to go ahead and go down there to to Aish down there at 7-Eleven and plug in. I'm pretty sure their stuff is going on.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. What a nightmare.
Yeah, BK, I was just talking about some of the history of this game and the fun that it is for the players to play in this game. This is a fun game. This is one of those games that if you don't let your passions get overwhelm you, you can have an awful lot of fun as a player and a coach in this football game. It just is. I said no other game except for playing the Aggies is like this football game for players. The only thing that comes close is playing Texas A&M to what goes on in this game. And for coaches too, coaches alike, they love this game. I loved being a part of the Red River Rivalry. I love being on the sideline for the game. I love everything that leads up to the game. I love the week of practice for this football game because you got the best out of the players. You know, you have your best practices this week. And when you played A&M, you had your best practices. Every practice was a great practice. It was almost like the game itself. It's almost by the time tomorrow's over with, BK, those guys want to pack it up and get going. They want to get up to Dallas, and you can't do that. You still have work to be done, but the players themselves by Wednesday are ready to crank it up. The coaches understand that you've got still 48 hours before you play this game, but it gets to be a little crazy, this football game.
All right.
There you go. You got a little echo, but you're all right now. I see you.
Are we back now?
You are back.
Okay. Sorry about that. Sorry to leave you on an island.
Oh, that's okay.
It's the worst telling somebody you're going to be gone for like a minute. Like, hey, watch my kid for a second. I'm just going to the bathroom, and then you leave for like.
Wait till I have to take my first dump when I just take off and go. I've not had to do that yet. I've been very, very good just sitting here peeing in my pants,
What about that bucket? Don't you have that bucket next to you? You're going in your pants?
Here it is. The little paint bug. There it is. When the time comes. Well, I can't sit on this one, so I can hold number 2. But there will be a time where just the old man that I didn't wear the man diaper that morning, that I'm going to have to do this. Big smile will be upon my face.
Now, I have been to San Francisco before, and I have seen someone drop a deuce into a cup even smaller than that. So
there's no chance.
Oh, yeah.
I know they got a lot of people without homes and cars and money and living on the street, but they don't shit in a Dixie cup.
Oh, dude, red Solo cup. Oh, yeah. I've seen it with my own eyes, man.
I don't know if I want to see it, but I can imagine that.
I couldn't look away. Everyone else was like disgusted, and I'm like,
not you.
No way. That's going to happen?
That's actually going to fit. It's going to work.
Yeah. And then he just threw the cup. You'd think like, oh, the point of doing it in the cup is so you'll just throw it away in the trash can so it doesn't bother anybody. But now I just threw the cup right on the side of the street.
Just slammed it against the window right there against the jewelry store. That's what he decided to do.
He didn't do that, no, but there was a shit cup on the loose in San Francisco.
My God.
Oh, man. Yeah, look, do the kids have to go to class this week? Like, I was mad as a student that I had to go to class the week of Texas OU. We're not actually making the football players do any school this week, right? This is the biggest game of the year. They need to be focused on the game.
Well, there's no game next week, so I got a feeling Monday, when Texas beats Oklahoma on Monday, there won't be any students at class on Monday. There's no game the following week. You've had a long weekend. They're going to stretch that weekend out to that Monday. So, and everybody will just, and the people up there, a lot of folks obviously will be coming back. Some will be coming back Sunday. If they win, they're not coming back till Monday afternoon sometime.
No, what Cardale Jones said it best. We didn't come here to play school, all right? Like, I didn't go to UT to play school. And I didn't play sports. I wanted to party. That's why I wanted to go there. The players, they don't come there to play school, all right? They're there to play football. That's what we need this weekend.
As my son has told me, 34 Wine and Spirits was packed yesterday, for the sororities and the fraternities preparing themselves to go up. What do they do? Load up on the alcohol on a Monday?
Oh, yeah.
When do they leave to go up there? On Thursday? Is Thursday about the day when people start heading up that way, students?
No, it's Friday.
Still Friday? They get on buses?
How it worked way back when I was a student, the fraternities would ask dates. Usually there were sorority girls, but you could just ask anybody to go. But, yeah, the fraternities would all get a bunch of buses, and you would roll up I-35 to Dallas on Friday. You'd stop in Waco at the fast food mile, and you'd go to one of those fast food joints or check out that Fazoli's right there off the side of the highway. And you'd make your way up to Dallas. But the thing is, like the tradition is, the dates, the girls would paint coolers. And that was like their gift to the guys, for the guys paying for the hotels and the buses and most of the other expenses that come along with that trip. And the girls would, they'd paint coolers, but they'd also load the coolers up with booze. And that was sort of their gift to their dates. And look, they would all drink it all weekend long. So that's what I think is going on right now with AJ at 34 Wine and Spirits. But hey,
wow,
good for him.
He said he's never had it like this before, ever. Since they opened up their store, he's never had it on a Monday of a week like this. I mean, this is a big weekend coming up.
Should I you think I could get on one of those buses?
You can still do that. I don't know if you'd like to. I mean, there are teenagers on those buses. I know that may not stop you being almost 40 years old now, but
almost 40 years old now.
Yeah,
why are you putting your problems on me? I'm not even 30 yet, almost 40.
Yeah. Stay away from the daughters. Leave them alone. Let them be. Let them grow up and have a good weekend. Don't you be putting yourself upon them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're fine.
You know, older women are daughters too.
That's true.
There are mothers of children out
mothers
there.
Of children. You're absolutely right. There's mothers of children out there.
Don't forget about that one, Gundy.
Yeah.
Oh man, but you're right. Like this game is just different, man. Like it's cliche, and coaches and players will say this before every big game, but I feel like for this one, it's true. This type of game is why you come to the University of Texas. And it's not just Texas OU. Like that game in itself is enough. These teams could both be 0-5 and the game would be super exciting, and it's still one of the best rivalries in college football. But you add the element of both of these teams are 5-0. Both of these teams are ranked in the top 12. It's a battle for first place in the conference. Both of these teams have CFP aspirations. Like that, all of that makes this a legitimate reason for why you come play football at the University of Texas.
Sure.
Same thing for Oklahoma too. Like this is why you go to OU, to play football, for games like this against your biggest rival that have college football playoff / national championship / conference title implications. This is it. These games are just different. So you said it. You got to control your emotions. Like play with emotion, but don't get emotional. I think that's something Sark has said before. Play with emotion. Of course, like you want to be jazzed up and juiced up for this game. You want to be playing with emotion, but don't let your emotions get the best of you. Don't make emotional decisions that hurt your team on the field on Saturday. That goes a long way into who wins this game every single year.
Yeah, and there's always a hero in this game, and there's always some GOAT. So don't be the GOAT. Don't be on the GOAT end of this game, on this football game. Heroes at the University of Texas have been made here in this particular game. So you want to be a part of that. Plus, you want to be a part of history. This is an opportunity for this team to continue on to winning the final Big 12 championship. And, I mean, Oklahoma wants to be a part of that also. It's not just your team. It's their team, too. This is a huge game. This is a huge national game coming up on Saturday, too. This is not just for here. This is all over the nation. A lot of eyes will be on these two teams.
Oh, yeah. Oh, College Game Day is going to be there in Dallas.
Yep.
Texas Sports Unfiltered is going to be there in Dallas.
There
Some
you
would
go.
argue that is a bigger deal than College Game Day being there. But yeah, even though it's an 11 a.m. kick, it's going to be the most watched game in college football this week.
Well, hell, we're used to that now. I mean, if you're not used to 11 a.m. Texas OU, then what can there be? 2:30? I don't even remember the last time it was at 2:30.
I know.
I had to be drinking back in that day when that was happening. That had to be a long, long time ago. Every game seems to be at 11 o'clock here.
Man, I think within the last 6 or 7 years, there was one 2:30 kick. Maybe it's the last 10 or 15 years, but I feel like I remember one relatively recent afternoon kickoff.
Or where you just woke up at 1 o'clock and got to the game just in time?
Yeah, Daniel, once again, you can't put anything on our comment line that isn't true. Those are the rules, so I'm trusting Daniel.
It's like X.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's the internet. You know, I always recite the world famous Abraham Lincoln quote. You can't put anything on the internet that isn't true.
There you go. Thank you, Mr.
Honest
Lincoln.
Abe said that.
Thank you, Mr. Lincoln.
Yeah, they called him Honest Abe. I believe it was Elon Musk who first coined Abe Lincoln Honest Abe. I think I've got my timeline right.
There you go.
Yeah, so one time, but I mean 9 out of 10 times, and it feels like 19 out of 20 times this is in 11 a.m. kick. So we'll see. Maybe with the move to the SEC, I don't think they'll ever put this game at night as much as I would love for it to be played at night. But maybe with the move to the SEC, they usually put their biggest games in that 2:30 window. I know they're going from CBS to ESPN next year, so maybe that changes things, but maybe we get a little bit later of a kickoff for the Cotton Bowl here in 2024 and beyond.
Yeah, I'm fine with it because I like to get into Dallas and get the hell out of there as quick as possible.
Yeah.
I like hanging out at night down there. I want to be gone. I want to be gonzo.
I always say it, man. Look, I think Texas OU is the best rivalry in college football, regardless. But if it really wants to solidify itself as the best rivalry in college sports, you need people to die. And you get people dying if you play that game at night in East Dallas.
Yeah, there is no doubt about it. You want them to die, you have that game at 7:30 at night in that spot.
Just saying, if
somebody's going to die.
If you want to be the best rivalry in the sport, maybe in all the sports, you need casualties, man. That's how you
Or you need people bringing gators, their pet gators in there. Their rescue gators.
Yeah, that was something. All right. It is 10 o'clock, which means we are done for the day. Coming up next, Chaos Theory with Rodney, and Wags is back. The full show is here. We'll bring the guys on before we part ways. Buck,
Wags, do you believe this is true? A real rivalry means somebody has to die?
The only thing that first came to mind was this ain't Channel 5. Somebody's going to die from the Fugees. That's the first lyrics that came to mind when I heard that, man. Dude, that's some harsh fighting. We're like, I thought that Maryland Duke had a pretty good rivalry, but I mean, that's just basketball. That's
just basketball. Yeah.
But yeah, dude, I mean, you want to talk maybe like, Tennessee and Florida back in the old days, man, or like Texas A&M in Texas. But yeah, I think this is the rivalry of all rivalries. I don't think anybody has to die at all right now.
That's not how BK feels. He doesn't feel that way.
I think it's the best already. I don't know if we have to go into.
Somebody has to perish.
This is just maybe
more
some limbs. Let's
more
location.
Start off
slow.
Location of the Cotton Bowl.
Maybe some limbs, right?
Yeah, I understand location for sure.
Hey, Buck. By the way, man, and I'm figuring out more and more that I am becoming you, apparently, because I go to pick up groceries yesterday, and my wife look what she has me, Little Debbie's.
Oh, look at that thing! It's like a piece of gold.
Double deckers right here.
Oh, double decker Little Debbie's.
A whole box, man.
She didn't buy it for you. You bought it for yourself, right?
My morning coffee, and some Little Debbie's, or maybe a late night snack. Man, I tell you, man. I tell you.
You know what, Wags? Soon this state will start getting into those tasty cakes, the ones from back east, the tasty cakes.
You know what else we have? Remember moon pies?
Dude, I don't eat moon pies.
No, man. I never touched a damn moon pie in my life, man. But and that's why, like, you would not see nothing but moon pies, and it was like, yeah, there's moon pies available. Yeah, no shit, lady, there's moon pies available for a reason.
Around here, dude, cinnamon rolls are where people go crazy. It's like, man, you can get that big old cinnamon roll. I know they have them at 7-Eleven. I've seen them in there.
If I'm doing that, I'm just going to eat a honey bun. Just
honey bun.
We had a guy on our football team that we nicknamed Honey Bun because that's all he ate was honey buns, man.
There is nothing sweeter than eating a honey bun. If you know
that's why I'm going to be missing some toes here shortly if I keep eating the stuff I'm eating.
Oh my!
All right, boyos. Y'all have a great show, fellas.
See you, boys.
Yeah, y'all be good. Thank you. What is going on, everybody? Welcome to Chaos Theory. It is Wags and Rodney. You can find me on Twitter, not the fake Wags, and Rodney as at the Rodney R, and on the gram at the _Rodney R. I'm on there at the Wagner Wire. What's going on, dude? I missed you, man.
Dude. Yeah, man. I tell you, yesterday it's like, man, where's my dude? It all works out though. It's all good. That's a good thing, man. We just
had to put me in solitary confinement to watch this Giants game. Like, I had to prep myself to be able to watch the Giants game. And for anybody out there that sits here and says that the Giants don't need Saquon Barkley, you are absolutely out of your gourd, because we've seen the splits now with Daniel Jones with Saquon Barkley and without Saquon Barkley, and it is rough. Now, don't get me wrong, there was still like some mishaps and some, there was a tipped interception that Barkley had off of from Daniel Jones's pass, but lo and behold, Daniel Jones cannot run this offense. It is lethargic. It's awful. We'll get into that later. We got a lot to break down with Texas OU. What's your favorite, food up there? I've never been up there before in my life, honestly. So it's going to be tough for me to actually give an opinion. But I live through the I live through the greatness of others. You know what I mean? Take the best damn corn dog out there in the world I've never had. Like I've heard great stuff about French's hot dogs. French's corn dogs. I would love to go out there and get a corn dog, man.
I tell you, man,
fried Oreos taste like sex. Holy shit!
My God. Hopefully it's good sex.
Hopefully
it's clean sex. I mean, that's a whole sex can taste.
Clean sex. Hold on, though. Is clean sex the best sex?
Well, I mean, kind of like the partner. The partner, you know, if you're going to be tasting things, hopefully it's a
tasty dish.
Yeah, but no, I would. I love that.
We got to stop.
I love that challenge. I love that challenge because I need to get I may take my ass down there and kind of hit the different spots and try it and compare it to this. Dude, I've got a whole box of these in the pantry. So yeah, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll take that challenge. Hopefully there's good shitters over there because if we do this challenge,
God, that's the worst, man. When you have to shit and there's no. You ever seen Train Spotting?
No,
never mind.
No,
that's just never mind.
No.
Anyway, those in chat that have seen Train Spotting, you guys know what I'm talking about. The worst shitter in Scotland.
Oh my God! So I have some friends in Pensacola, and I'm gonna drop their name right here. It's Boyettes.
Ricky Bobby.
No, that's Alabama. It's Boyettes is what they're called. Boyetts. I don't want to be misspelling shit like people do, but Boyettes, they operate the portable shitters, and they have the most immaculate shitters you can find, dude. They've got those trailer ones with ACs and shit in there. I mean, and a TV.
I haven't seen the one with the TV, but I've seen the one with like the trailers with the AC in there, man. But that's clutch. That is needed in Texas, man. Or anywhere where there is heat like this, you need a shitter with porcelain and AC.
Dude, it's unbelievable. So there's this huge stock car race at the end of November into December called the Snowball Derby in Pensacola, Florida. And people go there. And I mean, it's like Texas OU. I mean, this is actually like a 4-day ordeal where people are just getting smashed and getting hammered and all these different things. And you walk into any of these shitters that the Boyettes bring and set out there. And it's like, dude, I'll walk into one of these trailers, the AC's on, the TV's running with the race on, and there's like dudes snoring in the stall. I'm like, dude, come on, man. Get your ass up.
Get with it.
Wipe your ass and get out of here.
Get with it. What is the best food? And I'm gonna have to go to chat here too. Like, I need chat's opinion because I've never been up to the fairgrounds. I've never been up to Texas OU. I was supposed to go this week, but we had something going down that I got to go back east for. So and then we'll shoot right back over here. But yeah, like, so I was really like, and don't get me wrong, man. I'm imagining like pretzels with bacon wrapped around them and then all types of sprinkles on there. I've heard stories and tales about how you can get some type of damn purple-headed rainbow monster shit that goes down your throat, feeling like smooth molasses or whatnot. I've heard great stories, but I know that sounds weird, but I mean, you give me one hell of a slug that'll go down there. Woo!
Wags, I think it changes all the time.
Fried ice cream.
It's like every year, they're posting different, or you see different things online because, like the guys were saying, the internet don't lie about anything. I mean, you see different combinations of stuff. But I'm a traditional dude. I mean, I see Fletcher's corn dog. I mean, that would be the one. I mean, I'd go to that.
Is that the best? Is that the best thing on the menu? Is that the most consistent item? Is the Fletcher's corn dog the most consistent item at the fairgrounds, Rodney?
To me, that's what I would do. I mean, when people start like if we were going to take this and drop it in grease and try to fry it and have it all crusty like catfish, I mean, I don't think I want that. I mean, I want a staple. I want one of them big wieners.
Had a fried
I want the big wiener, dude.
How long?
Welcome back, Wags. I missed you yesterday, dude.
Hit your damn bell. Tuck it in your sock while you're at it too, man. Anyway, all right. So look, have you had a fried Twinkie though?
No, man.
You've never had a fried Twinkie from Pluckers?
No, I haven't.
Rodney, it's the same concept, man. It's delicious. And I don't even like Twinkies, man, but a fried Twinkie, there's just something about it. I haven't had the fried Oreo either. Jake said something about the fried Oreo, too. It's like sex. Bring it on, man. Let me taste it. Give me those
That's what
lips.
she said.
Give me those lips. Absolutely. All right, man. So what do you want to get into first? You want to break down a little bit of this Monday night debacle, or you want to, get into Texas OU?
I do want to.
I'd love to hear your thoughts and on Texas's dominating victory against Kansas, where once again I told you they were probably good for 24, and somebody said, "Hey, I wouldn't go betting the house on 24." Hey, dude, I'm not saying to go tease up to 24. I'm just saying that's my confidence level, right? All pistons are firing. All things are firing for this Texas offense. Now, the defense has been up to championship level, and now the offense is starting to get up there, Rodney.
I just like the fact, I was talking about this yesterday with BK, is where you get into this ball game and it's 13-7 at half, and in the past with Texas up ahead, the past few years I don't know if I'd be hitting that panic button, but it's like, oh my goodness. But now that Texas, this program, it's a second half team, and I mean, you never want to be stale. You never want to be bland. You never want to not be productive. But man, when you can put your foot on the gas and put your foot on the throat and every other fucking cliche you can come up with, when you're doing that in the second half, that's when it's go time. And that's exactly what's happening right now. And I think a lot of this fan base, I think that we're finally realizing that, to where it's like, okay, first half wasn't quite what it's supposed to be, even though when you were looking at those halftime stats, I'm like, how is this only a 13-7 ball game?
Right, there's domination,
but still there was no oh my god, oh shit, that we've seen in the past, because they're going to make the adjustments that they need to make on the offensive side, because the defense is doing their job, man. There is no question, right?
My guy, you talked about
a second half team.
You talked about it last week on how dominant of a factor that you thought Jonathan Brooks was going to be, and dude, went over the 200 century mark, 219 yards, man. This guy was on fire, looked like a Sunday running back. Congratulations. I mean, you had the vision, my guy. Now, look, I thought there would be some Jonathan Brooks sprinkled in there, but I thought that, as long as CJ Baxter was healthy, I think that, and this is no slap in the face to CJ Baxter, because he's one hell of a talented running back, but you've seen the ability for Jonathan Brooks to not only, get yards after the first hit, he's also got the breakaway speed to pull away and just go. And we talked about how he gets stronger as the game goes on. That speaks to, or that is a testament to the second half team, right? And I've been really critical about Sarkisian and with the up-tempo offense real quick in the game, very early in the game, and then start to lay on him, late in the game with the run and Jonathan Brooks, and starting laying the heavy hammer. But I think I can't criticize it. I can't fix it if it's not broke, or why fix it if it isn't broke? That old cliche, right? And it's working to perfection almost. We're 5-0 now. Quinn threw one interception all year long, right? It was last game, but still, man, what you're getting in bonus out of him with just these scrambles now. I mean, 20 plus yards. We never thought that we'd be talking about Quinn Ewers going on a 20 plus yard scramble for a touchdown, right? And then also doing like a bootleg, like a fake trap inside to get the defense to suck in, and then roll out on a bootleg or a waggle, and then have the option to actually dive in or throw it. This dude is confident with his legs. He does look lighter on his feet. And Rodney, I was wrong. I was wrong about Quinn Ewers. I thought that he wasn't the best quarterback in the program, or I didn't think that he should be the one playing at the moment. I thought maybe, if he struggled a little bit more with the inconsistent play, that maybe Malik should go in. But dude, it goes to show, do not have knee-jerk reactions, all right, and allow things to settle. And if the motion is good, and if it's not broken, do not fix it, all right? Do not hit the panic button if there is no need to panic. We, as Texas fans, like to make everything perfect. And if it's not perfect, we hit the panic button. So let's pump the brakes just a little bit. Even though Sark says all gas, no brakes, let's know where to slow down a little bit where we go around the curves, and then let's nail it out on the speed, man, to use your motor speedway reference there.
Yeah, it's good stuff right there, my man. And it all comes down to it with Ewers. I mean, look, more reps, more game time. The impressive thing was we have watched him in the past to where, we talk about playing down to the competition and everything. And this, I don't want to, I'm not insulting Kansas when I say playing down to the competition, because they were ranked 24 coming into this ball game. But when you go down that roster and you look at everything, and of course you had Daniels out and all of that, but let me tell you something. When you talk about Bean, that is a very good, I hate to use the term backup quarterback, that is a very good second team quarterback that came in there. I'm looking at something when they played Oklahoma, Bean 16 to 27, 265 yards, 4 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. So the dude is very capable. I think that was last year. But the thing about that, with that coming in, I think this is what we're talking about. No need to panic. This program is in a much better place. And like we've talked about with the running back thing, why take the bell cow out of the ball game? This is the guy.
I like the change of pace, though. I do like kind of keeping the defense on their toes, unbalanced a little bit. But with that, it goes to show you how much balance we have, right? Like, we use our balance as an offense to keep the defense so unbalanced, man. It's just, I'm going to sound so fanboy today, man, because I feel like I've been very critical. I won't say pessimistic. I've been very critical of the Longhorns because I expect.
Oh man, I am too.
Like most Longhorn fans, I expect perfection.
Well, back to the running back thing. In the past, what we would have, I think what we would have gotten, whether it be in this game or whatever game, Jonathan Brooks goes out there and he has a great series, and it's like, okay, hot hand right here. This is a guy. Next series, the offense comes out, and here comes CJ, and then okay, next series, here comes Jaden Blue, and that seems to be what this coaching staff has gotten away from. Yes, the mixture, the change, all of that. Yes, that is
allowing them to get flow, right? Allowing them to find their rhythm.
Right. That's the whole thing. So much of this with football, any damn sport right there. And the same thing we're talking about Ewers, man. The more that he does this, and the more, and that confidence factor, you see it in this guy, man, the swagger, whatever you want to call it. This dude comes rolling out on the field, and it's like, he knows what he is going to be able to do, because he's got so many freaking weapons, Wags. Yeah, and that's the other part about this team that makes him so fucking scary, in my opinion.
And we can all get into our own heads, right? We know that, right? Like, we all have battles with ourselves, right? And God, the last thing I want to do is sit here and criticize Quinn Ewers when he's been playing damn near perfect, right? Because the kid he's playing Sunday football. I can't believe I'm saying that from a Texas, as a Texas quarterback. It looks good to see that you're playing Sunday football, right? Like, to see our dude. Now, don't get me wrong, like Sam Ehlinger, I thought played Sunday football as well, right? But Quinn Ewers, to me, dude, when he's finally able to sit here and consistently throw the ball like over 300 yards like he's been doing, man, it just turns into really consistent play. And that's what we've been very critical with him over the past 4 weeks. Consistency, right? It looks good, man. He's taking what the defense allows him, and he's using that balance here, Rodney.
Yeah, the maturity part really seems to be there. Just in a lot of different factors. I don't know if it's finding the faith. I don't know people maybe in his inner circle that have gathered him back in. But look at this, Wags. Here are the numbers to this point. For him, he's 97 of 147 pass attempts, 1 interception, 1,358 yards, 10 touchdowns. Dude, I guarantee you, any team in the nation will take that, right?
Only 1 pick, but let's look at the counterpart, though, because Venables has an offense that's kind of firing on all cylinders too, right? And Gabriel's no slouch, on the other side. So this defense is going to be tested for, I don't want to say for the first time, clearly not for the first time, because they've been playing championship level, football, and they've gone up against Alabama, but dare I say that I think Oklahoma's offense is better than Alabama's offense this year.
I think it's a better unit.
Gabriel's playing one hell of a campaign right now as well. You talk about him, his numbers, 15 touchdowns to 2 interception ratio. So he's still playing clean football as well. Almost 1,600 yards through the air, 1,593, and his consistency is pretty good. His accuracy is pretty good as well. 118 for 157. So both these quarterbacks can sling it. This is going to be a high scoring affair. You want to talk lines and everything? We'll break that down in just a little bit. I do want to hear from the coach. We talked about Ewers using his legs as a coach, as Sarkisian, right? Do you even want Quinn Ewers using his legs? I mean, sure, make plays, extend plays, but do you want him relying on that? Because, dude, he does have one hell of a talented arm, and you do want him to be able to sling it. But here's Sarkisian on Quinn being able to use his legs.
I think that he's gaining confidence too. He's figuring out, man, maybe I'm a little faster than I thought. Last week probably helped on that. But that's an added weapon because now that affects coverages, right? That affects how do you cover us. If you're going to play a man principles and you're going to turn your back and try to double receivers, who has the quarterback? And so now that puts an onus on the defensive line and the rush patterns because now maybe they're not rushing as hard because they don't want to give him those running lanes to take off on third down. And in turn, now we can hold the ball a little longer and wait for some of those routes to open up. So I thought he used his legs really effectively tonight, had a couple big third down scrambles. Obviously, the touchdown run was the biggest one of them all. And then even there at the goal line with the keeper out the back door. So, again, it's just another added weapon. It's adding to the versatility of who we are offensively.
It's all flowing, Rodney. It's all flowing, man. And I love what Sarkisian said there, man. It kind of touched on what we were talking about. It speaks to his confidence.
Oh, absolutely. And the other part of that, I mean, just kind of in a nutshell right there, I know a lot of coach speak, you know, with all of that, but what does all of that do? It keeps the defense off balance because there's so many different ways that you can come at people. And I love what Jake says right there. Quinn's letting his nuts hang. I mean, that's great. and you know, here's the bigger deal about that. Is Sarkisian and this coaching staff, they're letting those nuts hang. I think a lot of times
Exactly. They're allowing the space. It's not like a Holiday Inn where there's a cheap hotel room and everything. You're actually at a ballroom, man. Let them flow, guy. Let them flow, man.
I mean, just let those fuckers go all the way down and let him
just let it go, didn't you?
Yeah,
because 60, Rodney. 60 is the over-under on this game between these two quarterbacks touting the rock like this and spinning it. Do you think it's possible to hit that number?
You know what? I think so, because I think the difference.
That is high. That's pretty high. That is pretty high.
The Texas defense, I think, could be the difference. And again, this is going to be
shootout.
I think so, but you never know when you get into one of the. No, we're not going to have 49-0 again. I've had folks messaging me. We're going to whip their ass. You know, we're going to hang 50 on them. Well, maybe. But that's where it's kind of both ways. I mean, we may hang 50 on them, but you know, they may hang 30 on us. So that's kind of the thought.
I'll
right
take
there.
that. I would take that.
And the whole thing is, Wax, this is a much better Oklahoma team than last year.
100%.
That team that Oklahoma rolled into the Cotton Bowl all season, that they dude, that was a shit show. That was transition right there, you know, with Brent Venables and there's still questions about him as a head coach and all of that, but yeah, it's a defensive guy. So that kind of goes back to strength versus strength, and I don't know, and exactly. They have a defense.
They do have a defense, but look, so Rodney, I've been doing some film work, right? And so if you go back a couple of weeks ago to Cincinnati versus OU, Cincinnati. Yeah, I don't know how you pronounce it. I'm from the East Coast. Did I say it like that? I hope I didn't say it.
No. I had a buddy from up north, and he would always call me up, and he's like, Cincinnati. I'm like, okay.
Yeah. I really hope I don't sound like that.
No.
Anyways, yeah, OU does have a top 5 defense. It's there, man. They can play. Look, they're back into it. I won't say that they're gonna lay an egg anymore. I was speaking out of my ass when I said I called a 50 piece. I was like, Texas 50-0 last year, right? Just kind of letting it fly. Absolutely did not mean it, and all of a sudden it did turn to 49-0. That is not going to be the case this time, right? So look, They struggle at covering the offense, or excuse me, covering the offense. They struggle at covering the tight end here. And what do we have? We have one hell of a dynamic tight end.
Hopefully.
So they're leading. I got to go all the way back one more week here. Let me pull this up, though.
Yeah. While you do that, I mean, that's the other thing that we have to watch. I mean, I think it's going to be day by day. Maybe we know Thursday the status of JT Sanders. And you know, I think that's massive to have him in the ball game. Wags. BK and I were talking yesterday. I don't think if he's not in the ball game, Texas, you know, that's going to drastically increase the chances of Texas losing that game. But God dang it, it's good to have him in the lineup.
Oh yeah. No matter. I mean, even if he's just a decoy, you know what I mean? Like, he's going to draw attention. He's going to draw at least two people or a bracket over the middle, or he has to. He demands that by now, right? But look, Mateer, man, three reception. Now, he wasn't a leading reception goer there, but he had the most yards of the night, right? He had explosive, one hell of an explosive play there. He ended the night with 50, or ended the day rather with 50 yards, 16.7 on the average, and of course that long coming from a 35-yarder there. But that's what I'm saying. Like, they do not cover the hook to curl, and they do not cover the flat routes well. If you can get a tight end back there in the no zone to where they're exposed, or a nice running back like we have a plethora, we have a three-headed hydra of them, right? And we saw what Brooks can do when he gets in. You know, he doesn't just have the ability to run you over. He actually can catch the ball. He's got some hands coming out of the backfield too. If you allow this guy to use the hook to curl zones and use the flat zones, I'm talking about Quinn Ewers, use his weapons, get the isolated weapons in one-on-one, and allow him to cook, I think you can expose this OU defense and get some significant points on them. I know they've had a tremendous improvement on their defense, but look, man, I still think it's going to be a high-scoring affair. But 60 points, Rodney, that is tough for me to sit here and bet the over on that. We'll see how this line goes before kickoff, but right now it's sitting at 60, man. I think I'm going to have to decline. Maybe shave it down, tease it a couple of points, but 60's a little bit too bold for me, man.
Yeah, and again, I'm a broken record, dude. I'm old. I always say that. Control the line of scrimmage. I mean, come on out, smash the running game, run Jonathan Brooks down this defense. This defense hadn't faced an offense like Texas yet. Come on out here and establish the run game. Yeah, they're probably going to throw him first down or whatever. Going to throw a hitch, going to throw a screen, whatever the hell. I mean, that's what Steve does. But just come on out, establish a running game with or without JT Sanders. It's going to open up, alleys down the middle. It's going to open up stuff on the outside right there to where you can do so many different things. Sure, throw your double pass. You've got to do that. It seems like something that's got to happen most of the time. But control the line of scrimmage. That's the bottom line. Wags, you and I, we're old school. You win the damn game in the trenches each and every week. I don't give a damn who you're playing. You can play OU, West Virginia, Baylor, Wyoming, Rice, whoever it is. You win the battle at the line of scrimmage.
100.
And you are going to win the football game.
We know that old adage. And look, I think what Danny was trying to say is that they're playing like a top 5 offense and defense. Like, we all see the stats. We know that they're not in the top 5 here. But look, that's just the caliber of defense that they're playing. We say that Texas is playing at a championship caliber defense. That doesn't mean that they're number one in in the nation for defense here. So I mean, the line is 60 for the over under here. Texas is favored by a touchdown. That kind of scares me a little bit. I kind of feel like it's more of a 3 to 4 point game. We'll see how the line shaves and shifts towards kickoff here. But takeaways, Rodney, from this, I think you just do what you do. You continue to do the high up-tempo offense like you've seen from Sarkisian over the past couple of weeks and lean on your running back towards the end. Now, you know that Venables is going to have the same type of game plan as well, right? He's going to know where he can isolate and gouge this defense. And to me right now, I think that you can attack him on the defensive front. I know they've been playing really good with strong gap assignment, but they also looked like they've been really suspect or vulnerable at times inside the tackles here. Maybe a one cut and score and been susceptible to the long home run, right? Like, if you missed it so far, we've been disciplined and breaking down and wrapping up and getting more than just 3 or 4 guys to the ball, and you've been finishing your tackles. But you got to be able to continue to do that consistently, at least with an offense of this explosive play like this, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, And the whole thing is, I was talking about this yesterday on the program where, Texas has seemed to they found a groove right here to where starting quarterbacks aren't going to make the call, but that's not going to be the case this weekend. You are preparing for Dillon Gabriel. He is 100% healthy. He's coming at you. Marcus Major in the backfield. They have modest, with their rushing stuff. It's modest numbers compared to what Texas is doing. But again, I know a lot of people are falling back on schedule and all of this and talking about, well, you hadn't played anybody. And I've heard all of that. But you guys know this all the time. And Wags, you and I have talked about this on high school stuff in the past. When you have a rivalry game like this, I don't give a damn.
Throw it out the window.
0-5.
Yep.
They could both be 0-5. You come into this game, you throw that shit out the window.
It's a Super Bowl for everybody, man. And look, I know that we played Alabama. I know that the best could still possibly be yet to come. But right now, Rodney, you're absolutely right, dude. This is the damn Super Bowl, man. And if you're not up for this game, check your gosh darn pulse, as my granddad used to say, man. Hey, so this is a different defense than it was last year. Of course, we all know that. Let's hear from Sarkisian on how different this defense is versus last year to this year.
Playing really well together. Coach Venables, he's been doing it too long at too high of a level to think they weren't going to, get that thing fixed. I said it last year that they would. And so naturally they have. I think they're just playing well together. A lot of guys on the same accord. The front tied together with the backers, tied together with the secondary. The multiplicity of what they do is very challenging. They've got a lot of defense. They got a lot of coverages. They got a lot of pressure packages. So, it's definitely challenging on that front, especially when they're all on the same accord and working well together. So, like I said, we've got our work cut out for us offensively this week in preparation for the ball game.
So I like what he said there, right? He talks about how they do send packages and they do get aggressive and they blitz you, right? But also what that does is allow you in one-on-one. Now, I know we're going to have to see the update on JT Sanders to see if he's able to go, but still, you can find weapons. You can get Whittington into the middle and carve up yards in between the hash marks too here, man. There's so many weapons that you can use here. We talked about the toy chest that Quinn Ewers had last week going into this Kansas game, and he utilized it to perfection, man. It was balance, Rodney. That's what I saw all damn night, balance. And that led to the domination of John Brooks on the ground.
Yeah, and that's the huge thing right there. Balance is such a big word and such a key factor in a situation like this. And then you have A.D. Mitchell with a career game that he had. And this is where I think when we talk about all the weapons. What's that?
10 receptions, right?
Yeah.
I think he had 10 receptions.
Yeah. When you start talking about all the multitude and plethora of weapons that are available to this Texas offense, it's like, okay, however you're scouting this, obviously you're going to Worthy, and now you see what A.D. Mitchell does, and it's like, okay, you're going to hone into these guys. You don't know the status of JT Sanders, but that's okay. You hone in and you worry about those guys. There are still so many more in the toolkit, dude, that can be a factor in it. And I know that this program, I think, has finally learned, and they have finally, through their training, again, using one of Sark's words, through their training and being on their own accord, is that they need to be.
He was rocking that Honda Accord today, wasn't he?
Boy, that Accord all the time. It's like by their own accord and all this different stuff. I'm like, what in the hell? Man, I haven't seen a Honda Accord in a long time. What is he talking about right here? But not only does the man dress in style, I need his wife to come dress me, because, man, I dress, not the best sometimes. But I'll tell you that.
Some outfit. They definitely got some drip. They absolutely have some drip. They might be the best pair. They look like the king and queen of college football when they show up on any campus, man. That's for sure, dude.
Yeah, man.
All right, and we talked about how physicality is going to be dominant in this game, or is going to be one of the tail of the tapes, especially in between the trenches. Here's Sarkisian on physicality.
Well, I think for us, that's kind of a prerequisite. If we're going to play good football in any game, we have to play physical. We're not a don't block defensive ends and read defensive ends and try to create space that way. We're kind of a double team driven power running team. We throw a lot of balls on the perimeter, and we have to block on the perimeter. They're kind of similar. All the perimeter things that they do, their receivers block, and so we've got to do a great job on defense of getting off those blocks at the line of scrimmage. There's a lot of gap scheme things of our ability to get off blocks. So I think there's a level of physicality to both teams and their style of play. You put the two together in this environment, obviously that ramps those things up. So, yeah, I do think it's going to be of importance Saturday.
100% there, Rodney. Now, look, he talks about physicality here, but it's disguised really well with all the slinging around and up-tempo offense that he does, right? And he talks about getting his guys in one-on-one situations in the perimeter, and that's exactly what they do, and they do it well. Jonathan Brooks being able to go over the 200 century mark, that might solidify you as a physical dominant team. And got to give credit where the credit is due. This offensive line, man, it's touted on, you returned all 5 offensive linemen here. They're playing like a championship caliber unit, man. We give the defense their roses too, but the offensive line is playing tremendously as well.
Yeah, they are. And the whole thing, like we were talking about with the bell cow, 19 carries, I think it was Saturday. Give them 20 carries. I mean, just drive them down their throat until you
worry about exhaustion, though. Do you worry about overusing or overworking Jonathan Brooks or John Brooks? I'm going to keep calling him.
It's going to be cool on Saturday, dude. It's going to be in the 70s. He'll be fine.
I know, but do you worry
I know you mean the physical part. I know you mean.
But do you worry about, like, if you overwork Brooks now, do you have him too banged up going into conference play or championship week, or God forbid anything happens, for bowl week or national championship week, because it looks like it's an actual thing.
Yeah. Well, I think the best part of that
I'm way ahead of my skis. I'm sorry.
No. And I totally get what you're saying. I think the best part of that is once you get past this game, hopefully a win, that schedule is going to soften up record-wise. It's going to soften up a little bit from this point, and maybe that's where, if you do get him banged up a little bit, I mean, you've got guys in the chute ready to go, and that's kind of where we go back to. Having guys ready to play and ready to be the dude to go be the dude. And, but the whole thing is to me right now.
What about this Super Bowl caliber of an event, though? We talked about how big of a hype game this is and how crazy this is. Like, what you talked about having a dude ready to go, though, but how do they stay poised and content and, I guess, calm in a manner that they need to be in an event like this? I've never been nowhere near to a spectacle like this. I played in the state championship, or a district championship game for Poly versus City or whatever back in the day. But my God, that was we played, that was high school ball, and we played in the Raven Stadium, man. Like, it was nothing. Yeah. Well, this is the damn Super Bowl of all Super Bowls, especially between these two teams. Like, how do you stay level-headed in a game of this much hype?
And that's where I think we go back to the mind shift that we're seeing with this program, to where these guys that are in the chute, that may be called upon to go make a play or whatever, these coaches have them ready to go. And you're sitting on that sideline and you are amped and ready. You're waiting to hear your name. It's like, Wags. And they send you out on the field, and you are so juiced that you just want to go out there and beat the living hell out of somebody.
I'm gonna be ain't no way you're calling my name.
And I mean that. And here's what I like. What Sark is talking about is that they're talking about physical football, and that's been the knock on this program for the longest time. They're soft, it's country club atmosphere, all of that.
Yeah, heard that one too.
This is a physical football team. Yeah, right. Yeah. It's about damn time. In the words of what's her name? It's about damn time. Somebody will tell us.
Somebody will. Chat, tell us who that is. But no, I mean, we also talked about like how the hype game is and how you got to keep a level head. Here's Sarkisian on how you do need to keep a level headed in terms of deal with the hype game.
To your point, I mean, obviously the Alabama week with the potential distractions that come with the week like this. And I think, one thing we keep preaching to our players is starve your distractions, feed your focus, right? And if we focus on the task at hand, and that's one day at a time, focus on today, and what are we trying to do today, be present today, be present on purpose, that That's the formula for us to be successful. For other teams, that may be different, but the team that we have, that's our formula for success. And so how do I gauge that? Do I feel like they're present today, right? Do I really feel like they're dialed into what we're doing today? And then we'll take care of tomorrow. But for us to be successful Saturday, we need to be really good today on Monday.
Yep.
And then tomorrow, we need to be good again tomorrow, one day at a time. In our system and our approach is the best way of going about it. We were able to do that in preparation for the Alabama game, and I think that that's going to be of the utmost importance this week as well. With all the stuff going on around this game, we need to be really present with what we're doing.
Love it, man.
Dude.
Now, of course, there's some coach speak in there, right? You'll, going 1-0 and one day at a time and stuff like that. Of course, we didn't hear the 1-0, but I mean, it's important to have that mindset and know what you have to do to take care of the little things, right, to get the big things accomplished, so to speak.
It does. I mean, this really feels like just a program, and I say that all the time, a program, not just a football team. This really seems like an entire football program that has a goal in mind, and they seem to be in that mindset of some of the better Texas teams that we've seen. I'm not going to sit here and tell you they're the 05 team or the 09 team or all of that, because we don't know. There's a lot to be determined to get to that point, and there's a long way to go. But, man, they just really seem to be in the right headspace, and they're buying into everything that's happening. And by the way, I remembered that song it's sang by Lizzo, is who sings that. Lizzo.
I knew you'd look it up.
No, I didn't look it up. It hit me. It's one of those songs they play in cycle. When I'm over there cycling, and it's like they're telling us all this stuff, and it's like it's about damn time. So one of those things.
So we put up one hell of an offensive show on Saturday as well, but OU put up a 50 burger. Rodney, do you have any type of, I guess, fear that a 50 burger could be put up on this defense that we've been touting out so far? Now, look, we're going to have to get a little bit more crazier with it. I don't think that you're going to be able to just rely on the 4-man fronts. I know we've been dialing up some blitz packages, but we hadn't been letting the Orlando all jailhouse loose, blitz yet, man. I don't know what the hell we're going to have to dial up to get it done, but you're going to have to slow down this offense of Oklahoma so far. Gabriel looks fantastic, man. We've already talked about it, breaking down his numbers. It's very comparable to Quinn Ewers. And when you're not playing mistake football, when you're actually playing mistake-free football, it's hard to come up with turnovers. It's come up with takeaways. So you have to be able to dial up blitz packages and force them into uncomfortable marks, right? Put them into situations that they haven't seen before, right? Get Gabriel off his spot. Make him use his legs a little bit more than he likes to, right? We know that what Gabriel likes to do. He likes to stand in the pocket. He likes to have a clean pocket and throw. Most quarterbacks like to do that. Now you got to force him off his spot so that he's uncomfortable and he can't make his throws.
Yeah. I mean, you never say never. And again, this game, I mean, like Sarkis talked.
Never say never.
Boy, we're just full of hits today. This is it's like the top 40 hits that you're tuning into here today with the chaos theory. But I mean, and one of the things that he talks about right there is the moment. I mean, the moment of this contest. I mean, this is huge for a lot of these kids. Maybe if it's their first time playing in this contest, they're going to be overwhelmed a lot of with what happens here. And kind of going back to like my high school stuff, coaches tell me I hate homecoming because there are so many distractions. And that's what this game is going to give you. There's a lot of distractions.
I'm telling you, man, this is the Super Bowl, dude. Like, you can call it what you want. Like, until the next event or until the next game of until next week, this is the damn Super Bowl, man. I don't care, man. You can slice it up however you want to talk about it. Sarkisian talks about kind of keeping a cool, calm presence going into a hype game like this. It's impossible, man. Emotions are going to hit you, bro. Especially once that kickoff happens, man. And once you get that first pop, then maybe the jitters and stuff get out or whatnot. But dude, you have to be completely focused the entire time, all week long, because you feel like this is the Super Bowl, dude. Hey, look. The YouTube chat is popping off. It is, y'all be civil in here. Y'all be civil, absolutely, man. We also have that text line as well, 512-222-9328. But also, Rodney, let's talk about covert, man. Let's talk about our friends over there.
Man, we got to talk about those great people, and I am going to see them, I think, here very, very soon, because we were talking last week about the hailstorm that came over here and hit my hood here last week. Well, I'll tell you what, I got to take the car yesterday and get it checked out, and they're like, holy shit, what happened here? This car is totaled. You need to start shopping for a new vehicle. So I'm going to Covert BK because they are proud supporters right here at Texas Sports Unfiltered, 42 acres in beautiful bee caves out in the hill country, 3 state-of-the-art dealerships, 7 different brands of those great Covert vehicles, Buicks, GMCs, Caddies, Chrysler, the Dodge, the Jeeps, and the Rams. And, of course, if you're looking for the Fords and the Chevrolets, as Jeff Gordon says, you can head over to Covert Hutto. Right out my way down Highway 79. And of course, the staple, Covert Ford Lincoln in Austin, covertfordbcave.com. They're going to hook you up right there. 86 service bays ready to do all of your routine maintenance on all of those makes and models. Don't sit there messing around waiting all day. It shouldn't be an all-day task to get a dadgum oil change. I mean, go over there and they're going to get you in there. Time is not going to be a factor. A minimal wait, and they will get you hooked up. Check out the weekly specials at covertbcave.com. Coverts, man, it's a staple in Austin. It's a staple in Central Texas. They have been doing this since 1979. Go say hello to our man, Dan Covert at Covert BK. And remember, nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now and not ever.
No, they don't. Of course, we would be remiss if we didn't tell you about our friends at Audiovisual Consultations as well. 512-255-8678, the very best in audiovisual automation, setting the standard, as a matter of fact, in that category since 1988. For 35 years, doing it the best that anyone has done in the Central Texas area. Make sure you look them up on their website at avconsultations.com as well, or just give them a call. Tom's an old school guy. He likes old school ways. 512-255-8678. You can get the flat screen TVs that I have back here right behind me, or the arcade little system that I have as well. Call them up. Anything's possible. No job too big, no job too small. Go downstairs and check out my home theater system that I have. You can have anything that you want. 512-255-8678 with Audiovisual Consultations. Look them up.
Are you inviting all the listeners to your house?
I'm trying to throw a signal. I'm trying to throw, is the bat signal. Do you not see hey, come on over? Do you not see my friend in the background there saying,
oh man, it sounds like a
hopefully he's not
party at Wag's house, man.
Come on over, man. Bring the nacho cheese, my cheese.
Hey, and also got to talk about Great Blue Heron Furniture. I still tease you guys all the time. Every time I move here in this junky fake leather chair that I'm sitting in, I realize that I need to call those folks. A custom leather furniture company started back in 1991. Like I said yesterday, Wags, all the people that we talk about right here, 1909, 1988, 1991. These are companies that are established and have been doing it a long time, and they do it right. And these great folks at Great Blue Heron, they focus on heavy leathers, hides, and fabrics ranging from traditional Western to modern farmhouses. And man, this is some beautiful looking stuff. I mean, state of the art, great looking stuff, and it's built right. I mean, the quality furniture, you're not going to find it anywhere. The most stylish, you will not find it anywhere else. There's a link right there at the top of your page. Check out that YouTube video and the description, and it takes you to the one and only Texas Sports Unfiltered collection. How about that? You guys
think all over we got a damn network going or something,
right? You guys think that we're all on like the post office wall? Hell no. We got our own collection of furniture right there. And if you use the code HOOK'em, 15% off of your purchase. If you're looking for furniture that is built right and going to last for decades, it is the great folks at Great Blue Heron Furniture. Click that link, or just pick up the phone like in the old days. You don't have to use a rotary phone and the damn cell phone. Now you just punch those numbers in. 866-247-9688. Check them out. It is Great Blue Heron Furniture.
How about
Love those guys.
All right, we've been talking a lot of collegiate sports. You want to talk about that debacle of Monday night real quick?
Oh my God, Wags. I felt I got to
can I just get my roses? Like everybody said, what are you crazy? The Commanders aren't the worst team in the East. Can we actually call it what it is? Can we face reality here?
I'm sorry, dude. When you initially said, when this show debuted about a month ago, you were talking about how bad the Giants were, and I'm like, come on, man. I seriously thought at one point
nobody follows them.
I thought that they could be a threat, to the Cowboys, because Philadelphia's just going to do what they're going to do, and Dallas will find ways to shit the bed at the end of the year. But dude, the Giants are bad. They really are bad. And Danny Dimes.
Stop. Don't call him that. He doesn't deserve that damn name anymore, does he?
Danny Pennies.
All right.
Peso.
Danny Change. Let's call him Danny Change because he needs to change.
No, let's call him Pesos. No value.
Ring your bell. Yeah, ring your bell.
Whenever
I can't speak, ring your bell. Hell, that's half the damn show, isn't it? Anyways,
right
man. Yeah, it's just look. You want to break this down any way you want to look at it, dude. Daniel Jones dropping back 34 times, having to run for his life, no touchdowns out of it, man. Rodney, 10 times. He was sacked 10 times. So it's not all on Daniel Jones, okay? I talked about how awful this offensive line was. It is worse than I thought. It is absolutely worse than I thought, man. You allowed this. This isn't the Legion of Boom that came out here and got you 10 times. This isn't Dan Campbell's Legion of Boom. We're seeing what that has, or we're seeing, Dan Campbell's effects in his pedigree in Dallas, man. We're already seeing that. This was a Seattle team, and don't get me wrong, like I think Pete Carroll and company do it better, than most teams in the league still. They have a really good pedigree there. But this was a defense that came out and got you 10 damn times, wrecked your entire game plan. Dable says he's got an answer for this, but shit, it gets worse and worse each week. And the level of opposition isn't exactly getting harder. You're not prepping. Yeah. And you're in MetLife Stadium, dude. You're not traveling across the continent like Seattle did. I'm heightened a little bit because I'm a fan of the Giants and I'm tired of watching not mediocre football, awful football.
Yeah,
awful football.
Well,
got sacked 11 times. I didn't see the I only saw 10 times.
Seattle's 3-1, and I saw some folks say, "Well, Seattle's pretty damn good. They're 3-1." Well, so is Tampa Bay. There's a long way to go.
Campbell they got 11 sacks. Correct. Yeah, I was going to Dan Jones's sacks. Thank you. Thank you, Jake. Appreciate you, bud.
And here's the trend that I saw, unfortunately for you, that I saw also on Sunday. You've got Daniel Jones, and then you also had Mac Jones on Sunday.
Dude, I had Mac Jones on my dynasty team, so it was.
It's like I don't want my name to be Jones if I'm a quarterback right now, because those guys were pathetic.
When does Belichick hang it up?
Man, I'll tell you what. You mentioned Pete Carroll, and I think what I've really been.
Pete Carroll does not look like he's 72, Rodney.
No, man, that dude can chew gum. I wonder if he has dentures or that dude chewing gum. I'm like, dude,
he's got an iron jaw. Got an iron jaw, Rodney.
Yeah, it's like, holy smoke, man. It's like that dude could tear up some plucker's wings the way that he moves those jaws right there. But it's like, here's the thing. What I'm so impressed with Pete Carroll is that he's done a good job. They haven't retooled in Seattle. They've just adjusted and been able to be more modern with the way that the NFL has changed. I was talking about this yesterday with Wags, with Belichick.
With BK. I know you love me, but I wasn't there yesterday.
I'm sorry with BK.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm getting all worked up over here. With BK is, has the game passed by, Bill Belichick? And it's like, and BK made a great point yesterday. Get him out of the GM role. Let him just coach football. He's a football coach.
Has the game passed Belichick by?
Do you think? I mean, I know a lot of folks are like, well, when you have Tom Brady, you can do all this different shit. Well, Tampa Bay had Tom Brady last
Belichick's been able to scheme. He's been able to adapt and scheme almost for 3 decades now.
Exactly.
It's not like football's changing to the fact where he doesn't know. I mean, hell, when the league needs to zig, he zigs while they're zagging. You know what I mean? He's almost led, new football or dynamic football, just different packages, man. Abnormal football. You've seen Harbaugh try to take a little bit of a recipe of success from Belichick's page, dude. Whenever the league is zigging, he usually zags. He tries to find new tendencies or new ways to approach the game. Like even to the fact where he goes back to to playing like Navy style football of just nothing but like options sometimes, man. He adapts. He takes what the defense gives him, and he also takes away what the defense does best. But you're just not seeing that from what Belichick is being able to do here. Man, I don't know if it's, an O'Brien thing, being able to call the offense here, but I used to think that O'Brien, at least of all things, knew how to call an offense or knew how to script an offensive playbook. But it's been tough for the Patriots, and maybe it's just bad quarterback play by Mac Jones as well. So
Yeah, and I think a lot of that with Mac Jones is he was a good quarterback at Alabama. I mean, he came
it's
out
a product of the system too, right? Like
that you're hitting my point exactly, because what he doesn't have in New England is he doesn't have that quarterback whisperer that people talk about. He doesn't have somebody to come in and work with him, because I think that's hugely important right now. I think it's the same problem in Chicago. Everybody wants to beat up Justin Fields, but hell, he doesn't have anybody to guide him.
He looked pretty damn good on Sunday. He was slinging it around. They got the loss, but he looked good.
Yeah, but it's like both of those guys, Mac Jones and Justin Fields, when people want to beat them up and stuff, it's like their quarterback play is horrible. Well, it would be good to have somebody on your staff. You look at a lot of these teams, it's good to have somebody on your staff that's going to guide these guys and make them better.
Right.
I mean, that kind of goes without saying that, to be honest with you. And it shouldn't be the offensive coordinator. I mean, maybe it is, but somebody to guide these guys. You got to teach them the way of this. And this is a new NFL, dude. It is a brand new NFL.
Yeah, I don't know if Belichick's style still works with this. You saw how like Tom Coughlin had to change, right? He changed with the Giants, right? And it worked to perfection. It worked to perfection. They got the Super Bowl, man. I've been saying perfection a lot today. It's kind of been like the word of the day here.
You piss perfection, dude. That's why.
What's that?
You piss perfection.
Every day when I wake up, man. I wish that was the case. That's for sure, man. Pissing excellence, dude. All right. Talking a lot of gridiron. Almost dominated the entire portion for 50 minutes at least. We got playoff baseball, though, man.
Ooh.
Huh? Your
Time
nipples
to go,
hard?
brother.
Your
Time
nipples
to go,
hard?
man.
Your
I'm
nipples
excited,
hard?
dude. I'm excited, dude. All day long. I mean, what
Starting
time
off
we
at
start?
2. First pitch at 2 here in
Just sit
Tampa
back.
Bay. How about
Texas-
Ranger fans?
The Texas Strangers in the playoffs. How about dude? I love the chatter over the weekend where the Rangers punch their ticket to the playoffs. They're over there celebrating, doing all this different stuff. Astros win, they get in the playoffs, and you got Maldi over there doing a little champagne toast, and then you get the shit going back and forth. Houston saying, "We just celebrate championships." The Rangers partied all night long and lost 1-0. I love it, dude. I love it.
We called it. We talked about it. We're about to have Hardge on here in just a couple of minutes. Dude, they did it. They absolutely did it. Death, taxes, and the Astros winning the damn West. We said it. And I talked to BK behind the scenes. He was just like, oh, don't even worry about it, man. Rangers. He knew for sure. He was telling me, don't even think that the Rangers are going to hold the 2. It's just not going to happen, man. The damn Astros sneak in here. I can't even call it a sneak because it's been theirs, right? They reclaim it. They reclaim the West and take it down, man. Now they have a bye, which is absolutely what they needed. So did the Orioles too. Well, it's hard to say that no team needed this, but it felt like the Astros of all teams really needed to rest their arms and get their bullpen back.
Yeah, definitely. And I saw something this morning, and this is even more demoralizing, I think, if you're a Rangers fan. But look, if you're a Rangers fan, don't worry about the Astros. Go take care of Tampa Bay because you got your hands full right there.
Oh.
You might lose that series. Odds are good that you're going to lose that series, especially being that it's Tampa has a home field advantage. But
yeah.
AL West, get this, Wags. Here's the final nut kick for Rangers fans. AL West this year. Rangers, days in first place, 159. Astros, 24. Most importantly, the last day.
Brutal.
It's horrible, man. It's horrible.
Little backdoor scenery right there, man.
It's
Thief
crazy.
in the night, dude. Thief in the night.
Yeah.
It's going to be exciting baseball, man. I can't wait, dude. Like we said, it first pitch gets started at 2, and then you got baseball kicking on, or, starting with another first pitch at 3:30 there. You'll have the, where is that? You'll have the Blue Jays and Twins game, and then the night games, we got Diamondbacks and Brewers, and then Marlins and Phillies rounding out the National League there. So
Yeah.
American League gets the jump off first here because I don't know. Maybe it's just the league that I like the best.
Well, I think that it's happening like that because I heard the guys talking on the morning show. It's like you put the Phillies in prime time because I guess that's the biggest market team that you have right now. That's
but it's also it's also East Coast baseball. You know what I mean? Like
that's true. Yeah.
Basically, I heard Riddick talk about this too. A lot of people don't know about Witherspoon because they didn't watch so much West Coast football last year too, right? Like Witherspoon, what we talked about Monday Night Football, dude. This dude wrecked. And he was playing like in a linebacker position some nights too, or some of the night too, right? It was crazy. It was outrageous. 2 sacks, interception for a touchdown. I don't know if I've seen a rookie be that dominant in a long time, man. And of course, now look, consider the opposition, right? Because it's New York. So I don't want to take anything away from him, but my God, man, one hell of a performance by Witherspoon. Ring your bell here for them, for him. Yeah. Just a performance. I would say the performance of the week. And to top it off against my Giants on Monday night. Just atrocious football.
It's got to be. So do you like the Jets at all? Or is that your like?
I thought I saw progression with Zach Wilson there. And of course, it was all done because Aaron Rodgers was on the field.
Of course. I mean, that fixes everything.
Aaron Rodgers was there. He gave him the presence. You saw the aura. The Superman belt wasn't on him, but you knew that the mantle was there, right? Yeah. No, I'm kidding. Zach Wilson, I do think it does bring a little bit of confidence, though, to Zach Wilson when you see Aaron Rodgers, and it just helps him talk through it like a mentor, man. Never. This is going to be the last message I got to say for the day. Never underestimate the psyche, man. Never underestimate the mentality of having a good mentor and having, someone in your corner, dude. That's what I'll say about that. Let's welcome on one hell of a dude right now, man. Mike Hardball Hardge here. It is time for Hanging with Hardge as Chaos Theory get damn
piano.
Damn it. You missed it yesterday, bro. I had it for you yesterday, but you were not here. So I had to make sure that I brought the piano in for you because I knew it was important.
Talking about, man. Sing me a lullaby. Put me to sleep here. I can't wait to hear your breakdown for Major League Baseball. We got playoffs coming on today, 2:00. Can't wait to hear Hardge's breakdown as well and listen to Texas Sports Unfiltered all throughout the day with this amazing channel, man, and amazing crew. Hey, I got to get out of here and run my place and pay some bills a little bit. You guys take care of business, man. Love y'all, man. Get it, got it, good. Y'all know that delivery, all that stuff. Live the dream, all that other cliche, and hand it over to Hardge, man.
Right on.
Appreciate
it, Hardge.
Appreciate you guys as always. Another great episode of the great crew, Chaos Theory, doing their thing as always. I mean, what better lead in? Those guys are all over the map, and they give you a little bit of everything. I know Wags is all excited about MLB baseball, and I'll break some of that down. But welcome to another edition of Hanging with Hardge. That's right. I'm your boy Hardball Hardge, representing the 254, but now I represent the 512. I want to give a shout out to BK and Bucky. Had a great show this morning, and of course Wags and Rodney Rodriguez leading into this. Also, make sure you're sticking around. There's so much that is going on this channel, and what better week than to deal with the Texas OU Hate Week coming up here in about 15 minutes. I got my man Kobe Daniels of the Blitz in Tulsa, Oklahoma, is going to give us the Oklahoma side of things. I know he's got a lot of information, so we got to make sure that we get all of that. But also make sure you follow, subscribe, hit us up. If you want a super chat, go ahead and hit us in the super chat. We can do all of that right here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. On Twitter, it is at TS Unfiltered. And on Instagram, it is at Texas Sports Unfiltered. I want to give a special shout out to all the new guests, the people that I met in the bleachers. I will be in Dallas this weekend hanging out. We got big shows happening in Dallas as well. What up, Sal? What up, CB? Thank y'all for jumping in right away. And as always, make sure you tell 5 friends to tell 5 friends, and then go tell 5 enemies. So as many people as you can spread the word about Texas Sports Unfiltered, make sure you do that. We got a big week. We got a big week of college football, but most importantly, it is the Red River Shootout. And I can't wait to break all this down. This is an exciting time. I'm watching everybody's social media. They're going nuts. They're putting all kinds of information out there, telling all these jokes, these OU jokes. And I know Oklahoma fans are fired up as well. So I'm going to get a lot of information out to you guys this week. Might have a very, very, very special guest tomorrow. And when I say very and not many varies, you make sure you want to tune in. I don't want to say for sure because I got to confirm it all, but this will probably be one of my best interviews that I've ever had for a very, very long time. So stay tuned for that. I'll have some information for you. We're going to talk MLB. Obviously, you know me, baseball guy. I'm ready for these playoffs. This is the best time of year, as I've been talking about. And we get to start off with the Rangers. I got my E-Train on there, the Express, AAA home of the Texas Rangers. So I want to go out there and support those guys. And as I said before, you always want both Texas teams in this pennant chase because it just makes it that much more intense. You got my man Ike, who's a huge Astros fan. You got BK, and my boy Tyson, who's a huge Rangers fan. So we want to make sure that we get everybody involved, and this is the time. Pennant chase is what it's all about. But before we get into all that, I want to bring up something from last night. Last night's NFL football game was a snoozer. I know Danny Dimes is a guy that you want to make sure you get change from because he has regressed so much, and people were really saying that he was better than Dak. And I'm like, wait, what? The team as a whole have zero weapons whenever Saquon Barkley isn't out there. He's turned into a turnover machine. Every time you look on the TV, he's either fumbling the football or he's throwing it to the other team. And their O-line is awful. I can't put it all on Danny Dimes, but the look on his face every single week is a look of terror. My man looks like he is scared. And think about this. I'm a big fan of Geno Smith and what he's been able to do with his career. He was patient. He made the time. He did everything that he needed to do. He bet on himself. And they, like he says, they wrote me off. I didn't write back. And he's continuing to make that Seattle Seahawks football team better on the offensive side. But I think the biggest thing from last night, yes, Witherspoon had a great game and got his first NFL interception, first pick six, and it was on Monday Night Football. He was so excited about that. But I think the biggest story last night was one Bobby Wagner. Bobby Wagner was an absolute menace out there yesterday. The Seattle Seahawks defense obviously did an unbelievable job. They had 11 sacks, 14 quarterback hits, 10 tackles for loss, 2 interceptions, and, of course, that one return for a touchdown. But Bobby Wagner looks like he's rejuvenated being back home with the Seattle Seahawks. Think about this. My man had 17 tackles yesterday. 17. 9 solo, 2 sacks. And they won the game 24-3, and it was not a good game at all. It was away from them. So it was just like, what is going on? I don't know what the Giants are going to do with Dayball. I thought he was a good coach. He still may be a good coach. Maybe he's just dealing with the fact that Saquon's not there. And remember, folks, don't forget, everybody was always talking about how the running back position is not important. Oh, it's not a big piece of it. We're not going to pay anybody for that. Well, let me just tell you, from what I've seen, you definitely need a guy like Saquon Barkley. And if you've been watching across the NFL and you're seeing these big name guys making plays, and we talked about it yesterday when it comes to the Dallas Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys need to get their running game going, but do they have a back that can help them get that running game going? I don't know. I don't know if Tony Pollard is that guy. I don't know if he's going to be that guy. But it is important to have a quality running back. And you see right now, as the New York Giants do not have Saquon Barkley, their offense is awful. Darren Waller, where are you at, bro? I tried to pick you up on my team. I got you as my tight end, and you have given me 0, partner. So I don't know how I feel about what's going on with the New York Giants and who they are trying to become. What up, Slayer Kang? What's cracking? But yeah, man, this is one of those situations where you continue to look at this team and you're like, Who are you? You were a playoff team last year, and you don't look like you're going to sniff the playoffs if you're a Giants fan. Next week, it gets even worse. They're playing the pissed off Miami Dolphins. And you think that they're not going to come out there and try to run it up? Oh, yeah. Seattle has a bye this week, so they're going to get rested and be ready to play the Bengals here in 2 weeks. But as of right now, I don't know what we are to make of the New York Giants. This is a team that is in disarray. You saw Dabo throw the ball computer yesterday. Like, what are we doing? What did you see? It's a mess. It is an absolute mess in New York. And it's not much better for Jets fans either. So it's just that city up there. I don't know what's going to happen, but they got to turn it around. They got to turn it around fast. As a Dallas Cowboy fan, I don't want them to turn it around. I want them to be a mess because we already got to deal with Philadelphia. We already got Commanders look like they're a lot better, and the Giants just look like they are off the hook. So I want them all to play terribly. But you know somebody that won't play terribly? It's the great folks at Covert BK. That's right. Nestled in 42 acres in the beautiful hill country, Covert BK's has 3 state-of-the-art dealerships that are carrying 7 brands. That's right, 7 brands. They have Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. In addition to those 7 brands, you can take that short drive out to Hutto and get a Ford from Covert Hutto. Also, if you're looking for a 4-door Lincoln, you can stay in Austin and you can get it right there off of 183. Covert BK's has something for everyone. Covert BK services all makes and models. I just gave you all brands of those cars. They have 86 service bays that will make your wait time minimal. Please visit covertbk.com for the latest in inventory, specials, or just stop by and see them for yourself. That is covertbk.com. You know, we're going to get into this Texas Longhorn matchup with Oklahoma. And look, I understand that it is hate week. I understand that last year Texas beat the snot out of them 49-0. Let's put the roles reversed a little bit. If this happened to the Texas Longhorns last year, what would be your inclination and your thought of what the Texas Longhorns would be ready to do? Yeah. They'd be pissed off. So what makes you think that that team across the river is not going to come into the game pissed off and ready to go? You know that they're in the back of their minds. They have been talking about it. It's almost like what I said last week with Kansas, that Kansas was going to be pissed off because Texas ran the ball on them for 427 yards. Now, they only gave up 336. Said 336 on the ground. They only gave up 336 on the ground. But the one thing is they played inspired until they couldn't anymore. And the Texas Longhorns went out there and they handled their business. So for me, I would take the same approach. I would be prepared to play. Oklahoma is playing a lot better football. And I know everybody's going to talk about, well, who did they play? Who did they play? Look, folks, we can't have it both ways. Because if people would have said that about us on some of the teams that we're playing now, Texas, the teams that Texas is playing, they have a better record. They have great records. I believe all of them are 4-1, if I'm not mistaken, and playing really high quality football. And we've had that before. But you also have to play who is ever in front of you. And if Oklahoma would have struggled in all those situations, people would have been talking trash about that as well. So they've gone out there and they've handled their business. They put up great numbers. And Coach Sark was asked about the OU versus this year's team, this year's OU versus last year's. And I told you, he believed in Coach Venables to get everything turned up and get the right people in. They got some transfers that have moved in because remember the first year, Venables didn't want to take the transfers. Well, now he went and got some transfers and they're making some plays for him. But this is a totally different football team than what we saw last year. So don't go in there with the same expectations. I expect a dogfight. I think it's going to be a great football game. And as I told you at the beginning of the week, I still believe Texas wins this game. And I think that Texas talent for talent is better than almost any team in the country. But they're a totally different football team. And Sark was asked about it yesterday.
I mean, we're going to get their best version, right? Dylan is a fantastic player. He's a great player at UCF. He's a great player now, obviously, for OU. So we know we're going to get the best version of him. We know with the influx that they have on defense, their defense is playing at a really high level right now. And I'm sure, that they're talking about last year's game too. So we're going to get an emotional team coming into the Cotton Bowl that we're going to have to compete against. And so, we just have to recognize that, and then we have to play good football at the end of the day. It's emotion's great, and it only runs for so long. But if you rely on just emotion to try to match emotion, sooner or later you can exhaust yourself, and it's going to come down to execution. So we just got to make sure we're dialed in.
Got to be dialed in, got to execute, got to be ready to play. And those are all the things that these guys are trying to focus on this week. I told you after the win against the win against Alabama, I thought that the next week was going to be the hardest week of coaching for Coach Sark. I said the staff, this was going to be the hardest week because everybody was fired up. Everybody was telling them how great they were. They were all in this special, special place. But you still had to stay focused. You still had to be able to dial in and be locked into the situation that was at hand and not get into a trap game. Now, this week, Sark doesn't really have to say much. He's going to be dialed into what's going on. The players understand what it's all about. And it is very, very important for the focus to lead into this game and not get caught up in the emotion of the football game, because Oklahoma's pissed off. You know that coming into it. They're going to be ready to fight in the fairgrounds, in the parking lot, anywhere that you see them. They're going to be ready to fight. But right now, I want to bring on my good friend from the Blitz 1160 in Tulsa, Oklahoma. He is one of the ones that I always go to when it's time to talk about this game and Oklahoma State. Anytime we have an Oklahoma team that is involved, I want to welcome my man, Kobe Daniels, right now. Kobe, what's up, brother?
Mike, my man, happy Red River Rivalry week.
This is where we at, man. You know it's that time. This is where all the fighting has been starting, all the emails, the memes, the hate mail, everything is going on. People getting blocked from each other this week. This is what it's all about. First and foremost, how are you doing, my man?
I'm great. I love this week. I think it is the biggest spectacle in college football. This year especially feels like maybe we are somewhat returning to the glory days of this rivalry and just, what the ceiling is, I guess, for both of these teams. So I am doing really well. You mentioned the state of Oklahoma. I gave out a not fun fact, I guess, for Oklahoma and Oklahoma State fans this week. So Oklahoma State plays Kansas State on Friday night, and then the Sooners obviously take on the Longhorns Saturday. Those two teams were outscored by this week's opponents 97-0 last year, Mike.
Oh my
Kansas State beat the Cowboys 48-0, and obviously, as we saw in the Cotton Bowl, Texas beat Oklahoma 49-0. So I guess in the state of Oklahoma, it's redemption week for both of the Big 12 schools.
That is hilarious. That is a great fun fact, especially because on Friday night, K-State will take on Oklahoma State. And again, it goes back to what I was saying just a little while ago. People are pissed in the state of Oklahoma. They are ready to get back to this game. I know that the players for Oklahoma are fired up. Obviously, the Texas Longhorns faithful is fired up. But I want to bring it straight to the top, and I want to talk about Venables and what he's been able to do on the defensive side of the ball. We knew that those numbers were not going to be the same this year coming in. Again, you knew he was going to get that turned around. But what are you accredited to right now when you look at Brett Venables and what his defense is able to do right now?
I just think he is so intense and he is so genuine that him being more involved in the defense this year, now that he was able to somewhat lay the foundation in year number one, just results in a massive amount of buy-in from the roster in general. You have so many moving parts a year ago, so much roster turnover, so much chaos, I think, just in the locker room with the way the coaching change happened. And it's not like we're talking about a group on the defensive side of the football before Brent got there that was just, year in, year out, one of the premier defenses in the Big 12. I mean, they had their struggles for a decent period of time. So he was inheriting a group that I think was going to have to be reloaded and coached up. And year one, I think he was so set on laying the right foundation for the football team in general that him being a defensive guy, that didn't come into play as much. I think that's very much a factor. I think he's been much more involved. The defensive guys seem to buy in and really gravitate toward his personality. If you spend any time around him at all, I mean, it's very infectious and it's very intense. And look, I don't know to what degree that Oklahoma defense is better this year. Like maybe it's going to end up, they're going to be a top 10 defense in college football. Maybe it's a top 25 defense in college football. But I think the one thing that is very safe to say is they are insanely better than they were at this point a year ago.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, you guys were pretty much the laughingstock at Oklahoma because of the defense and his mindset of being a defensive-minded coach, and the numbers that were being put up against Oklahoma was not that great. And then you start looking at some of the defensive players that you have. Billy Bowen has done such a better job this year. He seems to be in a better place and better space. He's athletic as hell. He always has been. But he didn't look like he had everything figured out. Now he looks a little bit more comfortable in the position. You got some great linebackers, whether it's Jaron Kennick or Danny Stutzman. What are you seeing from those guys that is kind of leading to this new change on defense?
I think they are just playing with a confidence, Mike, that we haven't seen in a long, long time. And because of that, the one thing that I think stands out to me more than any other element of the defense is how fast they are on all three levels. Like they fly around the football. And I think that's because they're not thinking too much. It's not overly complicated. They've simplified things in a way where these guys are confident about what they're about to do, and they're able to just go play fast. And they fly around the football field, and they're playing at a speed that we've not seen in a long, long time. Danny Stutzman especially, I think, has been as good a defensive player as there's been in college football for the first month of the year. Now, where, Oklahoma at some point, if they're going to take that next step defensively, I think they're going to have to get a bunch of Danny Stutzman type of players, right? A bunch of those wow type of guys. Yep. But the one thing about this team that you look back to a year ago, they have so many more able bodies to contribute than they did this time a year ago. There's not a bunch of all-American caliber players maybe on that defense, but there are able bodies that can go in, be part of the rotation, and Brent Venables doesn't feel like he's necessarily in a situation where you're taking a giant step back if you have to count on some rotational pieces.
Yeah, and that's the other part of it too that I was thinking about. Some of those guys that are on this team now were there last year. So it's driving them nuts right now, waiting for this game. They're salivating because they got embarrassed last year. And, Texas on the other side, they want to embarrass them again. So the messaging is going to be disciplined, stay in your gap responsibilities, and play to the whistle and continue to get after it. One of the biggest things for me on the offensive side, let's flip over to the offensive side of the ball. We're talking to Kobe Daniels from 1170 The Blitz in Tulsa, Oklahoma. The offensive side of the ball, obviously last year, I think y'all had a tight end starting at quarterback. You didn't have Dillon Gabriel. He was trying everything to go. He was out on the field before the game last year, but then they ended up not letting him go. He had to sit there and watch it and watch his team not score any points. But he's come back. He's healthy. He's ready to go. And what I don't think a lot of people truly understand about Dillon Gabriel is his competitiveness. He's not one of those guys that's just going to sit there and take it or be overmatched. He's going to make plays with his feet. He's going to be able to get outside of the pocket, extend plays, kind of what I'm seeing from Quinn Ewers as well. But he's a tough ass quarterback. What do you think? What are you taking from Dillon so far this season?
Well, I think you nailed it with the mobility. I think he and Quinn are very much alike in terms of not guys that you would necessarily be shaking in your boots over as far as their running ability, but they're sneaky productive, right? Both of those guys, I think if you quit paying attention to them, can hurt you with their legs. But yeah, Dillon Gabriel is the ultimate competitor. He's got that sort of competitive drive that is not going to allow him to to just let his maybe physical shortcomings at times prevent him from accomplishing the goal. You go back to the days at UCF and what a tremendous quarterback he was at that level. And I think a lot of people felt like stepping up in level of competition may be a big thing for him. And I don't know that a year ago it was as much that as it was. There wasn't confidence, I think, in this offense overall and the pass catchers. And, you look at the guys that he was throwing to a year ago, and that was a big conversation this entire offseason. Like, who's going to catch the football this year, especially with Marvin Mims moving to the next level? And the crazy thing about this offense so far is there are infinitely more weapons offensively in the pass game than we thought there were going to be this offseason. So I think he's playing with a lot of confidence. He seems so much more decisive with the football this year than he did a year ago, where I think, we all saw his accuracy displayed at UCF. And I think there were a lot of questions within the Sooner fan base last year about where'd the accuracy go? What happened to the guy that was completing a high percentage of his passes? He just didn't seem to be in rhythm. And I think a lot of that was maybe just not having full trust in who he was throwing the ball to. That's not the case so far this year. He knows where he's going with the football. There's zero hesitation, which means that, passes aren't like a step behind the receiver, and sometimes those get batted up and intercepted, and you know how all that goes. Yep. I think he's just playing in such a good rhythm right now that it doesn't leave any time for him to doubt what's happening down the football field. Now, I think there are some interesting elements to this offense and what's going to happen on Saturday. They've not been able to run the football in the traditional sense successfully, or what anybody at Oklahoma would say successfully is to this point in the season. So I think Dillon Gabriel is going to have to make some plays with his legs in this game if the offense is going to be successful. And, we've seen 2 times this year, the SMU game and the Cincinnati game, not only is the run game not working, but the defense is getting pressure. And Dillon is just like every other quarterback in college football. If you're able to pressure him, he's not nearly as clean throwing the football, right? All of a sudden, that pressure for a guy that's not the tallest guy in the world also, that plays a major role in him being able to get the ball out on time and find his targets down the field. So I think the Oklahoma, especially the interior of the line, is going to have to be really good in this game when they drop Dillon back. But again, I think he's probably going to have to make some plays with his legs if they're not able to generate anything in the run game like they have to this point.
We're talking to Kobe Daniels of the Blitz in Tulsa, Oklahoma. He's a great follow. Make sure you give him a shout as well. Kobe, I wanted to ask you this, man. You sit there and you're looking at this game, and obviously you just talked about some of the pass catchers. Was Brennan Thompson coming off of an injury, or was it he just wasn't into the lineup yet?
Yeah, coming off an injury. Obviously, you guys are very familiar with the speed, which we finally saw that on display last week. I don't know ultimately how he's going to fit into the game plan this week. I mean, I would imagine just given the tie, they would want to in some way insert him in there and give him an opportunity. But this is a very deep receiving core right now, and I think we're having conversations about a number of guys that probably deserve more snaps and have made the most of the opportunities they've had to this point. I think it's pretty clear that Andrell Anthony has been their best wide receiver to this point on the outside. Drake Stoops obviously is such a tremendous producer from that slot receiver position. But yeah, I think there's a number of opportunities for guys to get opportunities, make the most of opportunities. Jaden Gibson was a big time recruit a year ago, and he's been limited, I think, in terms of the opportunities he's had to this point. But when he's been out there and Dillon has thrown him the football, he's made some wow plays. Nick Anderson has caught 5 touchdowns on 10 catches so far this year. So when he's had opportunities, he's made the most. But yeah, I think Brennan is a guy that, the speed is always an equalizer. And I would imagine they're going to find ways to get his speed involved in this football game. If nothing else, Mike, I mean, get him on the football field just to make Texas be aware of the fact that he can take the top off the defense.
No doubt about it. I do want to ask you this, being on the other side of the river and looking here in Austin, when you get a chance to look at this Texas Longhorn football team, you see it from top to bottom. They're deep, they're physical, the speed that these guys have been playing with. And then obviously Jonathan Brooks on offense, Quinn Ewers, the speed on the outside with the wide receivers. When you're watching the Texas Longhorns, what do you see?
Well, I think clearly in this conference, they own the line of scrimmage, right? There's not a better offensive or defensive line in the Big 12. And look, you can maybe say that in all of college football. I mean, they on the line of scrimmage are as good as anyone, and that's where games are won ultimately, right? I think we get so caught up in the fantasy football players, the running backs and the receivers and the guys that actually score the touchdowns more often than not, especially in this game, right? We've seen it so many times. The team that wins the line of scrimmage is going to win this game. And I think you have to give Texas a massive advantage in that area going into this contest. So I love what they've done on the line of scrimmage, and it feels like they're playing a different brand of football because of what they're able to do on the line of scrimmage. I thought it was interesting that the Kansas game is the first time they've hit 40 points this season. You know, I think Sark. This might be a hot take. I don't know how you guys feel down there, if you guys even have this conversation or not. I feel like Sark is maybe the best play designer in all of college football. I think his play designs are absolutely brilliant. I don't know that I think he's the greatest play caller in college football, though. The way that he kind of sequences his plays to me sometimes, I feel like doesn't allow Texas to get into a rhythm, sometimes doesn't necessarily capitalize on what the defense is showing. So sometimes it feels like it's a little bit jagged offensively because I just don't feel like he stacks them the right way. But, you know, maybe that's the result of why they haven't just, you know, blown the top off the scoreboard yet this season, but they have so much firepower. Jatavion Sanders is one of my favorite players in the country. Yep. I mean, that guy is a matchup problem. And if he's out there, you know, he's going to make life easier for everyone. You know, one of the big things that stood out to me the last couple of weeks is Jonathan Brooks and the way he's running. I feel like, Mike, in the last 2 or 3 weeks, he's kind of had that light bulb moment where it's like the game is just all of a sudden come to a screeching halt, and you can see that he's running with patience and vision, and he just looks like a completely different running back than we had seen, I think, before 2 or 3 weeks ago. And it seems like he just knows where the offensive line is going to be, you know, where the holes are going to be. And I just like the way he's running right now. So he, I think, is going to be a massive part of their success. And then defensively, you know, it's that defensive front that I think is ultimately going to get Texas to the finish line, not only in this game Saturday, but potentially in this Big 12 conference. I mean, they are so good and so deep on that defensive front. I mean, every school in the country, SEC schools included, should be jealous of what Texas is trotting out there on the defensive line.
Yeah, they've been doing a really good job up front. And I had Derek Johnson on last week, and he said that being a linebacker and Jalen Ford is playing at an elite level again this year. He said, when you got those big guys up front like that, it makes your job a lot easier. And then you start thinking about some of the younger players that Texas has that are making an impact, that are getting these opportunities. You and I have been to this game multiple times. We've heard those crowds and been in the middle of all of it. What do you think this atmosphere, being what you said at the very beginning, we're back to that level? Last time we're facing each other in the Cotton Bowl as Big 12 opponents, obviously next year being the SEC. What are your thoughts about the atmosphere for those that may have never gone, but just watched it on TV?
Well, I think, you know, the first Red River game I went to was mid 2000s when, you know, these were like top 5, top 10 teams in the country. And, you know, there was that decade stretch where I think collectively OU and Texas played for 6 of like 10 national championships, right? I mean, This game essentially felt like a national championship eliminator. And during that stretch, I mean, they were both recruiting at such a high clip. I mean, look at the rosters during that time period, and both were just loaded with NFL caliber guys all the way up and down, offense and defense. And at that point in time, you go to the fairgrounds and there's so much venom, right? Because everybody's so invested because you feel like a national championship is on the line, and you see people spitting on each other and fights breaking out. And like that was my first memories of being on the fairgrounds and experiencing that atmosphere. And then you get to that stretch where, Mac has left and Texas has dipped, and it just didn't feel as hostile, right? I mean, there was just a long period of time there where even though the game is going to be great and it's going to be fun because it's a rivalry game, Oklahoma had just been in such a different place than Texas had been for a long period of time that you just didn't feel like there was as much animosity between the two fan bases. And now we're kind of getting to that point where we're closing out this Big 12 chapter. Next year, it's the SEC. Both of these teams to this point in the season have shown a really high ceiling. First time since 2011 that both teams go into this game undefeated. Like, I kind of feel like maybe we get a little bit of that venom back in the two fan bases and what that atmosphere is like, which I think creates obviously one of the biggest spectacles in all of college football. So I think it's going to be really fun. I think both fan bases are going to be really into this one. And this potentially is going to be not only a great game, but the hype leading up to it. I mean, this is as good as any Red River game we've had in over a decade.
And that's the exciting part about it. You got College Game Day is going to be there. Greg Sankey's coming in. Your Mark's not. What the heck is going on with that? This is what it's all about. And this is the time, too, and I'm glad you brought it up. This is what it should feel like, especially at this time. Yes, we're going to be going together. We're going to be moving on as a group, but the hatred is always going to be there. We don't like each other, but it is going to be so much fun, and I cannot wait to get up there this weekend and be a part of all that zaniness.
Yeah, man. I mean, you step on the fairgrounds and start smelling the food, and you start to hear, people trash talking, and you hear somebody yell boomer and somebody yell hook 'em. And, I say this all the time, but my favorite part of this game is when the teams take the field, right? And that place is packed and everybody's lubed up, right? And had some beverages in the morning. And one team, exits the tunnel to booze and they cross the 50-yard line and those boos turn into a massive roar and then vice versa. And that's just, I mean, it's the scene setter, right? It just gives you the vibe that both fan bases are there and they're ready to be loud and they're ready to boo and they're ready to do whatever it takes. And those two football teams are about to, quote unquote, go to war for, what is, again, such an important football game. But in a year like this, a game that feels like it has a lot more meaning than just bragging rights for the next calendar year.
No doubt about it. Before I let you go, what's your prediction as of Tuesday, October the 3rd?
So last year was the first time I had picked Texas to beat Oklahoma since 2009, I believe.
Yep.
So I had picked Oklahoma every year since then. And look, I think Oklahoma on paper has had the better team every year until last year. So I picked Texas a year ago, and obviously without Dillon Gabriel, that kind of felt like it was a no-brainer. It was going to be a big win. I don't know if anybody thought they would get shut out, but without Dillon, I think everybody assumed that was going to be a big Texas win. I think that Oklahoma is going to have some success in the pass game. I think they're probably going to hit some chunk plays. But ultimately, I think Texas' ability to run the football and Texas' ability to disrupt Oklahoma's offense, especially on the interior, is going to be too much to overcome. So I can't, in good conscience, pick Oklahoma to take down this Texas team with what they have on the line of scrimmage. So I will pick the Longhorns in this matchup, but I just hope more than anything we get another classic Red River game that in the fourth quarter, everybody's on the edge of their seat and maybe we get some craziness.
That's awesome because I've been saying it all week. I said this will be a different Oklahoma team than what we saw last year, strictly because of Dillon Gabriel. I know a lot of people really don't see him as that guy. I've watched him ever since he was at UCF. Him and Jeff Levy seem to be on the same page right now, regardless of the opponents that they have played. But I'm with you. I think Texas just has a little bit too much, and they're talented from top to bottom. And I think that they understand what the goals are at the end of this season. So hopefully, I'm with you. I hope we get that great matchup that we've been looking for. But I'm with you. I think Texas pulls away. Man, I can't thank you enough for jumping on with me. Make sure you go follow at Kobe_Daniels, and he's of the Blitz 1170 in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I'll talk to you soon, buddy, and I'll probably see you on the fairground.
Yeah, man. See you this weekend, and enjoy the rest of the week.
You too, my friend. Later. There he is, my man, Kobe Daniels. He's a good one. Y'all make sure you follow him, go support him. He's got a lot of information, and he always brings it. I forgot to ask him about the Texas Rangers this weekend. Dang it, because we'll get into that conversation. But a lot of knowledge right there. If you hadn't got a chance to listen, it'll be podcast a little bit later, and you can go back and listen to it. A lot of information about this team on the Oklahoma side, but I'm with him. I still believe that Texas just has way too much for them, way too much for Oklahoma. It'll be a different game, I guarantee you that, but this is a Texas team that seems to have the eye on the prize. But if you have your eye on something, make sure you have it on audio-visual consultations. It's the best. This is the best time for the sports. We got Major League Baseball, college football, NFL football. Basketball season is about to start. Don't wait any longer. Go to avconsultations.com right now or give them a call, 512-255-8678, and let Tom McKay and his crew set you up, get you the home entertainment center of your dreams. They can get you the man cave or the woman cave, whichever one you want. AV Consultations will get you taken care of. Even if you want to get some lighting or some security cameras, Tom will take care of that for you as well. Go to avconsultations.com or give them a call, 512-255-8678, and get the home theater setup of your dreams. Tom's been doing this since 1988. And if you're going to be at a sports bar today, I guarantee you he's probably set that up as well. That's AV Consultations, audiovisual consultations, 512-255-8678. Yeah, there's so much to get into, and we're going to be doing it all week. As I said before, this Texas-Oklahoma matchup is going to be one of the best that we've had in a very, very long time. And I know Texas fans, you're feeling real good about yourself, and you rightfully so. You look at this roster, the talent is there. But always remember, when you're going into these types of games, it don't matter what the records are. We've said it every year. You can throw the records out. You can throw them out because that's what they do. But in this situation, I think we're in for a barn burner of a game. I think Texas pulls away, but I also believe that this is going to be one of those games that we're going to be talking about for a long time. I think there's so many talented players on that Texas side that are going to get opportunities to make plays. I know that our defense has been opportunistic, forcing turnovers, getting off the field. The biggest conversation that is going to happen for both of these teams is third down. You got to get both of them off the field because they have a lot of conversion rates, the conversion rates are pretty low for the offense and the defense. Both defenses get you off the field. And so Texas and Oklahoma are definitely going to have to make sure that they work on some things. So I want to make sure that you guys understand that going into it. I know Coach Sark had it during his conference yesterday when he met the media, and they were talking about it. There are so many things that are going to be having to deal with the hype of the game. Everybody knows it. We're hyped up about it. We've been talking about it. Fans are talking trash. As I said, I've seen people blocking each other this week. But Sark had to talk to his team about how to deal with this type of hype around this game. We talked to Kobe about it. These two teams, they're planning to get back to Jerry World in Arlington for a Big 12 championship. Everybody wants to get into the college football playoffs. First time both teams have been undefeated and 5-0 since 2011. This is an exciting time around here, and this is what Sark had to say.
Yeah, to your point. I mean, obviously the Alabama week with the potential distractions that come with a week like this. And I think, one thing we keep preaching to our players is starve your distractions, feed your focus, right? And if we focus on the task at hand, and that's one day at a time, focus on today, and what are we trying to do today, be present today, be present on purpose, that's the formula for us to be successful. For other teams, that may be different, but the team that we have, that's our formula for success. And so how do I gauge that? Do I feel like they're present today, right? Do I really feel like they're dialed into what we're doing today? And then we'll take care of tomorrow. But for us to be successful Saturday, we need to be really good today on Monday. And then tomorrow we need to be good again tomorrow, one day at a time. And our system and our approach is the best way of going about it. We were able to do that in preparation for the Alabama game, and I think that that's going to be of the utmost importance this week as well. With all the stuff going on around this game, we need to be really present with what we're doing.
And no doubt about it, lock in. It's the most important week. We always talked about it a couple years ago when Coach Tom Herman was here and we were going 1-0, 1-0, 1-0. That's right, 1-0. This right here is the most important game because it's the next game on the schedule. Don't make it too hyped. Don't get too excited about it. Stay locked in. Stay locked in on your assignment. Stay locked in on your work. Make sure you get yourself that extra film study that you may not have gotten last week, but dial into what this game means. This is the last time in the Big 12 playing each other. You're going to play each other again. You're going to be able to go at each other. That's fine. But to me, locking in and dialing in is important because this, as they said, the crowd is going to be the crowd. It's going to be loud. You're going to think you make a play, you're going to get a boo or it's going to be a cheer. It's going to be the same. So no matter what is going on in your mind, it is going to be a loud sound. But two players that we all needed to worry about, because we talked about the secondary. We know that they have some explosive players on the other side, and they got some speed. And Texas has been susceptible to the deep ball early in the season thus far. But then you also have to worry about JT Sanders. I was glad to hear Kobe say how important he thought JT Sanders and how he was one of his favorite players because he is a mismatch nightmare. And I truly believe that the reason why Sark didn't put him back in on Saturday was because he knew that Gunnar Helm and Texas was going to be able to control the game against Kansas because he had already had that feeling the way the game was going. And you want to make sure that he's here for this game. He is a matchup nightmare. He is a matchup nightmare. And I've been saying, if you get him involved in the game early, he shows out. And this is another opportunity now to play in front of his home crowd and be turned up like no other. But Ryan Watts from Little Elm and JT Sanders from Dallas-Fort Worth area, Denton Ryan, I believe it is. I'm not sure. I think it is. But anyway, they want to be ready to play. But Sark gave us a little update on their availability as of right now.
They're playing really well together. Coach Venables, he's been doing it too long at too high of a level. JT and Ryan are both day-to-day right now. It's going to take a minute for them to rehab and see if they'll be able to go. I'll probably have a better answer for you on Thursday.
Yeah, so we won't know anything till Thursday, and he may not even tell us until Saturday, knowing Sark and the cat and mouse game that they want to play with Oklahoma and the Oklahoma fans. But I sit here today, and I believe that the reason why he didn't go back in the game, because I saw him walking around on the sideline. He looked like he wanted to get back in there. He didn't have like that. He wasn't walking around with a towel over his head like he didn't think he was going to be able to play. But I believe that he is going to be locked in and ready to go by Saturday at 11 a.m. I know he probably is telling them, you're not keeping me out of this game. And again, Kobe talked about Brennan Thompson just being out there. I think the same thing with JT Sanders. Having him out there is going to put a threat on the other team, regardless of the situation. And we talked about the defense of Oklahoma. The numbers have changed, and you can say it's because of the teams that they're playing. But I know for a fact that this team was going to get better. They made some changes. And Sark even talked about OU's defense this year compared to last year and what it looks like right now.
They're playing really well together. Coach Venables, he's been doing it too long at too high of a level to think they weren't going to, get that thing fixed. I said it last year that they would. And so naturally they have. I think they're just playing well together. A lot of guys on the same accord. the front tied together with the backers, tied together with the secondary. The multiplicity of what they do is very challenging. They've got a lot of defense. They got a lot of coverages. They got a lot of pressure packages. So, it's definitely challenging on that front, especially when they're all on the same accord and working well together. So, like I said, we've got our work cut out for us offensively this week in preparation for the ball game.
I agree. The work is got to be done. And they're going to be prepared to play. The Texas has way too much talent on the field at all times on the offensive side, regardless of the matchups. I know they're going to be dialed in and ready to go, but Texas has weapons on top of weapons, and the running game is a valuable part of the success for this team this year. I know we were talking about Sark and, stretching the field. But if teams aren't going to give that to you and they're going to have weak defensive fronts, run the ball and you see the success. Now, you do have your quick game. You're still trying to get the tight end involved. You have the slot receivers that are making big numbers. Shout out to Jonathan Brooks, Offensive Player of the Week in the Big 12. Shout out to A.D. Mitchell, Newcomer of the Week with his big numbers. But those are new guys that are having success. Jonathan Brooks is somebody that's been running hard all year. He's always been good to me, and I'm glad other people are starting to take notice. But that's nothing new. Now you're getting recognized for it. So I can't wait to see what they're going to come up with on Saturday. Everybody's going into this game, and if they go out there, both teams come in there healthy. They know what's at stake, and it's an exciting time right now. You know what else you need to do? You need to get in touch with the folks over at the Great Blue Heron Furniture. That's right. It's a custom leather furniture company that was started in 1991. And they focus on heavy leathers, hides, and fabrics ranging from traditional Western to modern farmhouses. And this stuff looks outstanding. It is the highest quality furniture that you will be able to find. You will not find a more stylish, more comfortable, and more well-built furniture anywhere out there. And if you look at the link below, right there on the YouTube page, you will be able to click on it and it will take you straight to our own Texas Sports Unfiltered collection. And if you use the promo code HOOK'em, you'll get 15% off of your purchase. If you're looking for furniture that looks amazing and is built to last forever, look no further than Great Blue Heron Furniture. You can click for more information or you can call them at 866-247-9688. That's 866-247-9688. I also want to talk about this right now because we're going to get into this baseball segment. And these two guys, both of these guys are huge, huge baseball fans. I'm talking about my folks over at 4 Roofs. Go to the number 4 roofstx.com for all your roofing needs, whether it's residential or commercial. All you have to do is give these folks a chance. We had that big hailstorm. I heard Rodney talking about it a little while ago, about how all these people are knocking on their door. Rodney, just tell them you've already got somebody, and that's 4 Roofs TX. This is a locally owned company that understands your needs. They have over 15 years of experience. They have affordable pricing and a quick response time. They are thorough and very, very trustworthy. I use them in my neighborhood. My neighbors have used them as well. You should too. And they also provide a project manager that is on site to make sure you get everything that you were supposed to and make sure that everything goes smooth. Reach out today at 512-520-5884 or the number 4 roofstx.com. I also want to tell you about my friends over at Pest Wranglers. Go to pestwranglers.com for all your pest control needs. Pest Wrangler 2 is also a locally owned small family business that's been around since 2006. And its basic principle of great customer service leads to happy customers. That's why they won't make you sign a contract, because they know that if they keep you happy, you're not going anywhere. They got 5-star ratings on Google, Yelp, Angie's List, and all referral sites. All you have to do is hit them up at 512-670-7808 or go to pestwranglers.com. They will get rid of mosquitoes, termites, rodent control. They will give you inspections on your commercial and your residential property. They also do pools. My cousin sent me a picture of his pool. He's in Florida, but his pool looks terrible. So they can get that cleaned up for you. Go to pestwranglers.com or once again, give them a call, 512-670-7808. Well, of course, you know what time it is. It is time for Major League Baseball and the playoffs as it starts today. And I am excited about all of that. The Texas Rangers are going to be on the field today, taking on the Tampa Bay Rays. It's the first time that the Rangers have been in the postseason since 2016. The Rangers will send Jordan Montgomery to the mound against Tyler Glasnow. He had Tommy John a couple seasons ago, and now he's back. He was 10-7 with a regular season with a 3.53 ERA, and he had 162 Ks. That is Glasnow. But here's the deal. He's 2-5 in the playoffs. He's 2-5 in the playoffs, and he's 4-3 in his last 7 games. Jordan Montgomery is 2-1 with a 3.46 ERA, and I think he's going to be able to keep them off balance. And I saw this little stat from my man Jared Sandler just a little while ago. He's the voice of the Texas Rangers, and he put this stat out. Let me find it real quick. He put this stat out that Tyler Glasnow, in his last 4 starts, he has a 6.2 ERA. But in his 3 career starts against the Rangers, he's 0.46 ERA. The Texas offense is something to pay attention to because they put up big-time numbers. The Rays are a good team. They have 230 home runs. They're led by Yandy Diaz. He's got 176 hits. But the Rays themselves, they got a good pitching staff. They've been tough all year, but the Rangers put it on, folks. And think about this. When you think about who they were, and I gave you this stat the other day, the Rangers won 90 games this year. They've blown 33 saves. So these 2 bullpens are going to have to, I guess, X each other out, so to speak. So we'll see what happens once they get to this bullpen. But I also want you to think about this as we talk about the playoffs and what's going on. In 2021, there were 4 teams that lost at least 100 games. The Diamondbacks and the Orioles, they lost 110. The Rangers lost 102, and the Pirates lost 101 games. The Orioles now have home field throughout the playoffs. They had 101 wins this year. The Rangers are in the playoffs, as I told you, for the first time since 2016. And they're back in because Chris Young wasn't afraid to spend some money and go make some major money moves. They had 90 wins. And the Diamondbacks are in the playoffs for the first time since 2017 with their youth movement. And now they have 84 wins. So that is something to pay attention to. And don't forget this for the Rangers. The Rangers are playing the Rays. Randy Arozarena loves the big moment. But what I see with the Rangers, with Adolis Garcia, with Corey Seager, Marcus Semien, these guys are going to be ready to play. And now we get to see how good they are in playoff baseball. Josh Young is one of the best young players in the game. He got healthy at the right time for the season. So I'm going to take the Rangers in this series. I know it's kind of crazy. People are probably like, wait, what? What are you thinking about, Hardge? Yeah, I'm thinking about these Rangers. I think they got enough to win it. All the games are played away, though. Just remember that. And the Blue Jays and the Minnesota Twins, they play the next game. So the Rangers play at 2 o'clock, the 2:08 to be the first pitch, actually. The Toronto Blue Jays plays Minnesota at 3:30. The Rangers are on ABC. The Twins are going to be on ESPN. Arizona and Milwaukee at 6 o'clock will be on ESPN2. And Miami and Philadelphia will be at 7 o'clock on ESPN. For me, the Twins, I'm going to take the Blue Jays. Barely. I'm taking the Blue Jays barely. But here's why. The story is the Minnesota Twins have a franchise record of an 18-game losing streak. Something's got to give, right? The Blue Jays are loaded offensively. They got Springer on their team. Astros fans remember him. He's part of those championships. They got Vladdy Dottie, Vladimir Guerrero, Bo Bichette, Craig Biggio's son, Gavin. And they also have Texas Longhorn, Brandon Belt on that team. But Carlos Correa is trying to help these Twins get over the hump. And I don't know if they're going to be able to do so. But a name to pay attention to, Max Kepler. He's the right fielder for the Twins. Good young talent. Got a lot of sock in his bat. So pay attention to that. The Diamondbacks and the Brewers, I just told you about that. For me, I'm going to have to go with the Brewers. Corbin Burns is he's a hell of a pitcher. He's going to get the start today. But the Diamondbacks are saving their ace, Zach Gallen, for tomorrow for game 2. So we'll have to see about that. They got a great young player named Corbin Carroll. He probably will be rookie of the year. He's a stud. And, of course, the Brewers have Christian Yelich, who was an MVP. The Marlins and the Phillies, I think that this one is going to be the most exciting series out of them all. And strictly because the Philadelphia Phillies are one of those teams that if they get hot at the right time, and that's exactly what they've been doing, they have more juice and firepower. Philly fans are nuts about their baseball at this time. Zach Wheeler is one hell of a pitcher too. He throws a lot of strikes. He keeps the ball in the ballpark. And obviously those guys hit a lot of home runs in Philly. So I can't wait to see what they're going to do. The Marlins have Luis Ariza, who is their leadoff hitter. He was flirting with 400 most of the year. Jazz Chisholm is a baller in center field. And Jorge Soler, Astro fans, y'all remember him, hitting balls all up there like Albert Pujols. You might want to pay attention to those series. So out of those series, I got the Blue Jays beating the Twins just because the Twins can't ever win in the postseason. And then I got the Brewers winning against the Diamondbacks, and I got the Phillies taking that part from them, from the Marlins. Once again, I want to thank everybody for tuning in today. Had a great time. If you missed the part of the show where I had my man Kobe Daniels on talking about Oklahoma, make sure you check it out on the podcast. It was a great interview. You got a lot of information about their defense, where they are now. And Kobe even told you he believes that the Texas Longhorns are going to win this game, as I think a lot of people are. But I think it's going to be totally different than what we saw last year. Matter of fact, I know it'll be totally different than what we saw last year. But as always, tune in tomorrow. We're going to have a great show. Pay attention to my social media. I'm almost close to my confirmation on who I'm going to have on the show. And I can't tell you how excited I am if this thing comes through, because it's going to be one hell of a show. Don't believe everything you see, folks, because even salt looks like sugar. Peace. Coming up next is the midday with Trey and BK. And here's my man, BK. Can't hear you. You doing it again, dude? Did you do
I'm
that?
just messing with you. Yeah, I'm good. Oh, man. When are we going to hear some of that piano, man? Come on. It's just sitting back there waiting for you to play it. And you know everybody watching and listening is waiting to hear it.
I think you got a better chance of hearing me beatbox than you do hearing me play with that piano. I promise you that.
Hey,
I can't wait, guys, until it gets a little bit cooler this weekend and next, and he fires up that fireplace, you know?
You know exactly what I'm going to do. That fireplace is definitely going to be lit.
Great show today, Hardge, man. We'll be tuned in tomorrow.
All right, my brother. Y'all have a great one, as always.
Thanks, Hardge.
Peace.
You too, brother. There he goes. Hardball Hardge. Hanging with Hardge every weekday from 11 to noon right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. And yeah, Hardge teased it at the end. He's working on getting a big name guest to join him tomorrow. And when I say big name, I mean big name. So hopefully it works out. Hopefully this guest comes through. And if so, we'll obviously be promoting it on social media throughout the course of the rest of the day and into tomorrow as well.
Can I guess?
Sure.
Dylan Haynes.
Oh, I said big yes, not hurdled guest.
Fair.
Yeah. Now, someone who's going to excite the people a little bit more than Dylan Haynes.
His senior year, when he was starting to get clowned by his teammates, or maybe it was the year after his senior year, where he was chirping about the team lacking toughness or something, and guys were having to put him in his place by calling out the fact that he got hurdled by like 4 or 5 white quarterbacks in his time as a safety at the University of Texas. I saw him out and about, and he was driving a Mustang at the time, for whatever that's worth.
NIL?
No, I'm sure it's a car that he or his parents paid for.
No.
Why in the hell would Texas pay that guy NIL money? I'm sorry, Dylan. I didn't mean to do that.
Well, no, you asked the fair question because NIL didn't exist when Dylan Haynes was in college. So it would have been illegal for Texas to pay Dylan Haynes NIL money. And that's why you brought that up, right?
Spoiler alert, there wasn't an under-the-table Mustang deal either.
No, you're probably right on that one. I will say the potential guest that Hardge was talking about and Dylan Haynes do have something in common, Trey.
They're both named Dylan?
No, they're both former Texas football players.
Ah.
And that's probably the only thing these two guys have in common.
Vince Young? I'm trying to think of the polar opposite of Dylan Haynes in the history of Texas football.
Yeah, Vince Young is not a bad guess in terms of trying to guess somebody who was the polar opposite of Dylan Haynes. Like maybe the most loved or one of the most loved players ever in VY versus one of the most despised players in Dylan Haynes, who is catching an absurd amount of strays here in the first 4 minutes of this Tuesday show. Sorry about that, Dill.
Vince is the hurdler and not the hurdlee.
Nice. Good job there. Good job there. We'll let you know if it happens. I'm not even going to let you guess, but it's not Vince Young, but it's someone who is close to that in terms of the impact he made on the Texas football program and the excitement level it would create if we're able to get him on our network. So hopefully Hardball Hardge can work his magic and we can make that exciting announcement at some point this afternoon.
Tyrone Swoops, come on down. 18-wheeler, baby.
You know, we've done a lot of shows together. I don't know if I've ever been done with you 4 minutes into any of them, but I think I'm done with you at 12:04 today. So congratulations on setting a new record here.
I'm sorry. I either have to be in a really playful mood or I'm going to be in a really bad mood. Which one of those would you like for the rest of this show?
Oh, God.
Both are annoying, I know.
Give me a door number 3, please. God. Hey, Texas OU, of course, this Saturday. We announced it yesterday. We'll keep announcing it. We'll post about it later today on social media. But these things we can confirm. This Friday, the Red River Roundtable with Texas Sports Unfiltered, live from Hardwood Tavern in downtown Dallas. And then Saturday morning, the pregame show starting at 8 a.m. at the Old Mill Inn on the fairgrounds at the State Fair of Texas, right by Big Tex. We're going to be doing our pregame show live from just outside the Cotton Bowl. So Friday, Harwood Tavern in downtown Dallas from 2 to 5 p.m. And then Saturday morning, starting at 8 a.m., the pregame show for Texas Sports Unfiltered. We will be live at the Cotton Bowl. Can't wait for that.
There are a lot of broadcast highlights in each of our lives, BK. One of my favorites still, each and every year, the years that I get to do this, is getting to broadcast from Dallas on this particular weekend. Because this is, I don't know if Christmas is the right comp, but this is my favorite sports weekend of the year. Because I lived in Dallas for so long. I've gone to a ton of these games. I love experiencing the fair around it. Started to build up a tradition with the family, going to the fair on the Friday before the game and then the game itself. That's not happening this year, which is okay. But getting to broadcast from a cool place around downtown the Friday before the game and then broadcasting from the fair itself pregame, man, that's up there for me. That's like 2, or maybe if you combine them, a top 3 or top 5 favorite moments for me in my broadcasting career. And I get to do it more years than not too. So Thank you.
Of course, man. Excited that you're going to be able to make it. We've got Bucky coming with us. We've got Hardge coming with us. We've got Chip coming with us. We're going to have a full caravan of folks making our way to Dallas. So, yeah, we want to bring you the best coverage that you can find, getting you set for Texas and Oklahoma. Of course, we're doing it all week long, but having boots on the ground makes a big, big difference. So, excited to bring you some great coverage from the Metroplex on Friday and Saturday. And of course, speaking of that game on Saturday, Steve Sarkisian met with the media yesterday talking about that game on Saturday. Here's the ending of the 4.5-minute opening statement Steve Sarkisian had yesterday. We've got the last 80 to 90 seconds of Sark talking about OU and setting the stage for this Saturday.
2 undefeated teams, 2 top 25 teams. The spotlight of college football will be on us. I think that the beauty for us, this will be our 3rd top 25 matchup now in 6 games. And every team we've played has got a winning record and is doing good things. So I think that we've been exposed to some high-level football now through 5 weeks. And naturally, we understand the emotions that will come with this game and different things. I think it's critical for us that we have a great week of preparation, that we take it one day at a time, and then we go with the mindset to execute on Saturday. Emotions will run naturally as they do in games like this. The key to the drill is that we execute at a high level. So great deal of respect for OU. Coach Venables has done a tremendous job going into year 2. The quarterback, Gabriel's playing at a very high level. They've got an explosive unit. He distributes the ball beautifully, whether it's RPOs, advantage throws, shot plays, things of that nature. So, and then defensively, they have an influx of transfers. I think they have 9 transfers on the defensive side of the ball, a lot of which are on the front. So I think they've naturally upgraded there. And Coach Venables, he's been doing it a long time. He's one of the best in the business at game planning and getting his defenses ready to play. So we know it's going to be a great challenge. We're looking forward to it, looking forward to seeing our fans in Dallas for, in my opinion, the best setting in college football. This is going to be an awesome environment, and we're very fortunate and humbled to be part of the game.
So there you go. There's Steve Sarkisian kind of setting the scene. And he's right. Look, a lot of praise for Oklahoma, and we all remember what happened in this game last year, but it doesn't take any of us or anybody with a brain to tell you that this Oklahoma team is a lot different than the one that we saw at the Cotton Bowl last year. And it starts with Dillon Gabriel. Like, Dillon Gabriel was on that Oklahoma team last year that finished 6-7, so he's not absolved from all of the blame of what took place with OU football in 2022, but obviously he was not a part of the game in Dallas, and Oklahoma just couldn't do anything offensively. They were basically playing a tight end at quarterback, and they couldn't move the ball. And obviously Texas offensively did whatever it wanted against OU. Dillon Gabriel's back. OU's got more talent. They hit the portal hard to address some weaknesses that they had last year. And this is a very, very good football team that Texas is going to see on Saturday.
I think that's the right mindset to have, but to be blunt, I don't know if this is a very good football team. Like, I definitely know that they're better than last year, but how much better? I think we'll learn a lot early on in this game on Saturday. It will certainly be a fight because it's a rivalry game. And if OU had Dillon Gabriel last year, Texas would have still won the game, but it wouldn't have been as embarrassing a loss for OU. So do I expect 49-0 again, or whatever the final score was last year? Absolutely not. But I still think Texas will control this game because OU, while improved, is still that proverbial year away. Maybe not even proverbial. Maybe it is a literal year away, much like Texas was last year, where you could see those signs of improvement. Now, I would argue that Texas also had better individual pieces on both sides of the ball, but I think the Texas roster is that much better right now, and they're playing so cohesively on both sides of the ball. Unfortunately, there's a little bit to be left for special teams. If you can minimize some of these special teams mistakes, I think everything else will take care of itself for this Texas offense and defense.
Yeah, Texas is the better team going into this weekend, and I think Texas has the more proven coaching staff as well going into this game, and it's part of the reason why Texas is a 6-point favorite right now, and it's part of the reason why most of the Oklahoma fans that I've talked to believe that Texas is going to win this game. Like, I couldn't tell you the last time that's happened. Now, once people realized Dillon Gabriel wasn't playing, then I think everybody kind of knew that Texas was going to win. But, Oklahoma fans are very, very confident. And more often than not, over the last 12 to 15 years, they have had the better team going into Dallas. So they've had reason to be confident going into Red River. But this year, they clearly think they're better, and they are better, once again, than what they were last year. So they're like you. And they're like me, and I think most Texas fans, we're all in the same boat. This is not going to be 49-0 this year, but I think most Oklahoma people realize that Texas is the better team here, and if Texas does what it's capable of doing, and Texas looks the way that it has looked for these first 5 games of the season, then there's not really much Oklahoma could do to pull off the upset. Texas is going to find a way to win.
Oh, shots fired here. Michael, please expand. In for a rude awakening, douchebags. That's not true at all. Don't put words in our mouths. What words would you like put into your mouth, Michael? Should we use that fire hose that Brent Venables has been choking on for a season and a half now, that has him at a loss for words at times? Tell us the words you want in your mouth on this, the greatest of hate weeks.
Yes. Tell us what you want Texas to put in your mouth this weekend, Michael. Please let us know. And I didn't
Boomer Sooner? That's some cheap fucking garbage right there. Give us more than Boomer Sooner.
Hey,
you hear that enough during the game.
I didn't say all Oklahoma fans.
That one, Michael.
I didn't say all Oklahoma fans. I said the people that I've talked to feel that way. So clearly they don't all feel that way.
Look, and there was some of that last year too. And it's rare to hear that as a Texas fan, because if there's been a side that has gone into that stadium, gosh, I remember a couple of specific examples, one of which Texas won and the other that they were close on, where Texas went in with low expectations because Oklahoma was that much better that year. And they end up playing a close game because fluky things happen in the Cotton Bowl, even when there is that big a supposed disparity in talent. You go in a little bit lubed up, especially if it's a little bit later in the day. So I guess we're thankful that it's 11 o'clock, so OU fans don't have even more time to drink before the game. But you go in loose. You understand what you might see, but you're ready to cheer loud for your team if they do something good too. And the energy of the crowd has had an impact in the past in ways that have been advantageous to lesser Texas teams during this century. Now, you did get a little bit of that with OU during that unfortunate John Blake era for Sooners football, but really the opportunities like this, you can count on one hand as a Texas fan. It's last year and this year. Other than that, even in years where Texas has won handily, like in the national championship winning season, you felt good about that game, but you also, I don't think you heard a ton of Sooners speaking pessimistically about their own chances.
Yeah, look, this is the type of game you throw records out the window, you throw stats out the window, you throw rankings out the window, right? Like anything can happen at the Cotton Bowl, and you just laid it out perfectly. Like Texas has found a way as a double-digit underdog at times to pull off the upset and win outright against Oklahoma. So Texas is the better football team right now. They just are. It's not burnt orange bias. I think most people out there, maybe not Michael Jabroni or whatever his last name was, but most people out there, I think, can realize that Texas is a better team, but that hasn't always meant stuff in the past. They don't play these games on paper. So we'll see. I mean, the Longhorns have to go out there and take care of their business, right? I said, if Texas plays the way that it's played in recent weeks, they're going to be fine. Well, here's what Texas has done well. They have not beaten themselves. Quinn Ewers just threw his first pick of the year last week. They've only lost one fumble on offense. Now, they had the special teams miscues in the game against Baylor. You don't want to have any of those this weekend. But for the most part, Texas has been very clean with the football. They have won the turnover battle in these games, and they have also played very disciplined. They don't commit a lot of penalties. They're one of the 15 least penalized teams in all of college football. So if that stuff continues, if Texas does what it's done well to this point in conference play especially, but really throughout the course of the season, then they're going to be fine. But obviously you give a team with the talent that Oklahoma has, and it's not, 5 years ago Oklahoma, but they still have a very talented roster. Once again, they did well in the portal to add to their talent. We're still talking about a team that even in transition periods recruits amongst the best in college football. They've got enough talent to beat you if you are shooting yourself in the foot repeatedly. So if Texas resorts back to the mistakes they were making in close games last year, then yeah, they're going to lose on Saturday. But if Texas plays like it's, once again, played through 5 games, then they're going to win and they're going to cover the 6-point spread too.
I wonder if we see a game bogged down by penalties on Saturday, BK. Not because these two teams are all that undisciplined. I just wonder if this is one of those games where we find ourselves really frustrated with the caliber and quality of Big 12 officiating.
Well, the Big 12 officials shouldn't be one-sided, right? Like that's been the fear of every Texas and Oklahoma fan, is that when they play other teams that will be in this conference beyond this season, then the refs might get a little involved. Hell, the OU Cincinnati game, I thought the refs were clearly trying to give Cincinnati a chance to win that one, and Oklahoma was just better, so they didn't. But, this week, I don't know. I don't know what to expect from the refs because you feel like the refs hate both sides, right?
I don't think it's necessarily to give advantage to one side or the other. I just think it's to try and create as ugly and unwatchable football game as possible. After all, Greg Sankey is going to be at the game on Saturday, and Brett Yormark has chosen not to. And he told The Athletic, look, Greg Sankey should be there. These are his schools in the future. We don't have anything to do with them after this season, so it's not as much of a concern for me.
Yeah,
And I don't fault him, by the way, for taking that stance either. Just like I didn't fault him whenever he was openly rooting for Texas Tech to win that last game of the year. Like, good luck with that. And I am going to be a little bit surprised if Brett Yormark doesn't pop positive for COVID Thanksgiving week to help get him out of that trip back to Austin. But I completely understand where he's coming from there. And if I were him, I wouldn't want to be at that game either because
why would you want to be at a game with the two teams that have a chance to represent your conference in the college football playoff or playing each other? Why would you want to be at that game?
They'll still have that opportunity to do so. I think it's because he's kind of painted himself into that corner where those fan bases and probably a lot of administrators at this point don't really want to see his face.
Yeah, it's the biggest game in the conference this year, and the conference commissioner is not going to be there. That just feels weird, but he's done this to himself. I say that as
a fan of Brett Yormark again, but I also I recognize what he said. It pissed a lot of Texas fans off, obviously, but I think secondarily it pissed OU people off too.
Yeah, I think so too. And I wonder if Yormark makes a call to these officials and is like, just call everything. We need 30 penalties this week, just both ways. Just make this the most annoying game ever. Let me give another middle finger to these two schools on their way out the door.
What's the Big 12 crew with Kevin? Oh gosh, what's the lead official's name?
Kevin Marr.
Yeah. It's a Kevin Marr crew this weekend, so we can expect.
Is it?
Yeah, we can expect at least a little bit of incompetence. I saw that on Twitter yesterday. Maybe that wasn't correct, but it came from a reputable source, I think. So, yeah, maybe that Kevin Marr crew again, which Texas got for the Rice game, the Alabama game.
Wyoming
game. That's right.
And it was awful. And that's the only game this year where we've complained about the officials doing weird stuff. And that's the crew that we're about to get this week. You telling me that? Oh, God. Yeah, that hurts. That hurts. That is the worst crew in the Big 12, one of the worst crews in the country. So, yeah, there is Brett Yormark giving another middle finger to these two schools. Buckle up. God dang it.
Yeah, I've seen this a couple of places. I'm looking on Twitter right now. So hopefully this is people just running with a false piece of information, but there's a good chance it's going to be the Kevin Marr crew on Saturday.
Hold on. I'm going to have to review this previous comment for targeting here.
Uh-oh.
You got to give me 10 minutes to go review this, please, because we're going to see that a few times on Saturday. So just brace yourselves for questionable officiating. Yeah, that is awesome. That is awesome. Way to go, Yormark, you piece of shit. God, I hate that guy. I know he's your butt buddy or whatever, but I hate that dude.
Not my butt buddy. I see the job that he's doing. And despite the fact that I feel a little bit slighted by those Lubbock comments, I also understand why he does what he does. And I recognize that he's made a lot of savvy moves to keep that conference or this conference relevant past this year.
Yeah.
So I give him the cap for that one.
All right, let's hear more from Steve Sarkisian. A couple more cuts today. We'll start with an injury update. Somebody asked about JT Sanders and Ryan Watts, who, of course, both had to leave the Kansas game early this past Saturday. Here's Sark giving kind of a non-update on the health of those two players.
JT and Ryan are both day-to-day right now. It's going to take a minute for them to rehab and see if they'll be able to go. I'll probably have a better answer for you on Thursday.
So not much there from Sark. Trey, how important are these two guys? I mean, look, Texas was able to win and pull away from Kansas in the second half without Sanders and without Ryan Watts. So we know this team is talented. We know this team is deep. We've talked about the depth a lot over the course of this year. But, we are talking about one of the best tight ends in the country, and we are talking about the number one corner on this football team. How important are those two guys? And if they are banged up and maybe can't go this weekend. How do you feel about Texas's chances?
I think that JT Sanders is more important than Ryan Watts, but both guys are important. Now, the silver lining here is that all is not lost if one or both ends up having to miss this game, because these coaches have done such a good job of building up depth. And I think backup plans in the case of Jatavian Sanders for what they do if he's having to miss significant time. Part of that falls on Gunnar Helm, who is maybe seen by some as more that inline tight end, but he is a dynamic pass catcher. It's what he did more than anything else in high school. And for Ryan Watts, he is susceptible on deep balls at times. That's one of his weaknesses, and that's something that this OU football team is good at. Dillon Gabriel, accurate down the field. They probably don't throw it downfield enough. We may see more opportunities this weekend, strangely, like we saw with Kansas last week. I think Leipold saw some things on tape, and he felt like he could beat Texas over the top. Fortunately, he didn't have a quarterback capable of executing that game plan. But with Ryan Watts out, I have a little bit more faith in Malik Muhammad covering OU receivers deep. Now, I think you are going to be missing a little bit with Ryan Watts and how good he is at coming up and stopping the run, or perhaps serving as a sort of contain if the quarterback does decide to tuck it and run and Texas is in a zone, although we're less concerned about that this week than in weeks past. But both guys being out hurts Texas. We're just thankful that we're at a point depth-wise where it is not something that will hopefully cost them the game.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if JT Sanders doesn't play this weekend. Like, I think he could have gone back out there against Kansas if Texas really needed him. But the Longhorns have enough faith in Gunnar Helm, and they obviously had enough faith that they could win that game without JT Sanders, that they just felt like, all right, like, we're not going to risk re-aggravating anything. Let's just keep you on the sideline and get you ready for OU.
Considering how his leg bent, I was very pleasantly surprised with the minimal limp that he was exhibiting as he was testing things out. I forget if it was several or tens of minutes later, but I think you're right about that. Had it been one of those games where they needed him back in, well, I don't know, though, because he came out without pads in the second half. So I think once they made that final call, they're like, look, we think we can do this without you. But if they needed him because Kansas is able to pull close in the third or fourth quarter, I think they're probably SOL at that point. But because of that, there is probably a greater chance that we see him. I don't know if than Ryan Watts, though. Like, I'm not sure which guy is more likely to play, because Ryan Watts came off the field limping a little bit too. But it was something where he was leaving under his own power. And oftentimes in those situations, guys can, especially for bigger games, decide that they're hurt and not injured and get out there that very next week.
Yeah, I don't even remember Ryan Watts leaving the game. Like, I just heard Molly McGrath or whoever was doing sidelines say that Ryan Watts is out for the rest of the game with the leg injury. And I'm like, I didn't even know he was out at all. So, yeah, I mean, Watts is important. Yeah, Texas is deeper at corner than they are at tight end, and Jatavian Sanders is just a better player than Ryan Watts right now. So both guys are important. You'd obviously love to have all hands on deck for the biggest conference game of the season, and we'll see. Sark said it there. He will give us an update on Thursday, the next time he meets with the media. And then one more from Sark, back and forth with Sark and Danny Davis of the Austin American-Statesman. They asked about kicker. All right, Bert Auburn has struggled. He missed 5 field goals in all of the 2022 season. He's missed 5 field goals in the first 5 games of the 2023 season, including a couple of misses against the Jayhawks this past Saturday. Here's a little back and forth Q&A in regards to potentially making a change at kicker.
It didn't seem like you're wanting to make a change with Bert.
No.
What do you do to kind of help him get over his struggles? And I guess,
no, I mean, I think at the end, what happened, okay? The kick against Baylor, we have a high snap. We don't protect the edge very well. He pushes it right off the upright. The second one's a 50-yarder. So percentages aren't great from 50, but I think we can clean that up. And then the 47-yarder, again, a little bit of a high snap, but again, I think he's better. So I think us getting our battery, our operation, snap, hold, kick, protection to ensure confidence in him, and then two, him trusting his training. He's too good. He's been doing it for 2 years for us now. It's just getting him back into his comfort zone, and he started that today. He kicked the ball well today.
So there you go. Bert Auburn will keep his job. No surprise there. According to Sark, he kicked well in practice yesterday. No surprise there. And also, Sark's sticking up for his players, man. Like, he did this with Quinn Ewers. He does this with everybody. Like, there were games, the Rice game, the Wyoming game, where people would ask Sark about Quinn Ewers. Hey, what's wrong with Quinn? Why is Quinn not looking better? What's the deal here? And Sark would just be like, well, the receivers aren't running their best routes, and the O-line isn't blocking well enough, and our run game isn't good enough. Like, he would just do everything to separate the blame from just one person, and he's doing that with Bert Auburn. The blocking is fine. The holds are fine. The snaps are fine. Everything's fine. Bert Auburn is not fine right now. No surprise, I'm not criticizing Sark for backing his guys, but come on, like, we're watching this stuff. Everything is good. The operation is good. The kicks are just not good. We need more from Sideshow Bob. We need a Sideshow Bob. Sideshow Bert. We need Sideshow. We don't need Shit Show. That's what we need. We need to get Bert Auburn back this weekend, because what we've gotten from him this year, not great.
Yeah, less Freak Show Bert and more Sideshow Bert. And it's funny because, yeah, he is defending his guy, but he's also throwing the rest of the unit under the bus.
Right.
Unnecessarily too, by the way, because those guys, there was one snap, I think, that wasn't very good, but the punter got it down and it turned into a good hold. And I think that was the one that he pushed to the left, maybe. But you're exactly right, dude. Like, the problem is Bert Auburn right now. So whatever you have to do, send him to a sports psychologist this week if you need to. It's something going on between his ears, because it's not like he doesn't have enough leg in these kicks that he's missing. He's just shanking them. He's just pushing them one way or the other. And that's the other problem too, by the way. He's having a hard time calibrating because he's not missing in any one direction.
Right.
He misses left. He misses right. I think the shank went left too, if I'm not mistaken. So this is something to keep an eye on, because if he struggles kicking again this weekend, win or lose for the Longhorns, by the way, if he struggles again, they have to open that kicking competition up in the open week. I get it. It's not going to burn you in conference play, and maybe you try and give him some more time to work through it, but you will face good enough competition if you continue to play up to your expectations at some point in a college football playoff, where all of a sudden him making those kicks becomes much more crucial.
Yeah, you're going to play a close game at some point this season. Odds are you'll play a couple of close games at some point this season. Like, to this point, Texas has won all 5 games by double digits. Their average margin of victory is 23. So the 5 missed field goals have not come back to bite Texas in the backside. But if this is a one-possession game in the fourth quarter and Bert Auburn does need to step up and make a big kick for you, then I just don't have confidence in him doing that right now. Like, I want to believe in him. We saw him last year look really good. We did not talk about kicker at all this offseason because we felt like that position was incredibly solid. And, well, it is not. It's good that is one of the bigger issues right now, because everything else looks pretty damn good, and this team is ranked number 3 in the country. But, yeah, at some point this year, you're going to need Bert Auburn to go out there and make a big kick for you. And he missed that one against Alabama. You thought maybe that was going to be the one. Well, Texas did enough in the fourth quarter on offense and defense to where it didn't matter. But there will be at least one moment this year where Texas is going to have to rely upon Shit Show Bert to not be that. Because, the third facet of the game has to be better for the pole assassin.
I think it's time to get the haircut, BK. It worked for the quarterback. Maybe he needs to shave the hair down now.
We think Bert Auburn can also lose 20 pounds between now and Saturday?
I don't know if he needs to lose the 20 pounds, but he needs to lose the 20 pounds of hair.
Yeah, that's true. Like, if he does cut his hair, he might shed, I don't know if it's 20, but there might be 5 pounds of fluff on top of that deal, right?
Solid 5 pounds of white boy fro.
Yeah, indeed. That is a look for sure. That could be a bet payoff for us right there, to grow your hair out like Bert Auburn. Although that might take years to accomplish.
Yeah, it would not only take years to grow it out like that, we would also have to get perms.
Yeah.
It's an interesting part of the bet.
Yes, it would be. It would be. All right, let's give some love to some of our great sponsors here. Hey, let's do a live spot for AV Consultations today. Love AV Consultations. You see the TVs behind me. They were done by AV Consultations. The 4 TV man cave that I have in my living room, all done by AV Consultations. Trey, it's the best sports month of the year, which means there is no better time to make the call to our guy, Tom McKay in AVC.
That's right. Great sports week, too, for that matter. Rangers and Rays get going a little bit, kicking off or pitching off the MLB playoffs this year. Texas OU this Saturday, some other good ranked matchups as well. And, of course, the NFL is in full swing. Before too long, hockey and NBA regular seasons will get going as well. So now's the time for you to contact Audiovisual Consultations to make those home theater dreams come true. First, you should go to avconsultations.com, check things out there, and then give Tom McKay and Audiovisual Consultations a call at 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678 for Audiovisual Consultations.
Yes, sir. Got me my Olipop today, the classic grape. I think this is my new favorite flavor.
Thanks for forgetting the 6-pack again, jerk.
Yeah, you'll get it this weekend, all right? Maybe not anymore after that comment. Shoot. Yeah, I owe you some. I gave Bucky some Olipop. I owe you some. I know Chip's a big Olipop guy. This stuff is great. And a bunch of y'all are commenting and texting like every day saying that you've tried Olipop and you love Olipop. Become a believer. This stuff is really, really good. It's a great tasting soda that's actually good for you. Inside of every can, you're getting 9 grams of fiber, only 2 to 5 grams of sugar, hardly any calories, and this stuff supports digestive health. See what that says? I don't know if you can. That was maybe a bad idea. Prebiotics, botanicals, plant fiber, stuff that supports digestive health. So not only is it not bad for you, it's actually good for you. You get health benefits by drinking Olipop. And look, I'm not a health guy. I want stuff that tastes good. And that's what Olipop does. It's just an added benefit that this stuff is good for me. But the taste is where I want it to be. It tastes like the soda that I grew up sipping. And I do get that health benefit too. So pick it up. Target, H-E-B, Walmart, Whole Foods, Costco, wherever you buy your groceries, get you some Olipop.
You do care about your butt microbiome, don't you?
I don't know what that means, but yes. Or no, whatever is better. Yeah, yeah, I think so. I think I care, or I don't care. Quick shout out to Covert.
Make you fart more? Asking Jake. I would assume that Olipop is not making you fart more, even though it is good for the gut microbiome.
Yeah, I'll do a fart per capita test today and see if it changes. Was it gross words per minute? Back in typing class, gross farts per minute. Do I need to be doing that for my Olipop test?
Is it gross words per minute or total words per minute?
I was always a Guam guy, man.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe stuff changed from the 1940s when you were in school. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, they added computers at some point after that.
That's key. That was a key ad for us. Now every kid's got a freaking tablet, which is insane.
I was about to say, and some of the stuff that my daughter comes home and tells us that she's looking at on the tablet at school, even though there are supposedly safeguards in place, like we don't give these kids enough credit for how smart they are in figuring stuff out, especially as it pertains to technology.
I think we give kids the credit that they deserve.
Not little kids.
They are good with technology, though. I do feel old every time I'm around a little kid who is good with an iPad or phone or whatever, and they just know how to do something that I have no idea how to do. So they figure it out.
It even breaks my heart a little bit to see my 7-year-old like quickly flipping through pictures on iPhotos. I'm like, oh, man.
Yep.
Like you'd be so much better off with a crayon in your hand drawing on a piece of paper or something.
I don't want that. Just give them the drawing app and they'll be good.
And then I wipe away my tears with my Xbox controller as I play another FIFA 2023 game.
Oh, God. That's awesome. Shout out to Covert BK, by the way. Another one of our great sponsors. They are giving us a couple of vehicles to take to Dallas this week, which is very, very exciting. If you're looking for a vehicle to take to Dallas, to take to work, to take anywhere, go to Covert BK. New and pre-owned cars, truck, SUVs. They've got 3 dealerships out in BK. They've got 7 brands. It's gorgeous. It's massive. Also, 86 service bays. So if something's up with your current whip and you need to get it worked on, go out to Covert BK. They'll fix it for you, and you're not going to have to wait all day because they've got all of those service bays and a bunch of people who can take care of your car, truck, or SUV. Go to their website, covertbcave.com. Check out inventory and the great sales that they have. But more importantly, go out to Bee Cave. Say what's up to Dan Covert, to Mike, to Stacy, to the entire team, Jerome and Michael and Daniel and the whole squad. It's a bunch of great people out there who will take care of you whenever you stop on by. All right, Trey. Major League Baseball. Yeah. The Rangers opening up postseason play in about an hour and a half. First pitch a little after 2:00. It is the best of 3 wild card round of the MLB postseason, and it gets going today. You've got a quadruple header across the MLB, but of course the Rangers and Rays will open things up from the Trop in Tampa St. Pete. It is Jordan Montgomery, one of the trade deadline acquisitions for the Jers, going up against Tyler Glasnow, one of the better pitchers in all of baseball for the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. The Rangers need to win 2 of 3. And all of these games are in Tampa, by the way. So this format's not the first year of the format, but it's still relatively new. The wild card round, all 3 games, if necessary, it is a best of 3, will be played at the higher seeds ballpark. So the Rays had the second best record in the AL this year. They are the wild card, though, because the Orioles had the best record in the AL, and they won the American League East. So the Rangers will have their work cut out for them going up against a very good Tampa team on the road in one of the least hostile environments in all of sports, but still on the road. We'll see if the Rangers can get it done. What's your confidence level in Texas finding a way to take care of business?
I have no feel for the pulse of this Rangers team. I leave them for dead, and then they go on a 7-game or 6-game win streak, and then I start to believe again, and they crap the bed to end the season and are forced to play in the wild card round. So I'm just looking at these next handful of games as found money, and if we find our way to the divisional round, great. Now, I will say that as much has been made as some of the other big-name pitchers that Texas had grabbed via trades this season, Jordan Montgomery, without question, has been the best pickup for this team in terms of an arm via trade. And that includes him pitching really well over these last couple of months now. It's been one of the few bright spots that entire time, as the rest of the staff has seemingly gone up and down. So a lot of this is going to come down to him doing his job in game 1, giving the Rangers that 1-game edge with 2 more to play at Tampa, and then this lineup doing what they're capable of. Second best offense in baseball this year behind that sick Atlanta Braves lineup. And they have capable dudes up and down the lineup, who some of whom have also gotten it done in the postseason as well. I'm excited to watch starting at 2. But let me ask you, though, because you pay much closer attention to Major League Baseball, what chances do you give the Rangers of winning this series?
I should give them more than I am. The reason I'm not giving the Rangers much of a chance is because I just assume the Rangers are going to fall apart in the playoffs, because that's usually what they do. But I will say this, they have had the Rays number in the playoffs. Now, that was a different team, like more than a decade ago, but they did beat the Rays on both trips to the World Series at the start of the 2010s. The Rays are banged up, man. I mean, obviously Wander Franco is not hurt, but he's not a part of things. But they've got a few of their other big bats who won't be available through this series. So that gives the Rangers the edge. As bad as the Rangers bullpen has been, the Rays bullpen has been almost as bad. Now, I don't think anyone's been worse than the Rangers this year, but that's kind of been a weakness as well. So we could see some high scoring games, man. Like, the Rays have some good starting pitching over these next 2 days, but in the playoffs, starters don't go as deep into games. So these might become bullpen games, and neither bullpen has shown a consistent ability to get guys out this season. So with the Rangers' offensive firepower that they have, they absolutely have a chance to get this thing done. It's just crazy that DeGrom and Scherzer and Eovaldi are on the Rangers, and it's Jordan Montgomery getting game 1. Obviously injuries, and then the Rangers having to use Eovaldi this past weekend. Like, that is why it's happening. I understand it, but it's bizarre that things have shaked out the way that they have for the Rangers, to where, Jordan Montgomery, who on paper might be the 4th or 5th best starter on this team, is the guy who gets the ball in a very, very important game 1.
I'm not sure where Dane Dunning is slotted in this series, maybe game 3, but he has been really good these last couple of starts too. So I expect to see a solid effort out of him if he gets an opportunity to pitch. And keep an eye on Max Scherzer. Started a throwing program in the last couple of weeks. Not suggesting that he'll go back out there as a starter for you, but how about Max Scherzer coming out of the bullpen? Considering how much of a competitor he is and the postseason track record that he has also. Like, that would immediately make your bullpen better, considering how many unreliable arms you have back there.
Yeah, I don't know. Postseason Scherzer has scared me a little bit as of late, but I would take him over the other guys that the Rangers have been throwing out there this year because, those guys are not very good. So we'll see, man. It's going to be Nathan Eovaldi getting the ball tomorrow in Game 2 against Zach Eflin. TBD, I think, for both sides for a potential Game 3, which would be Thursday. So it's the next 3 days if they're necessary. If the Rangers win, they will take on the Baltimore Orioles. I guess if the Rays win, they'll also take on the Baltimore Orioles in round 2. And the Astros, because they took care of their business against Arizona and because the Rangers choked, like Trey said, they get a couple of days off. They will await the winner of that Blue Jays Twins series, Game 1 in Houston on Saturday. I'm going with the Blue Jays in that one, by the way. Like, the Twins haven't won a playoff series in more than 20 years, and I think Toronto's really good. I really do think the two best teams in the AL are Houston and Toronto. I know Baltimore and Tampa had better records than those two teams, so their fans, including Wags, might be upset with that. But if I had to pick, I'd go with the Astros just because of what they always do in the playoffs. But Astros and Blue Jays, to me, are the two most likely candidates to win the American League pennant this year.
So what is your World Series and champion pick?
God, everyone's picking the Braves, and it's really annoying.
They are good.
But I'm annoying. So I'll go Braves over Astros for the second time in 3 years.
Atlanta Braves over the Astros, second time in 3 years. Okay.
Yeah. You got a thought?
Astros winning it.
You got a thought? You got a pick?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I'm not even gonna fake it for you people. I will make a reckless bet with you once we do know who the World Series is, and I'm not sure. I guess we'll go to Vegas for to make sure that I'm not getting ripped off by you too badly with whatever you propose. But I'm a Rangers fan who's actually going to be tuning in a little bit more this year because Texas is a part of things. But I think for the sake of like the Wagses of the world, I'll probably keep an eye on the Baltimore Orioles just to see what they're able to do. Now, I expect them to fall flat on their faces when they are given an opportunity to actually play a playoff game, even though they are the 1 seed. So we'll see. Because if they end up facing the Astros as the 1 seed, well, Houston's better on the road. And who are you giving the edge to in that perspective series? You're giving it to the Astros because of the playoff experience and also the fact that they conceivably get to play more games on the road.
Which doesn't make sense, but that's the way this season has been for the Astros in 2023. So I'll be locked in, man. It's not, you don't have the biggest brands playing in the wild card rounds. Bucky and I were talking about this morning. Like, Rob Manfred has to hate this. You just got the Twins and the Blue Jays and the Rays and the Brewers and the D-Bags and the Marlins. It's like not the sexiest teams that are a part of the opening round of the MLB playoffs. If you're a true baseball fan, you don't care that much. You're going to be locked in because this is the best version of baseball that we get.
And congrats to Major League Baseball. They made some changes to try and make the games more watchable, and they've seen positive results through TV viewership, but also in-game attendance too, which I think is in a lot of ways more important than TV viewership, because in-person viewership means that you've made it a more affordable, entertaining experience where parents can take their children to go enjoy a night out at the park or a day out at the park.
There you go. All right. Shout out to a couple of our sponsors. We're going to give some thoughts on the Monday Night Football game, the debacle for the Giants in East Rutherford. But real quick, some love to Great Blue Heron Furniture. You see the dog chilling on that gorgeous couch at the bottom of your screen right below Trey. That's a piece from Great Blue Heron Furniture. Now, I don't think you can buy the dog over there, but you can buy the best piece of furniture that you're ever going to buy. This stuff is legit. I am telling you, you cannot find more stylish, more comfortable, and more well-built furniture anywhere on the market. Great Blue Heron Furniture has been around since 1991. They focus on heavy leathers and fabrics and hides, ranging from traditional Western to modern farmhouses. If you're looking for a piece that's going to last you decades, I mean, this is a generational piece of furniture that we're talking about here. Look no further than greatblueheronfurniture.com. There is a link in our video description below. You can click on that. It'll take you to the Texas Sports Unfiltered collection. And if you type in the promo code HOOK'em, you're going to get 15% off. That's right. Just type in the code HOOK'em, and you're going to get 15% off your purchase from greatblueheronfurniture.com. Shout out to them. And shout out to Altstadt Beer as well. The best beer that you can find all throughout the state of Texas. If you're going up to the Metroplex, make sure you're asking your bartenders, waitresses, waiters, whoever for Altstadt Beer. If you're not going up there, if you're staying home, they've got Altstadt all over Central Texas too. They've got it in Houston. They've got it everywhere. Get ready for the big weekend. Get ready for playoff baseball. It's October. It's the best sports month of the year. You need the best beer that you can find. That is Altstadt Beer. Perfect for any sports watching. Perfect for any occasion. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities. No regrets. Trey, some quick thoughts before we get to where we at in society. Seahawks 24, Giants 3, another primetime disaster for the G-men.
My goodness. Their need for Saquon Barkley in that lineup cannot be overstated. But how much help is he going to provide that offensive line? I guess he takes some pressure off of the opposition not really having to respect the Giants' rushing attack. But it doesn't really matter what Saquon brings to the table. If you're going to allow your quarterback to be sacked 10 times, 10 freaking times, that is pathetic to go along with a handful of turnovers. And credit to Seattle. Didn't really know what to make of Seattle heading into the season. Thought they would be a subpar team, but Pete Carroll has these guys ready to go again. Geno Smith is proven to be an adept game manager once again, even though he gets rolled up on by Isaiah Simmons on what looked like a pretty dirty play in the second half of that game. But Kenneth Walker, still the real deal at running back for Seattle, and they just continue stacking up at receiver where DK Metcalf is still leading the way. So the Giants are pathetic. I thought they would be more competitive up to this point in the year. Now, losing Saquon obviously does hurt, but again, I don't know how much that matters when your offensive line play is that bad.
Yeah, their O-line was a bunch of turnstiles last night. I mean, ridiculous. And I think the microcosm of the game was the Giants tried to double pass, and even on that, the receiver got sacked. Like Daniel Jones got sacked 10 times. They tried to get it to somebody else for him to throw the football, and that guy got sacked. I think it was
that
Paris
doesn't even
Campbell.
count as a sack, does it either?
I think it does.
Oh, it does. Okay.
Yeah. So it was a disaster for the Giants, and they played 2 primetime games. The first one, the Sunday night opener against the Cowboys, where Dallas went in there and won 40-0. And then last night, they get just blasted by the Seahawks 24-3. So 2 home games for the Giants this year. They have been outscored 64-3. You were seeing some paper bags in the stands at MetLife last night. It was ugly. And the good news is they get Daniel Jones for a few more years, right?
Yeah. The amazing stat involving New York teams to start this season. Neither New York team has run an offensive play with a lead this year. And what's incredible about that is each team has 1 win.
Say that again.
Neither New York team has run an offensive play with a lead this season, but both teams have a win.
Wow.
How about that for a stat that'll break your brain to really think about?
Yeah, so the Jets win came in overtime where they had the punt return touchdown, and then the Giants win. Yeah, they were getting killed by Arizona, and then they had the game-winning field goal at the last second.
Yep.
That's wow. New York
had the lead for a single minute.
Yeah.
A single second. And so you won it at the end like that.
That is life with Zach Wilson and Daniel Jones as your quarterbacks, I suppose. And it's not all their faults, but,
How about the Zach Wilson backers coming out of the woodworks after he played a decent game against the Chiefs on Sunday night?
Yeah, if you want to die on that hill, be my guest. I'm gonna stick where I have stuck in regards to Zach Wilson for the last few years now. He's not good.
Completely agreed.
Yeah. All right, we've got about 9 minutes left. Trey, how about a word for our friends at Pest Wranglers?
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers. As I pull up the sponsorship sheet, Pest Wranglers has been doing it here in Austin for 2006, taking care of those pests more importantly, because our friend Steve is such a people person, they make sure that you are treated with exceptional customer care. Every time they come out to do a job, they make sure that you are happy when that job is completed. Steve treats his employees great, and it's a trickle-down effect. His employees treat you great as well once you hire pest wranglers to take care of that problem. That is seen by countless 5-star reviews via Google, Yelp, and more. They would love to help you with whatever that pest problem is. First, go to pestwranglers.com to check out all the different types of things they can take care of. Go check out some of those reviews. See all the glowing things that people have to say about Pest Wranglers, and then give Pest Wranglers a call. And Pest Wranglers is a proud sponsor of...
Where are we at in society today?
For hitting the post on that one. That's right. Pest Wranglers and where are we at in society? I tried to talk Steve out of it, but he is a good man who realizes that even in this age where sometimes we need to bring good stories to let people know about the good of humanity, there are plenty of bad stories that have us all very pessimistic about the future of things. And BK, we have a couple more of those stories today, and we have to start in Columbus, Ohio. Well, maybe not specifically at Columbus, but Ohio State fans. Can you please explain to me why Ohio State fans allow themselves to continually be trolled by Lou freaking Holtz? Because
is that still going on?
It's still going on, apparently. Because Lou Holtz obviously says some things before the Ohio State-Notre Dame game about Ohio State lacking a certain toughness, and Ryan Day is holding on to that one tight after they win that thrilling game in last-second fashion. Ryan Day takes the opportunity on national television in the post-game interview to blast Lou Holtz. And yes, it is still going on now as I try and find that story here. All right, here we go. Yeah, Lou Holtz has made it clear that he does not believe Ohio State is a national championship contender. And he basically weighed in again this week by through a vote that he has with the Football Writers Association of America and National Football Foundation Super 16 poll. Ohio State, they were undefeated on the year, obviously. Didn't have a game last week. And Holtz has actually dropped the Buckeyes 5 spots in his latest rankings from 5 all the way down to 9. From 4 all the way down to 9. Holtz has 8 teams ahead of Ohio State, including Michigan, Georgia, Oregon, Texas, Washington, Florida State, Penn State, and Oklahoma. So Lou Holtz not letting go of his ability to really get under the skin of Ohio State fans.
Well, now I understand why Ohio State fans are mad. That's ridiculous. What does that old hag think that Ohio State lost to bye this weekend? I mean, come on. You can't drop a team 5 spots after a bye week. What are you doing, dude? You're setting yourself up for criticism like that, right?
I mean, clearly Washington, Florida State, Penn State, and Oklahoma were playing better football this last weekend, BK.
I guess they were. I mean, they all won, although Washington barely beat, was it Arizona State or Arizona or somebody that they should have beaten the brakes off of? They didn't look that good this weekend, but I guess they did win, and Ohio State didn't win. So that's the logic that old man Lou is using.
That's the logic. So Ohio State fans, take my advice. Don't let an 80-something-year-old guy troll you like this. Don't lose sleep over Lou Holtz playing petty games with some stupid poll that you've never even heard of before. Just let Lou Holtz have his fun. And if you start reacting, or if you stop reacting, then maybe Lou Holtz will stop having so much fun with it. Here he goes. Shaking, what is he, shaking maracas there? What's going on?
I think it's a cowbell. This is a video from like 10 to 15 years ago, because I don't think Lou is moving around like that these days. But yeah, I don't know. This is one of my favorite good GIFs of all time, though.
I love how Lou still has a vote in a poll that supposedly matters. Again, we also have senators and Congress people who are well past their prime, who are having brain resets at press conferences where they're just completely locking up and just staring off into outer space after being asked simple questions. It's like their brain is broken and they're having a stroke or something.
Who did Tommy Tuberville vote on his coaches poll. Or wait, no, is it Supreme Court? What is he doing these days? What's he voting on now?
Who, Lou Holtz?
No, Tuberville.
Ooh,
Any
Tuberville
politics?
is a congressman, I believe. Maybe he's a senator. I forget.
Mm.
He's supposedly in charge of the federal push for NIL legislation, which is a little bit scary.
Shout out to Congress, man. Good street.
Congress is a good street.
Yeah, that's all I know it for.
In downtown, south of downtown, I would say Congress is good going all the way down to Oldtorf at this point. I don't know how much further it goes past Oldtorf now, but Congress continues to reinvent itself up and down. Now, you lose some of the mom and pop element of it as more corporate places come in. Very sad that Lucy in Disguise no longer around.
Oh,
yeah. Great place to go get a costume for a long time.
Place to get a costume for a long time.
Great place. They had everything, including mascot heads.
They had everything except for space to walk.
Oh, yeah.
It was so tight in there. And look, I'm the idiot who waited until like the week of Halloween to go buy the costume. So I did set myself up for failure there. But, can we get a max capacity in there, please? They got people jam-packed like sardines in that place.
Do you have Halloween plans this year in terms of what you're dressing up as?
No, not yet. I mean, I keep like every costume I wear. And I did live in Houston the last couple of years, so I guess hypothetically I could just bring one of those back because nobody in Austin saw it.
What?
I got them in the closet here. We have time?
Yeah.
All right. Let's grab the recent Halloween costumes here. This is riveting.
Didn't even realize there was a closet over there until right now.
I don't either. That's actually
your safe room.
There's a Party City in there somewhere. So we had Groovy Man.
Oh my gosh.
I had also like a long hippie wig to go with this Groovy Man shirt and shades.
You like wearing the 1980s like metal hair as part of your costume because I remember you had one a few years ago that was a Des Bryant jersey with the long black wig. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't remember what I said that was. I just found shit in my closet, and that's what that costume was that year.
I think it was literally you just putting things on. Oh,
Rabbi. you knew that was coming. We've got there's also a Pirates of the Caribbean one that didn't have a label on it, so I didn't grab it.
Move it over, please. What is that? Like a vampire?
Yeah, I think so.
Is that a girl on the cover there?
There's a girl and a guy. You don't know their gender. Don't assume.
I didn't see the guy. I only saw the girl at the top of the packaging.
And then Demented Dentist.
Demented Dentist. All right. Now here's the time where I get to remind you that it is a pass that your people get. In a sense, it is your people's N-word that if you want to, at Halloween, you can dress like Hitler and you can get away with it. So I ask you, will you take advantage of this loophole in humanity, the Jewish people's N-word, and dress up like Hitler for Halloween?
No, I think I'm out on that one this year. I'll reconsider never, but I appreciate you always asking. Can't do it, man.
I'm disappointed, but I also have to admit that you are making the smart choice here.
Yeah. Not ready to get canceled yet. At some point I will be, but this year is not that year. All right. That's going to do it for Where Are We At in Society? And that's going to do it for another rousing edition of the award-winning Midday with Trey and BK. Trey, great show, my friend.
You too, my friend.
Coming up now, because it is 1:00, it is time for Chip and Zay. Gentlemen, take it away.
Oh, man, you having difficulties? What's going on?
Chip, you alive over there?
Hey, how we doing?
There you go.
Appreciate you, BK.
Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice, and we're happy you're spending some time with us. It is the Chip and Zay Texas OU tailgate, kids. Zay, how are you doing, my man?
I'm good, brother. Another day away from Texas versus Oklahoma. And I'm getting hyped, man. I know I'm feeling better than Daniel Jones. I know that.
Oh, that guy. That guy looked like someone stole his wife, his kids. That was brutal.
Yeah.
That was awful.
Yeah, it was tough. It was a tough watch. It was a tough watch. If you're not a Seahawks fan, it was a tough watch. Just your average NFL fan. And I know Giants fans are hurting right now, but woo, man, we'll get to that later, though. How you doing, my man?
Man, I'm doing good. We are about to be joined by former Oklahoma offensive lineman, Sirius XM radio star Gabe Eichert. He also does the sideline reporting for Oklahoma football broadcasts. He is an all-around great dude. He keeps it real.
Yeah.
He does a podcast with Teddy Lehman that is just hilarious. And after Texas beat Alabama, they were like, oh, bleep. Texas is good at football. So let's bring in the one and only Gabe Eichert. Gabe, you are, I was just talking about your exploits. You are a Sirius XM radio star. You are the sideline reporter for Oklahoma football broadcast. You do a podcast with Teddy Lehman that is hilarious. In fact, I think I actually retweeted your podcast segment after Texas beat Alabama, saying, oh, bleep, Texas is pretty good at football. How you doing, my man?
I am doing well. Now, this is legitimately like a holiday week for my family. I mean, I'm born and raised in Oklahoma City, grew up an OU fan, lifelong OU fan, was fortunate enough to go play there. OU Texas weekend is a big deal in the Eichert household. So, man, I am fired up for this matchup, and I think one of the best parts of it for OU's football team, for Texas's football team, for all the fans involved, it feels big again, right? Yeah. This year. I mean, This is the biggest it's felt in a long, long time. It's always big, right? But game day there, Texas, arguably the best team in the country. OU are very, a much improved football team from a year ago, just outside the top 10. This is how OU Texas is supposed to feel. And I am fired up about it, boys.
Yeah. Oh, it's the greatest. It is the greatest. You and I share this, Gabe. This is the greatest game day atmosphere in sports, not just college football. It's sports. I've been to Super Bowls, Final Fours, national, NBA Finals. This is the best. There's nothing like it. And it's because that Cotton Bowl is split right at the 50. Texas players this week saying it's a home and away game at once because they come running out of the tunnel, drowned in booze like they've never heard. And by the time they get to the 50, they're like heroes coming out of the Coliseum. So it is the best. If anyone's listening who is on the fence about going to the game, go to the game. You will not regret it. You will
be prepared for chaos, but go to the game.
Yeah. Yeah, you see a couple shoulder bumps because everything's so tight, Gabe, with the state fair and stuff, and people trying to get around. And I've seen some shoulder bumps with Texas and OU fans. And I'm like, oh man, that could have easily been a squabble. But
my favorite part, by far, my favorite part of the OU Texas experience are the people that are at the fair that didn't know the game was that day somehow. Like they live under a rock. And they're walking around with like their 4 or 5 kids. And they're like, wait, why is everyone wearing burnt orange and crimson? What's going on here? Why are there so many people? You see, there's like a handful of people that have no idea what's going on. They don't follow college football. I always love finding those people in the fair crowd because they look so confused and so miserable. And I love it.
Okay, Gabe, I know you've got your own radio show coming up at 2, so we've got a limited time with you, but You and I talked a little bit earlier in the season about Oklahoma's defense. And of course, you get an up close look. This defense is, Oklahoma's the only team right now in FBS that is top 5 in scoring offense and scoring defense. The defense, it seems, is for real. And if you could just talk about what stands out about this defense, because I thought it was interesting. Steve Sarkisian said with Brent Venables, he carries a lot and he uses it all, and you don't know what you're going to get. So maybe you could interpret for us.
Yeah. So, well, from Sark's perspective, I think he's talking about it from a game plan perspective. You only have so much time with your guys during the week, right? You've got a 20-hour rule. Brent Venables is going to throw a 4-man front at you. He's going to throw a bear front at you. He's going to play some 3-4. He's going to play some 3-3-5. There's going to be elaborate pressures. Like, it's impossible to practice it all. And that, I think that's what he means when he says, hey, Venables, he carries everything, right? The guy is constantly in the lab just coming up with some crazy stuff. And it can be difficult to really get a beat on how you think Venables is going to attack you defensively. So there is a chess match between Sark and Venables heading in this football game, which I think Sark is arguably the best offensive mind in college football, and I think Venables is obviously arguably one of the best defensive minds in college football. So that's fun, right? I mean, that's fun. That's another fun angle to this football game. But when you look at Oklahoma's defense, there's just no doubt it's better than what we saw from a year ago. And just being able to talk to some of the players about it, they're all way more comfortable in the system. It's a complex system. It takes time, right? It takes repetitions. That's practice. That's games. And then it also takes time when a team does some things that they hadn't put on tape, which is what happened in the Iowa State game, right? Especially with their run game. They came out, they've been running zone all year. They come out running counter and running pin pull stuff, and OU's defense had to adjust. But they have more experiences in the scheme now to fall back on, right? Where you can say, and this happens, you can say, oh, this is what they're doing. Remember, go back to what SMU was doing. We're going to treat it that way. And you've got veteran guys that can now recall those experiences, and they're tackling much better, especially in open space, and the defensive line is playing at a higher level. They do not have this year. They don't have a guy that's going to be like an early round draft pick on the defensive line. But what they do have is 2 deep at each spot on that front 4, guys that have played a lot of football, guys that are experienced, and there's not a big drop-off between the first team and the second team. There's really not much of a drop-off at all. Do they have a Tavondre Sweat? No. They ain't got a guy like that. But they've got guys that play with good technique, good physicality. They play good team defense. And then you've got a couple difference makers out there in Stutzman, who's playing at all-American level, and then Woody Washington playing really well at corner. Gentry Williams, he's a young player, but he's starting to look like he's going to be a star for Oklahoma. And then you got a lot of talent in the back end of the defense, you know, with Billy Bowman and Key Lawrence and Reggie Pearson, and Peyton Bowen is getting better each week. So the defense as a whole is better. From a personnel standpoint, I know they're not where Venables wants them to be, but they're addressing that on the recruiting trail. They're going to continue to attack the transfer portal, but there's just no debating it. They haven't played great offenses. I'm not going to act like they have, but you can only play who's on your schedule, and they've been much improved this season.
Yeah, Gabe, one thing that's synonymous with Texas OU in the recent years is just the coaching changes with Brent Venables going to OU and Steve Sarkisian coming in, Venables being in year 2 and Sark being in year 3. And obviously it's different with Lincoln Riley and the success he had, and kind of grass is greener while Tom Herman got fired. But just seeing that culture shift for Brent Venables, you're really starting to see it in year 2. And you just mentioned they might not play the best offenses, but that team that I saw put up 50 against Iowa State, that's a solid club that this Texas team definitely has to be worried about. What's the difference have you seen in year 1 for Brent Venables to year 2 now?
I think it's just everything feels more organized, and it just everything feels less chaotic out there on the field, right? Especially defensively. Last year, you go back and watch that defense. Before the opponent was about to snap the ball, there's a lot of talking going on. There's guys running. You're just like, okay, what the hell is going on? And this year, the communication is clear. The defense is set. They're ready to play, right? And that stuff matters. Now, as far as Venables, I think it's a classic case of you don't know until you do it, right? With being a head coach. And I think he's done a better job this year of delegating some of the other stuff to guys on the staff, and he's really focused himself on the defense, right? He was, I'm not going to say embarrassed because embarrassed is a strong word, but he was pissed with how that defense looked a year ago. So he's been more involved defensively. He's more involved day to day and on game day, right? You'll see it on Saturday. The offense will be out on the field. It'll be 2nd and 9. Dylan Gabriel will be catching a snap, and Brent Venables is nowhere to be seen because he's in the defensive huddle going through cards, drawing stuff up on the whiteboard. I mean, and he's got guys like Matt Wells and Seth Luttrell who have lived that head coaching life, right, that he trusts to manage the game when he's doing his thing, what he's best at, right? And that's defense. I think that's given him some new, like he's a little more energized. And then I think the roster is just in a better spot. Yeah. Right? I think that's made a big difference for Venables. Once again, it's not where they want it to be, but they've got more guys that kind of fit the culture that they want to have. And they've got some better players, honestly. Yeah. So that's extremely helpful. And then Dylan Gabriel's played really good football. That also helps team success.
Well, that's where I wanted to go, Gabe. The OU offense, Dylan Gabriel putting up crazy numbers. He's number 6 nationally in pass efficiency. And he's got receivers who are catching the football. I mean, guys, 2 guys came in the portal, Andrew Anthony from Michigan, Brennan Thompson from Texas, to go along with Jaleel Farouk and Drake Stoops and Nick Anderson. This guy, all he does is catch touchdowns.
That's it, Chip. Touchdowns only for Nick Anderson. No,
I mean, tell me about this offense and how it's humming.
It's going to be the key to this game for OU is the passing attack. This is the best place to start, I think. OU's running game, it's okay. They just have not been able to produce explosive runs, right? You look at Texas's offense. For the most part, right, you're seeing 4 and 5, 6-yard runs. But then you see the type of runs that Jonathan Brooks was ripping off against Kansas. That's what gets you to that big yards per carry number. Those 40, 50, 60-yarders where you make the defense pay for misfitting something, right? Or you just block the hell out of them and it works out perfectly and the lane opens up and you hit it downhill a million miles an hour like Brooks did against the Jayhawks. OU hasn't had those runs. And I don't all of a sudden think that they're going to start having them against the best defense they've played, right? Especially the best defensive line that they've played in Texas. So I think Dylan Gabriel in this passing attack, I think that's going to be the key for OU offensively. And you look at the wide receivers, that was a big question mark coming into the year. Like, did they have a guy? And now we're sitting here going, wide receiver may be the best position group on the entire football team. With what they've shown, I think Nick Anderson's the most physically gifted out of all those guys. He just tall, long, strong, fast. Andrew Anthony has, as I've watched him this year, I just scratch my head and go, what the hell? Why did Michigan not throw this guy the ball? Like it makes no sense when you watch how crisp of a route runner he is with that speed that he's got. He's also really physical, blocking out on the perimeter and some of their RPO stuff where they just throw it wide, or even in the run game. He's been really good. Farouk is just a guy, I believe you got to get the ball in his hands. He's shaped more like a running back, and they find a lot of different ways to get him the football. The athleticism that Texas has in the back end of the defense, I don't think he's going to run by any of those guys, but he's a crisp route runner, and he's good after the catch. Drake Stoops is Mr. Reliable. I mean, he's just a physical football player. Bunch of important third down catches, right? You know, the quick stuff, I think that in Texas throws a lot of it, right? Ewers just catches the ball, throws it out wide real quick. The wide receivers are blocking for the other guy. They throw quite a bit of that stuff to Drake Stoops. He finishes those plays with physicality. Yeah, the wide receiver group has been solid, and Jaden Gibson is all of a sudden starting to make some plays, and he's 6'5" and long and competitive. And I think that you look at how he can be used. He's a big red zone target, but he's starting to round out as, you know, kind of a more complete wide receiver. So wide receiver, when you look at OU's team this year, I think it's been the most pleasant surprise on the entire football team.
Gabe, when you look at this Texas roster, offense, defense, special teams, etc., what scares you most going into this game on Saturday?
All of it. There's a lot of OU people, right? And I love the OU fan base to death, but if you aren't acknowledging how good and how talented this Texas team is, you're just lying to yourself, man. I personally, with what I've seen on tape, and I watch a lot of tape, right? My wife falls asleep like 2 hours before I do, and I just sit in bed and I just watch. Texas is the best football team I've seen all season long. With what I have seen up to this point, through 5 weeks in the season, I think they're the best team in the country. And you look at it starts on the offensive line and defensive line. Now, I don't know what was going on with Kelvin Banks against Kansas. I'm just going to choose to believe that was an aberration. That's as bad as I've seen that young man play. That was weird. Maybe he was sick. I don't know. I don't expect it to happen again, though. But O-line is solid. They're physical. They're athletic. They play well together. Got 2-3 really good running backs. And then you've got arguably the best wide receiver core in the nation. And maybe the best tight end in the nation, even though what's the latest on Sanders? That looked bad, man. I'd be shocked if he played.
I think if he plays, he's going to be limited.
I think he's a first round type of guy. Right? I think he's that good. Everyone's looking for a mismatch at the tight end spot in the NFL. If they don't have him, that's a big loss for Texas, because I thought that was a spot. Jatavion. I think it's Ian, right? It's not Ian. It's Jatavion.
Yeah. Jatavion.
He goes. Oklahoma would have had a really tough time covering him with a guy like Dasan McCullough. That is like covering a guy that athletic. I don't think that would have been a great matchup for McCullough. And then if they go with the smaller guy at the cheetah position, you know, a guy like Kendall Dolby or Peyton Bowen, then you got a size problem, right? So him being out, I think it does eliminate what I would have considered a big problem area for Oklahoma's defense in this game. But Xavier Worthy and Adonai Mitchell, those two dudes are problems enough, okay? I mean, Ewers is playing well, too. I know a lot of people want to talk about, hey, he makes mistakes when he's under pressure. Yeah, So do all the other quarterbacks. That's what happens when guys are under pressure. But where has this mobility, where has this come from, gentlemen? What's going on?
The weight
the
loss,
man's got
man.
wheels.
The
He
weight
gave
loss,
up
man.
Chick-fil-A for salmon. Gabe, he lost 18 pounds. He's been working out with, I don't know, the track team, I guess.
He's diving for pylons on naked bootlegs on the goal line. I mean, look at you go, Quinn Ewers. Now he's playing good ball. But we all know what he can do with his arm. Now, some of the things he's doing when he sees man coverage, he sees those defensive backs turn their back and run with wide receivers. He sees a little daylight. He's extending drives. That's tough on a defense, man. You're thinking this guy's a pocket guy only. He's a pocket guy only. We don't have to worry about his legs. And all of a sudden, he's picking up 3rd and 9. That can be crippling for a defense. It can be frustrating. So their offense looks great, and Sark is one of the best in the business when it comes to creating matchups and getting guys one-on-ones and letting them go win, with speed.
Yeah.
That's what I think this thing's going to come down to. It's like, who can produce more explosive plays? And if you're Oklahoma, like, you have to minimize the we're talking long touchdowns. You got to make Texas execute in the red zone, right? Down when the field is condensed and the speed's not as big of a deal, right? You have to make them execute at a high level down there. Especially, you force some field goals. Bert Auburn's not kicking it well right now.
Nope.
Oh, you're right. You're right. You're right.
I got a lot of thoughts on this game, obviously. I've watched a lot of both of these teams.
Yeah. Well, special teams wise, Gabe, how is OU? Because it looks like the field goal kickers hitting the field goals. There's some return action for a touchdown. How would you size up special teams?
Strength and a weakness right now for Oklahoma. I think the return game has been solid. Gavin Freeman, their punt returner, took one back, his first touch of the season in the opener. He'll take some risks, right? He's a guy that he doesn't get many opportunities out there. So if you kick it to him, don't expect him to fair catch it. You better be ready to cover if you're Texas punt unit. OU has not punted the ball well. They have a continuing punting battle going on still, and neither guy's been very good. That has been a weak spot for the Sooners. Kicking game, Zach Schmidt has been okay. I don't think he's hitting the ball particularly well. He's had multiple mishit kickoffs. He had one in the Iowa State game where it went out of bounds. That stuff cannot happen, right? But OU they have blocked a couple punts, right? They blocked a couple punts. If Texas has shown a weakness there, they are going to try to attack it. And that's just been proven. They're going to come up with something and try to attack any weakness they see from an opposing punt unit. So kind of up and down special teams wise, like some really good stuff and then some stuff where you go, I'll just be real with you guys. Zach Schmidt, Bert Auburn. I don't want this game to come down to field goal kicking. I would, and maybe I know I'm not alone in that opinion. I would just rather this thing be decided in the trenches. Please don't make it come down to field goal kicking. Please.
I'm with you, Gabe. I'm with you, man. I can't. Bert Auburn scaring me right now. 3 for 6, and his last 6 kicks has been brutal. But hey, man, how do you feel about Oklahoma going to the SEC? We know Texas going too, but Greg Sankey, he'll be there, the SEC commissioner, for I guess his first taste of the Red River Shootout. And Brett Yormark, man, he's probably as down bad as anybody in the nation right now. How do you feel about what's going on in the last year of the Big 12 for both of these teams?
Yeah, it's exciting, right? And I can't imagine the rest of the conference is thrilled with it. But with what I've seen so far, and with the fact that OU doesn't have to play Kansas State in the regular season, I think this is the first of 2 games between these teams. I think these 2 teams are going to play again in the Big 12 championship game, which I assume is Brett Yormark's nightmare. And Greg Sankey's just, we won't go there, but it'll make him happy. It'll make him very happy. Now, I'm excited for the SEC move. I think it's fantastic for the fan bases for both Oklahoma and Texas. And, you know, if you want to be the best in college football, you have to consistently measure yourself against the best. Right. And I think that's just where it's at. And then clearly there's a financial component to all of this, right? The stability for OU and Texas moving forward in the SEC. You go from a conference where, I don't know, the networks are coming to your 3rd, 4th, 5th in line to, hey, you know you're first in line. I mean, that stuff matters from a business perspective. But I think Steve Sarkisian's got this roster in a really good spot. They're continuing to recruit at an extremely high level. OU's recruiting at a really high level. I think both of these teams are going to be very, very competitive in the SEC. Very, very competitive. And I think there's a lot of SEC fans that are going to be surprised when OU and Texas are whooping their team's ass next season.
Yeah.
That's just the sense I get. I think both of these programs are headed in a very, very good direction.
Gabe, what you do, and I love it, the Oklahoma Breakdown podcast with Teddy Lehman. You guys are hilarious. Is Danny Stutzman playing at a Teddy Lehman level?
That's obviously a better question for Ted, but he's playing at a very high level. Very, very high level. And the thing about Stutzman, well, first and foremost, the guy is just a goofy dude. I mean, very goofy dude. But what great linebacker isn't a weirdo? He's just so much calmer on the field. Now, when he makes plays, he's going to lose it, right? He's an emotional player, but you can just see everything is calmer. He's starting to see the big picture. And this is something that Ted talks about on our podcast all the time, is at linebacker, like your key, you've got your key, but you've got to see everything else while you're focused on your key. Like you have to have that feel and that vision of everything that's going on, whether it's a blocking scheme or a protection or a route concept. And basically the way that Ted has explained it is Stutzman is seeing the whole picture now. He's not just locked on his key. He's locked on, but he's seeing it all, right? And he's developed that feel. Still a young player, too. I mean, he's played a lot of football, but he's still a young player. But his leadership, I think his confidence has rubbed off on a lot of guys on that defense. And I have to imagine they are really, really excited for by far, their toughest test yet with what the Longhorns offense is going to throw at them.
Yeah.
How do you see this one playing out?
I think it's going to be a really good game. I am interested in how Quinn Ewers plays. I was so impressed with how he handled the atmosphere down in Tuscaloosa, right? With just the way that he played in that game. It changed my opinion of him as a player. But he'll still make a mistake or two. And that's what I think it comes down to, is like, which quarterback makes the big mistake or mistakes, multiple. And I think Texas is able to overcome a mistake or two from Ewers, because I think if you look at the football teams across the board, Texas is the more talented football team. They've been the better team up to this point. But I always come back to this, man. Weird things happened in this game. Some things, like weird things happen. Sometimes you can't really explain it. And it's a momentum that gets going in that stadium. But I expect it. I'll be surprised if it's not a game that comes down to the last 4 or 5 drives in the fourth quarter. Right. And I think Oklahoma would be really disappointed if that's not the case. It feels like all the pressure is on Texas.
Yeah.
Right. It's starting to feel like you start looking around the landscape of college football. Georgia's looking solid, but not that they're not invincible, right? You look at Michigan, they've looked really, really good. But I mean, it's starting to look like Texas could be, a legitimate national title contender this year. I mean, they're the team that's ranked third in the country, not Oklahoma. So I expect it to be a really, really good football game. And I would expect Texas to win this, but it's not going to surprise me at all if OU comes out on top with just some game-changing plays that kind of swing things in the Sooners' favor.
I mean, it's the biggest game between these two since 2008. And that game had wild swings in it.
I mean, this is, and I was at OU. I redshirted in 2009. I was there 2010 to 2013. And I've been doing the radio stuff since Kyler's year, so that was 18. But I've been pretty dialed into these two programs. This is Texas's best team since 2009, and it's not even close in my estimation. It's been a long time since I've turned on the tape and gone, damn, okay. And I do want to say this about, and I hate giving Texas so many compliments. It makes me feel just gross. But when I was playing, each time this week came around, we had a discussion in our locker room, in our team meeting room, that we knew we were tougher and more physical, and we knew we had worked harder in the summer and in the spring than Texas. It was something we had zero doubt about. And when you turned on the tape, you went, we are going to hit these dudes in the mouth. And now when you turn on the tape and you watch Texas, you go, okay, this one's going to hurt. We're going to have to earn this shit. And I think that's the biggest compliment I can give Steve Sarkisian is he's changed whatever you want to call that, whatever that was. People are like, oh, they're a country club. They're entitled, whatever you wanted to call it. I feel like he's done a really good job of changing it. Yeah. That's a physical, disciplined football team.
Yeah. Gabe, before we let you go,
brings me pain to say that.
Hey, Gabe, before we let you go, man, favorite State Fair food, something that you have to get every time you get down to the Cotton Bowl and the fairgrounds.
Same thing every year. It was when I was playing. Still do it now. Funnel cake, Fletcher's corn dog, a Diet Dr. Pepper, and then 3 ice-cold wax cup beers.
Wow.
Boom.
Okay.
And this is the order it goes in. I drink the 3 beers as fast as I can, right? Because everyone else is drinking. I'm working, You got
to catch up.
Little hydration. Maybe there's water in there as well at some point. But then it's funnel cake and corn dog time. Wash it down with the ice cold Diet Dr. Pepper. Same thing for, I don't know, every time I've been to the game in the last 10 years, if I've been to that game, I'm getting old. Since 2010, every time I've been to that game, I've done the same thing.
There we go.
Well, same plan this year, boys. I don't need any of the elaborate stuff. Just give me the staples and give me some beer and let's roll. It's either happy beer or sad beer.
Yeah.
Well, listen, check out Gabe. He's everywhere. He's Sirius XM Big 12 Radio. He's got the Oklahoma Breakdown podcast. And he's doing the sideline reporting from the games.
I'm going to plug my pod real quick. The Oklahoma Breakdown. You can find it anywhere you find it on podcast platforms. You can find it on YouTube. We're going to have Fozzie Whitaker on our podcast on Wednesday. We're going to do a big preview of the game. Very in-depth. If you're into the X's and O's, it's kind of a deep dive into matchups, right? And some of the things we'll be watching for kind of more through like a football lens, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Love it. Oklahoma Breakdown Podcast. Gabe, go get it, man. Appreciate you.
Oh,
there
I gotta
is.
get in the. I gotta get in the thread.
There he is.
Yeah.
Get him
See you,
out
boy.
of
Hey,
here.
appreciate you guys.
He's just getting everyone ready for the state fair. Oh man, there's a lot there, Zay. We got a lot to chew on. I'll start at the end. Him talking about Sark changing the physicality, the toughness of this program, and this is a team that's physical, and they're going to have to be. I mean, that is a number one in this game. You have to be the more physical team. The more physical team wins this game, and that's what I'm most excited to see, because Texas is finally strong in the trenches. I think they're stronger than OU in the trenches, and especially the defensive line against the OU offensive line. But he brings up some really good points about if OU's defense can play bend but don't break and get in, play defense against the Texas offense in the red zone, where Texas has been kicking too many field goals. Yeah. And that's a big storyline that we need to be talking about this week. I know Sark didn't want to talk about it in the post game. I don't want to talk about stats, but it's a reality. It's a reality.
Yeah, it is. And hell, I don't even know if we could trust Bert Auburn right now if they were to kick field goals if they got in the red zone. I mean, you want to take your points, but man, Sideshow Bert, he ain't looking too good right now. So you got to put sixes on the board. And this Texas offense, they looked really good against Kansas, and that gives you a lot of confidence. What doesn't give you a lot of confidence, and Gabe talked about it, is the health of JT Sanders. I mean, especially with what Oklahoma has on the defensive side, JT Sanders, kind of like he did last year, should have been able to eat these guys up. And I do have confidence in Gunnar Helm if number 0 is not eligible to play, but still, it's the big difference. We're talking about a guy that's probably going to go first round or high second in this year's 2024 NFL draft, maybe the first Longhorn taken off the board in JT Sanders. So if you miss him, that is going to be a loss, but you got a bunch of other guys. I know you mentioned back in 08 or 09 where Quan Cosby and Jordan Shipley, they just took the tight end out of the situation, took him out of the game, and had Shipley just running all over the place. Is Sark going to look at that, or maybe not necessarily look at that game, but look at not having JT Sanders and say, okay, with how good Jonte Cook's playing, maybe you could trust the freshman a little bit more if JT isn't able to play. So, yeah, just different matchups in this game. Anything could happen at the end of the day, but I'm right there with you, Chip. Like, this team, just the front line on both sides, they should be able to do whatever they want. Tavondre Sweat, Alfred Collins, Vernon Broughton, Byron Murphy, the fact that those guys are rotating at such a high clip, Barron Sorrell, Ethan Berg, Justice Finkley, he's getting out there and making things happen. Like, I have confidence in all of those guys who going into the fourth quarter are fresh because they don't play much due to the depth that they have, and Bo Davis just getting them right with Pete Kwiatkowski's defense. So yeah, it's starting to become more and more exciting, but that UTSD is always going to be in the back of your mind because there's been times where Oklahoma's been favored and Texas has won. I'm sure there's been times where Texas has been favored and OU has won. Again, in this game, so many different things could happen. You just never know. But if the Horns stay true to themselves and the fact that they're getting better week in and week out, I think that's huge for their confidence going into the Red River Shootout.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's expecting OU to be Hornets nest mad over the 49-0 beatdown they took last year. But emotion takes you only so far. And then it's about, am I winning my one-on-one, and are we executing? Is Jonathan Brooks hitting the hole? Is Quinn Ewers putting the ball where guys can run with it after the catch? All the details. Then all the details come into play. And the funny thing, the interesting thing that I found from Quinn Ewers is he talked about, I'm in my best when I'm having fun. Because I asked him last year, what do you remember most about last year? He said, I just remember how much fun we were having. And he even, I said, you seem to play big on the big stage. And he said, well, there's just that little extra adrenaline, which is fun. Like, I think he's starting to dial into what he needs to dial into. He didn't look like he was having fun against Wyoming, but he's looked like he's been having fun the last couple games. And, look, Brent Venables' defense is no joke. And there's a reason that Venables was winning national championships at Clemson and helping to recruit guys like Christian Wilkins and the studs that were winning national championships at Clemson.
Isaiah Simmons.
Yeah. I mean, they wanted to play for him. It's a complex scheme. You gotta be able to do a lot. It's a lot like Gary Patterson. Patterson's going to have everything in, and you don't know what you're going to get. And as Gabe said, you're going to get some 4-man front. You're going to get some bear front. You're going to get 3-3-5. You're going to get the 3-8 cloud. You're going to get a little bit of everything, and it's going to change from play to play. And that's what Sarkisian does on offense. So these are two of the guys who believe the more we do, the harder we are to prepare for. And these two are probably doing it at among the best in the business. So that's what makes this game so interesting, because this defense was lost. This OU defense was lost last year. They didn't know what they were doing. And now the ones who stuck around, like Danny Stutzman, they know. And Venables has got it going. So I think this is a game where you want to get up early, get up on OU early, and then let your pass rush eat, because you've got to hit Dylan Gabriel. And if he runs out of the pocket, Jalen Catalon's got to lower the boom. All those dudes have to lower the boom, because he's not much of a slider.
No. Oh, no. He's gotten better. He did it a couple of times against Iowa State. So he's starting to learn from that shot that he took last year against those TCU Horned Frogs. But, yeah, you got to make him pay. If he wants to run out of the pocket and make plays with his legs, which instinct's going to come into play. Like, instinct always takes over, especially with this defensive line he's never seen before, and just how aggressive they are and how fast they are. David Benda has to be big. Anthony Hill has to be disciplined and big. I hope we see, like you said yesterday, Alabama Anthony Hill, because if we see that, you mentioned him going back home, being the Denton Ryan product, like, hey, it's going to be a very rough day for Oklahoma, even though they've improved offensively, especially from 2022. And one thing that Gabe said that stuck out to me, Chip, was just the confidence that Brent Venables has in the rest of this coaching staff to just straight up give Jeff Lebby, offensive coordinator, and the rest of those guys, all right, offense is on the field. Let me make sure the defense is right, so, we can finish this game off strong, and then just go attend to the defense and worry about that, because we know that's Brent Venable's specialty. That's huge, man. That's a huge, being a head coach and understanding that and trusting your coaches. The team sees that, and they definitely thrive from it, and they derive from Dylan Gabriel's confidence. Like, that's a confident dude. He be having on the Hawaiian, stuff after the game. And, he was laughing in one of his pressers this week, talking about he drank some Pedialyte to get him right before the game. And he's a confident guy. And it's like borderline cocky. And, if you're a Texas fan, you want any type of motivation and bulletin board material. So they're like, oh, this dude's really confident going into a team that's we consider one of the best defenses in the nation. So, hey, you got to have that. And there, Drake Stoops, he's confident, like all those guys. Like you said, they know what happened last year. So, shoot, Hornets' nest, man, that might be like a murder hornet or something like that. That's how pissed off they're going to be coming into this game. They might want to downplay it like, oh, it's just every other game and whatever. But, Brent Venables was basically getting death threats last year for that performance in that game. Like, they understand how big this game is. And when you get embarrassed like they did last year, that's hard to come back from. So just having to deal with that all year long. And now we're finally getting to that point this Saturday for Texas and OU to battle it out. Hey, I'm expecting those guys to fight like crazy in that first quarter. And Texas really has to be disciplined and maintaining their emotions. So obviously they don't want a team to outplay them that way by an energy standpoint, but they can't let maybe a cheap shot or something dirty going Oklahoma's way for them to send a message to take them overboard. They got to stay disciplined. They got to stick to the game plan. And if they do that, Texas is the better team and not turn the ball over. I think they're going to be fine, and they're going to get this dub into this bye week.
Yeah, this from CB, the greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio. 4-1 Texas against OU from 05 to 09. Since then, 4-10. And look, Texas, I thought Sark said it really well, because he's got guys on this team who were part of that absolutely soul-crushing loss 2 years ago where they're up 28-7. It's like the greatest first half for Longhorn fans in Red River Shootout history. And then the biggest nightmare in the second half. And OU comes back, wins it 55-48. Then last year, it's just plain and simply the greatest day at the State Fair of Texas for Texas fans ever. And they couldn't believe their eyes. And we said, enjoy this. There's a reason this has never happened before. There's a reason this margin of victory has never happened before. So soak it up. Take every picture you can with that scoreboard. Take as many selfies as you can in front of that scoreboard, because you're probably not going to see this again. This is a 100-year rivalry, and that was the first time it ever happened. And now you got all these Sooners coming in, Dylan Gabriel, Danny Stutzman, this group of receivers. And look, if Texas, I don't think OU can run the football. And so that gives Texas a huge advantage. They have to study up. They have to know when OU's going to try and throw the football, and then they have to get to Dylan Gabriel. And if that happens and they can knock the ball loose from him, he's only thrown 2 interceptions, but if you can strip sack, hand off, kind of what we saw with Kansas, because those turnovers, Zay, they feel like touchdowns against you. Everything gets magnified in that arena because of the way it's divided at the 50. Like I said, if you're the team that forces the turnover and recovers it, it feels like a touchdown. If you're the team that coughs it up, it feels like you just gave up a touchdown. And you got to have big cojones. You got to have thick skin. You got to have some serious bleep in your neck to be able to turn momentum in that game, because it can overwhelm you. That's why Texas got blown out early on under the Mac Brown era. Texas was a good team in 2000. They lost 63-14 because they weren't mentally prepared to handle the momentum of that game, the crushing sound of that game. Then they lost again in 03, 65-13. They got shut out in 04 because Mac went with a super conservative game plan. They didn't let Vince Young be Vince Young. They never made that mistake again. And then Colt McCoy got it going. But this is, man, you got to have resolve. You got to hate to lose this game more than you want to win it. Because if you get beaten down, you'll get embarrassed.
Yeah.
You'll get embarrassed.
Yeah, you think about on the offensive side, maybe not having JT Sanders. Well, the defensive side, you might not have Ryan Watts. So that means Malik Muhammad, even though he's been really good this year as a freshman, different atmosphere, different environment. He's going back home to Dallas. Like, there's going to be just a wide range of emotions going through his body. And is he going to be able to handle that and understand the real objective? And that's just being locked in, taking each play one at a time. If you get beat, not having that, just with what you just said, you know, all the momentum and crazy just shifts from the crowd, not having that phase you and staying locked in and staying ready to keep on making plays, because it is a long game. We've seen the Horns be up by a lot and then end up losing and vice versa. So, yeah, like it's –
you got to make them say, uh-oh, here we go again. You got to do to them what OU had been doing to Texas in that 4 overtime loss with Sam Ehlinger, and then letting the 28-7 lead slip away. You got to make them think, uh-oh, because that's why I talked to Barry Switzer about this. That's why this series goes in streaks. Like OU won 5 in a row. Then Texas won 3 in a row. It goes in streaks because if you're on the losing end of that streak and bad things happen in the game, you're more susceptible to the, uh-oh, here we go again. You sink your shoulders for a second and then you get punched in the face. And it's like, uh-oh, I got to get up. And you can't get up. And that's where Texas needs to throw the first punch and keep throwing and not let up, because you might just get some, uh-oh, here we go again. I don't think you'll get it from Dylan Gabriel. He's been around too long. But maybe some of those receivers, maybe they'll drop the ball. I mean, you got a couple of new guys in there with that Antrell Anthony from Michigan and Brennan Thompson from Texas, he didn't play the first 4 games. In his first game, he had 2 catches for 62 yards. I mean, he did what OU wants him to do. They want him to be the stretch the field guy. He had a 54-yard reception against Iowa State, and they feel like that was just the beginning. So that'll be interesting. Brennan Thompson reunited with his boys. Johnny Barron said, I'll shake his hand after the game.
Yeah, I'd be careful if I was him going across that middle, because in my opinion, he's a straight up traitor. And that's how you got to look at it. Like, yo, that might have been your friend at one point, but he's a traitor. This ain't like professional sports where they trade you and you have no choice where you go, or free agency and you're just trying to look for the right situation, especially money wise. No, he went because he felt like this was the right situation for him. But with all the other places, I know that ain't the other scholarship he was offered. He was offered other scholarships around the nation, and he chose that school. Okay, cool, fine. It's personal. Like Michael Jordan type shit, it is personal at this point. And any type of motivation you need, I'm good for it. Like, I love that Brennan Thompson went there. I wish him the best. But this week, hell no, I don't. Like, for the future and the rest of his life, wish him the best. Hope he has a lovely life, gets a beautiful wife, has wonderful kids. He gets to watch them grow up and this and that. They become famous and football players. I wish he just has the perfect dream-like life whenever he hangs up the cleats. But for this week and next year when this happens again, as long as he's wearing that crimson, he's a traitor, and this is war. So, yeah, man, if I'm John A. Barron and stuff like that, I know that. I understand that. And, yeah, which guys are going to fold because the pressure is too much? I love – somebody mentioned Quinn Ewers. Mike, shout out to Mike Grant, talking about Quinn Ewers, his first or second full game last year, 49-0. We know Quinn Ewers, he loves the moment. You've been asking all those guys, Chip. I heard you in the player pressers asking guys, do you think Quinn Ewers is better in big games? And they try to play it off like, nah, he's locked in every game. Quinn has the same mindset. But, hey, what we've seen covering this team, Quinn Ewers loves the big game. from that Oklahoma game last year to Alabama before he got hurt to Alabama this year. And you could even say Kansas, them being a ranked team. So now you got Oklahoma, you're going back home, your girl's there, she gonna be in the stands doing thumbs down. Okay, cool.
Hey, Perzay Hilton.
Perzay Hilton. Hey,
he broke the news.
It is
Perzay Hilton broke the news yesterday that Quinn's dating a Sooner.
I didn't break it. It's been around. He's been with that girl for a hot minute. It probably goes back to the South Lake Carroll days. But, yeah, we ain't talking to her all week type stuff. We ain't talking to her all week. So, yeah, man, I'm excited. I'm really excited.
No Ollie Pop for Brennan Thompson.
Yeah, 0.
Ollie Pop for Jade Barron. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Which Jade, I know he's itching for a pick.
Oh, he had one. He had one in this game a year ago.
Yeah.
Okay, so this comes in. Catch the Wave X wants to know. Jared Wiley shared the signals with TCU. What has been done to prevent that again? Okay, this is why you need to become a member at horns247.com, because I reported over the summer that Sarkisian changed all the signals, changed them all. And it was a whole new learning curve for this team. It changed up everything. And so it's a whole blank slate from what had been used from last year. So Brennan Thompson, whatever, it's all new. There's no photos that they can show Brennan Thompson and say, hey, what does this mean? Oh, this means that. No, it's all changed. So that is news you can use that you'll probably only find right here on
Yes,
Chip and
sir.
Zay. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. That's what we do, man.
As Zay likes to say, I'm always digging around in the bushes for intel.
That's what makes you, man. That's what makes you a legend. That's
Appreciate
4
that.
decades deep in the game, still rolling, still got the energy, still got the swag. Come on, man.
Come on.
I saw that suit with your wife when she commented yesterday. Come on, the swag's there. The swag. Yeah.
Hey, you know who else has
Good
swag?
job.
You know who else has swag?
Who else got swag?
Covert BK.
Ah, yes, sir. Covert BK, Dan Covert, and the family. Love those guys. They treat us with the best hospitality there for our pregame shows and for Friday home games. And they got some nice cars, too. If you check out all 7 of those beautiful brands, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, over 100 years, the Covert family has been just giving you the most high quality vehicle selection in the greater Austin area, and they will continue to do it. And at Covert BK, they will hook you up. So go to covertbk.com if you want any of the latest specials or inventory. And again, Christmas coming up. Ain't nothing like getting somebody that whip for Christmas. So why not do it at Covert BK? Come on now. You know the bow. Y'all see the commercials all the time. The bow on the car. And she comes out. She's like, oh my God. Even though she's been talking about getting the car for the last year and it's been driving you nuts. Okay, it's time to put an end to that. And Covert BK will help you find what you need for the missus, the mister, whatever. Covert BK will hold you down. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Not ever.
Not
and
ever.
Speaking of Christmas, our man Tom McKay at Audio Visual Consultations could come through for you big time this holiday season. Now that we're heading in that direction. So whether you need the new big screen, the surround sound, new lighting, surveillance, electronic shades. Look, all you have to do is call 255-8678. 255-8678. And Tom and his crew are going to bring everything to you. You don't have to go shopping. You don't have to do anything. You just have to call 255-8678. Tom and his crew are going to come out, bring everything to you, install it immaculate, or design you a media room. Like you want the man cave of all man caves? Let Tom and his crew come and do that for you. They do it for your favorite restaurants in and around Austin. Let them do it for you. They've done it for me at 3 different houses. So I trust them beyond belief. You should too. 255-8678, avconsultations.com. And don't forget to make your Monday night reservations for all night happy hour at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. That's our man, Jack Gilmore, who gave you Jack Allen's Kitchen. Well, he's also got the best seafood going, Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. I mean, you name it. You want the best fish, you want the best oysters, you want the best shrimp. It's all done with gourmet touch, and it's going to blow your taste buds away. So you love seafood, you need to get to Salt Traders Coastal Cooking in Austin, in Round Rock. All night happy hour on Monday nights. Happy hour 3:30 to 6:30 every other night, but all night happy hour on Monday night. Take your date, check out Monday Night Football. Enjoy. Zay, we're going to talk to Hank South, Horns 24/7, coming up at 2:15, but we are tailgating Red River Shootout style. And I want to talk a little bit more about that 2008 game. 2008. You had Colt McCoy, Sam Bradford, and they were 2 of the best quarterbacks in the nation, 2 of the best teams in the nation, if in my opinion, Texas. If they hang on to an interception at Texas Tech, Texas plays for the national championship that year instead of OU against Florida, and I think Texas wins because Texas defense was filthy, man. You had guys like Roy Miller, Brian Arakpo, Earl Thomas, Roderick Muckleroy, and that game was bonkers. You had wild swings in that game. OU, remember Jermaine Gresham, tight end, about 6'7".
Yeah.
I mean, Joaquin Iglesias, Phil Lodeholt at left tackle, played for the Minnesota Vikings for about 100 years. There was so much NFL talent on that field. People have asked me, what's the best Red River Shootout game you've ever covered? And I say 2008. And all I'm hoping for on Saturday at 11 a.m. is for a game like that, where both teams were throwing haymakers and the best players on the field made the biggest plays. Earl Thomas, 2 interceptions of Sam Bradford. You had, Quan Cosby and Jordan Shipley both going for double-digit receptions. Colt McCoy slinging it everywhere. And Chris Obanaya, who played in the NFL, breaking long runs. Yeah. I mean, underrated. That's what you want. That's what you want. You want a battle. Now, Texas fans are like, what are you talking about? We want 49-0 again. I'm like, I just told you, you're not getting that again. You're not getting that again. Now, you might get, if you can punch him in the face, give him an uppercut, give him one of those Tyson, like left hand to the body, left hand uppercut, and get him saying, uh-oh, here we go again, then you might get a little bit of a pull away. Yeah. But Brent Venables' defense is pretty good. And they're going to try and, not give up that big play and make Texas play offense in the red zone. And that's going to be on Sark. He's got to have great play calls for that, because first and goal from the 8, Zay, twice. Field goals.
Yeah. Don't like that, especially with the way Jonathan Brooks is running the ball. Right. It's very interesting to have those just goal line, red zone, muck ups. But I expect them to get better at that, like they've gotten better at different points of the season. I know early on, the first few games, we were just talking about the first half woes and them starting off slow, even though it was more at home, especially against Wyoming and Rice. And you saw against Baylor and Kansas, they started off pretty good. scoring early, just putting their foots on the Jayhawks and the Bears' throat and saying, yo, you can't stop us on the ground, so we're just going to drive it down there and do what we want to do. And that's what you want for this team with how big this offensive line is. You see DJ Campbell getting better every week, Christian Jones, just the confidence that he has, seeing them in the press conference the other day. That dude, man, like it's night and day what he used to be a few years ago to what he is now. He's as confident as I don't know what. And it's interesting that Gabe, who was just on with us as an OU insider, talking about Kelvin Banks, because, well, Kelvin Banks, I don't think he's played that bad. I just don't think he's had the season in his sophomore year that he did in his freshman year. And I think the standard that we hold Kelvin Banks to, just, potentially being a first-round pick and all that hype he had coming in as a 5-star, we kind of put him in a different category. But overall, this offensive line, they've gotten better week in and week out. So when you talk about the red zone, yeah, I expect for it to be a lot better going into this game. And you saw the Adonai Mitchell touchdown in the back of the end zone. That was on the money. Like, that was a red zone, possession that Quinn threw it right on the money. So again, I'm going to have to keep talking about it because it's an absolute fact and it's that important. JT Sanders, him being out potentially, that's going to hurt a ton. So Sark, his adjustments and what he does this week, I hope they're really preparing for that. Yeah, I know you want him to come back, but you mentioned you think he's going to be limited. I wouldn't play him at all. I really wouldn't. There's more at stake than putting JT Sanders out there, not only for this team, but for his career. You know what I'm saying? Like, this guy, again, could be a potential number 1 or first round pick. So let's not risk his health just for one game, even though it's the biggest game of the year, maybe the biggest game of certain guys' lives. JT Sanders has a future career. Let's be very cautious with him. And the Horns have a lot more games to play, so let's be cautious with him that way. And going into a bye, letting him get that ankle, hopefully it's not a high ankle sprain, letting it get more and more healed. So, yeah, what we do without him is going to be huge. And Jordan Whittington, I know you, Chip, talked about him getting less reps from maybe Jonte Cook. Well, this should be a huge week for Jordan Whittington. It really should. If JT Sanders isn't going to play, I know Gunnar Helms, obviously the backup, Jordan Whittington should be able to step up and say, hey, what JT used to bring, I'm going to bring that this week, because Adonai Mitchell with the 10 catches, 141 yards, and that touchdown, he's going to be getting looked at. And we know Xavier Worthy, he's always getting looks. He's going to be looked at too, because that speed is absolutely ridiculous. So who is there after that? Jordan Whittington. This could be a huge game for your last one in the Red River Shootout. And Jonte Cook, if y'all want to go spread and have 4 wide receivers at a time, Jonte Cook, we've seen what he could do these last 2 weeks. I have great confidence in him coming in and being productive also. So if Sark can trust that, if Chris Jackson and this offense and all those guys, if they could trust that, including Quinn Ewers, then, hey, as good as Oklahoma's been on defense this year, they shouldn't be able to touch Texas, because you also got to worry about Jonathan Brooks and him being 3rd in the nation and for a running back. So there's so much you got to worry about if you're Brent Venables. All the defense that he has a ton to worry about on the Texas side. And if you make just everybody useful and utilize them, then what do you prepare for? Like I've been saying about this Texas team, what do you prepare for if you're a defensive coordinator coming in? Who do you look at and say, this is who we're going to stop? Because Texas has been so balanced as of late. I think it's going to be tough for Oklahoma. I really do.
Well, to get back to Kelvin Banks for a second, that was his worst game against Kansas. I don't know what was going on. He gave up 2 pressures to hurry. His pass blocking grade from Pro Football Focus was 51.6. 70 is considered above average. 51.6. It's his lowest pass blocking grade in his time at Texas. And his run blocking grade was 62.3, which, but like against Baylor, his overall grade was 72.9. His pass blocking was 87.1. That's like Tavondre Sweat is pulling a 90, and he's the highest graded player on the team. So Banks is totally capable, and I bet we see a big-time performance because his 2 worst games pass blocking were against Wyoming and Kansas. Against Alabama, 84.4 grade pass blocking. Against Baylor, 87.1. So I expect to see a fired up Kelvin Banks on Saturday.
Yeah, and teams are throwing more at this Horn squad and just trying to disrupt stuff. And he's still young, like I said before, I think we put him on a pedestal just because of how good he was last year. So I understand, he's human. You're going to struggle at times. Not everything's going to be this easy. Hell, we already trying to say this guy's going to be the next Jonathan Ogden. Let's slow down a little bit. Let's slow down a little bit. Like, this dude is still in his
He ain't 6'9" like Jonathan Ogden.
Yeah, he ain't that big, but that's how we're trying to put him in that category. Like, he's just already going to Canton and his jersey is going to be hung up somewhere. Like, he's still a very young player that's still learning from game to game, seeing different matchups, different blitzes and stuff, having different responsibilities, like it's going to happen from time to time where he struggles. But yeah, I expect him to be huge too. We saw how he was last year. Even though he's tough and physical, he's a pretty mild-mannered guy, and they turned him up last year. Like, he was ready to fight somebody in that 49-0, just absolutely throat-stomping defeat that the Sooners had last year. So if he can bring that same mentality in, when you see a guy like that doesn't talk very much, acting like that, man, it just everybody on the team, it goes through their veins. So just being able to control those emotions to where hey, I got to perform. I still got to go out here and execute. I think Sark is going to do a good job getting those guys ready, and he's done a good job so far this season and getting them ready. And now the pressure is just getting thicker and thicker. So even though you're playing against OU, in a way, you're playing against the nation because everybody's wondering, okay, is Texas for real? And this is just another test to see if you are. And if you lose this game, you could write off the CFP, just write that thing off. You can't lose.
You lose this game?
Yeah, I don't think anyone. I don't think
Hold
any
on.
team that loses in the Big 12 is going to get to CFP. I really
because
don't.
if they play OU again in the Big 12 title game and they beat them and they're a one-loss team with wins over Alabama and everyone else, I think they still get in.
It's going to be hard for me to see Florida State losing. I think they are going to put Ohio State or Michigan or Penn State in. I think 2 Big Ten teams are going to make it. So that's going to be tough. And I think whoever wins the SEC is going to get in. So if anyone loses in the Big 12 with how weak it is, Alabama, that means something. They're going to have some bigger wins as the season goes on for Texas' win to look a lot better. But
I think Texas,
I'm not trying to.
I think Texas can afford a loss way more than OU can because they've got the win over Alabama on the road. The Kansas State loss to Missouri sucks.
Yeah.
Because K-State is playing really good defense. They're a team that is going to bring that's a big game for Texas in Austin, and OU doesn't even have to play them. And K-State is the OU killer. Like, K-State beats OU in Norman. They beat them in Manhattan. It doesn't matter where they play. K-State beats them. Kleiman's 3-1 against OU. He's never beaten Texas. So I think, right? Am I right about that?
I think so. Right. I know Deuce Vaughn's never beat him. So I feel right. And he was there.
Yeah, because they beat the crap out of him 2 years before they went to Manhattan last year. That was the 69-17 game when Bijan ran all over him. Kerstetter broke his ankle. So, yeah, I think Texas. But we'll get back. We want to get some of y'all's favorite Texas OU games. We'll come back to this, catch the wave, because we got to bring on our man. Got to bring in our man, Hank South, Horns 24/7, recruiting guru, college football savant. I sat next to him in the press box for the Texas-Kansas game. Hank, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are y'all?
Good,
well,
man.
We're starting the tailgate, you know.
Yeah.
We're just talking Red River Shootout till we can't talk no mo. Give us some of your early impressions, Hank, about this game and what, you know, you've been around Texas football forever. Give us some of your thoughts about this one.
Yeah, you know, I don't want to sound too much like a homer, but I think Texas, you look at the different areas and it's advantage Texas in a lot of these spots. Obviously Oklahoma's having a really good season. They also haven't played anybody. You know, their toughest game on the road at Cincinnati, which I'm not trying to discount, but Cincinnati's not Alabama at nighttime in Tuscaloosa. So obviously their stats look great. You know, they're top scoring defense, they're top scoring offense. Dylan Gabriel is one of the top passers in the country, but they haven't come across a team like Texas yet, who's really starting to find its rhythm, particularly away from DKR. For whatever reason, they get going in the second half at home, but when they're away, it seems like they're playing consistently for both halves. So I'm very excited to see how this game matches up. Texas, I think, has an advantage in the run game. Advantage at quarterback. Jonathan Brooks is, you hand him the ball, he's getting 8 or 9 yards, if not more, per carry. This defensive line is really starting to come into its own. It has been, and I think they can really, kind of take control of this game with, a less experienced Oklahoma offensive line. So, I think this is a game that Texas really has an opportunity to, they've already made statements this year, but, really kind of drive it home this Saturday. I think, I'm picking Texas. I'm still not fully set on a score prediction, but I think it's going to be more than 10 points. I think they're going to handle this game. And I think they're going to, move on to 6-0.
Hank, you see that, this Texas roster is filled with kids from that Dallas, Fort Worth area. And you look at this game, all those guys coming back home from a recruiting standpoint. How important is that to know once a year, you're for sure going to go back home and play in front of your family and maybe the biggest game of your career?
Yeah, it's huge. It's the best atmosphere in college football, 50-50 down the middle with fans, the Texas State Fair. It's a massive opportunity for recruiting, especially in a recruiting cycle for 2024. That's going to be both of these teams, first class going into the SEC. This is kind of a class both programs want to make statements with. And this is the kind of game you can do that. Whoever wins this game, I think it's going to be Texas, but whoever does win this game, that's a big thing to be able to do in front of that crowd in that region. DFW is obviously a hotbed. Both these programs recruit that area heavily. Houston kids are going to be there. I mean, it's going to be a really electric atmosphere, and it's definitely going to help propel whichever team wins, because it's not only going to put them in the Big 12 driver's seat. It's going to put them. It's going to put them in the college football playoff driver's seat as well. Even though Texas is already being projected there by almost everybody, but this will just take it that much further.
Hank, Texas had a couple of official visitors in last weekend. You wrote about this in the Can't Miss Stampede that comes out every Monday. And DeAndre Carter, interior offensive lineman from Modern Day. This is the same high school that Brandon Baxter or
Baker.
Yeah, sorry, Brandon Baker. How am I doing? Comes from. DeAndre Carter's committed to Auburn. How did the visit go from what you're hearing?
Yeah, we've checked in with sources, and obviously Greg Biggins, who covers the West Coast better than anybody for 24/7 Sports, had some notes on it as well on Sunday night. But official visits typically go really good. Kids don't really have bad experiences on official visits for the most part. Occasionally maybe one slips through the cracks, but was told that he had a really good time. Obviously, Texas got the big win over a ranked opponent. He spent time, and I should say, after adding Brandon Baker as well, Texas is kind of creating itself a little Matter Day pipeline. You got Spencer Shannon in the 2023 class. You got Brandon Baker committed now. They're in on guys in in the 2025 class with Jordan Davison and Marcus Harris. And obviously Sark has ties to the Mater Dei program. I know his son went there, I think, for a year or two at the high school level. So, I think Texas really impressed him. Kyle Flood is a really good relationship builder. He's a really good communicator. He knows how, what makes these kids tick. And, I think he really connected with him. And, you always want to check with, the school he's committed to, the people on that side as well. So, I checked in with our Auburn guys over at Auburn Undercover. And, I think they feel, pretty comfortable with I think Auburn feels pretty comfortable with, his commitment right now. But, I think it's a little bit of a concern that he still followed through and took that official visit after just committing to the Tigers, 4 weeks ago. So it's going to be one we're watching. I think Texas really put out a really good presentation for him. And I think he's thinking about it. I think he's going to have a final decision to make. I'm not saying a flip is imminent, but, Texas does want to take at least 4 offensive linemen in this class. And he's one of those guys that they're pushing for. So this could be an interesting one, come December when decisions really have to be made.
Well, and the other official visitor was Solomon Williams, the defensive lineman from the state of Florida. How did that visit go?
Yeah, same thing. He came at the end of July for that pool bash party for a couple days on an unofficial visit. And he was supposed to take an official visit 2 other times that ended up not being able to happen. I think June, he had an official visit set to Texas. And then he was supposed to come for the Wyoming game, and he had some family troubles. Or I believe one of his family members unfortunately had to go to the hospital, so he couldn't make it out to the Wyoming game. But he made sure to reschedule, and he was out 2 weeks later for the Kansas game this past weekend, in town with his mom. And again, a visit that we're told went really well. And an interesting thing with Solomon Williams is he really wants to get into pharmaceuticals. And that's something obviously Texas has, I think the best program in the country for people looking to get into that. And so, he's considering, Alabama, Texas A&M is really heavily in it for him. He's supposed to be in College Station this weekend to see Texas A&M's game against Alabama, and then a few other programs. But, I think this one could actually end up coming down to, Texas A&M versus Texas for a guy from Tampa. You can't ever discount Alabama in a recruitment, but, I think Texas really did impress him. We'll see if he makes it back out for another game, but, I think they're right there at the top for him, with A&M and Alabama.
Hank, Kobe Black, the kid out of Waco, he's an absolute stud, and it seems like a lot of you guys got him going to Texas, but he will be in College Station this weekend for that Alabama game. Where is he at on his recruitment, and is he going to be signing anytime soon?
Yeah, I still like Texas for Kobe Black. I have for, a couple months now. I think he's a kid enjoying his recruiting process, as he should. One of the highest rated recruits in the country. You got everyone wanting to sign you, and so enjoy it. You only get to do it once. Of course, if you go to the transfer portal, you can do it again. But I don't think Kobe Black's a guy that's going to probably have to transfer in his college career. But no, he's enjoying the process. I think he's really a guy that's bonded well with Terry Joseph, the cornerbacks coach, Steve Sarkisian. I think they have a really close connection to that program, Connolly High School in Waco. I think that's, where he's leaning, privately. He's not saying he's leaning anywhere, but, if I were picking, I think Texas is where he'd be picking. So, we'll see when he announces. I know that, there was talk he might do it before the season. He was talking about maybe getting it out of the way. I know his coaches, like for their guys to commit prior to their senior season, so they're not a distraction. But, he's also a different type kid. He's a kid that's, one of these nationally elite level recruits that, has his pick and can go anywhere. So might take a little bit longer to decide, but I think Texas is in a good spot for him. And, I'd anticipate him getting back to Austin for one of these final 3 home games later this fall.
Hank, any other nuggets you think are top of mind going into this game against Texas or Texas and OU? Texas is the home team, so they can have recruits in. Any visitors of note?
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty large list. I have them pulled up. Jordan Scruggs had put together the list on the Stampede, at least the initial list, but it's going to keep growing throughout the week. Like you said, Texas is the home team, so obviously, they can't have face-to-face interaction with the kids, but they can provide tickets for them to attend a neutral site game. But it's going to be, there's going to be a bunch of Texas commits there. I know I talked to Jared Gibson's dad. He's supposed to make it in from IMG Academy, so that'll be big. You'll see a lot of the in-state commits in town. But really the 2025 list: Harlem Berry, one of the top running back recruits in the country; Taz Williams, one of the top wide receivers in the country; Anthony Williams, linebacker, one of the top guys from Shadow Creek, is expected. Kobe Sellers, one of the top cornerback targets. So it's a lot of guys that are in this junior class, the 2025 class. So again, this could be one of those kind of foundation builders for these guys to go into next year, see maybe for Texas to go out there, perform well, and take that momentum for the rest of the season into the next spring with junior days and all that. So it'll be a big game. In terms of 2024 recruiting, I think like Ryan Wingo is a guy that I think this game could he'll be checking in on. He's going to be at Missouri this weekend, but I would imagine he's going to be watching the highlights of this game. So if Texas can air it out, I think that'll just go even further and making me feel better about my Texas pick for him. I think he'd probably like that too. So we'll see, but definitely a statement type opportunity for Texas this weekend.
Yeah. Is his being recruited by Colorado for real, or is it just like trying to get on that Colorado bandwagon like everybody else?
Yeah, I maybe a little bit of both. I think he genuinely likes Colorado. I mean, a lot of these kids do for good reason. But I think when it really comes down to it, I think it's Texas versus Missouri for him. And I know there were some reports that he was going to go to Texas A&M this weekend, but he opted for Missouri. And he actually saw Missouri 2 weeks ago when they played Memphis. It was a neutral site game in St. Louis, I guess neutral in St. Louis at the Dome where I guess the Rams used to play. So he saw them there when they played Memphis, but he'll see him this weekend in Columbia against LSU. So we'll see if Missouri can keep this going. I know Chip and I think we talked about it in the press box. Their schedule is going to get a little bit tougher from what it was. So we'll see how they fare against LSU this weekend. But I think when it comes down to it for Ryan Wingo, it's Texas versus Missouri.
Hank, do you have a favorite Red River shootout memory?
I would say I always think back to 2005, because you're coming off that year where – so 2003, I'm going to back up a little bit. I think what was the score, 63-12?
65-13.
65-13, yeah. Don't even need to say anything more about that. But then you go into 2004, Texas plays a lot better. I think it was 12-0, so it wasn't a blowout. But we saw the glimpses of how good Texas could be. 2005 was Texas's year, obviously. So I always think about that one. I think about Billy Pittman, Jamal Charles, Vince Young. It was a year they finally busted through 45-12, right? Or what was
it was 40 to something in the
45-12. Yeah, but it was start to finish. It was just one of those games that Texas was fully in control of. And, after that, when, they had beaten Ohio State, so you knew they were for real. But when, it was Oklahoma, they needed to beat Oklahoma, back in the BCS days to really make a statement. So I always think back to that game just because you had come off from those 2 years of disappointment or multiple years of disappointment in the years prior. 2008 was obviously one of the most fun games to watch. Colt versus Sam, 45-35. So I think of those two games. And I think this year, maybe, I think it's going to be a Texas. I think they're going to control the game, but it certainly looks on paper like it could be an exciting matchup.
45-12 in 2005. That was the game where they were telling OU where they were going to run the play and said, you still can't stop it. Yep. That was a team, man. And let's see where the swag factor is for this Texas team, because they sure seemed confident when we were talking to them yesterday. So this it's got the makings of a special season for sure. And this will be a big barometer of where this season is going.
Yep.
About 3:30 on Saturday. Hank, always appreciate it, my friend.
Wait, Hank, before we let you go, favorite State Fair food? What you got to get every time you go there?
I mean, I try everything. I had fried alligator the last time, which was pretty awesome. But I mean, you can't go wrong with the Fletcher's corn dog. I mean, it's the staple. You have to go get that. So that and I would go Fletcher's. I'm probably pretty boring with that answer, but I try everything.
No,
doesn't it seem
OG with it?
Doesn't it seem like you gotta buy a lot more coupons?
Yeah.
Inflation. Come on now.
Right?
I'm like, damn.
Yeah, man.
I'm like, I gotta buy a sleeve of coupons like size of wallpaper to go get a beer.
Just
but
to keep up, right?
Hey,
Hey,
carnies need their money.
Hey, one more basketball question before we let you go. Rodney Terry had a 5-star in a couple, I don't know, I want to say last week or so, and Josiah Mosley, the St. Stony Point product over in this area, he's a 4-star. He's going to be announcing his commitment October 8th, and Texas in the running for that. Talk about that a little bit before we let you go.
Yeah, Koa Pete, he's a 2025. So it's always interesting. Basketball recruiting is just so much different. It's similar, but it's also very different to football recruiting. These kids can take 2 official visits to the same school, starting their junior year, and then senior year they can do it again. Kind of crazy to keep up with that. But yeah, he was on campus this past weekend for the Kansas game. I haven't caught up with him to do an interview yet, but talking to sources, I think they felt pretty good about what they showed him and his experience. He was at the game, enjoyed that, obviously. The staff has been able to kind of put together these visits with these big football weekends where, they're seeing the atmosphere, they're seeing the student excitement. And obviously it's not basketball, it's in the off season, but, they're kind of seeing that energy. And I think that impresses kids. So Kopi, I think he's one of the guys to watch in 2025. And then Josiah Mosley, he's set to announce a decision on this coming Sunday. And yeah, like you said, he's in Round Rock. So, you would think Texas is kind of like that, the favorite, but I'm actually hearing a little bit of buzz about USC right now. So a few more days to go. Texas, there's a lot of forwards thereafter in this 2024 class. So, if he does end up at USC, there's guys they can still get. It's not the end of the world, but that's who I'm kind of watching right now. But, things can change before Sunday. So we'll be keeping an eye on that.
Cool.
Hank, keep up the good work, my man. Over at horns247.com, where you can get all the intel. Appreciate you, brother.
No problem. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Hank. Appreciate you, man.
Hank South, breaking it down. Yeah. All right, so we're asking you all, give us some of your favorite Red River Shootout memories. And don't forget that we will be in Big D, Dallas on Friday. Doing a round table from 2 to 5, and we will be just all up in that State Fair of Texas. I'm going to take on all comers.
And we'll actually be the Texas Sports Unfiltered team. Will actually be on the fairgrounds on game day.
On game day.
Unlike some people around here who trying to talk Texas sports. Just saying, we going to be there. You know what I'm saying? We gonna be there because that's how we do here at TSU. You feel me? Yeah, I'm taking shots. It's a shootout. Pew, pew, pew.
Pew, pew, pew.
I'm taking shots. I'm gonna take my shot. We're out.
Jose's got his finger pistols out,
yeah.
Baby.
Oh, yeah. We're out here. Yeah, shout out to our guys, man. Brad Keller, Bucky Gobbo, Mike Hardge, Trey Ellen. We gonna be outside, literally.
Speaking of Hardge, tomorrow, 11 to 12, hanging with Hardge and Earl Campbell, the Tyler Rose, baby.
Wow.
Come on, man.
Come
Kidding
on,
me?
man. The legend.
Hardge ain't messing around.
Sure ain't.
He's had Chipper Jones on his show.
Yeah.
He's got Earl, the Tyler Rose Campbell coming on the show tomorrow for Red River Shootout Week. Earl was wearing them tearaway jerseys in the Cotton Bowl, baby.
I swore his jersey tore every game, man.
He told me he went through 12 jerseys in one game.
Damn.
Because that was ridiculous, putting a tearaway jersey on Earl Campbell. That's like putting a tearaway jersey on a pickup truck.
Yeah, man.
And expecting it to hold. Yeah. What? I mean, that's a 30 for 30. Like how the tearaway jersey ever came to be and then it disappeared just like that.
Yeah.
Now they use that, whatever, that spray to harden the jersey so hard that you can't grab it.
Yeah. Any way to make the offense look better. That's where we are in the game now. Any way to put up more points and make it harder for these defenses to make tackles and stuff. That's how they're going to do it.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. The memories are rolling in. Sam says Tyrone Swoops and Gerard Hurd. It's Jerrod. It's okay. Beating OU. Colton Case McCoy beating OU. Yeah, they both did that. Case was part of the 2013 shocker. OU came in number 12. Texas had already lost 2 games. Everyone was pronouncing Mac Brown dead. His coaching career, I mean. And Case McCoy spinning it, throwing it to my man. Oh, he played for the Johnson. And you had Malcolm Brown and Jonathan Gray just sledgehammering in the running game. And how about Gerard Hurd? Gerard Hurd deserves all kinds of love because he led a Charlie Strong football team to a win in the Red River Shootout.
I still don't know how he did that.
Oh, my Lord.
It's crazy.
Texas was a double-digit dog in that game, and Gerard Hurd single-handedly carried the Texas offense.
That's why this game scares the crap out of you. That's why it does, because, man, a lot of wacky shit has happened throughout the years, and now Texas being favored like they are, which I'm seeing a lot of people, national media and people who know their college football / think they know their college football picking Oklahoma to win this game. And I kind of get it just because what you just said and what we're talking about now, just all the wackiness that has gone on at the Red River Shootout and Texas just having that pressure on their back, like you got all this expectation, everybody saying you should be in the CFP and, you be in Alabama and stuff. Like, how do you handle that? How do you handle that?
Everybody expects Texas to get drunk on success and blow it.
Yeah.
Because that's what they've been doing for the last 10 plus years. And that's where we're going to find out how these Culture Wednesdays and all of the connectivity that this team has, we're going to find out what that's all about. Because look, if Brent Venables calls a masterpiece game on Saturday and his players execute it, this will be a fourth quarter game. This will be a game that comes down to the fourth quarter. Hell, Wyoming and Texas were tied 10-10 going in the fourth quarter. So it's not out of the realm for OU in that atmosphere where they've got half the house to be, lifted up and get some belief. That's why you got to throw punches early, man. You can't let OU get belief. You got to smack them around and be like, no, you've been playing cupcakes. We've been out there in a cage match. It's time for you to wake up. You got some pretty looking receivers. You got a quarterback that's been around for 8 years at different schools, and he's smooth looking. My man Perzay Hilton loves the lefties throwing it.
Man,
that's great.
A pretty ball, man.
It's a pretty ball, but we don't need to breathe life into these Sooners who were in a 1-score game with SMU in the fourth quarter, I think they were down to Iowa State at one point in the first half. But nonetheless, I mean, Cincinnati, that game was in doubt until late. It was still only 20-6.
Yo, the quote, NFL Super Bowl champ Rodney Harrison, Cincinnati's garbage. Garbage. Like, that team compared to Texas ain't touching them. Emory Jones, the performance he put on. Yeah, Oklahoma hasn't played nobody. Arkansas State, give me an effing break. Come on now. Yeah, this is for a first test, this is thick. This is a thick-ass first test for you to get, for real, because all those other teams and the stats for Oklahoma look good, and we've been talking about them, but they haven't played nobody to really show that. The 15 touchdowns, 2 running for Dylan Gabriel, okay, against who? Against who, though?
Right. I'm fully buying into Venables' defense. Like Danny Stutzman, legit. And they got some dudes. I mean, I'm not crazy about their defensive line. I think, but they've got guys that were in that 49-0 game last year. And look, they can get all bowed up. That's great. If Texas comes out with plays that OU's defense is like, oh, God, because Iowa State was gashing OU for a while on the ground.
With Beck, with all those freshman quarterback, that ain't worth a flip.
So you get some of that going, put some doubt in their minds and remind them you got pistol whipped last year for a reason. Like, your coaches are working hard. Yeah, you got Seth Luttrell on that staff now. You got Matt Wells. You got some good coaches over there. But you got pistol whipped 49-0 last year for a reason, and we're here to remind you about it. Then that's the way it should be. Don't give them hope. Don't give them a reason to think they can hang around in this game. Don't let them get belief. Just smack them around, because their running game, they're not averaging 4 yards a carry, Zay.
Yeah.
Look, Washington last year didn't run the ball much. So if you're that good in the passing game, you got Roma Dunze, you got Jalen Polk on your squad. I don't think you do, but maybe Nick Anderson is the next. I don't know.
Yeah.
It ain't Drake Stoops. He's a nice grinder. He's Cole Beasley, but he ain't CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah, like I said yesterday, Hollywood Brown, CeeDee Lamb, Marvin Mims, them dudes gone. And they don't have anybody like that. I know Chris Bennett, he put up Brendan Thompson's stats, which you're petty, CB. You're petty. That's why I love you, dog. But, hey, the dude's only played one game this year. So those stats, if you look at all of 2023, they don't look the best. If you know that he's just played one game, and that was last week, they aren't that bad. And now you have to look at him as someone you have to stop. But, yeah, man, I just think this defensive line, they're going to make life hell for Dylan Gabriel. He's going to come in with his nice Jordan 1 cleats and stuff like that, because they're sponsored by Jumpman. So they try to be clean out there. I'll give them that. They trying to be clean. They trying. Ain't nothing touching that burnt orange and white, but they trying to be clean. And I get that jersey dirty. They're going to be wearing those whites. I expect Dylan Gabriel's jersey to have all types of stays and stuff, looking like Tebow when he was playing against Florida State back in his day. Like, I need him to look like that, because you're making life hell for these dudes. And yeah, if Texas plays like they should play, we shouldn't have any of that wacky stuff. It should just be what Steve Sarkisian's been preaching about. It's just another business trip. That's all it is. It's another business trip, and that team in the Crimson, they're in the way, and you got to get through them to get to your main goals, and that's not only winning the Big 12 championship, but putting yourself in position to win a college football championship. And the Horns, the mindset is at an all-time high. I watched all of those guys in the pressers today that y'all had with them. All the players, from Christian Jones, Jalen Ford, Jahdae Barron, David Benda, Xavier Worthy, all those guys, you could just feel the confidence coming out of them. There's no cockiness, Baron Sorrell. There's no cockiness. There's no arrogance. It's just, hey, we are taking one game out of at a time. We know how big this game is. It don't matter. They're just in the way. And that's what it is. We're going to go in, handle our business, get us some turkey legs and some fried Oreos and stuff, and get on back to Austin and get prepared for the bye week and get everybody's body right to continue the season. That's what you want in this team. And you have confidence that they're going to do that with how they've performed these last few weeks.
Yeah. Yeah. This is a championship game. Jahdae Barron's been saying it every week. He's right. We got a championship game this week. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Because Oklahoma has the benefit of the doubt. They carried the flag for the conference for the last decade. Bob Stoops, Lincoln Riley owned Texas. I get it. But now, and you heard Gabe Eichert, and if you missed our interview with Gabe Eichert, the former OU offensive lineman, you need to check out the podcast on Spotify, iTunes. Feel free to give us a 5-star rating and some kind words, because Gabe Eichert said that this Texas team doesn't look like other Texas teams. This Texas team will hit you in the mouth. He said this one's going to hurt because Texas is hitting. Texas is physical on the offensive and defensive lines. You saw Texas offensive line pushing Kansas all over the place, running the ball. Jonathan Brooks, my man Eric Henry wrote about it over at Horns 24/7. Jonathan Brooks, his last 3 games are better than any 3 consecutive games that Bijan Robinson had at Texas. Jonathan Brooks is running like his life depends on it. He is breaking tackles. He is breaking away. And to me, this is the guy I just want to keep watching. I just want to see how much his confidence can grow. He's on pace he's got better numbers right now than Mark Ingram had for Alabama in 2009 when they won the national championship and he won the Heisman. I said yesterday to Zay, don't count my man Jonathan Brooks out of the Heisman race. Zay was like, what? I'm like, dude.
Man, I'm still like, what?
He's the nation's number 3 rusher, and he's playing in a Steve Sarkisian offense. Najee Harris went to the Heisman ceremony. I didn't say Jonathan Brooks would win. I just said he could play his way into a trip.
Yeah. Yo, y'all been high on some Jonathan Brooks. You and Xavier Worthy. The fact that Xavier Worthy just flat out said, I think he's faster than Bijan, I almost fell out of my chair. Yeah, I know you heard that. I know you heard that too.
That's why I'm still mystified that Jonathan Brooks said, I'm not fast. I was like, come on, Jonathan Brooks. Come on, you can't be doing that.
Yo, this chess not checkers. Let them know. Let this chess not checker Jonathan Brooks. Let these people know. Oh, yeah, he even talking about him being slow and stuff like that. If a defense sees that and he's like, he might be right. He don't look that fast on the field, and then he runs your ass over like he did Kobe Bryant. Shoots, man. Yeah, Jonathan Brooks, he playing chess with y'all. He's playing chess with all of us. I love it. Let them keep thinking that, Jay Brooks. Let them keep sleeping on you, man. Because I'm with you, Chip. Like, now you got me convinced. This dude, with what you said about Najee Harris and Sark's system and stuff, and the fact that his stats are better than guys like a Mark Ingram, who's doing a pretty good job taking over for Reggie Bush on a Big Noon Kickoff for Fox. I like what Mark Ingram's bringing to the table. But the fact that his numbers are like that, though, yo, I'm with it. I've been saying they need to run the ball more, and now Sark's finally figuring it out. This team is so balanced, and even if you're without Zero on Saturday, I still expect them to put up mad yards and mad points on the Sooners D.
Yeah, man. Let the defense get comfortable, like they're sitting in a great blue heron, premium leather, chair or couch, and just think that they're resting and coasting, and then whack. Because, listen, you can get comfortable in some great blue heron furniture. And if you don't know what we're talking about, then check out that link right down there where the dog is sitting, chilling, because that will take you to a link to our own furniture line, the Texas Sports Unfiltered furniture line. You use the promo code HOOK'em, you're going to get 15% off some of the highest end, most beautiful, built to last forever furniture you've ever seen. Like, I'm just telling you, like, my wife is already checking out the Great Blue Heron furniture because I've still got my leather couch from my bachelor days. And she's like, this thing's got to go. But I'm like, it's got recliners and cup holders, and we need it because we watch all of our sports and our movies. She's like, enough. Stop talking. So get to Great Blue Heron Furniture. Just click that link. It's going to take you right to our own furniture line. That's where these defenses are. They're just chilling on the Great Blue Heron Furniture, and Jonathan Brooks is running right by them, Zay.
Yes, sir.
I can't wait to watch this game, man. I am so jacked up about this.
Can they play tomorrow, man? Like,
God.
I can't wait either.
This week takes forever.
Yeah.
Takes forever.
Yeah.
Okay. Great memories pouring in here. We'll hit them quickly because we got a bunch of them here. We hit Sam's, Gerard Hurd. Gerard Hurd took Charlie Strong to the Golden Hat, baby.
The big finger.
Oh, the longest finger in football. Charlie Strong, baby. Oh, yeah. Jason says the Stoney Clark Stonewall. Oh, yeah. Robert Reed, Stoney Clark. Oh, that was beautiful. That was my man, James Brown. James Brown. That was his first start as a redshirt freshman at Texas. He won the game thanks to Stoney Clark finishing it off. Jennifer Little says, Dicker the kicker. Red River immortality. Man. Yeah, that was big time. The Marcus Johnson catch. Yes, thank you, Catch the Wave. That was Case McCoy. Spaghetti-armed Case McCoy slinging it to Marcus Johnson, baby. Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay, I won tickets to the the quadruple OT game. Was that the COVID year? Ugh. It was the last year that Keontae Ingram played for Texas before he transferred to USC because he dropped the pass. But anyway, I don't remember that stuff. But
yeah, he was always dropping stuff and fumbling.
Oh, they closed the concession stand after the third quarter. Had to go. Oh, wow. That's not good. They need to be having. I understand not selling beer. You got to be selling water.
Oh, yeah. Hey, it's supposed to be a little nippy, though.
Yeah. Yeah.
Supposed
Apparently.
To be a little cool.
That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
It could be in the 70s.
I'll
Let me
take
consult
that.
my meteorological.
Yeah, man. That's the plug. What's up? What we got going on?
I mean,
I can't be trusting Bucky Gobble, man. That farmer's almond stuff. I've known Bucky for a long time. He's missed more than he's hit. So I love the dude. Means a lot to me. Like that crazy ass uncle that I've always wanted. But when it comes to that farmer's almanac that you hear with him and PK in the morning, Buck, you giving yourself too much credit, dog. Just looking at your iPhone and saying the stuff.
It's true. 73 degrees is supposed to be high. 58 degrees is the low. So kids, bring some layers.
Yeah,
bring some layers to the Cotton Bowl. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see.
Hit us up on our text line too, 512-222-9328. If you can't hit us up on the comment section here on YouTube.
Zay could paint pistolas. That's what the Spanish broadcast team is always saying when they are talking about Colt. Pistola!
Oh, man. Yeah, I don't got the body for all that. I appreciate it.
You got ink?
Huh?
You got ink?
No. You see how dark I am? You see the light that you have right now is on its highest point. That's how dark I am.
No, you look good,
Ain't no
Zay.
way. Yo, I've seen somebody that has my type of complexion tattoo, like Jesus on their arm. The dude looked like Bob Marley just because he was dark as hell, midnight. So you got to be careful if you want to get some.
Hey, speaking of Zay Hilton, do you have any I found on social media for us? Oh my God, we haven't done a chip shot or a right call this week yet. We've been so caught up in the Red River.
It's a different week, man. It's a different week. There ain't nothing on Twitter. The only thing I saw crazy recently was Jimmy Butler's hair for the Miami Heat. Jimmy Butler went emo on us. And yeah, he looks like he should be working at Hot Topic. And it's a weird look for a brother. I've never really seen, well, I've seen it, but not a brother with that type of status. But yeah, it was weird. That's all I got. Hey, it was
Butler's
weird.
got weird hair at the moment.
Yeah. Like, check this out.
Oh, he looks like Prince. He looks like Prince on a bad hair day.
I don't know, man. It must have burned for his hair to flop like that because, yo, that's a wild look, Jimmy. But that's really the only thing I've seen. Yo, we only got 5 minutes. I want to throw something out there for what I saw last night in the Monday Night Football game. I feel bad for Daniel.
This is the right call.
This is the right call. We'll make this the right call. I feel bad for Daniel Jones. Brian Daboll, shame on you, dog. And you could tell he hasn't been a head coach for very long because you don't act like this when all the cameras are around. I get it. You're frustrated. Y'all can't move the football. Your quarterback got sacked 11 times. He's throwing pick sixes. I understand that. You should be frustrated. This is your job. You're in New York. The market's tough. I get it, Brian Daboll. You should be frustrated. But that could wait to the locker room. Him throwing the tablet at Daniel Jones and frustration and stuff, that's trash, man. There has to be a certain level of professionalism that you have to carry. I saw Trent Dilfer lose his effing mind the other day on his assistant coaches. Lose his mind. Now, I've seen Saban do that before, but it's just different when you're Saban and you win. When you're Trent Dilfer and you haven't made any skins on the wall as a coach yet, yes, you won a Super Bowl with that really good team that might have the best defense of all time. I understand that, Trent. But, dude, the way that he showed up his coaches and the way that Brian Daboll showed up Daniel Jones yesterday, when it's not his fault he got sacked 11 times. Can y'all protect me? Of course I'm not going to play good. Of course I'm going to be looking over my shoulders. These guys are taking my head off. Bobby Wagner had 17 effing tackles. So Brian Daboll, before you're throwing your tablet in disgust and doing stuff, and Trent Dilfer, before you're acting the fool, like, come on. Y'all have more class than that. It was so meathead of them. I can't stand that meathead Tom Herman shit. Like, you have to carry yourself a certain way as a head coach. And it's a balance, man. But once that frustration takes over and you start getting the camera seeing it, and now you have to answer questions and stuff, it's trash. Absolutely.
No Ollie Pop for Brian Daboll.
Zero. Yeah. And what is that? Javier MG 471. You're right. Trent Dilfer did that back in his high school days too, when he was coaching high school football, which might be even worse because we're talking about 16 and 17-year-olds are getting pissed off at, and just wow. But
Cat Williams. Jimmy Butler's trying to steal from Cat Williams. That's brilliant. Lee is right on the money.
Yo, well, the dude had on like the
Cat Williams.
Yeah, the dude had the eye piercing and the lip piercing, and he's like coming in, listening to the Killers and stuff, and he's wearing all black. Like, Jimmy Butler, I know he's had a rough upbringing, so a lot of it starts to make sense. Like, you know, that he was homeless at one point. So I look at those things to painting out your future later on when you get to be an adult. Like, your childhood affects a lot of that. So you could tell Jimmy Butler, he's been through some stuff growing up that shows why he acts the way he does now. Now, that's definitely helped them become a really good borderline Hall of Fame professional basketball player. But also, that stuff that you see there, that ain't normal stuff, Chip, especially from no brother. That shoot from a brother in the league with his status, very odd, very odd. And yes, EB, you're right. Rick Barnes didn't recruit Jimmy Butler. One of his worst moves ever. He ended up being a solid player for Marquette. But, Jimmy, I know you're a Tomball native, a Texan. Get better, I guess.
Jimmy wants to join the Cure. That's funny. I saw the Cure this summer. That's on point.
It's a good show. Yeah.
Derek Johnson, baby. Super DJ. Damn. That's what you need. Like, Jade Barron talked about this yesterday, Zay. He said, Michael Huff told me this game can make you a legend. They will. Stoney Clark. We still talk about it. Stoney Clark. Dicker the kicker. Red River immortality. There are plays made in this game. B-Rob. I mean, people are pointing out B-Rob sack of Rep Omar. This game can make you a legend.
Yo, Quan Cosby's block
on Lendy Holmes.
Yo, like they show that.
Flying.
They might show that more than anything when it comes
like
to
Lendy Holmes. It's hard for him probably to walk into the Cotton Bowl.
Yeah.
Because he's like,
Oh yeah, that PTSD for real. Yeah,
He's got some OUSD.
Yeah,
he's got some Red River SD.
Yeah,
but that's I mean, Gerard Hurd. It's Case McCoy. I mean, look at all these names that are being brought up today. This game can make you a legend, and Jahdae Barron knows it. Like Jahdae Barron's the kind of guy that will be like, "Oh, thank you for telling me that."
Yeah,
because I need some more legendary status, you know?
Yep. Jordan Whittington, baby. It's gonna be Jay Witt's time. We going for over 100 yards, 12 catches. That's what I'm saying.
Jay Witt.
Get it.
Jay Witt is the highest graded blocker of the receivers. Oh yeah, of course. Peter the Great. Peter Gardere.
Yeah.
Now, the guys on defense for those teams will say, yeah, Peter owes us drinks because we carried him a couple of years. But hey, he's the only quarterback on either side to go 4-0 in the Red River Shootout. So, and I just love the fact that he and Charles Thompson, former OU quarterback, father of Casey Thompson, Charles was on those Switzer teams that were like number 1, number 2 in the country. They ended up on the same Canadian football team and became best friends. And Charles Thompson officiated Peter Gardere's wedding.
Wow.
How about that?
That's crazy.
Talk about Red River trivia.
Yeah.
There's my Per Se Hilton nugget of the day.
There you go. There you go.
I got some Per Se Hilton
You
going.
got some juice, man. You got some stuff stored there. A lot of years of covering the game, man. I know you got some stuff. So,
yeah, man. I'm old. I got stuff in the attic.
You're wise, man. You're wise, man.
Hey, Mac Brown. Yes. Mac Brown, CB, greatest volunteer producer in radio history. Mac was on both sides. That's right. He was the offensive coordinator for Oklahoma in 84.
Wow.
When they had the 15-15 tie. And Troy Aikman told me Mac Brown almost broke me. Aikman was a freshman quarterback on that 84 team. Then he transferred to UCLA. He said Mac Brown would rip into him in practice on every throw, like micromanaging, ball placement, everything. Aikman was like, damn, like people don't understand. Mac used to be a fire breather. Sally changed him, but Aikman was feeling that. Oh, and this is the other great story. So Mac Brown, they're losing at Kansas. Danny Bradley goes down. Aikman has to come in. Like they burn his red shirt. They're losing to Kansas 7-3. And Mac is like, if we don't play better, we're going to lose this game. And they ended up losing the game. And Switzer told him after, we don't ever talk about losing in my locker room. Ever. And Mac said he never. And then you contrast that with what he did when they were down to Oklahoma State 28-7 in 04. And Mac, I don't know, but Mac went in and wrote like they were down 35-14 or something. Mac went in and wrote 42-35. We're going to win. And they ended up winning like 56-35. Like Mac became Mr. Pollyanna positivity at halftime after that Switzer experience.
Yeah.
All right. We're rambling on, and we got guys waiting to get up in here. Let's get them in here. Jeff Howe, Trey Elling.
What's up, guys?
Boys.
What's up, fellas? You feeling the Red River immortality?
Chip, I'm just wondering, like, are you just going to die on this hill of calling it Shootout, regardless of whatever the corporate name is?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm right with him.
Die on that hill.
I'm right with him. All right.
Just call it Red River Rivalry or whatever that hell convoluted name they're using these days.
I've been writing that in headlines over at the site, trying for some SEO purposes, a little search action going on. I know without hesitation, like we're gonna share this story in the group text we have going on, and it's gonna be about 10 seconds before we get an angry text from Chip fired off. It's the shootout.
Don't be Elmer Fudd. Do not do that to yourself. It's a corporate joke on everyone, and we don't need to play. I don't need to sound like Elmer Fudd. Zay doesn't. Trey doesn't. Jeff, you don't.
True.
So
yeah,
I'm sticking with what it was when I got here.
We need to make it a night game. Some of them people need to be cultured and experience nighttime in South Dallas.
No, see, I've got to no.
They need to be cultured.
Then the dozens
with you, Zay.
Then that's
Trey.
blood. That's blood on y'all's hands. Then
Trey's ready to get in the hood and mix it up.
I'm not even talking about the fair park aspect of it. I'm talking about you want to give these two fan bases all day to drink and then have this thing reach an apex at 6 p.m. Mother of God, help us all.
Well, on that note,
y'all have a good show.
Thanks, boys.
Thanks, boys.
Chip, I'll holler at you.
What's up, Jeff?
Dude, I was trying to get my AirPods to work, and I just finally said F it and just went with the regular standard headphones. Yeah, I'm not Texas OU at night. Y'all have fun with that. I want no part of that.
I think that it is worth experimenting with once.
Unless you tell me. Now, I've never done this, right? I've never partaken in marijuana. But if you can tell me, like, you can give me something to smoke so I can just kind of chill in the corner while anarchy ensues around me, I might be down with that.
Do you need
I'm
me
gonna
to up?
I'm gonna need a sedative or something because my anxiety, I wouldn't be able to handle that. I would prefer to be catatonic in that environment if that were the case.
Look, that part of Dallas is still that part of Dallas in a sense, but it is also gentrifying too. I have liked to point this out to people over the last couple of years. There is a Mezcal bar across the street from the State Fair now.
Right.
On that main route that everybody takes in to get to the parking before they go to the game. Well, those of us who aren't smart enough to park in the not so secret, super secret parking off of Robert Lipscomb Way.
Was that you just pay the crackhead $20 and he'll watch your car in his yard?
They're not crackheads that I'm aware of. They're entrepreneurs who are taking advantage one of the most profitable times of year to own a plot of grass that a bunch of cars can park in.
Yes. Trey, whose the fantasy football team is the Tent City Hobos, is going to correct me on being politically correct.
I'm not going to lie, dude. Talking today is causing me to cough, even though I feel like I'm turning the corner with this cough from the last week or so. So I apologize if I'm hacking a lung mid-sentence.
You get you an inhaler, like something fancy, a nebulizer from the doc or something?
Yeah, well, Buterol or something. I haven't gone that route just yet. I try not to do that. I've always prided myself on being able to clear lung issues pretty effectively on my own. But if this goes on for a couple of more days, I may have to turn to that route because I can't deal with this nonstop cough. I have no choice but to talk for a living.
You a cough drop guy or no?
With the lungs.
You a cough drop guy or no?
Cough drops, they don't have that effect on me. Like
really?
Like I like a good honey cough drop or menthol cough drop. They actually taste good. Like maybe it's because I deprive myself candy most days. Like it's kind of feels like a little bit of a life hack in terms of getting to consume candy, but it doesn't suppress the cough. So it'll I'll suck on it. Doesn't sound good. And it'll suppress the cough for like 5 minutes, but then I'm back to hacking along. And I've also consumed several grams of sugar at that point.
Have you just tried straight old tussin, seeing if that takes care of it?
No, I have horrible memories of cough syrup as a kid, to where I'm pretty sure that's one of those things that if I were to consume it, I would puke.
Seriously?
Yeah. I did not like the flavor of cough syrup as a kid. The flavor of cough syrup as a kid ruined actual cherries for me into early adulthood. I just assumed regular cherries tasted as terrible as cough syrup cherries or that artificial flavor taste.
You unknowingly deprived
And
yourself.
I'm like, holy cow, real cherries are good.
Unknowingly deprived yourself, Trey.
Yeah,
Cherries are good. Did you know cherries are good for inflammation?
I did not know
in
that.
the body.
That's not surprising because cherries have a ton of nutritional value. Are you crying right now?
Me?
Yeah.
No, it's just I didn't think my setup today. I didn't think it through very well. So it just kind of looks like, I don't know, like I got circles under my eyes or something. No, I'm good. I was taking a sip from the chalice of mediocrity, aka my Alamo Bowl cup. Yeah, did you ever go through that with your kids though, Trey? Like the cough syrups and whatnot, and when they find the one that doesn't taste good, then you're like, oh hell, we gotta find something else that works.
We do the Zaxby's, which they haven't had a problem with just yet, which tastes more like honey than anything, I guess.
Okay.
That hasn't been an issue. And I think my wife has also done I forget if it's acetaminophen or ibuprofen, because you're not supposed to give kids pills up to a certain age.
Right.
So we do the liquid ibuprofen, but I feel like it's the cotton candy flavor.
Yeah, those are, you can, that's.
That or the bubblegum flavor were like always the best flavors of medicine. It's when you start trying to bring fruit into the equation, which kids can take or leave fruit depending on what the fruit is. But when you're trying to turn an artificial fruit flavor into a medicine too, you just completely screw the process up.
Grape
was the best amongst the fruits as far as the medicines were concerned, right?
You think that's how a grape drink came to be? Halloween came to be just because, hey, if we're gonna do this, grape tasted okay when we were kids.
Purple drank,
just carry it over.
Maybe
give it a shot.
I think that, and the fact that everything ends up moving at a super slow pace.
Shout out Jamarcus Russell, by the way.
Jamarcus Russell and way too many H-Town athletes to count.
Johnny Jolly among them. All right, where are we at, Trey? What are we doing today?
Where are we at in society, Jeff? Well, we're never at a great place, I would say. But as far as where you and I are, as two people who root for Texas, who cover Texas, we are squarely in the middle of hate week right now.
True.
And we're certainly going to talk about that Texas-Kansas game, but it's hard not to look ahead to the big matchup this weekend in Dallas.
I don't know if you've gotten this vibe yet, and anybody in the chat that wants to chime in, please feel free. Usually the side that's not talking any trash that week is usually the side that understands what they're about to walk into. Now, we've seen more recently that's been Texas that's walked into that game like 2015, 2013, where it's like, just get it over with.
Yeah.
It's going to be an execution. And it was anything but. Has anybody heard? Have you heard any crowing from the OU side yet?
There was one OU fan who was chirping during the midday show today after BK suggested something very similar. And I agree with that sentiment, by the way. And OU fans were pretty quiet last year considering their record against Texas this century, because they saw what was going on. They knew that Dylan Gabriel, there was a good chance he wasn't going to play. And they knew exactly what they had or didn't have at backup quarterback last year. And it was a perfect storm that ends with Texas winning that game 49-0. It's not quite that feel this year because Dylan Gabriel is a really good quarterback. He's one of the best QBs in the Big 12. He's good at throwing the deep ball, which should be a concern for Texas fans because that's one potential weakness for this defense. It doesn't have very many weaknesses. But it does also still feel like Texas has a huge advantage if you look up and down the roster. And then also the list of accomplishments in 2023, where Texas has a couple of wins against top 25 opponents, that big win in Tuscaloosa, obviously. And even though they faced a surprising number of backup quarterbacks, you have to compete against that which is in front of you. And they have taken care of business and then some, even in games where they get to slow starts on offense. They're playing good enough complementary football, and the offense is still finding success, even if they're not always putting points on the board, that the opposition is getting completely worn down on the defensive side of the ball to where it does ultimately start clicking for the offense too.
They're winning up front. I mean, that's, if you win games along the line of scrimmage, more often than not, you're going to be all right. That's where Texas is winning. I've always said this about Texas OU. It's even if Texas were to have an SEC team on the schedule in non-conference, and this year's the exception because obviously, when you're playing Alabama, it speaks for itself. The OU game is the most SEC style game Texas will play all year.
Yeah,
because it's a line of scrimmage game. I mean, and that Trey is what's. We've seen shootouts in this game. Don't get me wrong. We've seen high-scoring games. But what it boils down to, this is still a game where if you run the football well, if you stop the run, and if you win the turnover battle, you'll win 9 out of 10 times.
Yeah.
And it's just old school. When this game is at its best, it's both teams show up for a fight, and a football game just happens to break out. And that's, growing up through the when I was in my late teens, early 20s in the 2000s, that's what that game was. The hatred was real. And I hope it gets back to that. I hope both of these teams can hold up there in the end of the deal. Texas hasn't for a long time. Oklahoma didn't last year. We'll see what happens this year. But let me ask you this, Trey. I didn't think about this till this was brought up to me today. If you look at the Texas roster and you look at the Oklahoma roster, just take your starting 22, put them next to each other. Is there anybody that you would swap starter for starter? You'd want an Oklahoma starter and be willing to give up that Texas starter. How many positions would you be willing to do that at?
I don't know if there's a position, to your point.
Maybe if you tell me, hey, you can trade David Benda for Danny Stutzman straight up. Probably. Other than that, though, it's even the most objective person would have to say, and there's been plenty of times in this game, Texas might have been the higher ranked team or perceived to be the better team where you could look at it and be like, I don't know, they have the better roster. It's at least questionable. I don't think there's any debate who's got the better roster in this game. It's Texas.
Right.
So,
and they're more battle tested too. I understand that this is a rivalry game, and so you can never know what to expect, but you take those two things into account, and it's hard for me to envision a scenario where Texas loses this game. Now, maybe the special teams miscues are a major issue on Saturday. That's one way that we could see swing. Or Dylan Gabriel, who has been really good at throwing the ball downfield. Maybe he connects on a deep ball or two in the first half to allow OU to keep pace, or maybe they grab a lead going into halftime because Texas is still experiencing some red zone woes in terms of turning those trips into field goals or missed field goals instead of touchdowns. That's an opportunity right there. I will caution people with this. You mentioned the 2 years that it felt like Texas didn't have a chance, 2015 and 2013. And Texas won both of those games. Is that right? 2013 was the Case McCoy game.
Yes.
And 2015 was the Gerard Hurd game.
Gerard Hurd.
So
Texas threw the ball 5 times, I think.
I wasn't in the crowd for 2013. I was in the crowd for 2015. That was one of the loosest, most relaxed, carefree, and lubed up crowds that I've ever been a part of on the Texas side of things, Jeff. And I've attended this game around 30 times in person. And that relaxed nature actually came through on the field too, where OU, who was clearly the better team, was also the tighter team. And then once things weren't going their way early on, and Texas is able to gain a little bit of momentum, ultimately that helped carry the day too.
Yeah.
So the Texas crowd shows up at the beginning of the game expecting to maybe leave midway through the third quarter. All of a sudden, not only are they keeping it close, but Texas is leading for big chunks throughout and then ultimately comes out victorious in the end too.
I think That game, I think they led the whole way. I don't think Oklahoma had a lead at any point.
You may be right about that. I'm going to admit I was one of the lubed up folks in the crowd that day.
But to your point about special teams, it was a special teams play that flipped that game, because remember Texas gets the early touchdown, that Marcus Johnson flip from Gerard Hurd, which it felt like OU was just kind of standing around like, wait, I thought these dudes were going to lay down, and because Texas the week before had gone to Fort Worth and got beaten 50-7, and it could have been 90-7 if Gary Patterson wanted it to be.
Yeah, that was the game that Chris Boyd had his phone out in the locker room at halftime.
Yeah, and then we get the Monday, and it's like Dylan Haynes is accusing the media of blowing stuff out of proportion. It's like, we didn't blow anything out of proportion.
Dylan Haynes has been making repeat appearances on the channel today, by the way. BK and I just spent the first 5 minutes of our show taking shots at Dylan Haynes.
That wasn't necessarily a shot. That was just me stating a fact, an event that took place.
I get it.
And then you get to Saturday, so you have the early touchdown, but then you get Deshaun Elliott forcing a fumble on a kickoff return, and Kirk Johnson recovers the fumble. Maybe the only play Kirk Johnson, one of the few plays Kirk Johnson made during his time at Texas, was recovering that fumble. And Texas pretty much just played keep away the whole day.
Yeah.
By the way, the guys who designed that offensive game plan for Texas in that game, Jay Norvell and Jeff Traylor, are both FBS head coaches now.
Oh, wow. That's right. Jay Norvell, the sliver of time that he spends as the Texas offensive coordinator.
I remember Jay Norvell before that game, the press conference. He kind of stormed off a little bit, like from one of his last questions. It wasn't firing back at the media. It was just a very focused. And then he kind of gives me, in hindsight, I put it together. He's walking out, and I'm standing like right in the doorway, and he just kind of gives me this look like, wait till Saturday. And then just kind of gives me a pat on the back, and I'm like, that was an odd amount of confidence for a dude who just got beat by 43 points to have going into a rivalry game where you're probably going to get smoked. And the proverbial let him hang moment is what we got, where the forward pass is not in our favor, and we'll just pound Deontay Foreman and Gerard Hurd all day.
Yeah, that's weird. I mean, I understand that game plan in retrospect, because that was definitely the best plan of attack for you, but what a strange sense of confidence in that moment for Jay Norvell.
And the other thing about that game, too, that I remember, that was one of the few games that year you had a healthy Hassan Ridgeway.
Oh, yeah.
With Puna Ford. As it turns out, two guys with decently long NFL careers in the middle of your defense. Malik Jefferson had a big game that day.
Oh, Malik Jefferson. What could have been with a different
dude.
I'm not sure what the difference needed to be for Malik Jefferson to reach his potential here at Texas.
It's nice that we're talking the Charlie Strong era as I take another sip from the chalice of mediocrity. Malik's good dude.
We wish we could have gotten a mediocrity with Charlie Strong. We couldn't even get to mediocrity. We were just bad.
That's where you get to so seasons, Trey, where you get to like the first or second weekend in November, and the dialogue from within becomes, we just want to finish strong for the seniors. We just want the senior class to go to a bowl game and enjoy these last few weeks.
I remember Charlie talking himself back onto the job, I guess, after the Kansas game. Because remember, they were going to make a change, but he's like, look, please let us have this opportunity to potentially qualify for a bowl game. Because I think, wouldn't they have been 5-7, I think, if they won that last game against
No, they'd have been 6-6. They'd have been bowl eligible.
They would have been 6-6 and bowl eligible. And the Texas admins are like, all right, I guess. Like, if you think you can win this game. And this is when TCU was pretty good, too. And TCU just took it to Texas. I thought we might see a more inspired performance, but they got their asses kicked.
31-9.
That day. And that was the official rock bottom. I guess rock bottom was in Lawrence, but that was just staying at rock bottom.
Didn't let's say Mike Perrin and Greg Fenves left at halftime of that game to go to Bastrop to interview Tom Herman?
Did they?
I'm pretty sure that's how that thing worked out.
Oh my goodness. I don't think I'd heard that before.
It was either at halftime or right when the game ended. Yeah. They had a meeting.
Right before or after Trace Armstrong used LSU as leverage to get another year added to Herman's contract.
Man, that was a wild day, wasn't it? The only thing we knew for sure is Charlie's getting fired. Just don't know who's taking over this bowl of fruits and nuts.
We shouldn't. We're not taking any shots at Mike Perrin. I'm actually a big fan of Mike Perrin, the person, and Mike Perrin, the AD, too, because he came in and helped to steady a really rotten sinking ship that Steve Patterson had just blown a bunch of holes into.
You talk about a guy Longhorn Nation should be thankful for eternity. Like, that was, hey, this is. The athletic department's probably as low as it's been since before Coach Royal was here. You want to be the guy that comes here and, cleans up this pile of nuclear waste old boy left behind? Congratulations, you got the job.
Yeah, and people may not realize this, but I think he was instrumental behind the scenes in helping to get Texas ready for the inevitability of NIL, too.
Yeah.
So Mike Perrin is somebody who has obviously given his life to this university in terms of the sacrifices that he's made professionally in hitting pause on the law practice, as a player on the field too, and risking his long-term livelihood to help the Texas football team win a lot of games and a championship too, if I'm remembering correctly.
68 Southwest Conference Championship. Yep.
And he is finally a member of the Hall of Honor. That only happened a couple of years ago. I was a little bit surprised when I actually saw him on the field. Nobody was paying attention either, and people barely heard Bob Cole make the announcement over the PA. That's one of those moments. Usually I'm sitting back, and I'll give claps or whatever, but I stood up and gave a loud cheer for Perrin.
That's awesome.
To see him.
Trey, what was the radio series you did? Was it for realignment or something else? Where you had interviews with DeLoss, CDC, Mike Perrin. Did you interview Steve Patterson for that deal?
I did, yeah.
What was that for? You remember?
Anybody? That was the same summer that I was trying this conceptual hour where it was like, although with the ADs, it wasn't an hour necessarily. It was basically a conceptual topic.
Mm-hmm.
Dead of summer, so it's like baseball's going on, and I think it was maybe even after the College World Series, where I just wanted to talk to as many past and present Texas ADs as possible. And so I did. I got CDC last because I let them know that I had DeLoss, Perrin, and Steve Patterson. And at that point, they're like, all right, well, CDC
well played. Yeah.
This. So we did all of that, but I reached out to Patterson on a random email address that I found online. I wasn't even sure if it was his, and he responded pretty quickly and was like, yeah, I'll do it. And he was fairly forthright, I guess, because I asked some difficult questions of him, and he gave what I believe are answers that he feels strongly and truthful about. Now, a good chunk of that was based on the excellent work that Chip Brown did and just running down the list of misdeeds. And I think Jake Trotter for ESPN? Somebody else had done a good report on Patterson and everything that he had done in his time at Texas. And so I basically took those two stories and put them together and just asked him the most difficult questions from that tenure where it seemed like he had screwed up royally, including trying way too hard to cut costs. Even though that's part of what he had promised when he came in on the job. But like, it's one thing to say, we're going to cut back a little bit here and there, but it's a whole nother thing to go complete cheapskate with this university. Where one of the big advantages that we have over other schools, and we're seeing this play out in a way with NIL right now, on top of the fact that there is a coordinated effort, and tip of the cap to those who are coordinating said effort.
Shout out.
We have more money than most of the competition. We use that where we can too.
If you're going to be Texas, act like it. I mean, everybody hates you anyway. You know, you're already the bad guy.
Yeah.
So lean into it. Lean into being the heel. It's fun.
So Patterson is And I think his claim was that Augie was on board with the bus trip to Lubbock, but like making the baseball team take a 6-hour bus ride, which by the way, good friends with Kevin, and he said that's complete BS. Augie was furious that they had to take a bus to Lubbock. Yeah. I think there was maybe a Stillwater trip too or something where they had to take a bus, but there were too many examples like that. Like speaking of the Charlie Strong era, that game at UCLA where, oh my God, the younger Neuheisel led UCLA to a comeback victory in that one. That one still stings. But
I love Desmond Jackson. I love Tank Jackson, but
the coin flip, that one hurts. But the coaches for that game, their families, I think they had to like take an Uber or a van or something. They had to pay for their own tickets. It's just like, why are we cutting corners right here where it's like a show of goodwill and a little bit of added benefit to somebody who's an employee of the football program, athletics department, and university as a result.
Yeah. It was one of those deals. Craig in the chat, shocked he didn't change our apparel deal to Russell Athletic.
Seriously.
That's one of those things you can thank Mike Perrin for, because Mike Perrin was not on the job very long at all. That might have been actually the first thing that got done was the Nike deal got done.
Yeah. Yeah, that was huge.
Because there were some rumblings that Texas might have been an Under Armour school or, God forbid, an Adidas school.
That has not gone well for most of the Under Armour schools.
No. Man, and the Adidas, like some of the Adidas schools, their stuff just looks cheap. Like it doesn't look very well put together. And yeah, you mentioned the issues Under Armour has. UCLA was one of those. It's funny, like Steve Patterson put all his chips in. Well, look at what's going on in the Pac-12. Look at what's going on in the Pac-12. Yep. UCLA has got, retail stores in China. Yeah. And guess what? Like the Pac-12's like your job. Neither one of them exist. They're not going to exist next year. So
stores in China, these all expenses paid trips to Dubai.
Yeah. Let's not get the coaches' wives to a game from Austin to Arlington, but let's send Shaka Smart and the basketball team to China to open the season. Let's do that.
Yeah, there were a lot of inexplicable moments from that tenure. All right, you need to go pick a kiddo up, right? And then
yes, I do. We gotta bail for a few minutes and do that.
So BK, who shows up on pretty much every day part at this point of Texas Sports Unfiltered, is going to pop on for a few minutes.
Hello.
Hi. How are you?
Man, so much has changed over the last 2.5 hours since I saw you last.
Are you a chick now?
No, but I found a chick, and I think she's the one.
What? Oh, my God. Where's the breaking news sounder? This is breaking news here.
Hold on. I got it for us. Let me find it here.
Minnesota!
No, that's not the right one. No, I don't think Dad sees her. Hold on.
The Toko wave.
Oh, wait, hold on. We got to see the Toko wave because no day is complete without
help me.
Without the Toko wave. Oh, man. Yeah, she's the one. And I actually have a video of her, Trey.
Oh.
I'm convinced that this is the woman I've been looking for my entire life.
Is Jake guessing correctly?
I'm telling you, I'm getting the off, and there's a reason why I'm getting the off, and everyone can either believe it or they cannot believe it. I don't give two but I am telling you right now, that back there is not real. And you can sit on this plane and you can die with them or not. I'm not going.
That's it. Yeah, I ran into her at 7-Eleven a few minutes ago, and I just couldn't resist, man. That video was life-changing for me, and getting to see her in person was a big deal.
So you stopped her from yelling at a Slurpee machine long enough to get her digits?
Oh, man. Yeah, she was just yelling at some homeless guy across the street saying he was not real. I'm like, what do you – he's pretty real. And she was convinced he wasn't real, and I got the digits before she ran out of the store and went somewhere else. So that's that.
Ironic, because usually it's the hobos who are screaming about imaginary figures nearby.
Yeah, what are they always talking about, those guys?
What are the hobos always talking about?
Yeah, I mean, they're just yelling and dancing, and I can't ever figure out what is going on there. Like I try to ask them, hey man, what are you saying here? And they just keep going. It's like I'm not even there,
Well, be careful about engaging too much in those moments, because it'll quickly turn from them shouting obscenities to people who aren't there to them flinging their own poo at you.
Has that ever happened to you?
No, the closest thing that's ever happened to me is vacationing in San Francisco 4 years ago.
Yeah, I was telling a story this morning where I saw a homeless guy crap in a red Solo cup in San Francisco a few years ago. And I was very impressed that he was able to find a way to get it in that hole. Well, I guess it was coming out of one hole, but going into a different hole. And then, it was an impressive feat, really. Like most people were disgusted by it and they turned away. And I'm like locked in here. I mean, I wanted the NBC it, the zoom in that you get on the Sunday Night Football on a close play, on a replay review. Like that's what I was looking for there. I was hoping somebody had some binocs that I could borrow to really analyze what was going on there. But I had to go bare eyes on that one. And man, it was quite a feat.
You were hoping to flip it to the Manning cast to see what the Mannings and Will Ferrell had to say about the dead red aim on the poop into the red Solo cup.
Yeah, I was hoping we'd get one of Trent Dilfer's dimes. I was hoping he would leave his post as the head coach at UAB to do another segment on just how precise that dart was by that homeless guy out there.
Always dangerous to bring something up that you and I haven't talked about, because you may be in the dark on this too. But I saw a headline about Trent Dilfer having to apologize for a sideline meltdown because he's the head coach of FIU, maybe?
UAB.
He's the head coach of UAB right now. Did he have some sort of sideline meltdown that necessitated an apology?
I don't know, man. That's a good question. I don't know much about UAB football, but a quick Google search of Trent Dilft, because I spelled Dilfer wrong, says,
Dad, I'd like to football.
Yeah, I guess so. Dad, I'd like to football education, I guess is what that means there. The first thing, UAB coach Trent Dilfer loses his mind after a costly penalty versus Tulane. So I guess something happened with the Dilf this past weekend. That's probably not a nickname that's going to stick, at least for us. Maybe for some it would, but, not for me. So
I have been told that I'm a Dilf.
By your wife?
Yes.
And anyone else?
Well, no, but she said, you realize you're the hot dad at most sporting events and school and neighborhood functions.
You know how people will say things to other people that they don't mean just to make them feel good? That's a thing that some people do. You might not do it because you're heartless, but a lot of people out there will do things like that. That's probably what your wife, who's a saint, was doing there to make you feel good about yourself.
Never heard of that before.
Yeah, you've never done it. I don't think I've ever done it too. I shouldn't be throwing houses from glass stones or whatever the hell the expression is. Like that ain't me.
Glasses from stone houses. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, glasses from Stone Temple Pilots concerts, I think, is the exact expression here. What were y'all talking about, man? I'm over in the other room getting some work done, but also watching I got to be careful here because I'm so superstitious with all sports, but especially baseball. If you've followed me for any amount of time, you know that. As of right now, the Tampa Bay Rays are literally handing the Texas Rangers a baseball game. They have 3 errors.
Whoa.
Have a wild pitch that scored a run. They are just shooting themselves in the foot repeatedly, like a Charlie Strong-led Texas football team.
Ooh.
And right now the Rangers are leading Tampa 2-0 in the top of the 6th inning in game 1 of that AL wildcard series.
Weirdly, we were talking a fair amount of Charlie Strong era Longhorn football, believe it or not.
Oh God, why?
And because we were talking Texas OU and we were hearkening back to some moments where Texas fans essentially went to Dallas and went to the Cotton Bowl with no expectations of being in a football game because OU was so much better. And the team fed off of how loose the crowd was and not only found themselves in a competitive game, but winning said competitive rivalry at the Cotton Bowl in 2013 and 2015. And of course, the 2015 version of that game was the year that Charlie Strong showed us how big his pointer finger was.
Am I doing it right?
There it is right there.
I mean, how did that happen? That's the biggest finger in the history of the world, dude. I mean, there's no distance that we could put our fingers from a camera that will make it look anything close to Charlie's after that game.
Yeah, well, the first part of pulling that one off is actually having big hands. The second part of that is putting a gold spray painted cowboy hat onto your head. And then the third part of it is to win the Red River Shootout and get to take that picture with the gold cowboy hat on your head, pointing directly at a camera that has much better field of depth than the webcams that you and I are doing to broadcast on the Texas Sports Unfiltered YouTube channel.
What's that famous picture where someone's like pointing at somebody else and they're like receiving the point? You know what I'm talking about? It's not the Last Supper. That's a different one. It's, I don't know, the last breakfast, the last lunch.
The centerfold spread from Hot Gilfs.
Is that a Jay Giles band outfit? No, that's just the name of the song. You know what I'm talking about, though?
That was well done.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Had that one ready. Craig says that wasn't his finger, that was a yardstick. Yeah, it sure looked like it, dude.
Yeah.
Okay, question about the golden hat.
Okay.
Is it time for a bigger hat? Like, we've evolved as a society where our heads are bigger now than they used to be. Like, I don't know if we go from cowboy hat to snapback. I don't know if we go to flex fit. I don't know what we do, but we need a hat that's actually going to fit somebody's head because it looks, I mean, it's cool. It's an awesome trophy. It's the best rivalry game in the sport, and I like the golden hat. I like that concept, but it does look ridiculous that everybody has to, you know, like a yarmulke, like the little Jew hats that we wear. Well, Rabbi's not going to like me calling it that. You know, like it's that small on the head to where unless you have like a bobby pin or something, you've got to like hold it with your hand the entire time. Like, it looks ridiculous. These pictures after the game, watching these, you know, grown dudes trying to put on this toddler's hat. Like, how do we fix that?
I have been calling for this for several years now. Really going back to, gosh, prior to the Colt McCoy era. I've never understood this. I've never understood. I thought it made sense when I believed that hat was actually solid gold. And then was like, all right, well, this is a trophy here. But it's not a solid gold trophy. It is a regular cowboy hat that has been spray painted gold. People hear you say that for the first time and they think that you're joking. That's really what it is, though. It's why those guys can throw that hat around like it's a regular hat, because it is a regular hat that has been spray painted gold. So why don't we get an oversized hat? Get the biggest cowboy hat possible. That's going to look much better. Those guys wearing that hat like a little kid wearing an adult hat versus a bunch of grown-ass dudes who are wearing, like you said, a hat that looks like a yarmulke with a rim.
Yeah, I mean, just get something bigger than that. Like, you don't need to go over 8 on the hat size, but like, can we get a 7.5? You know, can we get like something in the middle there to where at least it would fit on some people? Yeah, it'd be maybe a little tight on some guys and a little loose on some other guys, but like, it's not a baby hat. This is a huge rivalry game, and the trophy is a baby hat. What are we thinking here? Like, come on, man. This game deserves better, okay? It needs to be played at night, so we have casualties, number one, and it needs a better trophy. Those are the two things that will solidify Texas OU, the Red River Shootout, as the best rivalry in sports, and it's right there in front of us, and we're not doing it.
Yeah, the current hat barely fits on the end of Charlie Strong's pointer finger.
I'm not sure it even does. God, yeah, I don't know. Random thoughts about this game.
Yeah, baby, let's go. Let's freaking go.
They score?
4-0 Rangers, top of the sixth. Corey Seager singles on a line drive to center fielder Jose Siri. Evan Carter scores. Marcus Simeon scores. Corey Seager to second on a throwing error by Jose Siri.
Their fourth error of the game, dude. It's like they're playing against a high school team today.
As a matter of fact, the throwing error has currently cost Corey Seager 2 RBI. So the Rangers have 4 runs scored today, BK, to your point on the errors, and they have 1 RBI to show for it.
Wow. So I guess it was maybe the Rangers were holding the runner at third and then Siri just chunked it somewhere. Somebody will tell us in the comments because we're clearly not watching right now.
That must be it because there were runners on first and second and there weren't 2 outs either. So Evan Carter would have had to be cautious rounding third base. So he must have missed a cutoff man or something in a bad way.
Well, we will take it. We will take it. And come on. I mean, we should have expected the Rangers to win today, right? Get everybody's hopes up, and then they just crap the bed or crap the red Solo Cup over the next 2 days. That's how it goes, right?
Dude, you've just predicted what's about to happen over the next 2 days.
It doesn't take an expert to do that, man. This is just life being a Rangers fan. This is how she goes. Every time they get your hopes up, they let you down.
Yep.
Apparently, Jake says it went into the dugout. So,
that
former Astro Jose Siri helping out the Rangers a little bit. Blue Jays and Twins, by the way, for you Astros fans, underway, top of the first inning. The winner of that series will take on the Astros in the ALDS.
Okay, so I was gonna ask, they don't reseed then after the wild card round. Okay.
No reseeding in Major League Baseball. So Rangers-Rays winner will take on the top-seeded O's, and the Blue Jays-Twins winner will take on the second-seeded Houston Astros. The 2 NL games get going a little bit later tonight.
No, Craig, if we do the Texas OU game at 6 p.m. at night, we're not moving it to Jerry World that year. It needs to be at the Cotton Bowl. That's the point of doing the 6 p.m. game.
Hey, I think we're going to get Texas OU at Jerry World this year for the final time.
You may be right about that.
You know, once these teams leave the Big 12, I guess Texas could play like a neutral site game at Jerry World, but you know, that's not where the SEC championship game is played. That's an Atlanta bid. So the goal will be to get to Atlanta instead of getting to Arlington. But man, I mean, like I think both fan bases, regardless of how this game shakes out on Saturday, both fan bases fully expect there to be a rematch. And you should. Like, Texas is better than Oklahoma. So if Texas loses, I'll feel better about Texas finding a way to get to Arlington than I would Oklahoma. But you look at Oklahoma's remaining schedule, like everything we're saying about Texas, where it's like, oh, the Longhorns are going to be favored in every game they play the rest of the way. Same conversation happening in Norman. Obviously, the Sooners aren't favored this week, but you look at the games that they have after this week, they're probably going to be favored in every single one of them. I mean, UCF at home, they'll be favored there. At Kansas, even if Jalen Daniels is back, I still think the Sooners are favored there. At Oklahoma State, they suck. West Virginia at home, at BYU, TCU at home. Like, OU, this is, and I can't remember if you and I talked about this or if Bucky and I talked about this. Everyone's talking about Texas being a playoff team right now. I'm here to tell you, if Oklahoma wins this game on Saturday, everyone's going to be talking about Oklahoma being a playoff team. Is Oklahoma a top 4 team? No. But because of the schedule that they have, the fact that this is the only tough game that they really have this season, if they win this one, then all of a sudden they're into the top 10 clearly, but everyone else is going to start losing, and you would think Oklahoma is going to keep winning. And I don't know if they're going to go 12-0, but a lot of people out there will assume that if they could beat Texas on a neutral field, they can run the table in this Big 12 conference. So this is a pretty freaking big game. It's a double whammy for Texas. Keep the unbeaten season alive, keep the conference title hopes alive, keep the playoff hopes alive But it's also, you do that stuff for yourself and you kind of ruin your rival's potential at a dream season in the process.
Do we know what the tiebreaker is for making it to the Big 12 championship game this year? Because I think Kansas State has a pretty viable path to losing one at most, or maybe losing one game in the Big 12, because I think they will lose that game to Texas, but they have a very similar schedule after that too, where it's like they play at Kansas. Excuse me. Sorry about that. They play at Kansas also, but that's a game that they should very well win. But other than that, this is such a down conference this year. Like even TCU, how the hell did TCU lose to West Virginia? West Virginia, Big 12, was supposed to be one of the 2 worst teams in the conference this year, and they're beating some of the supposed best teams in the conference, first knocking off Texas Tech and now beating TCU too. Just simply embarrassing for schools in this state.
Well, here I am thinking that Texas doesn't play West Virginia this year, and little did we know we'll actually get to see them on December 2nd, because apparently West Virginia is the second best team in this freaking conference right now. I don't know what's going on there. Everybody was ready to fire Neil, what can Brown do for you? But here he goes winning a bunch of games, and all of a sudden we got to be talking about the Mountain Men a little bit, don't we?
Apparently the key for Neil Brown unlocking West Virginia's potential is just not giving a flying fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, wanting to get fired. I think he's trying to lose, but he can't do it. It sucks. So I just pulled up the Big 12 tiebreaker procedure.
Okay.
This feels early. It's October 3rd, but here we go, 2 months before the title game, talking about this here. So here are the steps. If 2 teams are tied for first place, both teams will participate, and the winner of the head-to-head will be the 1 seed. If there is not a tie for first, but 2 teams are tied for second place, the winner, obviously, of the head-to-head team will get the 2 seed. If no game is played between the 2 tied teams, the following tiebreaker procedures will be applied. Win percentage against the next highest place common opponent in the standings, proceeding through the standings.
So that'll be an L to Texas. So then it's the next highest.
Whoever finishes 4th, I guess, in the league. Like,
yeah.
Who won that? If both teams beat that team, then it goes to win percentage against all common conference opponents.
Okay.
And then, there's 7. The 7th one is coin toss.
Well, here's the thing. If they both only lose to, I think it's going to come down to a coin toss, because the scenario that I'm thinking about, they both only lose to Texas.
Well, one of the tiebreakers is win percentage against all common conference opponents, and then combined win percentage in conference games of conference opponents. So basically there's a strength of Big 12 schedule, which that can't be the same, right? Because no 2 Big 12 teams play the exact same opponents. So I think we get to a point where we don't need a coin toss, but that would be pretty hilarious if Texas's opponent in Arlington is decided by the flip of a coin.
So the opponent, there's a couple of opponents that are different on these schedules, obviously.
Are you looking at OU and K-State?
Yeah. What a weird rabbit hole we're down today. Oklahoma does not play Baylor, and they don't play UCF. No, they do play UCF. Excuse me. They don't play Baylor, and they don't play Houston, Texas Tech. They don't play Texas Tech.
And they don't play Houston.
Okay. So Kansas State doesn't play Cincinnati. They don't play. I don't know.
You're going to drive yourself insane doing this, dude. Just win.
Yeah, I'm stopping.
Yeah. That's just Texas win. Texas take care of business, so we don't have to worry about any of these tiebreaker procedures. And we'll see if any other team in the Big 12 has to worry about something like that. But I don't know, man. Like I'm thinking that this is the first of 2 between these 2 teams, and we shall see. Like, I think if K-State and Oklahoma were playing each other, I wouldn't feel that way, because K-State has kind of owned Oklahoma. It's weird. Like K-State used to beat up on Texas, and then once Texas flipped the script and started dominating K-State, K-State just switched powers and started beating up on Oklahoma seemingly every year. So If those two teams were playing, I feel like K-State would win on a neutral field. Hell, I could see K-State going into Norman and winning that game if they really had to. But obviously, we won't get that matchup during the regular season, hopefully at all this year. So, it feels like because once OU started losing last year, I mean, they were 3-0, and they had just beaten the brakes off of Nebraska in Lincoln. And for some reason, people thought that was actually an impressive win. But they had gotten up to number 6 in the country, and people were just like, oh, this is different. Lincoln Riley, don't miss him. The culture that we have now with Brent Venables, oh, yeah, we've got it figured out. We're better off without Tebow, as they like to call Lincoln Riley. And then they lose that one game to K-State, funny enough. That was the conference opener for OU. And then they couldn't stop losing, right? They obviously finished the year 6-7. So I guess there's a chance if Texas finds a way to best the Sooners on Saturday that some sort of spiral like that happens to where OU loses a few games. But I don't see it, man. Like, they're playing too well and their schedule is too easy. Like, I feel like this is the first of two. And how fitting would that be, right? In the last year of the Big 12 to get 2 of these games, and having Brett Yormark, yeah, he might miss this one. I don't think he can miss the Big 12 championship game, although knowing him, maybe he will try. But like that's in the cards for us. And it sure feels like that's where this thing is headed a couple of weeks into the conference schedule.
Testing positive for COVID can happen any time in the year, BK. And it's also possible for it to happen one week and you still to be testing positive the next week too.
So he's going to test positive this week, so he misses the Cotton Bowl game, and he's also going to test positive the week of December 2nd, so he misses the rematch at AT&T.
He's flat out said that he's not coming to the game this weekend. So he's just essentially told The Athletic, yeah, this is Greg Sankey's. These are his 2 teams. He should be at this game. There's no reason for me to be at this game. These are not my teams going forward after this season.
Yeah. So I guess he hasn't played the COVID card yet. He's still eligible to use COVID as an excuse for December.
It's going to come in very handy Thanksgiving week.
So I'll have it Black Friday, and then it will carry over to the next Saturday, huh? He's going to bring back the 14-day quarantine.
Yeah, popping positive on Thanksgiving Day and still being positive several days later to allow him an out from the Big 12 championship game.
God, what a mess. All right, you've got a kid to pick up?
I do. I'll talk to you guys here in a sec.
All right. We're going back to the bullpen here.
What's up, BK?
I don't know what kind of rules we have today where a pitcher can come out of a game and then come back in a couple innings later. But that's what we've got going on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
It's old school world-class championship wrestling. We're playing Freebirds rules. Anybody can be in the ring at any time, defend the belts whenever they want.
There's like a 7-minute guitar solo in the middle of it. Is that the Freebird?
You know, the Freebirds actually did at one point come out to Freebird was their entrance song until Michael Hayes came up with Bad Street USA.
Was that a
good jam back in the day? It's debatable. I mean, you know, when we had our last show over at the Horn, when Craig Way and I did, I demanded that, you know, hey, can we make the last segment however long Freebird is and just let Freebird play us out? If this is it for me in radio, then let's do it big. But I was told that was not going to happen. There would be no Freebird on that day. So
disappointing. Where are you right now? You might have said this to Trey at the very start of the show, but you've got a different setup this afternoon.
No, I'm in my home office. Like, I'm just in a different spot. I didn't think it was going to be this dark.
Yeah.
So I just need to get like a ring light or something to light my face. Because Trey was like, "Are you crying?" I'm like, "No, it's just dark in here."
The emotion's getting to you already. It's only Tuesday, and you're already moved to tears because it's Texas OU week. Huh?
No, I'm not afraid of sunlight. It's not a condition I have. It's it's just I'm an idiot, and I'm not good with lighting. Sometimes, BK, I'm a firm believer in Occam's razor, man. Sometimes the answer is the easiest and most simple answer is I butcher that whole deal, but you don't have to dig far for an explanation. I'm not a smart man and didn't really look into the lighting situation, and now I'm paying the price. So.
Hey, we're radio guys, man. We're not used to this. We're all learning.
Not a technical guy.
No, you and me both. So Texas OU, apparently I walked into you and Trey talking about Charlie Strong, Texas OU, which yikes. I don't know how y'all got there. What next? Is it Tom Herman, Texas OU talk? Where do we go from here?
We're actually going to go work backwards and go to the Mac Brown losses, and then it'll be John Makovic. And so we'll working our way. We're just getting all the bad stuff out during the week. No, it was, you how many Texas OU games you been to?
Ooh, not as many as I would like. Like, considering I grew up in Dallas and my parents went to Texas, so I've been a UT fan my whole life. Like, I only went to 1 or 2 games growing up.
Okay.
So we'll go with 2. We'll round up. Then all 4 in college. That would be 6. I would say I've probably been to 8 or 9, which, considering I've been on this earth for now 29 years, that feels like a number that's lower than it should be.
I think this will be 11 for me this year, 11 or 12. I lose count. But typically where we got on that tangent was the team, the fan base that talks the least amount of smack going into the game. Typically they know what's going to happen, and it's probably not going to be good for their team. By the same token, Trey made this analogy. That team, for whatever reason, goes into the game a lot looser than the other team. Like, almost like hey, we got nothing to lose at this point type deal. So I don't know. I just didn't know if you had heard it. I haven't really heard it I haven't heard a lack of smack, but the smack I've heard is not overly boisterous from Oklahoma fans this week.
Yeah.
So I just didn't know. He said you guys had I guess somebody on the midday show was trying to ruffle some feathers.
Yeah, and an OU fan who was talking trash. I'd made a comment about basically what you just commented about, right? Like, I've got a few friends who went to OU, and I've talked to a bunch of them this week, and just about every single one of them was picking Texas to win. And, I heard Colby Daniels came on with Hardge this morning. I heard Gabe Eichert on with Chip and Zay. Well, those guys, obviously Gabe played for Oklahoma and played in the league for a long time. Colby's a radio guy up there in Oklahoma. And both of them picked Texas to win this game. So it just feels like the rational, and maybe we won't look rational, but the rational fans on both sides feel like Texas is going to win this game. But obviously, as we as Texas fans know, hell, me trying to be rational Texas fan picked Oklahoma a lot in the past, and Texas found a way to go in there and win. So I think everybody knows that rationale doesn't always come into play when you get to the Cotton Bowl.
Dude, I've watched Case McCoy look like Colt McCoy in this game. Watched Gerard Hurd quarterback Texas to a win in this game. Watched Sam Ehlinger get an OU defensive coordinator fired the day after. So, it's one of those games, man. I hate throw the record books out. Like, it's one of the sayings and cliches. It's just the bane of my existence. But it really, I think a lot of it, BK, goes back to what Trey said, and I think he's spot on, man. The team that, if you can really capture that, dude, nobody expects us to win this game. Let's just go out here and, treat this game like what it is, which you show up ready for a fist fight, and then let's see what happens. Yeah. And if we're in this thing in the fourth quarter, then, hey, that's all we could have asked for.
Yeah. How does Texas handle pressure? Like, the pressure's been on them since they won that game at Alabama, and they've obviously won 3 straight since then, all by double digits. I know they struggled a little bit in the Wyoming game, but we know what they did. They pulled away. They beat the brakes off of Baylor, and then they ran away from Kansas last week. So there's been pressure. I mean, this team has been ranked in the top 3 for 3 weeks, and they have delivered every single time. But there's more pressure on Texas right now. Like, everyone's talking about Texas, and I'm seeing Greg McElroy on ESPN say Texas is the best team in the country, and I don't think he's alone. Like, it almost feels like people are expecting Texas to make the playoff at this point, which is crazy because we're 5 games into the season, right? We're not even halfway there yet, and that's just kind of the narrative. And meanwhile, here's Oklahoma, like, same record as Texas, tied for first in the conference like Texas, and no one's really talking about them. Now, I get it. Like, they played nobody. They're coming off a 6-win season, but it's just like, it feels like the pressure is on Texas. So far the Longhorns have handled that well, but obviously there's more pressure with this being a rivalry game. can they play loose, or is Oklahoma the team that's like, dude, no one expects us to win. Let's just let it rip like that. That is maybe something that's a factor this weekend.
You channel it the way early 2000s Bob Stoops channeled it, which is taking the approach of, yes, we are favored. Yes, you're mad that we beat you last year, but yes, we're going to kick your ass again because we're just tougher than you. Simple. That's the way OU in those games back in the day, those when they had that 5-game winning streak, it was such a chip on your shoulder. This is the most important game. I felt like watching it from afar, I felt like that's how Bob Stoops treated that game. Like, this is life or death. I can't go back across the state line if I lose this game. If I do nothing else this year, I have to beat Texas. That to me is how Bob, and I'm not comparing Sark to Bob Stoops, but I feel like my hope is anyway, BK, and I think a lot of the hope for Texas fans would be, you hear the way Sark talked about the game on Monday when he talked about, hey, a lot of guys in this locker room, they were there when we were up 28-7 and blew a lead. I think Sark learned a lot about that game his first year. I've heard coaches on both sides say it. Like, I didn't know what this Will Muschamp, even dude, a guy like Will Muschamp, when is he not intense? When is he not locked in?
Yeah.
I even heard him say going from year 1 to year 2, he's like, I had no idea what that game was about until I coached in it. That dude, he played in Florida, Georgia. He was in LSU, Alabama. You name a rivalry game, Iron Bowl. You name a rivalry game, he was a part of it, but he said nothing prepared him for Texas OU. So I think Sark learned a lot that first year, and I think last year was just a situation of, dude, there was nothing fancy Texas did last year, BK. It's almost like they took that attitude of, you know what? Yeah, you had your fun last year, but we're just gonna kick your ass this year just because we're tougher than you, we're better than you, and we're gonna make sure you understand that by the time we both leave today.
Yeah, and they did that, and it helps when the other team doesn't have a quarterback who can actually play too. But no, Texas sent a message absolutely last year, and you're right. Yeah, Sark did talk a lot about what happened 2 years ago and what happened last year, and I feel like experience is important in a game like this. Now you've got, is this? I guess technically this is Dylan Gabriel's first Texas OU game, right?
Mm-hmm.
When and Rod B, maybe y'all on the Blitz this week, somebody already brought this up. Maybe you have this stat, but when there's some stat, I don't know if it still holds true, but like a veteran quarterback in the Texas OU game going up against a first-time quarterback in the Texas OU game, isn't it like the veteran returning guy that's basically dominated? Is that something?
all but 4 times. Sam Bradford, I'm trying to think. Sam Bradford, Spencer Rattler, Jalen Hurts, and I think Justin Fuente. Yeah.
Okay.
I think those are the 4 that have all OU quarterbacks that have won it.
Okay. As the first-time quarterback going up against a guy who's already played in that game.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Dylan Gabriel, I guess, trying to make it 5, right?
Yeah.
Even though it's not his first year in Norman, he did not participate in this game last year. So history has generally been on Texas's side, or at least the team with the veteran quarterback. But we'll see if that happens this weekend.
I'm ashamed I don't know this off the top of my head. But Justin Fuente had to have started the 96 game that went into overtime. That had to be where he started, right? With James Brown starting for Texas.
I would think.
That's gotta be. I'm not seeing it here, but
that was after the tie, right? Tie was 95.
Yeah. Jeez. By the way, why does your morning co-host just have these unsavory, like, he's got 94 and he'll have that forever with Stoney Clark, blasting James Allen at the goal line. But dude, Bucky was coaching the last time there was a tie in this game. Like, dude, a tie in this game's got to be like the worst thing ever. That's like, like if you ever were part of the Iron Bowl and you tied, like, dude, nobody feels good about that.
Yeah, it's a bad bit. What do they say? A tie is like kissing your sister. A tie in this game is like having to kiss your entire family, dude.
Dude, that's like, think about BK closing time on Dirty Six back in the day, and it's like you've got like bottom of the barrel is what you've got to choose from. Yes, it accomplished a goal, it accomplished the mission, but you don't feel good about yourself the next day.
Yeah, depends.
You just want to like go get some Denny's and just cleanse it all out of your system, and you know.
Is Denny's where you go to cleanse out your system?
I actually do 2 places back in the day, so Whataburger is always good for that. You know, you need something greasy, right? Mm-hmm. There's also the pancake place in San Marcos, like it just said a kettle, but it just said pancake on the side of the building. That was good for a hangover cure back in the day.
I like that. Yeah, Whataburger is the one for me. That's the best hangover food in the world, man.
Taco Bell is not a good. Steven in the chat, Taco Bell is not a good hangover food.
No, as much as I love Taco Bell, like I almost never crave that when I'm hungover. I crave that when I'm drunk. I crave that when I'm high. I crave that when I'm sober. I crave that when really every other time of my life. But when I'm hungover, can't do it.
Now Jake is right. If you have access to a Waffle House, that's the answer.
Yeah, it is good. It's just so far. They need those on every corner, honestly.
I think Kyle's getting a Waffle House. I think so, yeah. I think that sounds right in my head.
Like your friend Kyle or the city of Kyle?
Kyle Juszczyk, 49ers fullback.
Hey, man, I see Devontae Adams with the Taco Bell in his house now, and I think anything is possible, you know?
Devontae Adams has a Taco Bell in his house?
Apparently. That's what the commercials are showing me.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Yeah. Let's hear one from Sark, by the way, since we're talking a little bit about the hype of the game and we're having some fun all over the place. But here was Sark yesterday talking about dealing with the hype surrounding this Texas OU.
Yeah, to your point. I mean, obviously the Alabama week with the potential distractions that come with a week like this. And I think, one thing we keep preaching to our players is starve your distractions, feed your focus, right? And if we focus on the task at hand, and that's one day at a time, focus on today, and what are we trying to do today? Be present today, be present on purpose. That's the formula for us to be successful. For other teams, that may be different, but the team that we have, that's our formula for success. And so how do I gauge that? Do I feel like they're present today, right? Do I really feel like they're dialed into what we're doing today? And then we'll take care of tomorrow. But for us to be successful Saturday, we need to be really good today on Monday. And then tomorrow, we need to be good again tomorrow. One day at a time. In our system and our approach is the best way of going about it. We were able to do that in preparation for the Alabama game. And I think that that's going to be of the utmost importance this week as well. With all the stuff going on around this game, we need to be really present with what we're doing.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
We'll see if it happens on Saturday. I mean, if that's legit the approach that Sark is taking, that's pretty. It's about as close as I've ever heard a Texas coach coming to like early 2000s Bob Stoops. And I hate to keep harping on that point in time in the rivalry, right? But that was like my late teens, early 20s. So that's like when I'm locked in on this deal, right? And I just remember it just felt like and I don't want to speak disparaging because I co-host a podcast with someone who was a part of some of those Texas teams. But it felt like Texas was, for lack of a better term, like almost intimidated at times by Oklahoma. It's like Oklahoma had this, here's a better way to put it. Oklahoma at that time had this aura of the chip on your shoulder. We weren't very highly recruited. Texas didn't recruit us like that. Those Oklahoma teams started that whole bit. I mean, I'm sure there were teams earlier that did it, but like that I can remember, it was those Oklahoma teams. Like they didn't want any of you guys, especially like guys like Derek Strait and Brandon Everett that were from this area. It just had OU just mentally approached that game differently than Texas did.
Yeah,
I hate the line of thinking, BK, but it almost felt like Bob Stoops coached that game and his players played it to win it. It almost felt at times like Mac and his staff and the players like you're trying not to lose. There's a difference.
Yeah, I'm cool with you comparing Sark to early 2000s Bob Stoops because I'm trying to go on a 5-game win streak and have a couple of blowouts in there. Like I'm looking for that.
Or like I just like this rivalry when it's competitive, man. And I say that too. Like I'm thinking about that run. There are 2 games. If you want to go down the rabbit hole and watch some Texas losses, if you're a masochist and you just want to do that this week, 2001 and 2004 are games Texas lost. They lost the 0-1 game 14-3, and they lost the 2004 game 12-0.
Yeah.
But if you want to get an idea of what this rivalry is really about when it's at its best, that is 60 minutes of 2 national championship caliber teams just knocking the absolute piss out of each other.
Yep.
It's, like you watch the evil Roy Williams in that 0-1 game. It's like Derek Johnson in 0-4. Like it was great. It was just good, gritty, down and dirty football, the way it's supposed to be played. Like you appreciate it. It's almost like I shouldn't be that, I shouldn't take any solace in this game because my team lost, but you almost admire, like, dude, that was grown ass man football that was played out there.
I can't think like that. I'm just incapable of doing it.
I know.
Like, I enjoyed last year more than I enjoyed 2008, honestly. Like, in 2008 might be the best game ever played between these 2 teams, and obviously it was a top 5 matchup, and Texas found a way to beat Oklahoma, and it was just epic, and it was back and forth, and
because let's be honest, because 08 everybody's sphincters were puckered the entire time.
Yeah, I think mine still is from 08. Actually,
couldn't enjoy it. It's almost like you're tired. You're tired when it's over. It's like I didn't even do anything.
Yeah,
and I'm exhausted.
Yeah,
I just watched it.
I just like obviously when other teams are playing, I want 10 overtimes, man. Like I just want epic, instant classic to where it's like, oh man, yeah, I'm so glad I watched this game because I could talk about it for years to come because this is one of the best games in the sport. But for me, when it's Texas against anybody, but especially Texas OU, it's, dude, I want 49-0 every year. Like I want to see Oklahoma fans making their way out of the parking lot by midway through the second quarter, like we saw last year. Like that I want to hear the band playing Boomer Sooner on a first down when they're down 49-0 with 3 minutes to go. Like I'd live for that. That's the masochist in me. I'm petty as hell when it comes to that stuff. So that's what I want. It ain't going to happen on Saturday. I'm aware. Like we're not getting that 2 years in a row. But like that for me, I will take that type of game at the Cotton Bowl over anything that makes me bite my nails until they don't exist.
Dude, I sat through 63-14 and 65-13, and the first one I covered was 2012. So 11, they lost 55-17. They just turned the ball over like 9 times. And then the following year was 63-21. I don't know if you guys remember this, but as Trey rejoins, but Mac is trying to score late, and the camera, like he calls a timeout with like 9 seconds left to try to score a touchdown. And the camera catches Bob Stoops laughing as Matt calls a timeout with 9 seconds left. I'm like, dude, I've seen my share of ass kickings in this rivalry, but that one felt the worst because that wasn't like you turned the ball over a bunch or it was just somebody's day. Like, dude, you just got whooped. Like that was Trey Millard like running through Mikel Thompson. And you guys remember stuff like that? Damian Williams going for 96 yards off the goal line. Like it was. That to me, that was like the bad dream. Like, dude, make this stop. But then we got the Case McCoy game the following year. So.
Yeah.
But I sat through all those BK, and I'm getting texts at halftime last year from like my OU buddies that are like, "This is your 63-14. Enjoy it. I hope you enjoy the second half." I'm like, "You bet your ass I'm enjoying the second half." Because my stuff's already written. It's done at this point.
Yeah. That's great. All right, boys. Thank you all for holding it down the rest of the way.
Thank you, BK.
Thanks, BK.
See you guys.
Jeff, on top of picking a kid up from her newfound status as a mathlete who's about to be competing in the Mathlympics at some point in the coming months, I've got a dog that just had ACL reconstruction surgery. I feel like you and I talked about this last.
Yeah. So you guys went ahead and did the surgery, huh?
Wasn't my decision. I think this dog has the perfect personality to be a 3-legged dog, but my wife wanted to light $4,000 on fire, which is what we did. And so ultimately, hopefully he gets back to close to what he was able to do prior physically. But the short term, as you're well aware, having gone through this before, is 12 weeks of hell for the dog, kind of for us as a byproduct.
Yeah, man.
That he has to be on complete kennel rest for, I want to say, the first 2 or 3 weeks after the surgery. Well, the surgery was yesterday. And so today is day one of him being stuck in the kennel, which means that his only out for the first 2 to 3 weeks is us taking him on very short walks on the leash so that he can relieve himself. Well, he hadn't been let out of the kennel since first thing this morning. So after I picked the kid up, I realized I needed to take him on like a 3 to 4 minute walk.
Yeah.
And this dog is so anxious. Talked about how anxious this dog is. This dog is more a cat than it is a dog. So anxious that I've never seen him go to the bathroom on walks before. That's how anxious this dog is. It's bizarre. But he just
stage fright.
Just like extreme stage fright, like beyond stage fright. Like I don't think he even realizes that he can do this. I think the only place that he believes that he can relieve himself is in our backyard. But he just went number 1 and number 2, no problem, after whining for the previous however long that you and I were doing things, and then the 10 or so minutes that BK and I were on together.
It's yeah. So our vet talked about ACL surgery for our dog. Actually, our 14-year-old is still alive. This was years ago, and our vet. By the way, if you're taking your dog to the vet, it's a very good probability your vet's going to be an Aggie. So
yeah,
insert joke here, but our vet's really good.
No joke. You want your vet to be an Aggie.
Yeah, but our vet was like, we can take her to the large breed. A&M has a deal where they do like large breed dog surgeries or whatever. It's like we can take her down to A&M. That's the best place to get it done. But he said there's not a high probability that it's going to fix anything. You're better off just seeing how it heals on its own. So I was like, well, thank you for saving me a couple $1,000. And I mean, she's 14. We're just now starting to see it where it's taking her a little longer to get up. There's some arthritis in that knee joint. But I mean, had she had the surgery, it would probably be a lot worse for me, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, sure. You think right now it would be worse for her?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, because there was no guarantee that it was going to work. There's a high probability that those things can re-injure anyway, just because how it depends on how your dog's built. Like our yellow lab, our white lab, she was built so proportionately, like never had any hip or knee issues. But like poor Daisy, she's almost built like a pro wrestler on steroids, just like massive, just shoulders and back and the legs. She skipped leg day when she was in the womb, so it's a little rough.
Not the first buff upper body person to skip leg day.
She looks like the Ultimate Warrior, like circa 1989, where it's like I don't know what that guy's on, but it's something.
So infection is a legitimate concern, and our surgeon flat out told my wife yesterday that there's a 50% chance that he tears his other ACL at some point.
See, that's why I did. You need to go just as calmly as you can and professionally as you can. Explain to your wife. A few weeks down the road, be like, look, our hearts were in the right place, but not again.
She'll finance it on her own because she is a much more caring human than I am. And my attempts to humorously, but at the same time accurately point out that this dog has the personality for a 3-legged dog. And I think it helps him to have to burn this extra energy to operate on 3 legs versus that 4th leg, and leaves him less anxious in every other aspect of life. She didn't listen to me, Jeff. Everybody would come over that knows this dog would laugh And they'd think about it for a second. And they're like, oh, Trey is actually right about something. For but then they completely side with Justine that he needs to get the surgery.
What you could do, Trey, you should have done if you're going to throw money at the problem, should have just had the leg amputated and then bought him like some badass prosthetic. You'd be like, they had like a Terminator leg.
Yeah. I'm sure they have something like that for dogs at this point.
Or like, you remember that joint that Oscar Pistorius wore when he would run in the Olympics? Just hopefully, your dog has a better end game than Oscar Pistorius did. But
well, I don't want my dog to murder my wife, allegedly.
Be for the best.
Well, first Oscar Pistorius joke that I've been a part of on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Thank you for that.
That's the kind of stuff I'm here for.
Blade Runner dog. That's right. Yeah. Well, either that or the dog, you just go ahead and cut both back legs off and give the dog like the little doggy chariot for his hind legs.
My wife's aunt had a dog that that dog did the whole back wheels thing for years. Where like she's blind and has kidney failure. I'm like, at that point, you're just being a dick.
At that point, your decision to keep that creature alive is selfish.
100% out of selfishness.
It happens with humans too, by the way, where healthy people are holding on to somebody who just kind of wants to let go, but they're afraid to lose that person. And you understand on the one hand, like this is somebody that you've made so many positive memories with and that you love and that is blood related. But on the other hand, sometimes you need to be okay with somebody else being at peace with their own mortality.
I'm glad you took it that direction because I was like, okay, our first Oscar Pistorius joke on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I didn't know if we're going for Terry Schiavo or what. Like I didn't know where you were going. So thank you for taking it the serious route, Trey.
If only Terry Schiavo had been dating Oscar Pistorius at the time, I guess that wouldn't have been as much of a story, or it would have been a very different story.
Yeah.
Boy, that is a low point even for me.
Yeah, we got to get back. We got to do something else.
Texas, Kansas. You were covering this game in the press box.
Actually, it was not in the press box. Watch that one from home.
Oh, well, congratulations on that. What were your impressions from watching that one play out in real time?
Just that it was pretty clear Texas was the better team. And Kansas fans, look, if Jalen Daniels plays, is the final score different? Probably. Does Kansas get close to covering? Maybe.
I think they do.
Does Kansas win that game? No. Nope. Not as good as Texas was up front on both sides of the ball. That game was dominated up front by Texas. And that was kind of my big takeaway is that's what when I talk about this program taking the next step, and I'll describe it as when you take the next step and you're getting to like a championship caliber program, you win the games you're supposed to win the way you're supposed to win them. And I know you can look all across the country. This is just one of those weird years in college football. Like Georgia's not really doing that. Michigan hasn't really done that in some games, whatever. Florida State and so on. But more often than not, if you do that, if you win the games you're supposed to win the way, like it's really hard to argue in a game where like Jalen Daniels didn't play defense. It's really hard to argue that you could have come out on top in a game where you allowed 300 passing and 300 rushing. So the fact that Texas was dominant, it could have been worse on the scoreboard. And that's one of those games where, man, how's Texas? We only scored 13 points. That's what I hear Texas fans say. Dude, if you're a Kansas fan, like, how the hell are we only down 6? We're lucky this is even still a game. And so CB mentions in the chat, like we can sit here and break this thing down and nitpick it and do. There's stuff that like we could rightfully be concerned about, like red zone issues or something, special teams, especially with the field goal kicking deal. There's stuff that concerns you, but at the end of the day, this team is 5-0, and all 5 of those wins are by double digits. So in a weird year in college football, you haven't had that one where it's like in the fourth quarter and it's a nail biter. And guess what? You're probably going to get one of those in conference play at some point, but it hasn't happened yet. And I'll be honest, Trey, I don't even know where we were going with that. Oh, we're talking about Kansas. I was trying to take it back to OU. We're talking about Kansas, but that Kansas team's it's a good football team. It's not a great football team. They're not going to compete to win a conference championship. But if we look up at the end of the year and Kansas has 7 wins, is that going to surprise anybody? I wouldn't be surprised by it. Because you're not going to beat a team like Texas without Jalen Daniels. Could you beat? I don't know who's on KU's schedule. I haven't looked at it. Could you beat U of H without Jalen Daniels? Yeah. Could you beat a lot of other teams in the conference, with maybe the exception of Kansas State, without Jalen Daniels? Yeah, probably Oklahoma too. Yeah. So if they're a 7-win team, I'm not going to be surprised. You know, if you kicked around this Jalen Daniels hypothetical, Trey, of Lance Leipold, if we are to believe Lance Leipold that his back injury acted up at the hotel Saturday morning, I think you'd say, okay, was that a walkthrough or whatever? I think it could really be he slept on a terrible bed and just woke up in knots, and the thing just would not loosen up on him.
Dude, let me tell you, as somebody who deals with a bad back, that is a possibility.
Yeah.
Hotel beds are so hit or miss with regards to being too soft or too firm. Like at this point, I won't say that I've mastered the ability to deal with a foreign bed necessarily, but pillows are huge. Pillows are your friend in a hotel
question.
room. I know that there's entirely too many pillows on most hotel room beds.
Yeah.
But a side effect of that is that you have the pillows that you need to deal with how your legs need to be to avoid a back injury overnight.
Are you a take your own pillow to the hotel guy or no?
I'm not there just yet, but I could find myself there at some point in the next decade plus.
I think I'm there, Trey.
Are you?
I think I'm there.
Yeah, because here's the problem with the hotel pillows is they do good hotels will try and give you a variation of soft to firm, thinner to thicker, but it's never exactly what you know that you need in order not to wake up with a pain in your neck, a literal pain in your neck the next morning.
Yeah. I mean, I've slept on some bad hotel beds, and like my issues are in my shoulders. Like if I wake up and it's just like, you know, it feels like I just threw 100 pitches in a game the day before, which has happened. I'm like, I know this thing might not get loosened up today. So,
right.
Yeah, I that's where I'm going at with the Jalen Daniels deal. I think he just slept on a bad bed, and if you deal with back issues, you know this. Anybody that's dealt with back, like I got a brother who deals with back issues. And once that thing, if it tightens up on you, sometimes you can do everything you could think of, ice, heat, stretch, whatever. It just, man, sometimes that thing just won't loosen up.
Exactly. It sucks. And by the way, they have access to exceptional PT, and I'm assuming that there's a masseuse element to things. Like if you can't get it to loosen up, you're Jalen Daniels. You've dealt with a bad back all year long. You can't get it to loosen up with the help of somebody who's involved in some active release technique to try and help you out. And you know the mobility stuff that you can do and the stretching that you can do to try and get it loose enough to then really work from there. And even if you have to spend an extra hour to get your back loosened up like that, you can do that. He was in really bad shape. I'm guessing he was moving like he was a 60-year-old man when he was walking out of his hotel room, and no amount of thumb to the hip flexor or QL massage or anything else that they were trying was coming close to helping him out. And it's a shame. Like I'm fine with Texas facing the backup quarterbacks that they have this year. You have to compete against what's in front of you. It's disappointing that they didn't get to go up against Jalen Daniels, because I thought he presented a challenge unique to anything else that this team is going to be dealing with this year.
He would have been the best quarterback you faced all year.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Until if you were to get to the CFP and see who you're playing. Yeah, he would have been the best you faced all year.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're facing Caleb Williams, obviously, or Michael Penix,
Even JJ McCarthy, man. I know Michigan hasn't played anybody, but what I have seen, JJ McCarthy looks every bit as legit as you could hope to have on a national championship caliber team at quarterback.
Yeah, McCarthy's legit. I agree with that. Definitely not Connor Beck. Yeah, there aren't a ton of guys that I would say are definitely better than Daniels when Daniels is healthy, slinging it around and making that rational decision to run at times.
Hey, they're undefeated, Trey. What about Mac Brown's guy, Drake May?
He's good. Sam Hartman, also good, although Notre Dame they're not quite an afterthought just yet. They've got a tough road, though.
Yeah.
Drake May's a solid option. He's more of a pure passer than the dual threat that Daniels is. But, yeah, I would put him in that category of guys.
BK and I were talking about while you were out, that statistic that first time starting quarterbacks in the Texas OU series against veterans in the series, guys that have experience. We're talking about it on the Blitz podcast today, which it'll be out later. I just need the show to wrap up and I can get that thing published for anybody that's waiting on it. There's only 4 quarterbacks that have won in those situations. They're all OU quarterbacks. It's Justin Fuente, Sam Bradford, Spencer Rattler.
First-year quarterbacks going up against experienced quarterbacks. Is that what it is?
Yeah. Yeah. It's Justin Fuente, Sam Bradford, Spencer Rattler, and I forgot who the other one was. I can't remember right now. But yeah, it was only 4. It was only 4 guys.
Was it? No, it wasn't Caleb Williams because he came in that year.
Jalen Hurts.
That's what it was. Yeah.
And Sam Ehlinger. Yep. Yeah. So those are the 4.
It's another one of those weird stats, isn't it?
Yeah. But
series.
You look at typically when it's two first-time starting quarterbacks, that typically tends to favor Texas in a weird way. Like Peter Gardere, James Brown, Major Applewhite, Cole McCoy, trying to think, Gerard Hurd. Yeah, it's kind of weird how that works out for Texas. And Quinn's in that group now too.
Yes, he is. One of his best performances is a Longhorn.
Yeah. I think the big thing for me, looking at OU's defense, Brent Venables has got to he's got to do something to try to get Texas off schedule. I don't know if that's showing blitz pack, different blitz looks. I don't know if that's, his system does incorporate the 3 safety defense, that flyover defense. Do they break it out full on this game and decide that's what they're rolling with? I don't know, because they've got 3 safeties that could do it between Bowen, Billy Bowman, and Key Lawrence. I mean, they got 3 that could do it. I just don't know if that's what you break out. I just think you got to do something because, like last year, Trey, like they just played kind of static defense the whole time against Texas. Like, we're just going to run our stuff. Dude, run your stuff. You're about to get destroyed playing static defense because it ain't going to work. So I got to think they're going to do something to try to get Texas off schedule because that's really the only chance you've got to try to get them into predictable downs. Like if this Texas offense is in second and third down most of the day where you've got the whole playbook open, dude, there's no way OU's winning this game.
Yeah, they're just in trouble because Texas is good running it and they're good throwing it. The last couple of weeks, we've seen teams take away the deep ball opportunities for Texas, but you have to give both Steve Sarkisian and Quinn Ewers credit here. They haven't thrown deep nearly as much since that Alabama game because the opportunities just haven't been there. So they see the defense committing 2 or 3 guys, dropping them back deep to keep those lanes from opening up downfield for Worthy, Sanders, A.D. Mitchell, whoever, Jonte Cook, whoever is running that deep route. And Texas is taking what is being given to them in the short and intermediate. And because Quinn Ewers, the work that has gone into getting his footwork right this offseason is finally starting to show itself. The guy who was the klutzy Quinn Ewers that we saw first of the year that was somehow less athletic than he was, 20 pounds heavier the previous year, that's changed now. And we're seeing him do a better job of moving laterally to avoid pressure, going upfield when he sees some opening, some open space, and legitimately taking it to the house for touchdowns on 29 and 30-yard runs, but also setting his feet on throws, which obviously helps with the deep balls, but it helps with every pass. It's why we're seeing him more on target with the short and intermediate stuff these last couple of games versus where he had been before that.
If you look at it, and I'll pull up the numbers from last year to compare. If you look at Pro Football Focus, the deep ball PFF counts it as any pass that travels 20-plus yards through the air. It's about 13% of Quinn's attempts have been on deep balls. Everything else is intermediate, short, or behind the line of scrimmage. Actually, I think we've seen this trade maybe more the last couple weeks. The highest percentage of his type of throws based on pass attempts, intermediate throws, 10 to 19 yards through the air. So that's an area of the field where I just felt like Texas has left some meat on the bone the last couple of years. But let me pull up his PFF numbers against Kansas because I don't have them off the top of my head. They
only threw a deep twice against Kansas.
It felt like they destroyed Kansas in the intermediate game, though.
And a lot of that was the offensive line giving him time to examine his options and obviously giving the receivers time to get upfield into those intermediate routes, too.
Yeah, we need to just filibuster real quick. Okay, there we go. Quinn against KU on intermediate throws. Yeah, okay. On his pass attempts, let's see, it was 35 official attempts. 18 of them, over half of them were intermediate throws. 12 of 18.
Wow.
225. One touchdown, did have the one pick. 14.2 yards average depth of target. 105.1 NFL quarterback rating. Yeah, they murdered Kansas in the intermediate game. And that's, to your point, Trey, like that's something that I wanted to see this offense do. I wanted to see Sark and Quinn do that this year. Like, you just take what the defense gives you. Like, don't try to force the deep shot. If it's there, take it. There are advantages to throwing the deep shot, but if it's not there, man, just take. And like the Baylor game was one of those. Quinn pretty much stayed to throwing, short and behind the line of scrimmage. They didn't need him to do anything else.
Well, it's weird because Steve Sarkisian has been so hard-headed about throwing the deep ball these last couple of years, even as Quinn Ewers statistically, and I know they showed this in the Alabama game right before we started hitting deep balls. Thanks for that reverse jinx, ESPN. But Quinn Ewers was bad throwing deep last year, one of the worst quarterbacks in all of college football. But it's like Steve Sarkisian needed to prove that they could do it if they really needed to. And once he showed it, he's like, all right, this is not the most comfortable we see Quinn throwing these balls downfield, especially if there's extra safety help back there. So now we can dial that back just a little bit, like the media has essentially been begging at these Monday pressers for a season plus now. And credit to him, I guess, for a little bit of personal growth for going away from those deep balls, despite the fact that he loves to throw them. Kansas, quite honestly, as much as I hyped up Lance Leipold and how innovative his offense was all of last week, and I realized that the injury to Daniels changes things, but I thought he went into a bit of a shell and got super conservative with that offense. And maybe it's because he didn't trust Bean to make a lot of the throws that Daniels did. Mm-hmm. But after they had some success running the option and then Bean gets lit up by Catalan for what turns into a scoop and score touchdown for that Kansas running back, like they were afraid to run the option after that. And he was really afraid to allow Bean to do much other than throw it deep. They were taking so many deep shots early in drives that's a big reason why. And I know Texas defensive line was good. You're right about that. You talked about that a few minutes ago. That's another big reason why drives were stalling after just a single set of downs.
Yeah, I don't know, Trey, why they stopped running the option. That didn't make any sense to me. I understand.
I really think it's that Bean got his bell rung and he went to the sideline and they're like, all right, you're a little bit affected right now. We can't put you in harm's way because we definitely don't have anybody behind you.
Yeah. Like Lance Leipold, Andy Kotelnicki, they're good football coaches. Like that. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt and say that was why, because there's no, other than that, there's no rational reason why you would stop doing it when it was working. Like Kansas, it's almost like when Texas got that lead, like they score on that first possession of the second half. It's almost like Kansas just made themselves one-dimensional. It's like, no, you can still run the football. You're having success with it, but man, it's almost like they tried to run a couple wide zones on Texas, and you're just not going to. There are a couple teams in the country that might have anything resembling consistent success running wide zone against Texas because they're so big up front. They're so athletic. They'll shut that down. But it's almost like they just tried it once or twice and then just abandoned it. They're like, okay, we can't do that. Let's just, we're just going to have to. I kind of went to the Baylor game plan. Like, hey, let's just chunk it deep. Maybe we'll get a DPI. Maybe we'll get a favorable matchup and it'll be completed, whatever. But that kind of became their offense. It was almost like the go with God offense.
It bailed the Texas defense out because that was one of the few times that we've seen this Texas defense struggle with a specific play call this year.
Yeah. But the good news about that, though, you're not going to see very many offenses the rest of the year, if any, that base their offense on triple option principles.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Does BYU run any option?
No, it's more.
Oh, no, because that's Keaton Slovis. It's their quarterback. So
yeah, it's more pro style than anything, if you want to call it something. Let me pull up the schedule real quick, Trey. So just looking at these offenses, where'd it go? I got 95 tabs open. So Oklahoma, it's the veer and shoot. The watered down version of the veer and shoot because it's not Art Browse running it. U of H Holgerson, his version of the air raid.
Yeah.
BYU again, kind of pro style. Maybe K-State. It's not triple option, but you'll probably see some option from them.
Maybe a little bit.
With some heavy personnel.
They also need to be careful, though, because they don't want Will Howard to leave the game for any extended period of time if they're going to have a shot in that one.
True. I think they found that out the hard way last year. If Will Howard doesn't get hurt, K-State might be in the playoff last year. Think about that for a second.
Well, I think that Texas lucked out, as a matter of fact, because they thought that Adrian Martinez was the right guy to play in that game. And that was a point in the year where the Texas defense was struggling against good throwers.
Chris Kleiman was still trying to preserve Will Howard's red shirt at that point. I'm like,
ew,
dude. And again, Chris Kleiman, good football coach.
Yeah.
Not a smart decision. I'm like, if I got a chance to go win a conference championship, I'm going to do it. Now, it worked out in the end. You had to burn his red shirt to do it. But like, I don't know. That's coaches. This game, Trey, is a simple game made complicated by simple men. TCU, no, they're air raid or whatever the Sonny Dykes, Kendall Briles version of it is. Iowa State, who knows what their offense is going to look like by the time they get to game 11.
Their offense is a true freshman and a redshirt freshman trying to run the show. Good luck.
I made a smart-ass joke like I usually do when I hear somebody's last name. Like Rocco Becht was the starting quarterback for Iowa State. I'm like, oh, is he related to former NFL journeyman tight end Anthony Becht? And he's like, yeah, that's his son. I'm like, huh, okay. Backfired on that one. And then you've got Tech at the end of the year. So, yeah, you won't see triple option offense the rest of the way. So,
good.
Don't have to worry about that.
That's great news. Maybe you see it again in the Big 12 championship game if Kansas makes it back there.
Jayhawks in the big boy. Brett Yormark would be the biggest Kansas fan on the planet if it's a Kansas Texas Big 12 championship game. If the Big 12 championship game is Texas or Oklahoma versus a member of the Hateful Eight, Yormark will be like a pig wallowing in his own feces.
Yeah.
He'll be that happy to root for whoever the opponent is.
Yeah, he flat out admitted to The Athletic this week that he's not going to the game this weekend. When they asked him why, he's like, and they asked him why with Greg Sankey actually attending the game. He's like, he should attend the game. These are his two programs going forward after this year.
But let Texas or OU get into the playoff and see if he claims Texas or OU since the Big 12 gets some of that CFP money.
Oh, he will claim them for that reason. No question about that.
Yeah.
But he would much rather, I don't know. I think it depends. By the way, the Rangers just won game 1 of their series with Tampa 4-0. BK predicted that they will lose the next 2 games, which I tend to agree with because this team is so hot and cold. But
you self-loathing Rangers fans.
Yeah. I think Brett Yormark will be a Longhorns fan if Texas has a chance to make it to the college football playoff by winning the Big 12 conference season or championship game.
I want to like Brett Yormark. I do. So I think he's a bright guy. I think he's got some unique ideas. He's the commissioner the Big 12 has needed for a long time.
Yeah.
It's really hard for me to like a guy when you're just openly rooting for or against, members of your conference.
Yeah, and I completely understand that moment. He wasn't overt about it at Big 12 Media Days. I think that would be a different level of sin, if we want to call it a sin. I understand people giving it the unprofessional label, but he was also speaking to a room of Red Raider fans. And he's a good communicator, so it's like, know your crowd. And he also is very deliberate about what he does. So he knew that would become a hot topic of conversation in college football the week before. I guess it was going into week 0. So the week that the sport really gets going. And he made it about the Big 12, even where there's some other things going on. Like Dion was a topic of conversation then. There were some other conversations here and there, but it very quickly turned into Brett Yormark is rooting against Texas and probably Oklahoma too. It was a brilliant move by him. See, I am biased though, because I've spoken with him these last 2 years at Big 12 Media Days for an extended period of time. And I've also watched him operate over the last year plus now. And I saw him take a conference that was at a position of weakness. And I won't say they were on the verge of completely falling apart, but nobody knew what to make of the Big 12's future. And he turned it into a position of strength with some of the different moves that he made, on top of doing a good job of surrounding himself with really competent people, which leaders oftentimes have a hard time with. They have a difficult time surrounding themselves with good, hardworking, capable people, because it can be seen as threatening to a leader that is maybe short on self-confidence. But he doesn't do that, and he's also a showman. Look, I completely understand that. And that was there was some showmanship to that moment in front of the Red Raider Club, but I also see him working hard for the schools that will still be his responsibility after Texas and OU leave, and make sure that they know that they are the responsibility, even with Texas and OU still here.
It's interesting. The last 2 times we've done a show, we've kind of gotten talking about leadership and leadership positions, leaders of men, leaders of people. What you just said reminded me. It's one of the best quotes I've heard a coach say. And John Harbaugh said it. You can look at how much success the Ravens have or haven't had, but John Harbaugh said one time he felt like he hired good coaches because he said he felt like he was smart enough to know what he didn't know. And if I don't know something, I'm going to go hire the best person I can that knows how to do that.
Yeah, it's a quote that I seem to be seeing more and more of these days. You don't know what you don't know.
Yeah.
I try and tell my kids that sometimes, and they just look at me like I'm an old crazy guy, which I guess I probably am. But both my kids are really smart, but sometimes they're too smart for their own good, and they think they know everything. And that's when I try to be like, look, like you may be the smartest person in the room, but if you conduct yourself like the smartest person in the room, then at that point, you're not listening to what other people may know that you probably have no idea about. Because as smart as you are, there's no way to ever know everything. And so if you can listen and hear the knowledge or the attempts at knowledge that other people are bringing up around you, perhaps it will further enlighten you in the short and long term too.
Yeah. Speaking of kids, I got a 5-year-old in the next room who's supposed to be looking at sight word flashcards. So I hope that progress is being made, because in the next 7 minutes, we're going to have to go over sight words.
Is that a preschool thing?
It's a kindergarten thing. You got to identify certain words. When you're reading, you should be able to, but there, whatever, I don't know. It's a lot of different stuff.
Yeah, I'm going through that with my second grader right now, where he's really starting to hit his stride as a reader. That's one of the coolest aspects of being a parent, like seeing their development and their evolution with things.
Mm-hmm.
The reading thing is awesome. And unfortunately, at this point, my daughter, we don't read to her a whole lot because she is a really good reader for her age.
It's good.
But my son is starting to get there too. He's not as big of a reader for entertainment as his sister is, which is completely fine, as long as he knows how to read words and understands what punctuation and things like that mean.
Yeah. My daughter, she loves reading. Like we'll read all different kinds of books, and she likes reading. You know what though? What's floored me with her is, and I legit tell her this too. Like the stuff she colors, it's in the lines and like so perfect. I'm like, I can't do that. Like I don't. Do you give me something to color? It's gonna look like Ronnie Millsap got after it with a box of Crayolas. Like it's just gonna be a disaster, right? But I think she probably gets that part from my wife. My wife is artistic in that way, good penmanship, and the artsy, the crafty person that everything looks great.
Everybody, believe it or not, even the least artistically inclined people, everybody has one artistic ability at least. What is your artistic ability?
Does writing count as an artistic ability?
Sure it does.
Yeah, that's probably it.
If you were to have to, I don't know, draw, paint, sculpt, something along those lines, that form of art.
No.
What do you have the best chance at?
Oh, it's a good question. I've never sculpted, so I know I don't suck at that one yet. So probably that. I don't know. Trey, I may get on a pottery wheel and make a nice bowl or something.
I went down an Instagram rabbit hole, an Instagram pottery rabbit hole a few days ago.
How'd that go?
Believe it or not, I was stone sober at the time. That is some crazy shit that they're able to do with that pottery wheel, man.
Get you a nice kiln to make some pottery.
I never really saw the kiln process. They were like going from using the pottery wheel to shape the clay, and then they were giving you the final result after that.
Mm-hmm.
Like all the different shapes that they can form with that pottery wheel, just based on where your hands are with that mold of clay.
Yeah.
Like,
if I would have taken like an art class in school, because I did more like the journalism route. That was kind of my extracurricular in high school. But if I'd have been in art class, I would have made like a clay wiener or something like that. Just made a wang and just laughed at it. Like which to me, it's still kind of funny if you do that. Like you go out, hey, your wife's like, hey, let's go have a pottery night. Let's go out to this pottery studio, and everybody's making like a tea pitcher, and I'm over there like carefully crafting something that looks like a clay dill or whatever. That's how I would roll.
A clay banana and a couple of balls.
It's funny. The genitalia is funny. It always will be, especially when people get kicked or hit in it. It's hilarious.
I mean, you can try and act really grown up if you want to about genitalia, but I see it play out with my kids and my son especially. Like he laughs at that stuff. He's been laughing at that stuff for several years now. Farts, dick jokes. Now the dick jokes are obviously as G-rated as a dick joke can get, but like the other night, ooh boy, he's not gonna like me if he hears me saying this, but he's playing Madden right now, so he's not gonna hear this. He came out and did the Buffalo Bills Silence of the Lambs thing the other day, where it's like, "Ooh, I don't have anything down there." It was a good chuckle for the family. I'd never shown him that. I'd never done the Buffalo Bill tuck before. So that's something that he came up with himself as this little 7-year-old.
Just unprompted. That's admirable, actually. Has he the next step to that is bending over and giving someone a nice fruit bowl to look at. So I don't know if you want to pass that on to Calvin later, but that's the next step. It's a gradual process we're working on.
I'll pass that along, but he's going to have explicit instructions to not try and pull that one off at school, because he's already pulled his pants down and flashed his underoos clad butt to his classmates, which they got a kick out of. The teacher did not. He does the fruit bowl. He does the fruit bowl. Oh boy, he may be
at that point
suspension.
You and your wife are probably looking for a new school.
Yeah, almost certainly. Fortunately, there's a school that's about equidistant for us in the other direction.
I like that you scouted out your options already. The fruit bowl, if you're gonna give somebody the fruit bowl, it's like a Steve Sarkisian deep shot. You can't just go doing it frivolously. You gotta plan it out. You gotta set it up really good, so that way when you do it, when you deliver it, it counts. Javier, why would you say there's no way I just said fruit bowl? Is that not what you call it? You giving someone a nice fruit bowl.
I almost don't want to ask this, but with your Steve Sarkisian analogy, which receiver is the Frank and which receivers are the Beans?
Let me think about that one.
Yeah, why don't you think about that one until the next time that we're on together, and then don't say it out loud.
Actually, Trey, I think this is the last time I'm on this week. I think this is the only time I'm on this week. Because Friday, you guys are doing the round table up in Dallas, and I'm not leaving till later. If you're a rookie going to Texas OU and you're leaving Austin, and you're leaving on Friday, first of all, you should have left on Thursday. There's your first mistake. Second of all, you either leave really early in the morning and just fight normal rush hour, or wait until PM rush hour is over. If you're leaving Austin at 4:00, you're going to hate yourself by the time you get to Salado.
It's a terrible idea.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
You either leave in the morning, first thing in the morning, or you wait till PM rush hour is over.
Or better yet, aren't you doing this? Aren't you leaving early Saturday?
The wife has talked me into just go ahead and get a hotel.
Okay.
Somewhere reasonably close, and just don't do that to myself Saturday morning.
It's tougher with the 11 a.m. start, but early Saturday is a viable option if you're talking about a noon or 2:30 kick.
I've done it for an 11 a.m. before.
You just leave at 6?
No, because I like to get there a couple hours early. That's like a 4 a.m. wake up, 4:30, 4:45, 5 o'clock at the latest out the house.
Well, safe travels up to Dallas and back this weekend. I think I might see you for pregame. Are you going to be a part of pregame?
I have not been told I'm a part of pregame, but as I'm learning here on the fly, everything at Texas Sports Unfiltered is to be determined.
TBD.
Stay flexible.
That is right. Well, Jeff, thank you for the conversation today. Always random and fun.
Trey, I appreciate it, my friend. See you guys.
Thank you to everybody who has tuned in today via the Texas Sports Unfiltered YouTube channel and that free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. For everyone here on this channel, I am Trey Elling. We will talk to you tomorrow starting at 8. In the meantime, have yourselves a great rest of the evening, and OU sucks.